I am an orphan. In order to pay for my tuition, I work part-time as a security guard in this luxurious community, with a monthly salary of only 3,000 yuan. Here, I am despised by those rich second-generation classmates. They look at me as if I were an ant. That day, I was standing guard as usual, when suddenly, there were screams and commotion in the neighborhood. A middle-aged man covered in blood rushed towards me, looking like a zombie in a movie. Without saying a word, I took out my baton and beat him to death. Then, I prepared to hide in the villa. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw Zhao Ming rushing towards Tang Mingting frantically, as if he wanted to eat her alive. I rushed over, kicked Zhao Ming away, and then swung the stick down several times until his head exploded. Tang Mingting pointed at me and shouted in horror, You killed someone. I said coldly, Look carefully, is he still a human? If he bites you, you will immediately become a zombie, you idiot. After that, I quickly closed and locked the doors and windows. Tang Mingting is the monitor and class beauty of our class. She and Zhao Ming are both the owners of this villa. Usually, they often mocked me as a watchdog and took the lead in isolating me. Zhao Ming even led others to beat me many times. I hate them so much. I walked to the refrigerator and found only 2 bottles of milk. I frowned and asked Tang Mingting, Why doesn't your family prepare food? She said tremblingly, We don't know how to cook, and we usually eat big meals out. I shook my head helplessly, If you don't have food, just wait to die. There are zombies outside. It's difficult to escape. We can't survive for up to 7 days without food. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind, Ding. The doomsday is detected, and the global human population is decreasing rapidly. The host has bound the system of having many children and many blessings. As long as you save the beautiful girl and let her agree to be your woman, you can get the system reward. For the continuation of human civilization, please have more children. I was stunned at first, and then I was pleasantly surprised. Originally, I planned to use Tang Mingting as a reserve food, but now it seems that with the system, I should have no problem surviving. Tang Mingting saw me taking the milk and couldn't stand it. She rushed over to grab it and shouted, Lu Yang, what are you doing? This is my food. I slapped her and she fell to the ground, her face full of shock. You dare to hit me? I'm the class monitor. Do you believe that I will ask the school to expel you? I said condescendingly, Class monitor, the school is gone, and you are expelling me. It's the end of the world now. It's hard to say whether you can live for 3 days. You still care about your broken identity. She covered her face and cried, Then you can't steal my food. I said viciously, If I hadn't saved you, you would have turned into a zombie long ago. You don't thank me for stealing my food. You, too, deserve it. She burst into tears and said that I was unreasonable and that it was my fault that I was poor. I slapped her again and warned her that if she kept talking nonsense, I would throw her out to feed the zombies. She finally didn't dare to speak and sat on the ground sobbing. I was too lazy to pay attention to her. I took the milk and went back to my room and locked the door. This bed is so soft. I never dared to imagine sleeping on such a bed before, but now it has become a reality because of the end of the world. I fell asleep quickly. The next day, at around 10 o'clock, I woke up from hunger. I drank a bottle of milk and went out to wash. Tang Mingting also came out, holding her stomach and begging me, Lu Yang, we were wrong before. I apologize. Please give me something to eat. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. I sneered, Do you know you are wrong now? She hurriedly said that she knew. I asked her to bring a bowl and said that I could share some milk with her. After she brought the bowl, I poured the milk into the bowl and said, Kneel down and beg me. She angrily said that I was too much of an exaggeration. I was about to take the bowl, and she hurriedly said, Wait, I'll kneel. Seeing her kneeling, I was full of ridicule in my heart. What's so great about being rich? When the end of the world comes, don't you still have to kneel down and beg for food? After she finished eating, she wanted more, but I refused, saying that there was no food left and I was going out to find some. She got anxious and said that she wanted to go with me and asked me to protect her. I looked her up and down and said that it was okay for me to protect her. She understood what I meant, stepped back a few steps, covered her chest and said that it was impossible, saying that I was just a security guard. I sneered and said, "Dislike me? Fine, then you can starve to death here and be eaten by zombies." She was scared, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I accept your request and agree to be your woman." I received a system prompt that I had received a novice reward, future prediction ability, virus immunity ability, 20 points added to all basic attributes, and genetic enhancement. I checked the reward description and was very excited. Future prediction can see the future within 1 hour in advance, 3 times a day. Virus immunity can prevent me from being infected by ordinary zombie viruses. After the basic attributes are improved, I am 40 stronger than the average adult male. Genetic enhancement can allow me to successfully have children with my partner at once, and the partner is not limited to ordinary humans. This makes me a little confused, but I don't think about it for now. I was full of confidence. I looked at Tang Mingting, who was curled up in bed and felt wronged, and asked her to get up and get ready to go. She got up with a dull look in her eyes and followed me with some difficulty. Before leaving, I predicted the future and saw that the journey would be smooth and we would be able to successfully obtain food, so I took her out. It was very quiet outside the villa, with only skeletons on the ground and a terrible stench. I took Tang Mingting and walked straight to the mini fire station, got a fire axe and went to the convenience store. There were several zombies outside the convenience store. I rushed over with an axe, and killed 3 of them with a few axes. Tang Mingting was stunned. I told her to search for food, saying that the sound of fighting might attract more zombies, and we had to hurry. In the convenience store, I recognized the boss who had turned into a zombie, and helped him get rid of it with an axe, and then Tang Mingting and I stuffed food into the backpack, and I reminded her to only take high-calorie and easy-to-carry food. A minute later, the backpack was full and we left, but there were already a dozen zombies surrounding us in the distance. I shouted to run. We ran into the nearest villa, closed the door, and the zombies stopped chasing us. I killed the original owner in the villa. Tang Mingting asked me why I didn't hide in the convenience store. I said there were other survivors in the villa area. The convenience store was the only place with food. They would come sooner or later. We might be killed if we stayed there. I decided to distribute the food uniformly and eat a fixed amount every day, because it would be more dangerous to find food next time. I went upstairs to observe the zombies and found that they were of low intelligence. As long as they did not make any sound and did not appear in sight, they would not attack. At this time, I saw a girl in the villa opposite waving at me at the window. She was holding a drawing board with, "I'm so hungry," written on it. I thought it was interesting and mouthed that I was hungry too. She then wrote if I could give her some food, and I shook my head to refuse. She drew a crying face, which made me laugh, and told her with gestures that I would give her food if she could come over. After she saw the route, she asked me to open the window on the first floor, and she climbed in through the window. I stood by the window on the first floor waiting for her. Tang Mingting asked me what I was doing, and I said I was waiting to welcome a fleeing lamb. I was interested in the girl's behavior. She was very decisive, unlike Tang Mingting. The girl ran over quickly, and I opened the window to let her in. After she came in, I could see her appearance clearly. What a delicate beauty. Tang Mingting recognized her as the goddess of Class 2, He Yushi, one of the 4 school beauties and the art school belle. He Yushi panted and said that she was He Yushi, thanked us, and then ran to the kitchen to drink water. She didn't look like a goddess at all. After drinking the water, He Yushi fixed her hair, smiled and shook hands with me, and joked that she remembered that I had saved 30 years of detours to become a security guard. I held her hand, felt the smoothness of her skin, and sighed in my heart. After she pulled her hand back, she begged me for some food, but I refused, saying that food was in short supply and could not be given casually. She begged me coquettishly, but I still did not agree, saying that unless she took a shower and came to my room first, I would tell her how to give her food. She was shocked and said that it was not good, and pointed at Tang Mingting and said that I shared food with her. I calmly said that Tang Mingting became my woman yesterday. He Yushi showed an unbelievable look, and I went back to my room to rest after I finished speaking, and then began to deduce the future. Half an hour later, He Yushi knocked on my door. I was delighted and let her in. When she came in, her hair was still wet and she looked very attractive. She hesitated and asked if we could negotiate. She would draw pictures for me in exchange for food. I smiled and said that she was so beautiful. As a normal man, I would definitely want to take her for myself, unless I was a eunuch. She said seriously that behavior without emotion was soulless. I touched my chin and said that she should just cultivate her emotions now. She was speechless, and I imitated her thoughts and said them out loud. She asked me in shock if I could read minds. I proudly said that I could also see through my eyes and knew that she had a light red heart-shaped birthmark on the left side of her chest. She widened her eyes, quickly covered her chest, and looked at me as if she had seen a ghost. I smiled and said that I had killed several zombies since yesterday, and I could read her thoughts and see through her secrets, and asked her if she agreed to be my girlfriend now. She nodded. I received a system prompt that I had obtained a new ability, freezing control. I checked the instructions and found that I could condense water into ice to attack the enemy. I tried it and condensed ice needles and fired them out, making deep pits on the wall. The power was amazing, but I could only condense 5 at a time, and there was a 15-minute cooldown after using them. It's equivalent to having 5 bullets each time, and the reload time is 15 minutes. It seems that this skill can't be used infinitely, and can only be used at critical moments. But even with a 15-minute reload time, it's already very powerful. A 100-hit rate headshot skill is very useful whether it's against zombies or other humans. After reading the skill description, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Yusher, who was lying next to him. He decided to reward her well. An hour later, the storm subsided. Holding this beautiful school beauty, Liu Yang's heart was filled with satisfaction. In peacetime, being able to talk to Yusher, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, is a luxury for all boys. But now, this goddess in the eyes of others is lying in his arms like a kitten. Liu Yang felt that this feeling was so good. He could even wake up laughing in his dreams. Today is the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Liu Yang checked the remaining food. There are still 15 bottles of 250 milliliters milk left, 70 20-gram sausages, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-packed chicken legs. If they eat sparingly, this food should be enough for the 3 of them for 7 days. But Liu Yang is a person with a strong sense of crisis. Although the food can last for 7 days, he must hurry up and continue to collect food. Otherwise, the longer you wait, the hungrier the other survivors get, and the more likely they are to venture into the convenience store. This convenience store is the source of all food for the entire community. If you don't go early, someone else might get there first. However, if you want to continue collecting food, the dozen or so zombies at the door are obstacles that must be dealt with first. Liu Yang stood on the window on the 3rd floor, looking down at the zombies outside. His mind moved slightly, and an ice needle instantly condensed in the air. Then he aimed at a zombie's head and fired instantly. However, the zombies were fine. Liu Yang's eyes widened. Although this ice needle attack is powerful, the attack distance is too short. This zombie should be only 20 meters away from me, but I can't attack it. Liu Yang came to a conclusion. With his current mental strength and the 1st level of freezing ability, his ice needle attack range is about 10 meters. He cannot control it at a longer distance. Unlike bullets, ice needles are too light. After losing their control power, their inertial kinetic energy cannot cause damage. It seems that this skill is not invincible. I can only take the risk of opening the door and attack secretly through the crack. Liu Yang shook his head. Fortunately, the zombies have relatively low IQs, so if you open a crack in the door and attack secretly, maybe they won't notice. Liu Yang did some calculations. He has a maximum of 5 ice needles at a time and can kill 5 zombies. Each reload takes 15 minutes. There are 15 zombies outside, which means you need to reload twice. It took half an hour. This means that it only takes half an hour to kill all the zombies outside, and then you can safely go to the convenience store to collect food. After calculating the time, Liu Yang began the deduction. During the deduction, he came to the back of the villa's gate, opened the door a crack, and secretly observed the outside. The zombies haven't discovered him yet, so they are still wandering outside the gate with nothing to do. Liu Yang fired an ice needle without hesitation. Snap! The ice needle accurately hit a zombie and exploded into countless ice crystals inside its head. Instant headshot. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang became excited. The power of this ice needle is exactly as Liu Yang thought. Then he fired the 2nd ice needle, and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 5 zombies fell to the ground, all killed by headshots. The other zombies watched their companion fall to the ground but had no idea what was happening. They just stood there and did nothing. The zombies' IQ is really low. At this time, Liu Yang also fell into a 15-minute cooling period. He hid behind the door with a smug look on his face. With this freezing ability, I can deal with zombies more safely and more efficiently. There is no need to engage in close combat anymore. Otherwise, even if my attributes have been enhanced, I may not be able to escape and skate if I have to deal with a dozen zombies at the same time. Moreover, when in close combat, zombies will be very excited when they see living people, and will roar, which will attract more zombies. Using ice needles to sneak attack can kill them silently. Just when Liu Yang fell into the cooling down period and was preparing to fight again after recovering his mental strength. In a villa not far from the convenience store, a woman suddenly sneaked out. It was obvious that on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the woman was already too hungry to bear it. Get ready to try your luck. He saw that there were no zombies at the door of the convenience store, so he crouched down and slowly walked over. However, when she was halfway there and about to approach the door of the convenience store, the zombie at the door of Liu Yang's villa suddenly spotted her, roared, and rushed over. The other zombies heard the sound and rushed over as well. This frightened the woman. Ah! The woman screamed, then turned around and prepared to escape back to the villa. It's a pity that a woman who has been hungry for 3 days, how could she possibly outrun the crazy zombies? Soon she was caught up by the first zombie, knocked to the ground, and then bitten continuously. The miserable cries spread throughout the community. In the distance, countless zombies were attracted. The woman was soon eaten up, leaving only a skeleton. At the entrance of the convenience store, dozens of zombies gathered. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang couldn't help but curse. This stupid woman. In this situation, she actually yelled and attracted so many zombies that even I didn't dare to look for food. Originally, there were only 15 zombies at the door of Liu Yang's villa, and he had killed 5 of them. As long as he waited another half an hour, the other zombies would also be killed, and he could go looking for food smoothly. Now that woman has attracted dozens of zombies to the door of the convenience store. Liu Yang's ice needle skill only has an attack range of 10 meters. He was hiding in the villa and couldn't hit the zombies far away at the door of the convenience store. This means he can't hide in the dark and kill zombies. If you want to kill those dozens of zombies, you can only go out and fight them head-on. This was too risky. Facing dozens of zombies at the same time, even Liu Yang didn't have a 100% chance of winning. Once he was besieged by zombies, he would most likely be killed. It's all that stupid woman's fault. Liu Yang finished this deduction. Start the second deduction directly. In the second simulation, Liu Yang hid behind the door. After killing 5 zombies, he did not continue to wait for the cooling time. Instead, he rushed out with the fire axe in hand. At this time, his strength and speed had been improved, and he also had the skill of being immune to the zombie virus. Even if he faced 10 zombies, as long as he used a roaming style of play, his chances of winning were still very high. It doesn't matter if he gets slightly injured, he won't turn into a zombie anyway. So he picked up the fire axe and chopped at the zombies like a god of war. In less than a minute, he killed 10 zombies. However, the sound of fighting here might still attract zombies from far away, so Liu Yang immediately rushed towards the woman who wanted to go to the convenience store to find food. The woman was so frightened when she saw a strong man with black blood all over his body rushing towards her with an axe in his hand that she froze in place. She asked Liu Yang tremblingly, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" "I'm your father. Come with me now, you stupid woman," Liu Yang said viciously. "If I wasn't afraid that a woman like you would scream and attract zombies, would I have to fight those 10 zombies in close combat? I'm covered in stinky zombie blood, so disgusting." After being scolded by Liu Yang, the woman dared not speak any words and was directly pulled by Liu Yang back to his villa. At the same time, the sound here attracted another 20 zombies, who surrounded the door of Liu Yang's villa. The second deduction was successful. At least that woman didn't ruin everything. However, it eventually attracted 20 zombies to surround the door, making the next trip more difficult. But it's still easier to deal with than 50 zombies surrounding the door of a convenience store. So Lu Yang started to act according to the second process. When he successfully brought the woman back to the villa, as soon as she entered the villa, she shook off Lu Yang's hand instantly. "Take your dirty hands off. They're so disgusting." She kept wiping the zombie blood stuck on her wrists. There was even an expression of disgust on his face. Lu Yang sneered, "You still dare to complain about it being dirty? Do you know that if I hadn't saved you, you would have been eaten alive by zombies and turned into a pile of bones, without even a piece of meat on your body? Who are you kidding? I don't believe you. If you hadn't dragged me away, I would have found food in the convenience store. What do you want to do, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I walked through the gate, you would look at me with lustful eyes. Don't think I don't know. You are the lowest loserman, the most despicable. Maybe you secretly fantasize about me at night and masturbate. Humph!" the woman yelled, with an expression of disgust on her face. Listening to the other person's words and seeing his condescending attitude, Lu Yang finally remembered who this person was. Isn't this the third-tier female star named Su Xiao who lives in Building 12? Every time he passed by the door, Lu Yang would take the initiative to greet the owner and say hello to the owner. This was the company's regulation. However, every time he greeted this female star, the other party would show a look of disgust on her face and snort with contempt. Lu Yang admitted. This female star is indeed beautiful. In terms of appearance, she is even as good as He Yushur. At the same time, she is more mature and charming than He Yushur, and has a superior temperament. At the same time, it can be seen that her expression, demeanor, smile, and even her walking posture must have been the result of special practice. Those should be compulsory courses for female stars. The aura and charming figure of a female star are something that female students never have. When he meets a beautiful woman, Lu Yang sometimes does look at her a few more times, but it is definitely not to the extent of being obscene. But didn't I expect that in the heart of this female star, I was so vulgar? But Lu Yang doesn't care no matter how the other party sees him. This is the end of the world, not a peaceful era. So what if she's a female celebrity? Don't female celebrities feel hungry? What? You don't dare to speak because of what I said? You disgusting security guard. Hurry up and give me something to eat. I am an owner of the community. Is this how you, a stinky security guard, treat owners? Said female star Su Xiao aggressively. Lu Yang frowned and said coldly. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? I saved you, and you're not grateful to me, but you look disgusted with me. Now you ask me for food, and you're commanding me. Who do you think you are? I am your god. Your salary is paid by our owner, don't you understand? Is there water in your brain? A stinky security guard dares to talk back. Su Xiao didn't expect Lu Yang to dare to talk back. He became even more angry and pointed at Lu Yang's nose and started scolding him. Hee hee. Tang Mengting, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and sneered. She understood what would happen to Lydia Su next. Because she has experienced it. As expected. Snap. A crisp sound. Lu Yang didn't waste any words. The next second, he slapped Lydia Su in the face and knocked her to the ground. Lydia Su's face suddenly turned red and swollen. The sneer on Tang Mingting's face became even more intense. At the same time, she was somewhat confused. What's going on? Why do I feel so good when I see others getting beaten up like me? Ah. You hit me. How dare you hit me? How dare you, a stinky security guard, hit me? Don't you know who I am? I am the owner of this community, I am a celebrity, I have millions of fans, how dare you hit me? Lydia Su screamed wildly, the burning pain on her face made her tears flow. She never thought that the security guard in the same community would dare to hit her. As a female star, she is surrounded by stars wherever she goes and is admired by countless fans. Those male fans are even willing to spend thousands of dollars just to take a photo with them. The appearance fee for any random announcement is hundreds of thousands. Wherever you go, aren't you looked up to like a goddess? She is used to being arrogant. But who could have thought that a stinky security guard would dare to hit him? Female star. It's the end of the world now, who cares if you're a star or not? What's wrong with the security guard, huh? Since I saved you, you better obey me now, otherwise I'll throw you out. There are 20 zombies outside waiting to eat your flesh. Hearing Lu Yang say this, a vicious expression appeared on his face. Lydia Su suddenly became frightened. When she and Lu Yang fled back to the villa, she saw how terrifying the chasing zombies were. If I were really caught by them, my flesh would be eaten clean piece by piece. At that time, it would be truly a matter of life rather than death. Then at least give me some food. I'm almost starving. I can give you money. How much do you want? 100,000, 200,000. I can give you either. Money is not a problem for me. Su Xiao accepted the reality. It is obviously impossible to use one's status to oppress this young security guard. Then the only option is bribery. 200,000 yuan. Even if the security guard works for 10 years, he may not be able to save 200,000 yuan. Su Xiao felt that this was already a huge sum of money for a security guard. Haha, money is not a problem for me. It's the end of the world now. What's the use of money? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. It's just a pile of waste paper. My Lady Star, don't you understand the situation? If you continue to be so thoughtless, you will die easily. Lu Yang said with a sneer. Hearing this, the female star Su Xiao completely collapsed. Wow. I don't want to die anymore. I'm so hungry. If I wasn't hungry, I wouldn't have risked leaving the villa. I really can't stand it anymore. It's all my assistant's fault. He said I've gained some weight recently and wouldn't look good on camera, so he asked me to lose weight. I didn't eat anything the day before the zombie outbreak, so I was a whole day hungrier than others. Woohoo! I'm really starving. How can you give me food? You don't want money, that's okay. When the disaster is over, I can introduce you to a director and make you a star. How about you act as a hero in a movie? Lu Yang shook his head. Don't be silly. More than 70% of the world's population has turned into zombies. How can this disaster possibly pass? It's the end of the world now. Don't you understand? If you want food, take a shower, wash yourself clean, and then come to my room to find me. You are a star, this should be normal. You should understand, right? Celebrities, you should be used to the unspoken rules, right? No matter how beautiful a star is, if she wants to become a leading lady, she has to work tirelessly and climb into the bed of one big director after another before she can become a superstar that everyone is paying attention to. This Su Xiao must have slept with many big directors before, right? So what's wrong with climbing onto the bed of a security guard like me? This star is very beautiful. Although Lu Yang has had girlfriends who were class beauties and school beauties, he has never had a girlfriend who is a star. He also wanted to experience the joy of being a great director. Let's take a look at what are the differences between these stars and ordinary girls. Ah. Su Xiao was stunned, then reacted and immediately showed an angry expression. You want to take advantage of me? How is that possible? I'm a celebrity, and you're just a security guard. In the past, I wouldn't even look at you. Would I sell my body for a little bit of food? Don't even think about it. Lu Yang sneered. Haha, then you are really good. I look forward to your performance, you can figure it out here. But I will only give you this chance tonight. After tonight, even if you beg me to have sex with you, I won't. Then you won't be able to get any food. Every woman says this, but in the end doesn't she just knock on her own door obediently? Lu Yang was not surprised that this female star looked down on him, a security guard. But he believes that the female star will eventually give in soon. Afterwards, Lu Yang ignored this so-called star and went to the dining table with Tang Mengting and He Yushi, took out the food and started distributing it. Each person had a sausage, a bottle of milk and a piece of bread. This was their lunch today. As food is scarce now, we have to eat sparingly. However, although there was not much food, Tang Mengting and He Yushi showed expressions of great anticipation on their faces. When they carefully opened the bread package and took a bite of the soft bread, a look of satisfaction appeared on their faces. Delicious. It's really delicious. In the end times, even ordinary bread seems to be a rare delicacy in the world. The aroma of bread also floated into Su Zhao's nose through the air. She couldn't help but sniff. SSSS. It smells so good. I want to eat it so much. Gulp gulp. Her stomach couldn't help but growl. As a female star, her daily diet is strictly controlled and planned. Especially since she recently took on a new drama, she is controlling her weight and dieting. This caused her to be hungrier than everyone else and have less fat reserves. Now she smelled the aroma of bread and felt that she could no longer hold back. The pain in my stomach was unbearable, as if countless ants were biting me. She looked at the people who were eating with longing eyes, but found that no one was paying attention to her. Such a big star was actually left out in the cold. Su Zhao couldn't accept such a gap all of a sudden. He felt aggrieved and his eyes turned red in an instant. Lu Yang ignored the star, who was secretly crying. After finishing his meal, he started to deduce again. This was his last chance to deduce today. We must make good use of this opportunity and go looking for food after the deduction is successful. Otherwise, if the deduction fails again, he will not be able to find food for the whole day. Lu Yang is a cautious person. Without deduction, he would never leave the villa. After all, now that he has the system, he will reach the top sooner or later and become a super strongman. There are several beautiful women around me, and I haven't enjoyed them yet. What if an accident happens and the baby dies in the cradle? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? The deduction begins. Lu Yang came to the door of the villa again, secretly opened a crack in the door, and then used ice needles to kill 5 zombies. After a 15-minute cooldown, he killed another 5. After all 20 zombies were killed, 45 minutes had passed. Since the deduction can only predict the future for 1 hour, Lu Yang only has 15 minutes left. He must complete the food collection and return to the villa within 15 minutes. Of course, the convenience store is very close to the villa. Normally, as long as nothing unexpected happens, 15 minutes is definitely enough, and it may even take less than 5 minutes. Lu Yang rushed out of the villa, crouched down, and rushed to the convenience store as fast as he could. There were no accidents along the way and he entered the convenience store smoothly. However, after entering the convenience store, Lu Yang found something wrong. Obviously, there was less food in the convenience store. He and Tang Mengting had been to the convenience store once before. The shelves were full of food and no one had been there. Lu Yang remembered how much food they had taken. There is much less food now, which means other survivors have also come to the convenience store. Thinking of this, Lu Yang frowned instantly. It seems that driven by hunger, some people have already ventured out to look for food. This convenience store may be visited by more and more survivors in the future. We must find a way to get more food. Lu Yang immediately began to stuff the food from the shelves into his backpack. This time what he took was still easy to hold and high in calories. After a minute of collecting, Lu Yang's backpack was already stuffed full and the zipper could hardly be closed. Only then did he go out. After walking more than 10 meters away from the convenience store, he turned around, picked up a stone on the ground, and smashed it at the glass of the convenience store. Bang! The sharp sound instantly attracted the zombies in the distance. 3 zombies ran over and rushed towards the convenience store. Only then did Lu Yang return to his villa with satisfaction. With 3 zombies watching over the store, other survivors might not dare to go in to get food. The 3 zombies are not difficult to deal with. With Lu Yang's current strength, he can kill them easily. So this is making it more difficult for other survivors. All the food in the convenience store is mine. If you want to take it, you have to defeat those 3 zombies first. Lu Yang thought to himself. After successfully getting the food, Lu Yang ended this deduction. Then start taking action according to the deduced process. After he finished searching for food in the convenience store and entered the villa, he dumped out all the food from his backpack. When Yusher and others saw him pouring out so much food, their eyes suddenly lit up. Yusher widened her eyes and asked Lu Yang. Ah. Lu Yang, are you looking for food again? Aren't there a dozen zombies outside the door? How did you get out? Can't we just kill them all and get out? Lu Yang said as a matter of course. Kill them. There are more than a dozen zombies. Tang Mengting and Yusher both widened their eyes. Even the female star Su Xiao next to them began to show an incredible look. Is it difficult? Lu Yang said with certainty, then ignored the girl's surprised and admiring looks and began to count the food. After counting, she said to the crowd. This time I collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 sausages, and 21 packs of beef jerky. From now on, I can give you a pack of beef jerky every time you eat. Wow. I can have extra meals. That's great. He Yusher's face showed a happy and surprised look. Thank you, Lu Yang, you are so nice to us. Tang Mengting said happily. She used to be the arrogant class monitor who looked down on Lu Yang everywhere, but now she finds that Lu Yang is completely different from what she had imagined before. He is a super strong man with a meticulous mind and a brave mentality. He is definitely an outstanding man in the end times. Therefore, her contempt gradually turned into admiration and worship. Su Xiao in the distance was looking at this side with a complicated expression. There is still a constant struggle in my heart. Do I really have to submit to this little security guard? No. He's just a security guard. I'm a big star. But if I continue to be hungry like this, I will starve to death sooner or later. Well. What should I do? Woo woo woo. Lydia Su started sobbing again, covering her mouth. Female star reference pictures. After counting the quantity of supplies, Lu Yang put all the supplies back into his room again. Then he took a shower and began to rest. I played it 3 times today. I even had a close fight with 10 zombies to save a worthless female star. Lu Yang was made a little tired. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark. Just then he heard a knock on the door. Hearing this voice, Lu Yang couldn't help but sneer. A cool female star. That's all. It's only been a few hours and you're already too hungry to bear it. Please come in. Lu Yang said to the outside of the door. Actress Su Xiao slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Her eyes were red and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time. As soon as Su Xiao saw Lu Yang lying on the bed, tears welled up in her eyes again. She is 25 years old this year and has been in the entertainment industry for 7 years. She has an extraordinary appearance, even comparable to that of top-tier popular stars. The reason why she has only been filming some low-cost TV dramas so far and has not become a first-line female star is because she refuses to give in and has not been able to accept the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry so far. Whether it is acting skills, appearance, or figure, she has reached the standards of first-line female stars, and even surpassed many first-line female stars. But what's the use of that? If she refuses to climb into the director's bed, you will never have a chance to make a name for yourself. It would be good enough if you can be a third-tier star and play some supporting roles. But Su Xiao refused to compromise. She believed that she would be able to succeed with her own strength, it was just a matter of time. Who says that in the big melting pot of the entertainment industry, there won't be a pure white lotus? She, Su Xiao, wants to be the only one. However, she withstood so much pressure and the temptation of the entertainment industry and did not climb into the director's bed. But now, he could not bear the hunger anymore and had to knock on the door of Lu Yang, the security guard. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Seeing the other person crying, Lu Yang frowned immediately. Said to this female star. What's wrong? Are you here to mourn? If you haven't thought it through, just keep thinking. You just need to understand that there is no free lunch in the world. Become my woman, and I will give you food to eat. This is normal. Otherwise, why would I share my precious food with a stranger? After hearing what Lu Yang said, Lydia Su didn't dare to cry anymore. I know, I've thought it through, that's why I knocked on the door and came in, but... Su Xiao choked up. But I still feel a little unwilling. I have worked hard in the entertainment industry for so many years to become a star, but now I have to commit myself to a security guard who only earns 3,000 yuan a month. How could she accept such a gap all of a sudden? Lu Yang looked at the other person's beautiful appearance and proud figure, especially the unique temperament of a female star, and couldn't help licking his lips. Although Su Xiao is only a third-tier star, he also has millions of fans. I don't know how many men regard her as an idol. If they could spend a night with her, they would be willing to die. At this time, the star took the initiative to open his door, and Lu Yang naturally became excited. Don't just talk anymore, come here quickly, I will give you something to eat after this is over. And as long as you become my woman, food will not be a problem in the future. Lu Yang said confidently. At this time, he possessed powerful supernatural powers and basic attributes that were superior to those of a strong man. I can't say how awesome you'll be in the apocalypse, but at least there will never be a shortage of food. And his strength will continue to increase. It's only a matter of time before you reach the peak of your life. Okay, I understand. I agree to be your woman. Su Xiao gritted her teeth and finally made a decision in her heart. Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully made the other party agree to be your woman and obtained a new superpower, dark space. Since the host has succeeded for 3 consecutive days, he has been awarded the title of master. As a reward, all attribute points will be increased by 30 points, and all ability levels will be increased by 1 level. After receiving this reminder, Lu Yang was very excited. Not only did he gain new superpowers, he even gained the title of Master of Diversification, increased his attribute points, and raised his superpower level. This is so cool. Lu Yang quickly checked his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Physical strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Possessing superpowers, 1. Future prediction level 2, 2. Virus immunity level 2, 3. Ice control level 2, 4. Dark space level 2. Seeing this attribute panel, Lu Yang was extremely excited. The basic attributes have reached 100 points, which is exactly twice that of ordinary people. In particular, the increase in strength and speed gave Lu Yang even more powerful abilities when fighting zombies. Now his speed is twice that of an average person. It takes an average person about 12 seconds to run 100 meters, but now Lu Yang only needs 6 seconds. This speed is much faster than the world record. Not to mention zombies can't catch up with him, even the sprint champion can't catch up with him. The improvement of strength is even more important. Even without weapons, with Lu Yang's current strength, he could knock a zombie away with 1 punch. The level of the superpowers has been upgraded and the enhancements are probably quite a lot, so Lu Yang quickly checked the descriptions of each superpower. Future deduction, level 2, you can deduce the future within 2 hours, 4 times a day. Very good, the deduction time has doubled and the number has also increased once, which gives Lu Yang more opportunities to trial and error. Virus immunity, level 2, you are immune to the virus of level 2 zombies. Lu Yang was stunned when he saw this. Level 2 zombie. What is that? Could it be that zombies can upgrade? Finally he shook his head and put these doubts behind him. Then he looked at the third skill. Ice control, level 2. You can condense water into ice faster and control the ice to attack the enemy. Lu Yang shook his head after seeing this explanation. There was no special effect, except that the ability to make ice became faster. He tried it. He found that he could only have 5 ice needles originally, but now after upgrading to level 2, the number has reached 10. And the speed of condensing ice needles is faster. This means that his magazine now has 10 bullets. And the control distance has been strengthened, and now the attack control has reached 20 meters. After discovering how strong it was, Lu Yang was immediately filled with surprise. It seems that the upgrade of this freezing skill is the most important. Not only has the number of bullets been doubled, but the attack distance has also been doubled. This skill has the biggest improvement. Then Lu Yang looked at the last skill. It is also the latest one. Dark space, level 2. You have a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube space inside your body. You can take anything you want and put it there. This skill is so powerful. This is a spatial power. Even among superpowers, he is probably a top-level existence. Lu Yang quickly took out a sausage and tried it. He moved his mind slightly, and the sausage in his hand disappeared instantly and entered the dark space. Then, he moved his mind again, and the sausage appeared in his hand again. Seeing that this ability was so powerful and convenient, Lu Yang immediately became happy. So powerful. With this ability, I no longer need to carry a backpack when I go to collect food, and I can collect all the food in the convenience store at once. Lu Yang never thought that if he succeeded in branching out for 3 consecutive days, he would receive an extra reward. Is this a reward for myself for getting a triple kill? So if I get 4 or 5 kills, will there be any rewards? What if you get 7 kills in a row and become a god? Will the reward be greater? Thinking of this, Lu Yang suddenly became excited. It seems that this is the system encouraging me to branch out more. It would be best if I could branch out successfully once a day, and keep it up. If I want to kill all the way, I can only keep searching for female survivors. Lu Yang made up his mind. He will go out tomorrow. In addition to looting all the food in the convenience store, he will also check to see if there are other women in the villa area and rescue them. After all, having children with the female survivors is the fastest way to become stronger. Lu Yang withdrew his thoughts. Lu Yang wants to reward the female star. More than an hour later, Lu Yang showed a satisfied smile. At this time, the female star, Lydia Su, was lying on the bed with a blank expression on her face. She had been hungry for several days, and now she had been tormented by Lu Yang for so long that she was almost exhausted. Seeing the other person's expression, Lu Yang quickly took out a bottle of milk and a piece of bread and handed them to him, saying, "Eat something. I'm really worried that you'll die in your bed." "Oh, thank you. Thank you." Su Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened up when he saw the food, and there seemed to be light in his originally empty eyes. He picked up the bread and started eating it quickly. "Slow down, no one is going to snatch the food from you, and if you follow me, you'll have more than enough food to eat." Lu Yang found it a little funny as he watched the other person wolfing down the food. After eating, Su Zhao also recovered some strength. So the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Holding a beautiful female star in his arms, Lu Yang's heart was filled with satisfaction. In the past, this kind of female star would not even look at me for a second, but now she took the initiative to climb onto my bed and lay quietly in my arms. I finally experienced what it feels like to be a great director. It feels so great. The next day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. Today he decided to go to that convenience store and pick up all the food. Because he has awakened his spatial ability, even if all the food is taken away, it will not be enough to fill his dark space. After washing up, Lu Yang came to the dining table with food. At this moment, Tang Mengting and others had already gathered around the table. Lu Yang has the right to distribute food. No matter how hungry everyone is, they cannot eat in advance and can only wait for Lu Yang to distribute food. This time Lu Yang gave each person a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread and a bag of beef jerky. Seeing this, He Yushir was immediately surprised. "Ah! Another sausage. We have more and more food to eat. Lu Yang, you are so awesome and generous." Tang Mengting also showed a grateful expression. Yes, you added another sausage for us, Lu Yang, you are so kind. Eat. I told you, if you follow me, food will never be a problem. There will be endless food in the future. Lu Yang said confidently. He will soon buy out all the food in the convenience store. After buying all the food, he will no longer have to save on food and can just eat as much as he wants. Yeah, thank you. It really makes me feel at ease following you. He Yushir nodded quickly. Tang Mengting and Su Zhao also showed expressions of gratitude. After finishing his meal, Lu Yang began today's simulation. He planned to search for supplies thoroughly, empty the entire convenience store, and then begin searching for survivors. Female survivors can be brought back, but as for male survivors, just drive them out of this community. The deduction begins. Lu Yang used ice needles to kill the 20 zombies at the door in just 15 minutes. After all, he now has 10 rounds in his magazine, so he only needs to reload once to kill 20 zombies. After killing the zombies, Lu Yang rushed directly to the convenience store with a fire axe. Lu Yang was a little surprised when he arrived at the convenience store. The 3 zombies he attracted last time have been killed. And every zombie's skull was smashed through, which also looked like the work of a fire axe. Lu Yang frowned. They came here to get food. When they saw the 3 zombies guarding here, they didn't give up. It's obvious that they have strength and courage. They should be 1 or more adult males. This made Officer Lu Yang listen. These are his competitors. At the same time, Lu Yang was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I acquired the ability of dark space early, otherwise, the convenience store would have been emptied out. He entered the convenience store and immediately began to collect resources. The backpack he used to carry had limited space and couldn't hold much stuff. I could only choose some nutritious foods that could easily fill my stomach, but now it's different. He can pack everything in the entire convenience store. Bread, milk, sausages, mineral water. Take them all away. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, and famous liquors. Take them all away. Pots, pans, and daily necessities. Take them all away. Rice, noodles, cooking oil. Take them all away. Knives, pots, and kitchen utensils. Pack them all away. Is this a condom? I don't want this. Soon Lu Yang cleaned out all the items in the convenience store and then prepared to leave. Who knew that as soon as I went out, 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, suddenly came towards me. Each of them carried a large backpack on their back. At the same time, the man in the lead was holding a fire axe like Lu Yang's. When those people saw Lu Yang, they immediately showed surprised expressions. Lu Yang. Are you still alive? Are you here looking for food too? Lu Yang was also a little surprised after seeing the other person clearly. It turned out to be their security captain Zhang Zhenfeng, with 2 other security guards and a beautiful female owner. I came here to search for food, but everything inside had been emptied out, and I didn't find anything to eat. Lu Yang said casually. He didn't want these people to know that he was the one who looted everything in the convenience store. Otherwise, these people would definitely be jealous. Although Lu Yang said he was not afraid of them, it would be best to avoid causing trouble. However, even though Lu Yang said this, the security guards did not believe it. Security Captain Zhang Zhenfeng entered the convenience store and took a look, and found that it was indeed empty. An expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared at Lu Yang. The convenience store was emptied. When we came to get food yesterday, there were still so many things in here. How could it be gone all of a sudden? Come on, tell me, was it you who did this? Boy, I'm your leader, you'd better not lie to me. Security Captain Zhang Zhenfeng is not well educated, but he has been the security captain in this community for 5 years. He disliked Lu Yang when Lu Yang came here to work part-time before. Working as a security guard at such a young age was obviously a person with no future. Moreover, he was not very good at talking and was not reliable in his work. He always felt that Lu Yang was unreliable. He even often complained that the human resources department of the community didn't know how to recruit people and instead hired a little brat. The most important thing is that Lu Yang is still a college student at Tunghai University. The security team leader Zhang Zhenfeng is just a junior high school graduate. What he despises most are those with academic qualifications. Zhang Zhenfeng was very upset that he had a higher education, was more handsome, and was younger than him. Even when communicating with other security guards, he often looked down on Lu Yang and called Lu Yang an idiot. He often boasted, so what if he's a college student? He still has to work as a security guard, and he still has to work for a junior high school student like me. If I tell him to go east, does he dare to go west? The other security guards also echoed, that's right. College students are useless. What's the point of studying? Don't you still have to look at our brother Feng's mood? That boy is quite honest. He doesn't dare to talk back when our brother Feng tells him to do something. Otherwise, we would have to beat him up together. Lu Yang had heard these words with his own ears. In the past, in order to keep his job, he didn't take it seriously and could only pretend not to care. Now that the end of the world has come, this job is of no use. This Zhang Zhenfeng actually dared to talk to him in the same way as before. Lu Yang immediately frowned. He said to everyone in a cold voice, if you don't believe it, that's your problem. Anyway, the food in the convenience store just disappeared. You can look for it however you want. Just don't bother me. Hearing this, Zhang Jinfeng's expression changed immediately. How dare this little security guard talk to me like that? Is he tired of living? I am the captain of the security team and I have the final say in the security team. It can be said that the entire community is under his jurisdiction. Especially now that the apocalypse has broken out, he has reunited with a few brothers and found his former favorite owner, Xiao Dan. Seeing that his relationship with Xiao Dan is developing rapidly, he might be able to hit a home run soon. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Lu Yang not only made the food in the convenience store disappear, but he even dared to talk back to me in front of Xiao Dan. Isn't this a loss of face for yourself? If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I survive in front of Xiao Dan in the future? So Zhang Jinfeng immediately showed an angry look, stepped forward and pointed at Lu Yang and said, "Kid, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by leave you alone? I'm the head of the security team, your leader. Can't I take care of you? Besides, there was so much food here yesterday, but it disappeared today. And you show up here again, who else could have done this if not you? Take me to your place to have a look. If I don't see the food, then it's fine. But if I find out that you took the food and lied to us, I'll make you pay." After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang burst into laughter. He looked at the other person with an expression like he was looking at a fool and said, "Zhang Jinfeng, are you out of your mind? Who do you really think you are? You used to have a little power and acted cool every day, but now that the apocalypse has broken out, you still think you're a leader. I warn you not to bother me again, otherwise, you'll die without knowing how you died." Hearing Lu Yang say this, Zhang Jinfeng couldn't believe his ears. The little security guard who used to be submissive and kept his head down all day long and didn't dare to talk back, now dared to scold him. Especially, he scolded himself in front of the female owner, Xiao Dan. He couldn't help it and yelled at Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, how can you talk to me like that? Even if a disaster breaks out, we still have to protect the owners. Hurry up and get the food out. Let's just forget about this. Otherwise, I will never let you go." The other two security guards also shouted, "Lu Yang, what do you mean? How can you talk to our brother Zhang like that? Do you want to die? Why didn't I realize that you were such a rebellious person before? Now that the apocalypse has broken out, you still dare to act so arrogantly. Do you believe that even if we kill you, no one will collect your body for us?" Lu Yang sneered and said, "Haha, owner. The apocalypse has broken out and almost everyone is dead, and you are still here, owner. Have you been a dog for too long that you can't stand up from your knees? Everyone in the security team knows that you are the owner Chen Dan's bootlicker. It would have been fine if you had licked her before the peace, but now that the apocalypse has broken out, you are still licking her. You can't even get this woman with such a good opportunity, what use are you? You're a waste. Women are not meant to be licked, do you understand? If there is a woman you don't want to play with, and you still lick her in the end of the world, you licker will not die a good death. Still want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so?" I heard that Lu Yang even started to insult Chen Dan. Zhang Jinfeng immediately showed an angry look and cursed. "You! If I don't kill you today, I'm not named Zhang." He rushed towards Lu Yang with a fire axe. Then he just rushed out a few steps. Bang! With a loud bang, his head exploded instantly, bursting out countless blood mist. Lu Yang directly shot him in the head with an ice needle. Since he wants to die, Lu Yang will help him. Zhang Jinfeng's body fell down instantly. Ah! The owner, Chen Dan, screamed instantly when he saw this bloody scene. The other two security guards were also stunned. "Brother Zhang. What's wrong with you? What is going on?" They didn't see what Lu Yang did at all, because the ice needles were very small and transparent, almost invisible in the air. They didn't even notice the ice needles shot by Lu Yang. With just one look from the other side, their captain Zhang Jinfeng was shot in the head. The two security guards were stunned instantly. Pointing at Lu Yang, he asked tremblingly, "You, what did you do? Do you need to know?" Lu Yang gave another look, and the two security guards were killed instantly. These security guards look down on me when they are working and often target me, but they act like lapdogs to the owners, typical bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems as if my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is really a gift from the owner. Don't they know that they earn their wages through hard work and don't have to look at anyone's mood? Lu Yang had no sympathy for them. At this time, the owner, Chen Dan, was completely frightened. He squatted on the ground, holding his head, and his whole body was shaking. "Hey, get up, stop squatting on the ground pretending to be dead." Xiaodan was even more shocked when she heard Lu Yang's voice. The 3 security guards died instantly. This little security guard kills without blinking an eye. She was afraid that she would be the next to die. So she kept begging Lu Yang for mercy. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I can be your woman, I'll do whatever you ask me to do, I'll absolutely obey you." In Chen Dan's opinion, Lu Yang was a big devil who killed people without blinking an eye. He killed 3 security guards without hesitation, and all of them were shot in the head. It was extremely cruel. She doesn't want to be shot in the head. She would do anything as long as she could survive. Lu Yang looked at the other party speechlessly. How come this woman is so conscious? I haven't even started to hint at him yet, but he's already said he wants to be my woman. This kid is teachable. Lu Yang said to her, "Get up and follow me. I won't kill you. You didn't provoke me." "Ah. You don't want to kill me? Then where do you want to take me?" Xiaodan showed a look of fear on his face. This security guard named Lu Yang is definitely a ruthless guy. Without saying a word, he killed the 3 strong men. Moreover, the method used was unknown and he just shot her in the head. The means were extremely cruel and brutal. Xiaodan was extremely scared. "Don't worry, I'll take you to a safe place. Didn't you say you wanted to be my woman? Now it's your turn to show yourself." After saying that, Lu Yang directly pulled Chen Dan and walked towards the villa. Lu Yang followed the deduced process and successfully brought back the owner Chen Dan. In the past, the security captain Zhang Zhenfeng liked to say, "I am a security guard. I go to work to get off work, I love to eat bear biscuits, and I like the owner Xiaodan." Now he can't eat the bear biscuits because his head has exploded and his mouth is hanging on the tree. The owner Xiaodan was also taken away by Lu Yang. "I will take care of your wife, so don't worry." When Chen Dan arrived at Lu Yang's dormitory, an expression of fear appeared on his face. Watching 3 men being shot in the head in front of him, Chen Dan has not yet recovered from the shock. The 3 women in the villa, Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao, all had different expressions on their faces when they saw Lu Yang brought back another female survivor. Especially the big star Su Xiao, a look of contempt immediately appeared on his face. The other 2 people came to the villa before her, and she couldn't do anything about them. After all, I am the 3rd one. But what does this 4th one mean? She immediately said to Lu Yang unhappily, "I thought you went out to look for food, but you brought back a woman. Is there only women in your mind? We already have 3 women here, all of them are stunning beauties, isn't that enough for you to vent? Are you a teddy? There wasn't much food to begin with, and you brought back another mouth. Do you want us to starve to death?" She really couldn't accept the arrogance and self-confidence of the star. He had just spent a night of tenderness with her last night, but today he brought back a new woman. It was as if I failed to satisfy him last night. I'm a big star, how can I not satisfy you? So she couldn't help but speak directly to Lu Yang. Tang Mengting also frowned and said, "That's right, you already have the 3 of us, but you still bring other women back. What do you want to do? Do you think about that all day long? Men really think with their lower body. It would be fine if they didn't hurry up to find food for us, but they also found another person to share the food with. Wouldn't we starve to death faster?" They were already unhappy when they saw Lu Yang return empty-handed without finding any food, and they were even more unhappy when he brought back another woman to share their food. One more person means one more mouth to feed, which means one more portion of food. Food was already in short supply, so wouldn't it be even more scarce now that there's one more person to feed? He Yushi looked at the 2 people speaking to Lu Yang in this tone, and she sneered in her heart. It seems that these 2 people still don't understand the current situation. If they left Lu Yang, they would surely die. If Lu Yang left them, they would not suffer much loss and could simply find a new woman. Therefore, to Lu Yang, women like them are completely dispensable. However, they are dispensable and do not have a clear understanding of their position. How dare you talk to Lu Yang like this? Both of these women have very low IQ and EQ. A look of relief appeared on He Yusher's face. If Lu Yang was surrounded by such mentally retarded women, he would definitely be able to succeed. Even won Lu Yang's exclusive favor. Sure enough, just as He Yusher had imagined, after Lu Yang heard what Su Xiao and Tang Mingting said, he frowned and swept his cold eyes across their faces. Immediately following. Bang. Bang. He slapped each of them on the face. Amid the shocked and frightened gazes of the two, Lu Yang said coldly. Who gave you the right to talk to me like this? You don't really think that you can become the mistress here just by climbing into my bed, do you? Giving you food is just my kindness to you, not a way for you to take advantage of me. You have a problem with me. Okay, get out of here right now, I won't stop you. Looking at Lu Yang's cold eyes, Tang Mingting and Su Xiao realized that they had said the wrong thing. Yes, they thought that after having sex with Lu Yang, they would become the hostess here. This idea is completely wrong. They are just a burden that can only survive by clinging to Lu Yang's thigh. The only effect they could bring to Lu Yang was to vent his desires. Apart from that, they were just gluttons who could only eat white rice and were of no help to Lu Yang. In other words, even if Lu Yang lost them, it would not be a big loss, and he could just find new women. But if they lose Lu Yang's protection, they will soon starve to death, or even be eaten by zombies. After realizing this, Tang Mingting looked at He Yusher. Among the three people, only He Yusher was not beaten. At this moment, a look of pride that was difficult to conceal appeared on He Yusher's face. When Tang Mingting saw this smug look, she reacted instantly. It has to be this school beauty. No matter in appearance or IQ, I am crushed by this school beauty. At this time, Lu Yang also saw He Yusher and asked the school beauty, why don't you say a few words? Me. He Yusher pointed at herself in surprise, then smiled sweetly and said slyly, I'm free tonight. Oh. Do you have any objection to me bringing back a new woman? Lu Yang asked He Yusher curiously. What objection can I have? This safe villa is yours, the food is yours, everything here is yours. Isn't it your freedom to bring back anyone you want? He Yusher said as a matter of course. She never thought of herself as Lu Yang's girlfriend from the beginning, and she never thought that she could monopolize Lu Yang. In the last days, what's the point of talking about love? Everything is just an exchange of interests. These women are just Lu Yang's vassals, don't even think about becoming mistresses. He Yusher is very smart and she has already understood this. Seeing He Yu's answer, even Lu Yang was a little surprised. He said to He Yusher, you are such a smart schoolgirl. Smart? Even if I'm so smart, I still got tricked by you, huh? He Yusher pouted her cherry lips and said unhappily. Ha ha ha. That means I'm smarter than you. Lu Yang laughed and touched the school beauty's head. I have to say that communicating with smart people makes people happy both physically and mentally. For example, He Yusher is far ahead of the other three women in terms of both emotional intelligence and IQ. At this time, Lu Yang began to speak to the newly brought back female owner Chin Dan. You don't have to be so scared. I won't hurt you. You didn't provoke me. I killed those 3 security guards just because they wanted to kill me. So I will protect your safety and provide you with food. All you need to do is submit to me and be my woman. No, no problem. I will definitely listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do. As long as you don't kill me. The female owner, Xiao Dan, said quickly. Chen Dan reference picture. After taking a shower. The female owner Xiao Dan came to Lu Yang's room, at which moment Lu Yang had been waiting for a long time. The reason why Xiao Dan was able to have Zhang Jingfeng as her bootlicker at that time was because he was very handsome, had a perfect figure, and was said to be a ballet teacher. Lu Yang became very excited when he thought of the other person's graceful figure. And that idiot Zhang Jingfeng licked her for so long but still couldn't win the beauty. It took less than a day for Xiao Dan to come to me on her own initiative. This just shows that those who bootlick the dog will not have a good death. Especially in the end times, those who still act as bootlickers are simply the most idiot of idiots. Xiaodan was very nervous at this time. Lu Yang looked at the other person and found it a little funny. Why are you so nervous? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? But I didn't expect the other party to nod directly. Yeah, I really have never had a boyfriend, and I don't know how this kind of thing is done. What? Is this true? How old are you and you've never had a boyfriend? Lu Yang was a little incredulous. The female owner, Xiaodan, is fair-skinned, tall, and has the temperament of a dance teacher. She is very charming. Those who learn to dance have a special charm in their walking posture. Such a beautiful woman, even the security captain Zhang Zhenfeng is bewitched and willing to be a bootlicker. How could she have never had a boyfriend? It's true. I've been busy with my dance career these years and have no time to have a boyfriend. Besides, I don't like ordinary men. I have never met a man who makes my heart beat, said the owner Xiaodan shyly. Hey, you are very lucky. You met me today. It just so happens that I am not an ordinary man. And when you met me, your heart should have beaten very fast, right? Does it count as heartthrob? Lu Yang smiled wickedly and made a joke. Chen Dan recalled the scene when he first saw Lu Yang killing someone. The heart rate was at least over 250. Not to mention my heart was beating fast, my heart was about to jump out of my chest. She was also amused by Lu Yang's words. Seeing the other party's look, Lu Yang showed a satisfied expression. That's right, don't be too nervous. Although you've never had a boyfriend, I have many girlfriends. I'm very experienced and I can teach you, especially for women like you who have never had a boyfriend. I'm even more experienced. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. So do you agree to be my woman? Having said that, Lu Yang placed his hand directly on Chen Dan's body, stroking her gently to ease her nervous mood. Yeah, Chen Dan nodded. Lu Yang received a system prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to agree to be your woman. Obtained system reward, all basic attributes are enhanced by 10. Got another reward. Lu Yang was very happy. Although the reward obtained this time is not a superpower, nor an increase in the superpower level, it is a direct increase of 10 points in all attributes. This reward is not bad either. Originally, Lu Yang's 4 basic attributes have reached 100 points, and now adding 10 points will make it 110 points. It has exceeded the average person by 120. Even without using his superpowers, he could easily fight against 30 or 50 strong men. Dealing with ordinary zombies is no problem at all. The speed at which this attribute is improving is really too fast. It seems that saving more female survivors is the right choice. Tomorrow, we will continue to search for survivors. Lu Yang gained a lot today. Not only did he put all the food in the convenience store into his own dark space, he also got the survivor Chen Dan. It increased all his basic attributes by another 10 points. Lu Yang is already very satisfied. He plans to take a break and continue the action tomorrow. Before resting, he glanced at Chen Dan who was lying next to him. At this moment, Chen Dan stared at the ceiling with empty eyes. Looking at the other person's appearance, Lu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment. He took out some food and handed it to the other person. Hey, eat something and recover your strength. I'm going to take a nap first. When Chen Dan saw the food, he regained some energy and quickly started eating. After eating everything, Chen Dan looked at the sleeping Lu Yang with mixed feelings in his heart. She never imagined that her first man would be a security guard. But this security guard is completely different from the others. He was so decisive and powerful that even at the end of the world, he was able to collect so much food. He was even merciless when facing his enemies and would kill them without mercy. Putting aside his identity as a security guard, it seems that following him is not that difficult to accept. Well, in that case, I have made up my mind to follow him from now on. As she thought about it, Xiaodan, the female owner, slowly fell asleep. When the two woke up, it was already dark. Lu Yang climbed up and stretched his waist. I feel a little hungry and get ready to eat. At this time, the owner Xiaodan also woke up. The two went out together. Tang Mengting, He Yushir, and Su Xiao had been waiting for them on the first floor. All the food was distributed by Lu Yang, and they had no dinner until Lu Yang woke up. See Lu Yang coming downstairs. He Yusher quickly smiled and greeted him. Lu Yang, are you awake? We are very hungry, is it time for dinner? Well, I overslept. Sorry. Lu Yang said with a smile. He Yusher had an evil look on her face and joked with Lu Yang, you seem to have gotten stronger. You made love for even longer than you did with me. Is there anything special about this female owner? Is she more exciting to you than me? Upon hearing this, the owner Xiao Dan's pretty face immediately turned red, she lowered her head, and she was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Yang knew that he Yusher and the others heard the noise on the first floor. But he didn't care. Instead, he touched he Yusher's head and said with a smug look on his face. I'm a ballet teacher, what's so special about her? I can use my shoulders to press my knees down and use them as pillows. What's wrong? Are you feeling a little jealous? Don't worry, next time I do that with you, I'll try to last 2 hours. Ah. I almost died in bed last time. You still have 2 hours. Forget it, forget it. He Yusher quickly ran away. Thinking back to the fear she felt when Lu Yang dominated her that night, she still felt a little chilly. It was no use begging for mercy at that time. Watching her run away, Lu Yang smiled. Then we started taking out the food and preparing for today's dinner. This time, Lu Yang took out a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a bucket of cooking oil, as well as chicken essence, MSG, salt and other ingredients, and even some fresh vegetables. He collected all these from convenience stores. Everyone was shocked to see Lu Yang taking out so many things. Lu Yang, where did you get those things from? Do you have a place on your body to hide those things? There was a look of disbelief on the faces of he Yusher and the others. It was obvious that when Lu Yang came back, he only brought back a female owner and did not take anything with him. Why can he take out so many things now? Besides, where did he take it out from? He had no place on his body to put these things, especially the bag of rice, which was at least 100 kilograms. He couldn't even put it in. This is amazing. Of course there is. As for where it is hidden, you don't have to wonder. He smiled and asked the girls again. Can anyone cook? Tang Mengting and he Yusher shook their heads. Like Lu Yang, they are all freshmen, and they are all rich girls, spoiled and brought up in very good families. How could they know how to cook? Lydia Su also shook his head. As a star, even if she is only a third-tier star, cooking has nothing to do with her. Her assistant usually takes care of the food. Not to mention that he couldn't cook, Lydia Su had never even been into the kitchen. At this time, Chen Den nodded, I can cook, but I don't know if it suits everyone's appetite. He Yusher's eyes suddenly lit up, wow. Sister Xiaodan, you can actually cook. This is too good. We have been in the apocalypse for so many days, eating fast food like bread and sausages every day, and our mouths are almost dry. It's great that you can cook. No matter how it turns out, we'll like it. At least it's better than sausage bread, right? That's right, that's right. Sister Xiaodan, we can help you. Just tell us what you need us to do. Tang Mengting also said quickly. Even the big star Su Xiao said, I can also try to help, although I may not be very good at it. Things like sausage, bread, and vacuum-packed chicken legs are fine to eat as snacks, but if you eat them as main meals every day, the saltiness will make you choke to death. They had already gotten tired of it after eating it for a few days. If you can really eat fresh rice, it will be delicious no matter what dish you pair it with. Okay, let's get started. Sister Yusher, you go wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Meng Ting, you two just cut the vegetables. I'll make fried noodles for you today. Chen Dan said to the other 3 women. Yes. Okay. Everyone nodded, then rolled up their sleeves and started working. Originally, due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, there were zombies everywhere outside, and they could only stay in this villa, which was quite boring. All they did every day was play landlord. Now being able to help with cooking is a way to pass the time, and this is also the first time for the 3 of them to cook. They were all a little curious and a little excited. Soon the kitchen was busy and in order. Then Su Xiao started to fry the noodles. The aroma of fried noodles drifted into the living room through the kitchen. Lu Yang couldn't help but sniff. SSS. It smells so good. Today is already the 5th day since the apocalypse. It's so satisfying to be able to eat cooked food after a long time. No more packaged foods like sausages and vacuum-packed chicken legs. If you eat too much of that kind of food, your mouth will taste like preservatives. Soon, Chen Dan came out with the first bowl of fried noodles. He brought it to Lu Yang. He said with a flattering smile. Lu Yang, try it. Yeah, okay. Lu Yang picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The feeling of deliciousness immediately made his eyes widen. He didn't expect that the first meal he had in the end times would be so delicious. Lu Yang praised Chen Dan. It tastes really good, Chen Dan. You used to be not only a dance teacher but also a chef, right? No, I just like cooking. I'll make something else for you tomorrow. Chen Dan lowered her head in embarrassment after being praised by Lu Yang. Seeing how much Lu Yang enjoyed the noodles she cooked, she suddenly felt that she was not so useless and seemed to be still useful. You can cook other dishes. That's great. From now on, food issues will be left to you. Lu Yang said happily. In this era, girls are spoiled. It is not easy to find a girl who likes to cook. This Chen Dan is not only beautiful and flexible, but she can also cook. She has countless advantages in one person. No wonder Zhang Jinfeng was so obsessed with her. It's a pity that I am the one who has won the beauty. If Zhang Jinfeng knew about this, would he be so angry that he would burst into tears? Su Xiao, He Yushi, and Tang Mengting, the 3 girls, were eating fried noodles with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. They have eaten so much vacuum-packed food and packaged food that they have long been fed up with the taste of preservatives. In peacetime, these rich ladies would not even look at a bowl of ordinary fried noodles. They would never eat these unhealthy street snacks that are high in oil and salt. But now, this ordinary bowl of fried noodles tasted better than any delicious food they had ever eaten before. The 3 beautiful girls couldn't help but praise it. It's delicious, so delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat hot fried noodles in the end times. I'm so touched. This bowl of fried noodles is so delicious. Thank you, Sister Xiaodan. Wow, this is exactly what my mother smells like. I'm almost moved to tears. Seeing that everyone enjoyed the noodles he cooked so much, Chen Dan also showed a happy expression on his face. It's great that everyone likes it. This way I can show that I am still useful. It's not all bad. After everyone finished eating the noodles, He Yushi and others rushed to wash the dishes and clean the place. After all, Chen Dan cooked the noodles for them, and they would feel a little embarrassed if they didn't do anything. At the same time, everyone has their own ideas in mind. The female owner, Chen Dan, was the 4th person to come to this villa, but as soon as she arrived here, she cooked a delicious dish that even Lu Yang praised. Actually, she is the most useful woman here. Instead, all of these new seniors were outdone, which made them feel a sense of crisis. If we continue like this, won't we become useless old things? It seems that we need to think of some ways and make some contributions. Soon they finished washing the dishes and clearing the table. Lu Yang also sat there contentedly, digesting the food in his stomach, then looked at everyone and said, "Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, you can rest. Who's going to rest upstairs with me tonight? Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" Lu Yang's room is upstairs, and the rooms of the 4 women are downstairs. The next day, when Lu Yang woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He looked at the time and it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. He Yushi was still lying next to him, sleeping soundly. Looking at her perfect figure and lovely face, Lu Yang couldn't help but pinch her flawless, white, and slightly chubby cheeks and said, "Hey, Yushi, wake up." He Yushi let out a low moan with her eyes closed. She was extremely tired and naturally didn't get enough sleep. She said in a vague tone, "I haven't slept enough yet. I don't want to get up. Last night almost exhausted me to death. Please let me sleep a little longer." Ha ha ha. What you said is so funny. Lu Yang was amused by this beautiful schoolgirl. What he had to do today was to search the entire community as much as possible, rescue the survivors, and kill the zombies. If possible, it would be best to clear out the entire community and turn it into a safe zone. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies outside will not be able to get in. At that time, everyone in the community will be able to move freely. And this place will become your first safe base. So the deduction began. This time, Lu Yang began to actively search the entire community. There are 45 villas and 10 high-rise residential buildings in the community. Among them, 45 villas can be said to be sparsely populated, so there will not be many survivors or zombies. But if there are 10 high-rise residential buildings, there are at least several hundred households, with at least 1,000 residents. At least 700 people turned into zombies. Even if the others were still alive, many of them would probably have been eaten by zombies. The chance of being infected with the virus and turning into a zombie is too high. More than 2/3. That is to say, 2 of the 3 people in a family may turn into zombies, and the remaining one is considered a normal person. It is impossible for him to fight 2 zombies alone, right? The end result is just being eaten. Therefore, there are probably not many survivors in high-rise residential buildings. Therefore, Lu Yang set his main target on the villa. A villa has 4 floors. Even if 2 people in a family of 3 turn into zombies, as long as they are not on the same floor, the people upstairs will not be eaten, and the possibility of survivors will be higher. Therefore, Lu Yang's decision was to search for the survivors in the villa area, and then directly lock the doors of the high-rise residential buildings to trap all the zombies inside. Lu Yang started searching from the first villa. His deduction this time was not for the purpose of directly rescuing people, but to see which villa had survivors and which villa had zombies, and count them all first. Then, when the formal action comes, the goal will be clear and it will be much more efficient. There is no one in the first villa. At the same time, the door of the villa was open. It was obvious that the door was not closed when the apocalypse broke out, or after the zombie outbreak. The survivors of the villa opened the door and escaped. So the villa was empty. There were no zombies, no survivors, no food, nothing. Lu Yang came to building 2. There were 2 zombies in the second villa, and there was also a gnawed corpse on the ground. Obviously, there were originally 3 people living in this villa, but 2 of them turned into zombies, and the remaining one was eaten by the 2 zombies. The body looked like a little girl. I'm afraid her parents turned into zombies, but she didn't. However, she was eventually eaten to death by her parents. Looking at this scene, Lu Yang was somewhat moved. Parents are supposed to love their children the most and protect them the most, but once they turn into zombies, they immediately lose all their humanity and will even bite their own children to death. So this virus simply turns people into monsters without any thoughts or emotions. The moment they were infected with the virus, they were actually dead. Lu Yang picked up the fire axe and killed the 2 zombies, a man and a woman. Helped them get relief. Then, Lu Yang started to enter the next building. There were still no survivors in the third villa, and no zombies were encountered. Then Lu Yang began to check the 4th building. There were no zombies or survivors in building 4 either. However, when he was heading towards building 5, he encountered 2 zombies on the way. Lu Yang used ice needles without hesitation and killed them. At this moment, he didn't want to engage in close combat with the zombies again, as the noise would attract other zombies. There were no survivors in the 5th villa, so Lu Yang came to the 6th villa. The door of the 6th villa was closed, obviously locked from the inside. This caught Lu Yang's attention, and he flipped over and climbed directly over the 3-meter-high wall. As soon as he entered the wall, Lu Yang smelled a strong smell of blood. This bloody smell is the smell of fresh human blood, which is different from the stench of zombies. Lu Yang frowned. Could it be that there are zombies in here? Just ate a human. He continued walking inside. The bodies of 2 zombies, a man and a woman, appeared in front of him. The heads of the 2 zombies were smashed flat. It looked like they were smashed with a blunt object, and the blood on the zombies' heads had dried up. It was obvious that the 2 zombies had been dead for a long time, and they were probably killed as soon as the apocalypse broke out. Lu Yang continued to walk inside and noticed some movement in the kitchen, so he slowly moved closer. When he looked inside, the scene inside shocked him instantly. Two men were hacking at a woman with kitchen knives. At this time, the woman was pressed to the ground, her hands and feet were tied, blood was all over the floor, and she could only make weak cries for help. He actually chopped up living human flesh. Even a ruthless person like Lu Yang was surprised by such an act. The woman kept shaking her head and begging for mercy. Help! Help! Don't kill me, ah! It hurts. Don't cut me. I did whatever you told me to do these days. Why did you treat me like this? The two young men had crazy expressions on their faces. Don't scream. Just bear with it for a while. We've been messing with you for so many days and you've sucked away so much of our energy. Isn't it time for you to give us something back? That's right. We haven't eaten for a few days and we are almost fainting from hunger. Since you are my woman, of course I can do whatever I want to you. The man spoke frantically, without stopping his hands. Ah, the woman screamed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He held up the fire axe and said to the two men, Hey, what are you doing? Hearing Lu Yang's voice, the two men were startled and quickly turned back to look at Lu Yang warily. One of them said to Lu Yang, When did you come in? You are the security guard at the door, and also Lu Yang, a student of our school, right? The other man showed a vicious expression on his face and said, Boy, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of here, or I'll kill you too. Don't think that we'll be lenient with you just because we're from the same school. Oh. You guys seem so awesome that you killed me too. I remember you. You are Li Zihao and Zhou Zixuan, the rich second generation from class 3, right? Lu Yang narrowed his eyes full of coldness. Li Zihao seemed to feel the murderous look on Lu Yang's face. The originally vicious expression has now turned into fear. Zhou Zixuan quickly said, Lu Yang, we are all from the same school and classmates. Harmony brings wealth. How about I give you some? As he said this, he pointed to the dying girl on the ground. In his opinion, this girl was his woman before, and now she is also an object that he can control. And he never considered these women as his girlfriends. Just some playthings. They were originally 3 men and 3 women holding a large-scale party in this villa. When the end of the world came, 1 man and 2 women turned into zombies. They finally killed the zombies, but they had no food to eat, and they didn't dare to go out to look for food. They could only focus on women. Now that Lu Yang has discovered this activity, and seeing that threats fail, they plan to give Lu Yang some of their money in order to get rid of this young security guard. After all, they had been hungry for several days and were very weak. However, Lu Yang looked refreshed and strong. They thought that even if they had 2 people together, they would not be Lu Yang's match. The 2 rich second generations understood that they were probably no match for Lu Yang with their own strength, so they immediately resorted to a tactic of trying to please him. Lu Yang looked at the dying woman lying on the ground, then looked at the 2 rich second generations with flattering smiles on their faces, and said with some regret, What a pity, such a beautiful woman is wasted by you guys. This is a great object for branching out. It's a pity that these rich second generations have no sympathy for women at all. They actually ate it as food. Seeing Lu Yang's regretful expression, the 2 rich second generations seemed to have thought of something and quickly said in a flattering way, Dude, are you interested in her? It's okay. She's just a toy of mine. She's still alive. How about we leave here first and you can take her while she's hot? Hearing this, the woman's already dying eyes suddenly became even more desperate. I'm about to die, but these people are not thinking about saving me or letting me go, but are thinking about taking advantage of the situation. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. At this moment, the woman only wanted to die. All she felt in this world was pain. Living 1 more second would be a very painful torture for her. When Lu Yang heard what the 2 rich second generations said, he was also a little surprised. Originally he thought he was a naturally cold-hearted person. The world did not treat him well, so he would not treat the world well. He felt that he was indifferent enough to ordinary people. But he didn't expect that these rich second generations were even worse than himself. It is obvious that God has allowed them to live in a wealthy family and enjoy happiness that many people will never be able to enjoy, but they seem to have no respect for life at all. To these rich second generations, other people are just toys, objects that can be dismantled, discarded, or even tortured at will. Although Lu Yang is cold-blooded, he has not yet reached the point of having such a bad taste. He said to the two coldly, "To be honest, you really don't deserve to live in this world, so I'm here to give you a ride." The two rich second generations' faces changed when they heard this, but before they could fight back, Lu Yang's fire axe had already hit someone on the head. Another man picked up a kitchen knife and wanted to chop Lu Yang, but just as he raised the knife, his head suddenly exploded. The fire axe killed one, the ice needle killed one, and Lu Yang killed two enemies in less than 2 seconds. He looked at the dying woman. When the woman saw Lu Yang kill two rich second generations, she thought Lu Yang was a good man, and suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Although she had been desperate at the beginning, but now, the two demons killed by Lu Yang. He seemed like a savior in front of her. The woman seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said in a weak tone, save me, please, save me." Lu Yang looked at the other person, his eyes were calm and expressionless. He said, "Your legs have been removed. With the medical conditions in the apocalypse, you simply cannot survive. You are just barely lingering on. From now on, you can only feel your life slipping away bit by bit. I can't do anything about it, so all I can do is send you on your way and let you die without pain." After hearing Lu Yang's words and looking at his cold expression, the woman regained her senses. Yes. Without a leg, a lot of blood was lost. Even in peacetime, if you were sent to the hospital a little later, you would die. Not to mention after the apocalypse. How could it be possible to save him? She closed her eyes. Lu Yang shot an ice needle and ended the miserable life of this miserable woman. After doing all this, Lu Yang began to search for the next villa. Lu Yang killed a lot of zombies along the way. However, no survivors were found in the villa. It wasn't until the last villa that Lu Yang noticed something was wrong. A zombie was in the villa, constantly attacking the door of a bedroom. This aroused Lu Yang's curiosity. Logically speaking, zombies would stop attacking and just wander around aimlessly when they couldn't see any survivors. But this zombie seemed very purposeful and determined. It kept attacking the door, even though its head was dented. It was still banging its head against the door. Could it be that the zombies now have begun to develop intelligence? Lu Yang was holding an axe. He shouted at the other party. "Hello." The zombie heard the sound and turned around instantly. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on his face, which was covered with black blood. Then he rushed directly towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang quickly hid in a room and closed the door. Sure enough, the zombie started banging against his door. Lu Yang also came to the final conclusion. It seems that the zombies have become more aggressive, and it's not because of anything special about the door. It's the 6th day of the zombie outbreak, and the zombies' desire to attack has increased so much. If this continues, the zombies might evolve into intelligence. After the experiment, Lu Yang opened the door and killed the zombie with an axe. Then he walked towards the door that had been attacked by zombies. Opened slowly. There were actually 2 female survivors inside. When they saw Lu Yang opening the door and coming in, the 2 women's weak and pale faces immediately showed expressions of surprise. Then he looked at Lu Yang with hope on his face and asked, "You are the security guard at the door. Are you here to save us? Is the apocalypse over?" Lu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse is not over, and I am no longer a security guard. I am only here to search for survivors. You can tell me, I can provide you with food, and all you have to do is submit to me." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the light of hope on the 2 girls' faces dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turn out to be. The disaster is not over yet. This security guard is not here just to rescue people but to make us surrender. The 2 women hesitated for a moment, but the hesitation lasted less than a second. Because of another sentence Lu Yang said, they were even more excited. That means Lu Yang can provide food. They haven't eaten for 5 days. As long as there is food, what does submission matter? So they resolutely chose to go with Lu Yang. After rescuing the last 2 survivors, Lu Yang ended the search for survivors. As for high-rise residential buildings, Lu Yang did not plan to go in and look for them. The people in high-rise residential buildings are too densely populated, and they live in families. Unlike the villa areas, which are mostly inhabited by young rich second generations and families, if one of them turns into a zombie, the rest will hardly be spared, and their chances of survival are too small. Lu Yang simply planned to seal the door and let the zombies fend for themselves inside. The deduction is over. Lu Yang took action. According to the deduced process, Lu Yang successfully brought back 2 girls. When he returned to the villa with 2 new female survivors, Tang Mengting, Su Xiao and others finally stopped daring to express their opinions. Just whispering. Tang Mengting said to He Yushi, "Am I seeing things?" One of those 2 people seems to be Zhao Lina, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. He Yushi nodded, "Yes, it's Zhao Lina." As one of the 4 school beauties, He Yushi naturally knew who the other 3 were. The one Lu Yang rescued this time was the top student and school beauty Zhao Lina. Tang Mengting showed a wicked smile and said to He Yushi, "How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether Zhao Lina will be slapped by Lu Yang." Among all the women here, Tang Mengting was slapped 3 times by Lu Yang, the most. She has always been brooding over this matter. Now she hoped that Zhao Lina would remain as aloof as she was before the disaster, and then be defeated by Lu Yang. He Yushi's face changed, and she quickly shook her head, "Bet. I won't bet with you." After being tricked by Lu Yang once, He Yushi has been afraid of gambling. She added, "Although I won't bet with you, I can draw a conclusion first. Zhao Lina will not be beaten. As a top student and school beauty, she is not that stupid. I don't believe it. She should be beaten at least once, right? Zhao Lina used to always rank first in the grade in school. She is so cold and aloof. How many rich second generations have chased her but all failed? I don't believe she will give in just like that. At least she should be slapped by Lu Yang." Tang Mengting said confidently. Lu Yang ignored the whispers of the girls and said directly to Zhao Lina and her best friend Zhou Qiuping, "Go take a shower. If you want food, you can come to my room later." The 2 of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything, just nodded, then began to find an empty room to settle down and then went to take a shower. After taking a shower, they lay on the bed. Zhou Qiuping showed a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "You are just a small security guard, why are you so arrogant? He used to be paid by us, but now he dares to boss us around and even wants us to submit to him. It's really infuriating." "Forget it, don't say anything. Be careful not to be overheard." Zhao Lina persuaded Zhou Qiuping. "I heard it, so what's the big deal?" Zhou Qiuping curled her lips, her face full of disdain. "Oh, so in that case, you still want to go back to being trapped in the bedroom, starving to the point of wanting to eat shit?" Zhao Lina asked back. Hearing this, Zhou Qiuping shuddered. They were trapped in that bedroom for 5 full days. Starting from the 3rd day, the zombie kept banging on the door for 2 whole days. They had no food and couldn't sleep well for those 2 days. It is a double torture of body and mind. She shuddered at the memory of that feeling. "See, are you scared? If we hadn't come to this villa, do you think we could have a good night's sleep? Although he is a security guard, now we have to abandon all our previous careers and identities. Because now is the end of the world, it is different from before, you and I are no longer rich girls, we don't even have a home, how can we talk about being rich? You have to understand this." Zhao Lina said calmly. Zhao Lina has been trapped for so many days, and her mind is constantly thinking every day. While trapped in the room, she was thinking about how to escape, where to escape to, and how to survive. Finally came to a conclusion. Even if they escaped from the room, it would be difficult for these 2 weak women to survive. If you encounter a survivor with bad intentions, you may be raped, killed, or even eaten as food. Zhao Lina had already prepared for the worst. Now Lu Yang didn't seem to be forcing them. This has far exceeded Zhao Lina's expectations. In the end times, without any moral laws, what can a strong man do to a weak woman? It is not difficult to imagine. After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Zhou Qiuping showed an even more helpless look on his face. "I know this, but I just can't understand it. Just a few days ago, we were living the life of a rich lady, with everything provided for us, and we were popular in school. Even I have dozens of suitors, not to mention that you have thousands of suitors. If you want something, you can just post it on your moments and there will be a bunch of lickers to give it to you. But now, alas, the gap is really too big. Zhou Chuping couldn't figure it out. Her family conditions, appearance, and even academic performance are not as good as Zhao Lina's. But even so, he still has dozens of suitors, and the satisfaction he feels every day surrounded by those bootlickers is simply indescribable. Now he is threatened by a small security guard to submit to him. It was really hard for her to accept it, and it was normal for her to feel some complaints in her heart. But what I can't understand the most is that Zhao Lina's situation is obviously even worse than mine, so why does she seem so calm and not complaining at all? Lina, do you really want to give in like this? In the past, a rich second generation gave you a sports car worth millions, but you didn't agree. Now you want to agree to a little security guard. Zhou Chuping looked at Zhao Lina in confusion. That was in the past. It's different now. I used to have my own plans for my life and my own ideals to achieve. Naturally, I would not be shaken by those rich second generations. Giving gifts, bags, and sports cars are all unnecessary material things. They are of no help to my ideals and plans, so I naturally will not be moved by them. But now, if we don't have food, we will die. This is a very real problem. And once we die, everything will be gone. From the perspective of living things, no matter how lowly an organism is, even a bacterium, it does not want to die. Everything an organism does is to survive. I am no different. We must survive first, and then we can talk about ideals and the future. Zhao Lina said calmly. Zhou Chuping was surprised after hearing what Zhao Lina said. This realization was beyond her imagination. Finally, she shook her head and said to Zhao Lina sincerely, Lina, I really admire you. No matter what time it is, you can always keep a calm mind and not let your emotions control your thinking. Maybe this is what a truly excellent person is. She admired Zhao Lina's calmness. Maybe this is the rationality that a female science student possesses, which transcends ordinary people. Your emotions are just what an ordinary person should have. Don't take it too seriously. You will figure it out after you stay hungry for another night. I'll go find him first. Zhao Lina comforted Zhou Chuping. But why did this word of comfort sound so awkward to Zhou Chuping? Will you be able to figure it out if you stay hungry for another night? Well, can I choose not to be hungry? But before she could say anything, Zhao Lina had already left the room. Went up to the second floor. Zhou Chuping opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Looks like I'm going to go hungry tonight. Zhao Lina has already gotten there first. This best friend of mine who is a top student is always one step ahead of me in everything. Upstairs, Lu Yang was lying on the bed resting. The entire villa area was cleared out today, which made him very tired. But it was all worth it because we rescued 2 female survivors. Soon, there was a knock on his door. Oh. You figured it out so quickly. It seems hunger really can sober people up. I just don't know which one of the 2 people it is. Come in. Lu Yang called out to the door. When he saw the person pushing the door open, his eyes suddenly lit up. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. Lu Yang never thought that the survivor he rescued would turn out to be so beautiful. In terms of appearance and figure, she was even as beautiful as he used. Lu Yang looked at the other person and felt that he looked familiar. Take a closer look. Finally I remembered who it was. He said to her in surprise, You are the one known as the school belle, Zhao what? It's Zhao Lina. The school beauty said in a low voice with a red face. Oh, yes. It's Zhao Lina, I remember you. Not only are you very beautiful, but you also often rank first in your grade. Students in the school often praise you to the sky. They say you are the most difficult girl to pursue in the whole school. I didn't expect that the person I saved was you. Zhao Lina reference picture. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Lina has more suitors in school than Yusher and other 3 school beauties. It's not because she is more beautiful than other school beauties, but because of her status as a top student and school belle. A super academic master who always ranks first in her grade, is very beautiful and has a great figure. How many rich second generations want to pursue her in order to prove their excellence and to prove that they have more face than other rich second generations? Rich people usually want to prove something when they lack it. Although those second-generation rich people come from wealthy families, basically every one of them is very poor at studying. After all, rich people always play lavishly. Their minds are focused on playing. How can they study well? But the worse their grades are, the more they want a girlfriend with good grades. Just imagine. If you can get the top school beauty Zhao Lina, not only will you be one of the top 4 school beauties, but you will also be the top student in your grade. With these 2 titles, wouldn't I feel more proud when I take them out? Just like some people say, you can't go to college, but you can become a college student. I may not be the first in my grade, but I can get to the top of my grade. Isn't that the same? Therefore, Zhao Lina became the goddess with the most pursuers in the school, no doubt about it. Even the other 3 campus beauties can't compare to her. But now, the top student in the grade, the school beauty, actually took the initiative to open her door and came to her room. This feeling made Lu Yang very excited. Those rich second generation looked down on me, a small security guard. But now, I, a small security guard, have slept with 2 school beauties who are so hard for you to get. Not only is there you sure, there is even the most difficult to pursue Zhao Lina. This made Lu Yang very excited. Come on, let me see what's the difference between you, a top student and school beauty, and other women. Lu Yang said, patting his bed. When Zhao Lina heard what Lu Yang said, her pretty face suddenly turned red. This guy. How shameless. He actually said that kind of thing so naturally. So shy. She sat down on the bed slowly and said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, I need food. You know, I've been hungry for a few days and now I don't have any strength. Give me some food first. I can serve you better after I'm full. This is Zhao Lina's little trick. After arriving at the villa, she discovered that there were several women around Lu Yang. Given the scarce resources in Doomsday, it is not an easy task to feed so many women. The reason why she made this request to eat something before doing anything was that she wanted to secretly see how much food Lu Yang had while he was taking the food. If Lu Yang gave her enough food, she really wouldn't mind submitting to Lu Yang. But if Lu Yang doesn't have much food, even if he surrendered to Lu Yang, he might not live long. What's the point of living a few more days? Then there is no need for her to sell her body. Lu Yang was also a little surprised when he heard the other party's request. This is the first time a woman asked to eat before having sex. But of course Lu Yang would not refuse. Haven't you heard what those academic beauties said, that eating is just to restore your strength so that you can serve yourself better, and in the end, aren't you the one who feels happy? He moved his mind slightly and took out a bottle of milk and a piece of bread from the dark space. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lina was completely shocked. How did you do that? Oh my God. Do you know magic? Can you conjure food out of thin air? No, that doesn't conform to the law of conservation of mass. As a top student, Zhao Lina believes in science very much. What Lu Yang showed cannot be explained by science at all. How on earth did this guy do it? Could it be that he really knows magic? Really? Even for a top student like you, it's hard to imagine the principle behind this, right? Indeed, if we apply the laws of physics, this is impossible, but I just like to break the rules. Lu Yang looked at the other party's shocked expression and said with some pride. Dark space is a spatial power. Of course, it is difficult to explain using ordinary laws of physics. Then, Zhao Lina seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked Lu Yang. Do you mean you have the special abilities seen in the movies, or you are a mutant, or you have superpowers? Yeah, you can say that. Lu Yang nodded. Hearing that Lu Yang really admitted it, the light in Zhao Lina's eyes became even brighter. That's great. It's really great. Don't worry, I will serve you well from now on, and I will be your woman from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do, and you just need to protect me well. Zhao Lina said happily. If Lu Yang was just an ordinary survivor, then the chances of surviving even if following Lu Yang would not be very high. But if Lu Yang was a person with superpowers, it would be different. Even if you have such powerful superpowers in the end times, you can still thrive. As long as you hold on to this thigh, you don't have to worry about your safety at all. You, the top student and school beauty, are really quick to react. Isn't it said that you are very cool? How come you are not cool at all now? Lu Yang asked curiously. Coldness is only for those stupid rich second-generation people. They don't have any ability, but they just rely on their family's money and think that every girl has to date them. Bah. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself and see what you look like? I, Zhao Lina, am not only extremely beautiful but also a top student. The man I'm looking for may not be the best in the world, but he should at least be the best in a certain field, right? If those second-generation rich were the richest people in the world, I would consider it, but unfortunately, they can only pretend to be cool in our city, and they are still far from the real top rich people. Zhao Lina said while chewing bread, her mouth puffed up, looking very cute. Lu Yang asked, "What about me?" "But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a person with superpowers. Maybe you are the only person with superpowers in the world. Doesn't that mean you are the best in the world? Being a poor student was just your past identity. Don't feel inferior. You are now a noble superpower. Not to mention being an ordinary girl, you are even worthy of being a queen," Zhao Lina said admiringly. Listening to the other person's words and looking at his eyes full of admiration, Lu Yang touched his chin embarrassedly. No one has ever praised himself like this. I feel a little embarrassed for praising you so much. This top student and school beauty is indeed different from others. He speaks very fluently and every word he says is the truth. Lu Yang likes beauties who love to tell the truth the most. Tonight, I must have an in-depth communication with her. This school beauty not only has good academic performance, but is also extremely beautiful. The skin on her face is as white and delicate as a porcelain doll. She is tall, with a pair of straight white thighs, which is very eye-catching. The slim waist that can be grasped with one hand makes people want to conquer her. Lu Yang said, "Are you willing to be my woman?" Zhao Lina nodded. Afterwards, Lu Yang also received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Gain a new ability, Zombie Control. Basic attributes increased by 50 points. Lu Yang was overjoyed when he received this reminder. Pentakill does come with extra rewards. This time, Lu Yang's basic attributes were increased by 50 points. The basic attribute of 50 points is twice that of an ordinary person. He originally had 110 basic attributes, and now it has reached 160. It's more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. His current strength is greater than that of 3 strong men combined. And the speed has also been greatly accelerated. It only takes 4 seconds to run 100 meters. Lu Yang clenched his fists and felt his strength growing stronger. Not to mention the abnormality, just the enhancement of this basic attribute can turn me into a little Superman. Will the rewards for the 7 kills super god be richer? Lu Yang is full of expectations for this. He looked at his new ability again. Zombie Control, Level 1. The host can control ordinary Level 1 zombies, control their behavior, and gain their vision. This attribute is awesome. Lu Yang was completely shocked. Directly control the zombies, capture their vision, and control their actions. In this case, wouldn't I be able to just let the zombies explore the way for me, or even let them search for survivors and food for me? With this skill, you can let zombies do many dangerous things instead of doing them yourself. Then combine it with future deduction. These are simply 2 life-saving skills. If Lu Yang wanted to, he could make use of these skills to only control the zombies to find food, and he could stay in the villa area and survive until the end. As long as there are no weapons of large-scale indiscriminate destruction, Lu Yang doesn't have to worry about his own safety at all. At the same time, Lu Yang checked the attributes he had at the moment. While searching for survivors today, Lu Yang killed 120 zombies. 12 attribute points have been obtained. Adding these attribute points to your attributes can enhance your strength. Although it is not as much as the system rewards, every little bit counts. So Lu Yang made a decision in his heart. Today, we have found all the survivors in the entire villa area. Tomorrow we will start clearing out the zombies in the entire villa area. Kill as many zombies as possible to gain attribute points. After all, saving survivors in the apocalypse is a good thing, and saving female survivors and having children with them is also a contribution to the reproduction of mankind. After all, it is the end of the world, and it is a parallel world without any legal constraints. Who cares so much? So we must continue searching for supplies and survivors tomorrow. It would be best if we could find a female survivor. After looking at my rewards, it's time to reward Zhao Lina. After more than an hour, Lu Yang showed a satisfied expression. Afterwards, he fell into a deep sleep while holding Zhao Lina, the school beauty. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Yang returned to the room and began to deduce today's task of clearing out the zombies. Zhao Lina also had breakfast with them. However, he left a sausage for her and half a piece of bread. Lu Yang saw it but ignored her. When Lu Yang returned to the room to do the deduction, Zhao Lina also took the remaining food and secretly returned to her in Zhou Chuping's room. When Zhou Chuping saw Zhao Lina, her face was filled with excitement. "Lina, you're finally back." Zhao Lina took out the food. "Chuping, this is the food I left behind. I'll give it to you." Seeing this scene, Zhou Chuping's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a grateful look. "Ah, food. Lina, you left food for me, you are so kind, you are worthy of being my good friend. Thank you. Thank you so much." Zhou Chuping had been hungry for several days, and now when she saw the food, she just picked it up and gobbled it up. After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Zhou Chuping showed a surprised expression on her face and asked, "Is he really that powerful?" "Yeah, everything I said is true. I ate in advance before doing that with him last night, and I was almost exhausted to death. That's why I left food for you. I was really afraid that you would be exhausted tonight." Zhao Lina nodded and said. After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Zhou Chuping's face showed a look of fear and expectation. The other side. Lu Yang is deducing what will happen in the future. Today he plans to clear out all the zombies in the entire villa area. A large number of them were killed when searching for survivors yesterday. What we need to do now is to kill the scattered zombies wandering around in various corners of the villa area. In that case, the entire villa area would be cleared out and become a safe zone. Then his woman can move around freely. The facilities in the villa area are extremely high-end, with a stadium, a swimming pool, a gym, and various sports equipment. There is a huge artificial lake in the middle of the community where you can go boating and fishing. Once this place is cleared, you can fully enjoy the convenience brought by the entire villa area and do whatever you want in the villa area. After walking around the villa area for a while, Lu Yang still hadn't found any zombies. After all, the entire villa area is vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, Lu Yang killed a large number of the survivors when he was rescuing them, so there are not many scattered zombies left. Lu Yang trapped all the zombies in 10 high-rise residential buildings and they couldn't get out. After walking around for a few minutes, the first zombie finally appeared. Lu Yang's physical fitness at this time has reached more than twice that of an ordinary person. He didn't use his superpowers, but just rushed towards the zombie with an axe and killed him easily. The fire axe chopped into the opponent's brain and got stuck in the skull. Lu Yang stepped on the zombie's head and then pulled out the axe with force. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Although each blow from the fire axe is a heavy one and can even break armor, it's a pity that it's not sharp enough. The axe head is too thick and easily gets stuck in the bones. It takes a lot of time to pull it out, which greatly reduces my efficiency." Today, Lu Yang's basic attributes are more than twice that of ordinary humans. His melee combat ability is so strong that even without using his superpowers, he can kill dozens of zombies by himself. Unfortunately, the weapon is too weak and I can't score continuously. Every time you chop a zombie, there is a chance that it will get stuck on the other zombie's head. Then you have to use force to pull it out. If there are too many zombies, the delay may put you in danger. It would be great if I could have a good weapon. Then, even if I was surrounded by 100 zombies, I wouldn't panic. Although Lu Yang thought so in his heart, he did not stop his hands and continued to chop down zombies one by one with his axe. In less than an hour, all the zombies in the entire villa area were killed by Lu Yang. The reason why it was cleaned up so quickly was, on the one hand, because Liu Yang used to be a security guard here and was very familiar with the community, and on the other hand, because it was a villa area with a large area and few people. The doors of the 10 high-rise residential buildings in the high-rise residential area had been locked by him, and the zombies inside could not get out. After all the zombies were killed, Liu Yang passed by a high-rise residential area and heard the door of one of the high-rise residential buildings banging. He walked over and took a look. It turned out to be a zombie, which was constantly banging its head against the iron door. The loud noise also attracted other zombies. Dozens of zombies surrounded the iron gate, blocking it completely. When the zombies saw Liu Yang through the hollow iron gate, they banged on the door even more frantically. At the same time, he kept roaring. Some zombies even bit the iron gate with their teeth and did not stop until all their teeth were knocked out. The scene was very crazy. But Liu Yang was not afraid and was very calm. These ordinary zombies could not pose any danger to him at all. Even if there was no iron gate blocking him, Liu Yang could kill all the dozens of zombies inside without any effort. However, this phenomenon still caused him to think. Normally, when I close the iron gate, these zombies won't attack since they can't see any living people. But now some zombies have started to attack the iron gate for no reason. This means that one of the zombies knows that this iron gate is the key to getting out. Their intelligence is getting higher and higher. Originally, Liu Yang didn't want to be in charge of high-rise residential buildings. His original plan was to lock all the doors of the 10 high-rise residential buildings and let the zombies inside fend for themselves. But now this method seems to be a bit ineffective. As the zombies become more intelligent, the gate may eventually be destroyed, and then all the zombies inside will pour out. That will be troublesome. The villa area is indeed sparsely populated, but the high-rise residential area is densely populated. Each high-rise residential building is home to at least hundreds of households. There are at least nearly 10,000 people in all 10 buildings. There are at least several thousand people who have turned into zombies. If these thousands of zombies came out, although Liu Yang's strength had been enhanced, he did not think he could kill all of them. Therefore, we still have to think of a way to completely get rid of the zombies in high-rise residential buildings. Roar! At this moment, a strong zombie suddenly crashed into the iron gate. He roared at Liu Yang. At the same time, his eyes were full of madness, and he wished he could rush out right now and eat Liu Yang. Pity. Their IQ is still not enough. I couldn't even open the door. But in a few days, we can't say for sure. You scared me. Liu Yang cursed, and directly shot an ice needle to blow the strong zombie's head off. Then he walked to a luxury car parked outside the villa, took out a basin from his dark space, then poured out the gas in the luxury car's fuel tank and caught it in the basin. After filling the basin with gasoline, Liu Yang held the basin and poured it directly at the zombies through the door. In an instant, the zombies were covered with gasoline. Liu Yang took out a lighter and lit the gas. Call. A raging fire broke out instantly. The zombies felt no pain and their faces still showed a crazy look. The flames quickly engulfed the iron doors as they continued to bang against them, and continued to spread upwards, and soon the building was on fire. The effect is good. In less than a day, the entire building will be burned down and the zombies inside will all be burned to charcoal. It seems that we have to burn down all 10 buildings and kill all the zombies inside. Otherwise, as their intelligence increases, they may break through the iron gate directly. Liu Yang then used the same method to set fire to the other 9 buildings. The flames are burning. 10 high-rise residential buildings were burning. At this moment, a survivor jumped down from the top floor of a high-rise residential building. He fell heavily to the ground with a bang, and his brains were splattered instantly. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang was a little surprised. I didn't expect that there were survivors in the high-rise residential building. He was besieged by zombies for several days and survived tenaciously, but eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building due to a fire. There was no emotion in Liu Yang's eyes, nor any self-blame. When they were trapped in the residential building, their lives had already entered a countdown and they were just barely surviving. Starving to death was a matter of time, and there was absolutely no way they could get out. The end result is just starvation to death, or being bitten to death by zombies while looking for food. He lit a fire himself and forced them to jump off the building, which actually freed them early. It is truly a great merit. As the fire burned, Liu Yang also received prompts from the system. Congratulations to the host. You have killed 6,600 zombies so far and obtained 660 attribute points. Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised when he received this reminder. More than 6,000 zombies have been killed. The number of zombies he killed in the villa area was less than 300. After burning the residential building, the number reached 6,600. That means there are more than 6,000 zombies in the residential building. 660 attribute points can add an average of 660 divided by 4 is equal to 165 points to the 4 basic attributes. This doubled his attribute points. You know, he got a triple kill reward which added 30 to all his attributes, and a pentakill reward which added 50 to all his attributes. All the rewards combined brought his attribute points to 160. But burning down 10 residential buildings can directly increase the number by 165. Once all are added successfully, your 4-dimensional attributes can reach 325. This is already 6.5 times the 50 points of an ordinary human. What is the concept? It takes an average person 12 seconds to run 100 meters, but Liu Yang only needs less than 2 seconds. He is simply a real Superman. He chose to add attributes without hesitation. Tip: congratulations to the host for adding attribute points successfully. Current attributes: Strength 325, Speed 325, Stamina 325, Spirit 325. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang clenched his fists and felt full of strength. He felt that with his current strength, even without using his superpowers, he could blow the zombie's head off with just one punch. Just by setting a fire, I gained so many attribute points. Such a reward is too cool. Liu Yang thought in his heart. It seems that I have to deal with more zombies. Killing 10 zombies will earn me 1 attribute point. This reward is really tempting. The university is very close to the villa area, separated by only a wall. You can get in by climbing over the wall. This is why many rich second generations live in this villa area. It seems that I will climb over the wall to enter the school next and see if I can set fire to the school. By the way, search the school's canteen and cafeteria and take all the food for yourself. Liu Yang killed more than 6,000 zombies in 10 high-rise residential buildings. This made Liu Yang very excited. There are about 30,000 students in the university. Except for the rich second generation who can rent houses outside, most students stay in school. The disaster happened to happen on a weekend morning. Many students may still be sleeping in the dormitory and have not gotten up yet. This also means that the zombies in the school are mainly concentrated in 10 dormitory buildings. There are 5 dormitories for boys and 5 dormitories for girls. If we burn down these 10 dormitories, we might be able to kill 20,000 zombies. Wouldn't I be able to get 2,000 attribute points by then? When he thought of this, Liu Yang couldn't help but get excited. So Liu Yang started the next future deduction. In deduction, he came to the side of the wall. It is only separated from the school by a wall. Liu Yang squatted down and jumped hard. He jumped over the 3-meter-high wall and landed steadily inside the school. There happened to be a few zombies next to him. When they saw Liu Yang land, they instantly showed excited expressions and pounced on him frantically. Liu Yang picked up the fire axe and killed them one by one. Kill the zombies in seconds. Then he started rushing towards the school cafeteria. When they arrived at the school cafeteria, there were not many students in the cafeteria because the zombie outbreak did not occur during mealtime. Only some staff members had turned into zombies, only a few dozen in number. Liu Yang picked up an axe and quickly killed all the zombies. Then we came to the canteen's back kitchen warehouse. Looking at the warehouse full of food, Liu Yang suddenly became excited. Wow! There are more than 50 bags of 50 kilograms of rice and flour each. Take them all away. There are more than a dozen 10-liter barrels of cooking oil. Take them all away. There's a bunch of fruits and vegetables. Take them all away. All kinds of fresh meats, cooked and braised meats. Take them all away. Induction cooker, gas stove, gas tank. Take them all away. If necessary, we can use the gas tank to blow up the zombies. Lu Yang searched the school cafeteria, since his dark space was very large. All the things, useful and useless, were taken away. It may not be useful now, but what if it is useful in the future? After cleaning up the cafeteria, he went to the canteen. The canteen has a lot of packaged foods, including bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-packed chicken legs, milk and drinks. Lu Yang also put them all into his own space. Such amount of food is enough for him, Su Xiao and others to live for several years. After doing all this, he left. Prepared to go to the dormitory building and burn down all 10 dormitory buildings. Before entering the school, he filled bottles with a lot of gasoline and placed them in his own space. All you have to do is come to the dormitory building and pour gasoline. Just as Lu Yang was about to go to the dormitory building, he passed by the infirmary, only to find that there were several zombies wandering outside the infirmary. One of the zombies kept banging its head against the door of the infirmary. Lu Yang did some eyebrow work, which was obviously a problem. Zombies generally bang their heads against doors only when they want to attack survivors. And only zombies with a bit of intelligence would use headbutting. The wooden door of the infirmary had already been cracked, and if it was hit any further, it would most likely be broken. When the zombies saw Lu Yang appear, they immediately turned their eyes to him and then rushed towards him. Lu Yang also picked up the axe and chopped at the zombies without hesitation. Soon the 5 zombies were killed. Lu Yang went to the window of the infirmary and took a look. Sure enough, there was a female student inside who was trembling with fear. Lu Yang opened the door and walked in. When the woman saw Lu Yang coming in, a look of fear immediately appeared on her face. "Shrink in the corner," Lu Yang said to her. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a zombie. I can take you to a safe place, follow me." "Are you from the rescue team? Are you here specifically to rescue us?" When the girl saw Lu Yang coming, a hopeful expression appeared on her face. "No, I'm just here to find food. But I don't mind saving you by the way," Lu Yang said. The light of hope on the girl's face suddenly dimmed. Seeing her disappointed face, Lu Yang said, "I have food." When she heard this, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes again. Lu Yang also felt that he was very lucky. He originally came to the school to burn down the dormitory building and gain more attribute points, but he didn't expect to get lucky and meet a beautiful woman. This is such an unexpected bonus. I still have something to do next, so just follow me. Don't make any noise, otherwise it might attract zombies. You don't want to be besieged by zombies, do you? Lu Yang warned the woman. At the same time, Lu Yang looked at the other person. I found that the other person was tall and plump with beautiful curves. Although her face looked a little haggard and pale, it could not conceal the beauty revealed by her delicate features. She is definitely a great beauty. Especially the other person's eye-catching long legs, straight, white, and well-proportioned. It can be said that they are more beautiful than all the other women's legs of Lu Yang. It is definitely a pair of jade feet with perfect proportions. Yeah. I understand. The woman nodded. She hid in the infirmary these days, while the zombies outside kept banging their heads against the door. It scared her to death. Okay, then let's start heading to the dormitory building, Lu Yang said. Ah. Go to the dormitory building. The dormitory building should be full of zombies now. Let's not go. The woman was frightened. The zombie outbreak happened to be on the weekend. At that time, almost all the students and teachers were in the dormitory. Now the dormitory buildings, whether they are student dormitories or teacher dormitories, are all infested with zombies. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies inside. Isn't it seeking death to go to the dormitory building now? What I'm looking for are zombies. Don't worry, you won't be in danger if you follow me. Let's go, Lu Yang said confidently. Looking at the confident expression on Lu Yang's face, the woman finally nodded. The 5 zombies at the door were all killed by Lu Yang, which was enough to show Lu Yang's strength. He was not afraid of zombies and had the ability to kill 5 at the same time, so now all she could do was to trust Lu Yang. Okay. The woman nodded, and then followed Lu Yang, and the two walked towards the dormitory building together. The woman on the road said to Lu Yang, "Hello, I don't know your name yet, my name is Zhao Yuding." "My name is Lu Yang. I'm a student of this school." Lu Yang replied. "Ah. A student." The woman was a little surprised, and then said, "My name is Zhao Yuding, and I'm a teacher in this school. Teachers are supposed to protect students, but I didn't expect that I was protected by you. I'm really ashamed." After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang looked at him. This female teacher looks very young. At first Lu Yang thought she was a student of this school. Now after listening to what she said, I looked at her again and found that she was wearing a white shirt and a professional hip skirt. Add to that a pair of translucent black stockings, which were torn during the escape due to the apocalyptic outbreak, but still revealed a unique temptation. This is a typical OL outfit. Now that I heard her say that she is a teacher in the school, this outfit makes sense. "I didn't expect you to be a teacher. You're so young." Lu Yang replied. "Thank you." Zhao Yuding blushed and lowered her head. She is 23 years old and has just started working. Her skin is so smooth and flawless that she is often mistaken for a student. Every time she is considered a student, she is very happy, which shows that she is still young. The two were walking and chatting on the road. Suddenly, a few strong men appeared from nowhere and blocked their way. These people were carrying weapons such as baseball bats, javelins, and homemade rifles. Lu Yang looked at these people and narrowed his eyes. These guys have dark skin and strong bodies, with muscles bulging under their clothes. At first glance, they are obviously sports students in the school. When the apocalypse broke out, these sports students were practicing on the playground instead of in the dormitory building, so they were able to survive. There were indeed some other athletes who turned into zombies at that time, but they were all killed by them. There is a lot of space on the playground where you can move around. If you encounter zombies in the dormitory, it will be difficult because there is nowhere to escape. When these athletes saw Lu Yang and the beauty behind him, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. He shouted at Lu Yang, "Hey, you're the guy called what?" "The guy who worked as a security guard while he was still in college, Lu Yang, right? I didn't expect a stinky security guard like you to be still alive. Ha ha ha. This is called a disaster that will last for 1,000 years. I didn't expect this poor bastard to be alive until now." Those people started laughing at Lu Yang. In peacetime, Lu Yang became the laughingstock of the entire school because of his part-time job as a security guard. Almost everyone knew him, and someone even posted a photo of him standing guard at the entrance of the community on the school forum, for everyone to comment and laugh at. Lu Yang couldn't figure it out. "When I was in school, I worked and supported myself. Is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it better than those rich second generations who only rely on asking their families for money? Is there anything shameful about being a security guard? Isn't it also about earning money through your own efforts? Do occupations have to be divided into high and low levels?" Seeing the contemptuous smiles on everyone's faces, Lu Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. He warned them, "You bunch of idiots, are you tired of living? These people only showed up at school. If they showed up in his villa complex, Lu Yang would kill them without a second thought." At school, Lu Yang had no plans to develop here, so he didn't want to pay attention to them. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang's words instantly aroused the other party's anger. There were 4 athletes in total, all of them were strong and had weapons in their hands. "He is just a small security guard, how dare he say such big words? It's simply seeking death." "Kid, what did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? You want us to die? Ha ha ha. Did the zombies eat your brain? How dare a loser like you talk to us like that? You're courting death. This is the end of the world, there are no laws to restrict us. We can kill you and it won't be a problem, you know. Kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize, give us all the food you have, leave the weapon in your hand to us, give us this woman too, and then you can go away," the leading sports student said viciously to Lu Yang. "Ha ha. Yes, there are no legal constraints now, so it's okay to kill you." Lu Yang sneered. Since they are seeking death themselves, there is no need to be polite. It just so happens that after Lu Yang's attributes were strengthened, he has only fought zombies and has not fought against humans. Now he can see how many seconds these four athletes who are stronger than ordinary people can last in his hands. What do you want to do? We are all classmates, can't we talk properly? Why are you quarreling? Don't bully others just because you have more people. At this moment, the female teacher stood in front of Lu Yang and protected him behind her. In the female teacher's opinion, these sports students just outnumbered Lu Yang and wanted to bully her. As a teacher, she should of course stand up. Although she was very scared and her whole body was shaking with fear, she still resolutely protected Lu Yang behind her. Seeing the teacher's actions, Lu Yang was somewhat moved. When the athletes heard what Zhao Yuding said, they sneered and said, "Haha, you're still classmates when the end of the world comes. You're too naive." Teacher Zhao, right? I've heard of you. You are the youngest and most beautiful teacher in our school. These days, we guys have played with many female classmates, but we haven't played with our teacher yet. Come on, come back to the equipment room with us later. We will have some fun with you from now on. Don't be like those female students who were played to death in just a few days. Ah. The female teacher was shocked when she heard what these sports students said and saw the obscene expressions on their faces. But she still didn't back off. At this time Lu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up the fire axe and rushed towards the other party in an instant. Seeing Lu Yang rushing over, those people's faces changed. What a fast speed. What's wrong with this guy? Ah. A scream. A sports student's arm was chopped off by Lu Yang's axe, and blood spurted out instantly. Ah. My hand, my hand. The gym student fell to the ground, covering his arm and screaming. This guy is so strong. Brother Hu, take action, the leading athlete shouted. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. This is a sneak attack. Lu Yang reached back with his extremely fast reaction speed, and instantly caught a sharp arrow in his hand. When I turned around, I found that there was a sports student hiding behind a big tree not far behind me, with a bow and arrow in his hand. However, the athlete's face was filled with shock. He was so frightened that he said tremblingly, "Catching an arrow with bare hands. Are you still human?" Lu Yang sneered, "Haha, I don't know if I am a human or not, but you are about to become a ghost." Then Lu Yang rushed towards them like a killing god and killed all the sports students in an instant. The deduction is over. This time the deduction was also very successful. However, Lu Yang was somewhat surprised by what the female teacher did. Seeing herself being besieged by sports students, the female teacher actually stepped forward and stood in front of him. Although she was no match for those 5 athletes, at least in this situation, she was not afraid, did not run away, did not abandon herself, but instead thought about protecting herself. This female teacher is indeed rare. Although this is something that will happen in the future and not in reality, Lu Yang also kept this favor in his heart. Lu Yang was very poor before and had never experienced kindness from anyone. Someone once said that when you become successful, everyone around you will be a good person and they will treat you with the best of intentions. But once you fail, you will become a humble dust, and everyone will try to step on you, and all you can feel is malice. Lu Yang had never felt kindness from anyone before. This female teacher is the first one. It is precisely because of this that this kind of kindness is so rare and so memorable to Lu Yang. Call. Lu Yang took a deep breath. Prepared to start acting on the simulation. But this time he was determined to kill those athletes instantly the first second he saw them. The deduction begins. Lu Yang successfully collected all the food and rescued the female teacher. At this time, we went to the dormitory building and met the 4 sports students again. Oh my! Isn't this the little security guard Lu Yang? I didn't expect this guy doesn't have either. Looking at the contemptuous smiles on these people's faces, Lu Yang didn't say anything. Bang! Pa 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 pa. 5 crisp sounds, these athletes were instantly shot in the head. When they died, they still didn't understand what happened. Ah! Zhao Yuding screamed and then quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Because she still remembered Lu Yang's warning not to make any noise, otherwise it would attract zombies. Why did you kill them all? Zhao Yuding asked Lu Yang in a trembling voice. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Lu Yang replied. No, they are also students of this school. How could they kill people casually? Zhao Yuding said in disbelief. Lu Yang smiled and said in a cold voice, not only will they kill me, they will also capture you and turn you into their target of venting. From now on, you will become their slave. These 5 athletes will kill you in less than 3 days. No, it's impossible. Zhao Yuding kept shaking her head. She didn't believe that human nature could become like this. She always believed that teachers in school have the responsibilities of teachers, which are to educate students and to help and protect students when they are in trouble. Students should also help each other, and not kill each other even if the end of the world comes. Only by helping each other can we overcome the disaster. However, she didn't know that the truth was cruel. Especially in the last days, we should protect ourselves. If you don't kill others, you will be killed by others. Because resources are scarce in the end times, everyone is a competitor. If there is one more person searching for food, it will be more difficult for you to find food. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll take you to their base camp. After Lu Yang said that, he took Zhao Yuding directly to the sports equipment room. Because during the last simulation, before he died, he heard those sports students say that they wanted to take Zhao Yuding to the equipment room. Obviously, their base camp is in the equipment room. Soon they came to the equipment. When I pushed the door open, I found a naked female classmate inside. She was locked around the neck with an iron chain and tied to the anti-theft window. At the same time, her hands had been chopped off, and the broken arms were tied tightly with ropes to stop the bleeding. At this time, the female classmate was pale and dying. There were many scratches, teeth marks, and cigarette burns on his pale skin. When Zhao Yuding saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes turned red instantly and tears welled up in her eyes. She could never have imagined that these athletes would do such a thing to their female classmates. How could this happen? It's a demon. It's simply a demon. When the female student saw Lu Yang and the others, she opened her desperate eyes and said weakly, "Kill me, kill me." These days she has been subjected to constant torture by 5 gym students. At first they just raped her, beat her, tortured her, and got pleasure from looking at their own painful expressions. At that time, the female classmate still felt that she could survive, and being tortured by them was better than being eaten alive by zombies. But later on, because they were hungry and couldn't find food, these sports students didn't dare to go to the cafeteria to find food because there were dozens of zombies in the cafeteria. So they set their sights on this female classmate. Ate both of her arms. Only then did she realize that what was more terrifying than zombies was the human heart. So she wanted to die. However, no matter how much she begged those athletes, they refused to let her go these past 2 days. Even after they had eaten both of their hands, they became even more excited. It seemed as if such a mutilated limb aroused their long-hidden curiosity. They tortured themselves and became even more passionate. This female student has already been living a life worse than death. We can save her and take her away with us. Okay, Lu Yang. Zhao Yuding asked Lu Yang with tears in her eyes. Lu Yang just shook his head. Don't be silly. She has lost both of her arms. She can't survive. All I can do is give her a quick death. No, she's still alive. We can definitely save her, we can, woo-woo. Zhao Yuding started crying. A female student was seriously injured but she was unable to do anything about it, which made her, as a teacher, feel guilty and powerless. She felt that she was deeply sinful. Kill me quickly, I know I can't survive, kill me, the female student said weakly, staring at Lu Yang, and continued to beg, can you give me a quick death? Lu Yang nodded. Thank you. The female student finally showed an expression of relief on her face and closed her eyes. Bang. Lu Yang shot her in the head. Ah. Oh. Zhao Yuding's screams of pain were heard from the equipment room. A female student was shot in the head by Lu Yang right in front of him. Although that was what the female students asked for. Although Zhao Yuding understood in her heart that this was a quick death for the female student. But she still couldn't accept that a student died in despair in front of her, their teacher. Those people are demons. They are not human. Woo. Zhao Yuding cried and cursed. She never thought that those students would do such horrible and inhumane things. They were even scarier than zombies. Lu Yang warned the teacher. So, Mr. Zhao, you have to understand that in the end times, everyone's previous identity has become a thing of the past. Teachers are no longer teachers, and students are no longer students. Everyone has only one identity, that is, a survivor. The survivors are now without anyone to restrain them, so they can do anything you can't imagine. If you met someone else instead of me, it is possible that you would have the same fate as this female student. So, please protect yourself. Don't be too naive, or you will fall into an endless hell. Woo woo woo. Those people deserve to die, they deserve to die 10,000 times. Zhao Yuding sobbed. Let's go. There's no time to waste here. I should do my thing. Lu Yang said, and walked straight out of the equipment room. Although Zhao Yuding was sad, she still followed Lu Yang obediently. After this incident, she realized that this apocalypse is full of dangers, not only from zombies but also from humans. At the beginning, she thought that they were all classmates. Lu Yang said that if he didn't kill him, he was a sports student, and if he was a sports student, he would kill him. Zhao Yuding didn't believe it at all. But now, after seeing the tragic situation in the sports equipment room, Zhao Yuding completely believed it. If it weren't for those sports students who were killed by Lu Yang, then what would happen next would be that Lu Yang would be killed by those sports students, and she would be caught by those sports students, then her fate might be even more miserable than that of this female student. She finally realized the cruelty of this world. It is very difficult to survive in this cruel world. And Lu Yang is her only support to survive now. Soon the two arrived downstairs of the dormitory. What are you going to do next? Zhao Yuding asked curiously. There are tens of thousands of zombies in these dormitory buildings, so I want to burn down these 10 dormitory buildings. Lu Yang said calmly. Ah. Zhao Yuding was surprised and said, but there may be student survivors in this dormitory building. If you burn down the dormitory building, won't they be burned to death as well? Lu Yang said calmly. Whether it's a male or female dormitory, most of them are 4-person or 6-person rooms. The probability of turning into zombies is about 70. At least half of the people in each dormitory have turned into zombies. Do you think the rest can still survive? Even if they can survive, that is not what I am considering. You should have seen the cruelty of the doomsday. If we don't burn all these tens of thousands of zombies, when they evolve wisdom, I am afraid that more survivors will die in their hands. But Zhao Yuding wanted to say something, but when she thought of the tragic situation in the equipment room, she finally shut up. Even if there are survivors, so what? Maybe the survivors here are also killing their own kind like those athletes. So she withdrew her compassion. And Lu Yang had already arrived outside the dormitory building gate. When the zombies inside saw Lu Yang appear, they suddenly became excited and kept banging on the door. Lu Yang took out gasoline from the dark space and started to sprinkle it directly on them. Then the ignition started. The raging fire continued to burn on the zombies, but they felt no pain and continued to bang on the door. They let the fire rage on them, but remained unmoved. Lu Yang ignored them and started walking towards the next dormitory building to continue spreading gasoline. Soon, all 10 dormitory buildings were engulfed in flames. Seeing all 10 buildings ablaze, Lu Yang was very satisfied. He said to Zhao Yuding, "Let's go. The school dormitory building is huge, and I'm afraid it will burn for a whole day and night. We should also go back to a safe place." A safe place? Where is that? Will there be a safe place in the end times? Zhao Yuding asked in surprise. After seeing the terrible condition of the sports equipment room, she couldn't help but begin to question the whole world. Is this still the world she is familiar with? In this broken world, is there really any safe place? Where is the space for these weak survivors? Lu Yang said confidently, "Where I am is a safe place." After saying that, he directly pulled Zhao Yuding and started walking towards the villa area. After hearing Lu Yang's words and seeing his confident eyes, Zhao Yuding was stunned. Why is he so confident? It was as if his entire body was emitting a light that was difficult to look directly at. In the end of the world, he is like a guiding light, so brilliant and dazzling. At that moment, Zhao Yuding even felt that Lu Yang was the best and most handsome man she had ever seen in the world. He is so reliable and so safe. Lu Yang successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa. The action is over. Fortunately, there were no accidents during this operation. Lu Yang successfully burned down the school dormitory building and successfully brought Zhao Yuding back. When Zhao Yuding entered Lu Yang's villa, He Yusher came over immediately. After seeing Zhao Yuding's appearance clearly, she was surprised. Teacher Zhao Zhao. Zhao Yuding is the math teacher of their class. He Yusher was extremely happy that she didn't expect to see Teacher Zhao again at the end of the world. She came over excitedly, took Zhao Yuding's hand, and said happily, "It's really you, Teacher Zhao. It's great to meet you. Lu Yang, where did you meet Teacher Zhao? As far as I know, Teacher Zhao doesn't live in this villa. I was hiding in the school infirmary and was rescued by Lu Yang. You sure? I didn't expect you to be here too. I am so happy. Woo woo woo, this end of the world is so terrible. I thought I would never see you students again." Zhao Yuding started crying again. The tragic situation in the sports equipment room was deeply imprinted in her mind. At that time, she was wondering whether the students in her class would also encounter such things. When she thought of that scene, she felt nauseous and uncomfortable. Now seeing He Yusher still alive, jumping around in front of her, Zhao Yuding felt very touched and happy. When Lu Yang brought Zhao Yuding back, it was just time for dinner. There was also food prepared by Xiaodan on the table, which smelled really delicious. Zhao Yuding was starved for several days in the infirmary and survived by drinking glucose water. Now that I smell the aroma of fresh food, my stomach can't help but growl. Gulp gulp. Her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head, covering her belly. Lu Yang said, "Teacher Zhao, go eat something first. I'll give you my portion. I'll go back to my room and take a shower. I'm covered in zombie blood. It's so dirty." Ah. Zhao Yuding was stunned, then said embarrassedly, "This is not good, right? What's wrong with that? Aren't you hungry? Eat if you are hungry. I said that where I am is a safe place. As for food, you don't have to worry about it." After saying that, Lu Yang went upstairs. He Yusher pulled Zhao Yuding to sit next to the dining table. Smiling, he began to introduce them to her. "This is Su Xiao, a big star. This is Xiaodan, she's the best cook. She made all the food we ate. It was delicious. This is Tang Mengting, the monitor of Class 1. And this one is Zhao Lina. There's also Zhou Qiuping, she's in her room and hasn't come out. Oh, I didn't expect that there are so many people living here. How did you get here?" Zhao Yuding asked curiously. "Just like you, it was Lu Yang who saved us." He Yusher said with a smile, and by the way, she poured a bowl of rice for Zhao Yuding. They had cooked Lu Yang's meal and had been waiting for him to come back, but he didn't expect that Lu Yang would not eat and went back to his room to take a shower. "It can be given to Zhao Yuding." When Zhao Yuding saw the bowl of fragrant rice, she was so moved that she almost cried. Before she started eating, she asked again, "Didn't you just say there was another person named Zhou Qiuping? Why didn't she come out to eat? She hasn't done anything with Lu Yang yet, how can she have food to eat?" He Yusher said as a matter of course. "What?" Zhao Yuding was stunned. "Oh, teacher, why are you pretending to be stupid? It's just that, teacher, you are so awesome. Before I even brought you back, Lu Yang couldn't help but want you to be his woman on the spot, right? You are worthy of being Teacher Zhao." He Yusher gave Zhao Yuding a thumbs up. Teacher Zhao is still awesome. Ah. Zhao Yuding opened her mouth wide. Looking at He Yuding's tone and the smirk on her face, she realized that the thing they were talking about might be that thing, right? Tang Mengting, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others also looked at Zhao Yuding with curiosity. He looked the female teacher up and down. She is tall and plump, with fair skin. Looking at everyone was staring at him. Zhao Yuding suddenly felt embarrassed. Her face turned as red as a cute apple, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She had just started working shortly after graduation and had never had a boyfriend, let alone done anything of that nature. Now these students actually asked directly. "My God, aren't you college students? How can it be so dirty? And looking at the expressions on their faces, it seemed like asking about this was just a normal thing. It's like asking you what you had for lunch today. No way, how can you speak so calmly and naturally about such a private question? Help, someone save me. I'm almost dying of shyness. He Yusher saw Zhao Yuding's shy expression and said, Hey, teacher, don't be shy. Everyone here has done that with Lu Yang, otherwise we wouldn't be able to eat here together. For example, Zhou Chuping hasn't reached Lu Yang's room yet, so she has nothing to eat. So, we are all the same, why are you shy? Tell us about it. Yes, Mr. Zhao, please tell us. Ahahahaha. He Yusher and the others laughed without any scruples. Zhao Yuding wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Tang Mengting said, Oh my god. Teacher Zhao, you are so awesome. Zhao Lina asked, could it be that Lu Yang likes someone who is more mature? The famous star Su Xiao said, no. Am I not mature enough? Zhao Yuding was full of shyness. As she listened to everyone's non-stop discussion, she had to blush, lower her head, and keep eating. I'm so scared. It's really scary when girls gossip. After dinner, Zhao Yuding quickly found an excuse to take a shower, rushed into the bathroom, and after taking a shower, she immediately found a room to hide in. If I continue chatting with this group of girls, I feel like I am becoming more and more dirty. Obviously, I have never even had a boyfriend, but after they spread the news, it turned out that I had been fighting with Lu Yang for several hours. I'm so shy. Lu Yang had already taken a shower in the room and was lying on the bed to rest. Having killed quite a few zombies and several athletes today, he felt a little tired. He took out bread and milk from the dark space and started eating. While chewing the food, I was thinking about the next plan. The food in the neighborhood convenience store and the school cafeteria is enough for us to eat for a long time, but we must have a sense of crisis in the end times. What if I'm lucky enough to find a few hundred female survivors? This amount of food won't be enough. Moreover, the 20 by 20 by 20 dark space is too big. It is still empty now. Only about 1/3 of it is filled. This makes me feel a little unhappy. I must fill it up. So next, I'm going to go outside the community to search for food. There's a large supermarket more than 1 kilometer away from the community. There's much more food in the supermarket than in the cafeteria and convenience store. If I can collect all of it, I should be able to fill up the dark space. And with my current strength, even if I walk out of the community and encounter dozens of zombies besieging me, I can still fight. Even if I encounter hundreds or thousands of zombies besieging me, I can still escape. My speed is 6 times that of an ordinary person. It's no joke. Even if I can't win, I can still run. Those zombies will never catch up with me. So Lu Yang made up his mind and decided to start searching large supermarkets tomorrow. By then, he will have so much food that he won't be able to finish it. Boom boom boom. Just as Lu Yang was thinking, there was a knock on his door. Lu Yang was stunned. Who is knocking on my door at this time? Could it be the female teacher Zhao Yuding? But I didn't hint to Zhao Yuding to come to my room to find me. After all, during the simulation, Zhao Yuding saw herself being beaten up, but still stood in front of him to protect herself, which moved Lu Yang very much. The teacher gave him enough kindness, and he also treated the teacher with the greatest kindness. People with pure kindness in their hearts should be treated well by the world. That's why he asked Zhao Yuding to go directly to have dinner with Su Xiao and He Yusher. At the same time, I have never used physical objects to force the other party. Come in. Lu Yang said to the outside of the door. If it was Zhao Yuding, Lu Yang could explain it to her clearly. However, the person who pushed the door open was not Zhao Yuding, but Zhou Chuping, who had been forgotten by Lu Yang. It turned out to be her. Lu Yang showed an expression of I see. Zhou Chuping was rescued by Lu Yang together with Zhao Lina. She can be regarded as a beauty at the level of the class flower. Not only is she fair-skinned and beautiful, but she is also tall and plump. She is also the object of secret crush of many boys in the school. But compared with the top student and school beauty Zhao Lina, Zhou Chuping's appearance is still a little inferior. Therefore, after Lu Yang had that incident with Zhao Lina, he simply forgot about Zhou Chuping. Only when he saw her knocking on the door did Lu Yang react. She has been hungry for several days, right? I guess he couldn't stand the hunger anymore. I have to say that Zhao Lina is definitely a smart person. He knocked on his door on the first day after being brought back, so he didn't go hungry any longer. This Zhou Chuping is a little bit stupid. I was hungry for another day in vain. The difference in IQ between people can be seen from this. Lu Yang smiled and said to Zhou Chuping, "Why, have you finally figured it out? Are you willing to be my woman?" Yeah. I do." Zhou Chuping's pretty face turned red, she lowered her head and nodded twice. 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a system prompt. "Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Dark space ability, level increased by 1 level. Wow, the space skill has been increased by another level." Lu Yang took a look at the description of this skill. Dark space, level 3. You have a 30 by 30 by 30 dark space inside your body. It was originally 20 times 20 times 20 is equal to 8,000, and now it has become 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000. The size has been increased by nearly 4 times. Lu Yang looted a convenience store and took away supplies from the school cafeteria, but only filled up less than 1/3 of the store. Now that the volume of space has increased by 4 times, the space occupied by those materials has become even smaller, only 1/12. It looks very pitiful, and the whole space is empty. Zhou Chuping was already extremely tired and fell asleep after closing his eyes for a while. When the two of them woke up, it was already dark. After Lu Yang got up and washed up, he took Zhou Juting to the hall. At this moment, Chen Dan and He Yushi had already started cooking. Even the new teacher Zhao Yuding has started helping out and is washing vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing Lu Yang coming out, everyone's faces showed happy expressions, and they said with a smile, "Lu Yang, sit down and rest for a while, the food will be ready soon. Let me watch you cook." Lu Yang said and went straight to the kitchen. Several women were busy in the kitchen. Lu Yang saw that the rice and dishes he had taken out from the convenience store were almost finished. They also eat vegetarian food these days because there is no fresh meat in convenience stores. So he took out 2 bags of rice weighing 100 kilograms from the dark space, and also took out some fresh meat collected from the school cafeteria's kitchen. He put it in the refrigerator and said, "I'll add some more food for you. Don't save any. Tell me when you're done." Seeing Lu Yang's actions, all the women showed surprise on their faces. He Yushi said, "Oh my god, am I seeing right? That's beef." Tang Mengting said, "It has been so many days since the apocalypse broke out. Where did you get the beef?" Actress Su Xiao said, "It seems there are also spare ribs. We can eat stewed spare ribs tomorrow. I am drooling just thinking about it." Chen Dan said, "Lu Yang, you are amazing, right? Where did you get these foods?" Zhao Lina said, "It is so touching to be able to eat fresh meat in the end times. It seems like we have returned to the peaceful life, living in villas and eating delicious food. It is really great." "Thank you, Lu Yang." Everyone expressed their most sincere gratitude to Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled. "You're welcome. I told you to follow me. Food will no longer be a problem. In addition, I have cleared out all the zombies in the entire villa community and locked the door. In other words, the entire villa community has become a safe area. From today on, you can move freely in the community. But be careful not to get close to the gate or the wall, otherwise the zombies outside may see you and attack you." Ah. The entire community has become a safe area. Can we move freely? Oh my god. There are at least several thousand zombies in the community. How did you do it? Lu Yang, you are so amazing, aren't you? The girls showed expressions of disbelief on their faces, and their eyes were full of admiration as they looked at Lu Yang. In just one day, Lu Yang not only found fresh meat, but also killed all the zombies. Those are the zombies of the entire neighborhood. Isn't this too powerful? Is he still human? Lu Yang showed a proud smile. Haven't you already experienced how powerful I am? So why are you so surprised? Anyway, you don't have to be trapped in this villa anymore. He Yushi was the first to show a happy expression. Great, really great. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that we could rush out of this villa so soon. I'm so happy. Amidst everyone's happy smiles, the meal was finally ready. Everyone sat at the dining table and ate together. Zhao Yuding was fine at first, but ever since these students misunderstood that she and Lu Yang had some unspeakable relationship, she became so shy that she didn't even dare to look Lu Yang in the eye. Everyone was talking and laughing, but she was the only one who kept eating with her head down and blushing. When Lu Yang woke up the next day, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning and the sun was already high in the sky. Lu Yang stretched his waist and felt that this kind of life of sleeping until waking up naturally every day was not bad. When I was in school, I had to get up every morning to attend classes. Even on weekends, I had to get up early and stand guard in the community as a security guard. I can't sleep in for many days in a year. How could we sleep every day like we do now? Moreover, there are several stunning beauties living downstairs, which is even more exciting than the ancient emperors flipping through cards. After getting up, washing, and having breakfast, Lu Yang started his plan for the day. Who knew that at this moment, Lu Yang received a system prompt. Congratulations host, you have killed a total of 22,000 zombies and obtained 2,200 attribute points. Lu Yang was surprised. 2,200 attribute points. Then he reacted and said, I'm afraid that all 10 dormitory buildings in the school burned down after one night. More than 20,000 zombies were burned to death. It was so cool. At this time, all of Lu Yang's basic attributes are 325 points. 2,200 divided by 4, each basic attribute can be increased by 550 points. Adding them all together equals 875 attribute points. At this time, Lu Yang's basic attributes have reached 16.5 times that of ordinary people. Definitely the Superman among supermen. The dark space has been upgraded again. It would be a waste if such a large space is not used. So we must hurry up and collect the food in the large supermarket. And as time goes by, the survivors will get hungrier and hungrier, so they may go looking for food. So if I go too late, the supermarkets may have been ransacked and there won't be much food left. Besides, my basic attributes are 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. With such strong attributes, it's time to go out of the community and test my combat power. Then, Lu Yang started the first simulation of the day. This was his first time walking out of the villa area and onto the street, so he had to be careful. After all, those 5 athletes in school almost made him fail. It might be more dangerous on the streets. The deduction begins. Lu Yang jumped directly and climbed out of the 3-meter-high gate of the villa. The road outside the villa was full of parked cars, blocking the entire road. Some cars even crashed into the roadside and caught fire, turning into a pile of charcoal. The owner of the car inside was also burned into a black skeleton. In some cars, the owners were eaten to bones by zombies inside before they could escape. Looking at these miserable corpses, Lu Yang felt a little emotional. Many people cannot afford to buy luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars even if they work all their lives. In the past, they were the capital for these rich people to show off. Unexpectedly, they have now become mobile coffins and the place where they finally die. Lu Yang began to move forward. The supermarket was only about 1 kilometer away from the villa area, and Lu Yang did not find any zombies on the way. But the closer you get to the supermarket, the more zombie bodies you see lying on the roadside. Moreover, after Lu Yang got closer, he found that all the zombies were cut in half. Some had their heads chopped off, and some were chopped directly at the waist. The upper bodies of the cut-in zombies were even still alive, and they kept crawling on the ground using their hands. Some even chopped it down vertically, splitting the head and body evenly in half. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was completely shocked. My goodness, who did this? Could it be another person with superpowers? We haven't walked far, but we've already found more than a dozen zombie corpses. Isn't this guy too strong? What shocked Lu Yang the most was the opponent's weapons. Every zombie was cut in half by the opponent with one stroke, whether it was cut horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, the zombies could be cut in half like tofu. Lu Yang looked at the battle-hardened fire axe in his hand and immediately felt that it was not very useful. Although this fire axe has the ability to penetrate armor, it will get stuck every time it hits a zombie's head. It's not like other people's weapons, which can cut in half directly. So Lu Yang became alert. If the other party is really a psychic, this will be the first psychic Lu Yang has ever met. Lu Yang has no idea how strong the other party is. Therefore, it must be treated with caution. As Lu Yang continued to move forward, the closer he got to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses he saw. Finally, under a big tree in front of the supermarket, a dozen zombies that had been hacked to death appeared. At the same time, a pitch-black sword was stuck into the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was stunned. What happened? The zombies' bodies ended up here, and the weapon was covered with zombies' blood. I'm afraid that person used it to chop the zombies. Obviously, all the zombies were dead, so why did he drop the knife on the ground? Did something unexpected happen? Lu Yang walked over and wanted to check it out. I want to pull out that knife. After all, this is an extremely sharp sword, so don't miss it. At this moment, Lu Yang heard a weak cry for help. Help! Huh! Lu Yang was startled and immediately looked around, but he did not see any survivors. Help! The weak voice came again, and this time Lu Yang finally heard the direction it came from. He looked up suddenly and was immediately surprised. A woman was hanging in the air with her hands and feet tied up, and next to her was an unconscious man. At the same time, there were dozens of zombies tied in the air next to the men and woman. Some of the zombies had turned into mummies, while others were still struggling, which meant that they were tied up at different times. Lu Yang instantly became alert, took a few steps forward and asked the woman, "Who tied you up there?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a vine quickly stretched out, tied his feet directly, and then threw him into the air. Lu Yang felt dizzy, and by the time he reacted, his hands and feet were tied up and he fell into the air. Lu Yang was shocked. What a powerful enemy. I didn't even realize where he was before I was tied up by the other party. This is definitely a super powerful psychic. Unexpectedly, the woman next to him said in a weak voice. This tree has mutated and has learned to use its vines to catch prey and absorb nutrients. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help, you wouldn't have been caught. Big tree. After hearing what the woman said, Lu Yang was shocked. He originally thought that when the apocalypse broke out, only humans would turn into zombies, but he didn't expect that even plants would begin to mutate. Moreover, this big tree not only catches humans, but even zombies. Isn't it too powerful? Just as Lu Yang was thinking this. However, a more delicate vine like a tentacle began to extend from the big tree, and it aimed directly at Lu Yang's heart. The vines instantly pierced through Lu Yang's chest. But at this moment, Lu Yang had already wrapped his whole body in a layer of ice shield. The vines did not penetrate his ice shield, but instead directly hit the thick and hard ice wall. The whole tree seemed to feel the pain, and it trembled instantly, and the leaves fell off. The tender dark red vine retreated instantly and dared not attack Lu Yang again. Then the 4 vines that bound Liu Yang were also eroded by the ice, becoming very stiff and fragile. Lu Yang pulled with both hands. Bang! He instantly broke 4 vines, then did a perfect backflip and landed directly on the ground. Seeing Lu Yang break free, the female survivor's eyes widened. You succeeded. Save us, save him first. He's dying. Okay. Lu Yang pulled out the samurai sword that was stuck in the ground after landing. Then he jumped up and cut off the man's vines with a few swipes. The men fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yang jumped up again and cut off the vines on the woman's body. The woman fell down instantly, but was caught by Lu Yang in a princess hug. This woman was very beautiful. When Lu Yang hugged her, he could feel her slender waist. There was not a trace of fat on her body and her figure was perfect. Through close observation, I found that the other person's skin is as smooth as a baby's, her facial features are delicate and beautiful, and there is not a single flaw on her face. In terms of appearance, she is even not inferior to Zhao Lina. She is definitely a 1 in a million beauty. After saving the 2 people, Lu Yang swung his knife again and chopped down the tree trunk that was so thick that it took 2 people to hug it. Boom! The huge mutant tree fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, dark blood flowed out from the smooth incision. Lu Yang was a little surprised. This knife is amazing, isn't it? He originally thought that it would take him more than 10 hits to chop down the tree, which was so thick that it took 2 people to hug it. But I didn't expect to cut it in half with one stroke, just like cutting tofu. This is truly a peerless sword. A good sword deserves a hero. If this sword were in ancient times, it would at least have to be paired with a great general to unleash its power. He's dying, woo-woo, please save him. After landing, the woman looked at the unconscious man on the ground and her eyes instantly filled with tears. The woman's words interrupted Liu Yang's thoughts. He pulled his attention away from the knife. Who is he? Liu Yang asked. If it was this woman's boyfriend, he would definitely not save her. How can you be a thief if you saved yourself? He is my brother. Woo. We depended on each other in the apocalypse, but I didn't expect that we would be caught by this mutated tree, woo. The girl burst into tears immediately, her eyes full of tears. Oh, it's our brother. You should have said it earlier. Liu Yang quickly rushed to the man's side. It was discovered that the man had regained some consciousness after coming down from the tree and had opened his eyes. It was just a dark red vine that had pierced his heart. Now it was cut off by Liu Yang, and scarlet blood kept flowing out from the broken vine. I'm dying, brother. Please take good care of my sister. This knife is my last and most precious possession. I'm giving it to you. You must protect my sister well. Brother. Brother. No, brother. The woman burst into tears. Jingyu, don't cry. In the end times, I have long thought that this day would come. I am not afraid of death. The only regret is that I can't continue to protect you in the future. Ahem. As the man spoke, he coughed up another large mouthful of blood. Finally, his hand fell heavily and he lost all sound. Brother. Brother. Zhang Jingyu held her brother's hand and kept calling, but there was no response. He's gone. Don't be too sad. The most important thing now is to survive. Liu Yang comforted Zhang Jingyu. Woo. He is the only relative I have left. He is my brother, my real brother. Woo. Zhang Jingyu cried with tears in his eyes, heartbroken. Seeing the other person crying, Liu Yang hugged her in his arms, patted her back and comforted her. Then, Liu Yang set his sights on the dark red vine on Zhang Jingyu's chest. Liu Yang showed a puzzled expression. Strange. Your brother was stabbed in the heart by a dark red vine. It was useless even if we rescued him from the tree. But you were also stabbed by the vine. How come you are okay? Ah. Me. Zhang Jingyu finally reacted and found that there was still a vine hanging on his chest, but the vine that had been cut off was weak and looked limp. She pulled aside her clothes and took a look. Suddenly, the spring light was revealed, and Liu Yang's eyes lit up. Big. Much better than Zhao Lina. TSK. If she became a mother, her children would never starve. She could feed at least 5 babies at a time. Zhang Jingyu didn't pay attention to Liu Yang's gaze. She found that although the vine pierced her outer clothes, it was blocked by the thick bra inside. Before it could pierce the bra, Zhang Jingyu was rescued by Liu Yang. This. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang was speechless. If her brother had also worn a bra, would he have avoided death? The cross-dressing guy is so cool. Only then did Zhang Jingyu see Liu Yang's eyes. Her pretty face turned red instantly. She grabbed the vine with her hand, pulled it out directly, and then quickly fastened her clothes. After this little episode, she was not so sad anymore. Said to Liu Yang. Hello, my name is Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. What's your name? My name is Liu Yang. I came out to search for food this time and just happened to see you. It's just a piece of cake. Let's bury your brother's body first, so that he won't be seen by zombies and won't even have an intact body left. Liu Yang said. Yeah. Although Zhang Jingyu was sad, he could only nod with tears in his eyes. The two men found a place, dug a hole, and buried her brother's body. Although Zhang Jingyu was sad, she also understood that there was not much time to be sad in the end times. Just follow me from now on. Since your brother gave me such a good sword, I will take good care of you for him. Let's go find food first, and then I'll take you back to a safe place. Lu Yang said to Zhang Jingyu while holding a samurai sword. Okay. Zhang Jingyu nodded and followed Lu Yang to the supermarket. As they walked, the two began chatting. Lu Yang asked Zhang Jingyu, "Where are you from? Where are you going?" "My brother and I came out of the Black Tiger survivor base and were preparing to find a new shelter. Who knew we would encounter an accident on the way?" Zhang Jingyu started sobbing again. "Black Tiger base. Is it far from here? What are your and your brother's identities? How could your brother have such good weapons?" Lu Yang frowned. If any survivor from this so-called Black Tiger base is as strong as Zhang Jingyu's brother, then he should not be underestimated. And it was obvious that the weapon his brother was holding was not an ordinary weapon. Even in the peaceful times of the 21st century, it is difficult for anyone to make such a sharp knife. Not to mention it's the end of the world. The Black Tiger base is about 20 kilometers away from here, which is not that close. It took us 3 days to get here. I am a freshman in the police academy, and my brother is a retired Special Forces soldier. We were both survivors of the Black Tiger base, but because of me, we had to leave the Black Tiger base. Zhang Jingyu said to Lu Yang. A female student from a police academy. Such a beautiful female student from a police academy, she will at least be a policewoman after graduation, right? Lu Yang became interested and said to Zhang Jingyu with a smile on his face. Although he already has several beauties, he has never met a gorgeous policewoman. No, no. Zhang Jingyu's face turned red instantly when Lu Yang praised her. Why on earth did you want to come out of the base? If you had stayed in the base, you wouldn't have been in danger, right? Lu Yang continued to ask. It's all because of me. The leader of the Black Tiger base, Black Tiger, fell in love with me and wanted me to obey him. But he is dark, old, and ugly, and he already has 13 wives. I definitely can't agree. My brother was even angrier than me, and he had a falling out with them right on the spot, so he took me away from the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have cried. I should have followed Black Tiger earlier. Woohoo! Zhang Jingyu started crying again when he mentioned the past. Who is stronger, the leader of the Black Tiger base or your brother? Lu Yang asked, looking for the key question. The leader of the Black Tiger base should be stronger. He ranks higher than my brother on the yellow list. But if it's a fight of life and death, even if my brother is killed by him, he won't be better off. He will at least be seriously injured. Once he was seriously injured, others would definitely want to take over, and his loss would be even greater, so he didn't dare to stop us from leaving the Black Tiger base. Zhang Jingyu said truthfully. Yellow list. What is that? Lu Yang was stunned. It's the ranking list of superpowers. It is said that only superpowers who have passed the test on the test stone tablet can be on the list. I am not a superpower, so I don't know much about it. I only know that every time a psychic passes a test, he or she will get a stone tablet as a reward. This knife is the reward my brother got for passing the test. Zhang Jingyu replied. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang was somewhat shocked. He had never heard of these things before. I didn't expect that just a few days after the zombie outbreak, there would already be such a thing as a ranking list of people with special powers. And you can get rewards by passing the stone tablet test. No wonder Lu Yang felt that this knife did not seem to be man-made. It turned out to be the product of the so-called stone tablet. Where is this stone tablet? Lu Yang continued to ask. If he could get a reward every time he passed a test, Lu Yang would also like to give it a try. It is said that stone tablets have appeared all over the world, and the Black Tiger base was built around this stone tablet, so there is a stone tablet in the center of the Black Tiger base. But I don't recommend you go there. The people in the Black Tiger base are too bad and powerful. You might as well find a new stone tablet and build a base yourself. Zhang Jingyu said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang nodded, I see. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now, let's go collect supplies first. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Before going in, Lu Yang reminded Zhang Jingyu. When the disaster breaks out, there should be a lot of people shopping in the supermarket, so there may be a lot of zombies now. Don't be nervous when you go in, don't scream, okay? Yeah, no problem. My brother and I have encountered a lot of zombies these days. I'm not that scared anymore. Zhang Jingyu nodded quickly. That's good. After hearing the other party's answer, Lu Yang walked in front with the knife in hand and entered the supermarket door. There were indeed many zombies wandering around in the supermarket. However, Lu Yang this time is no longer the same as before. His strength and speed have reached several times that of ordinary humans. Now with the blessing of a peerless sword, he rushes into the zombie group like an invincible god of war. Swish. The pitch-black samurai sword swung forward, and the zombie in front of him was instantly cut in half. What a great sword that can cut through iron like mud. Lu Yang became more and more excited as the fight went on, and he had killed dozens of zombies in just a few minutes. It turns out that Lu Yang's speed and strength are more than 10 times that of ordinary people. What he lacked was a peerless magical weapon. Now this weapon is actually like adding wings to a tiger for him. Lu Yang also felt that he couldn't let it go. It was really a precious sword. This knife is really suitable for me. So awesome, so strong. Even better than my brother. Zhang Jingyu, who was watching Lu Yang's actions from the side, suddenly widened his eyes. You have to know that Zhang Jingyu's elder brother is a retired Special Forces soldier. He has a very strong foundation and is much stronger than ordinary people. Later, after the apocalypse broke out, he awakened and became a superpower, and became even more powerful with the blessing of superpowers. But even so, he is still no match for Lu Yang at this moment. Although Zhang Jingyu is an ordinary person, she can also tell who is stronger and who is faster. It is obvious that Lu Yang is far superior to her brother in terms of strength and speed. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yang killed more than 300 zombies and almost emptied the entire supermarket. He still felt a little unsatisfied. This sword cuts zombies as easily as cutting fruits, with ease and without any effort. It's like playing a game like Fruit Ninja. These zombies are not enough for me to kill, but after clearing them out, I can collect resources next. Lu Yang's mind moved, and he instantly threw the food on the shelf in front of him into his own dark space. So many chocolates, so many candies. So many cookies, so many treats. Take them all away. Milk, drinks, cigarettes, and fine wine. Take them away. Bulk rice, mung beans, soybeans, black beans, potatoes. Take them away. Packaged foods, all kinds of bread, all kinds of vacuum foods. Take them away. Fresh meat, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit. Take them away. All kinds of dried goods, bacon, dried fish. Take them away. Soon Lu Yang had bought almost all the items in the supermarket. When Zhang Jingyu saw Lu Yang's actions, her beautiful eyes widened. How did you do that? Lu Yang made all the food disappear on the spot with just a wave of his hand. It was like magic. Where did he get the food? This is my secret, Lu Yang said with a smile. Although Zhang Jingyu didn't know how Lu Yang did it, she was more certain in her heart that Lu Yang was definitely a powerful psychic. Much stronger than her own brother. Soon, Lu Yang had collected almost all the items on the supermarket shelves, even toilet paper, clothes, towels, various bowls, chopsticks, knives, daily necessities, etc. After all, its dark space is a huge space of 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000 cubic meters. If this space is used entirely to store water, it can hold 27,000 tons. If all of it is used to store rice, it can hold about 27,000 tons. If there really were 27,000 tons of rice, even if Lu Yang saved 1,000 surviving girls, they would at least have enough to eat for 100 years. Even if you put all the stuff in the supermarket, you still can't fill up his space. Moreover, he didn't need to organize or arrange the things neatly in the dark space, he just had to pile them together. When he needs something, he can take it out by just moving his mind, without having to search for it one by one like in the real world. So just pile it all in there, pile it high. Soon Lu Yang had basically ransacked the supermarket shelves, and then he set his sights on the supermarket's warehouse. There are more things in supermarket warehouses than on shelves. I just don't know where the warehouse of this supermarket is, I need to look for it. Let's go. Next we'll go find the supermarket's warehouse. Lu Yang said to the future policewoman Zhang Jingyu. Yeah. Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently and followed Lu Yang. After she saw how powerful Lu Yang was, she became even more determined to follow Lu Yang. Only in this way could she live better, so she did whatever Lu Yang asked her to do and was very obedient. The two of them groped around in the supermarket together, during which time Lu Yang also hacked to death several scattered zombies. With the bonus of this precious sword, Lu Yang enjoyed chopping zombies. Of course, this was a disaster for the zombies. With Lu Yang's speed, the zombies' movements looked like slow motion in his eyes, and they were cut in half before they could get close to Lu Yang. That smooth feeling is like cutting tofu, very relaxing. For this knife, Lu Yang would be willing to exchange it even if he had to use half of the resources he had at the moment. At the same time, he became more determined to go to the stone tablet to test it. Zhang Jingyu's brother obtained such a powerful sword after testing it once. If he tests it himself, will he be able to get a better reward? Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt a little excited. The two of them groped around in the supermarket together, and after half an hour of searching, they finally found the supermarket warehouse hidden in the back passage. There are a lot of resources in the supermarket's warehouse, which is divided into the clothing department's warehouse, the fresh food department's warehouse, the grain department's warehouse, and the frozen warehouse. The clothing department's warehouse has all kinds of men's and women's clothing, including all kinds of underwear, pajamas, and swimsuits. Lu Yang put them all into the darkness without hesitation. The fresh produce department's warehouse has countless varieties of fruits and vegetables. They were all taken away by Lu Yang. What excited Lu Yang the most was the warehouse of the Ministry of Food. There were at least thousands of bags of rice neatly stacked in one warehouse. Each bag weighs 100 jin, that is 100 times 1000 is equal to 100,000 jin. A full 50 tons. 50 tons of food is enough for him, Su Xiao and others to eat for at least 10 years. Not to mention the various beans such as soybeans and mung beans. Adding up all the beans, there are at least dozens of tons in total. I'm rich, I'm rich. With so many resources, I can feed the survivors of a base. An excited look appeared on Lu Yang's face. In the end times, food is the most important thing. And this is just a large supermarket. If we plunder a few more large supermarkets, wouldn't we be able to store thousands of tons of food? Food is capital. It is the most crucial thing for him to develop his strength in the last days. It is no exaggeration to say. In the end times of zombie outbreak, 100 kilograms of food is enough to exchange for 10 beautiful girls. And if all 10 beauties succeed in having children, the reward they will receive cannot be exchanged for even 10 tons of food. This leads to the transformation of resources and explosive growth. Lu Yang excitedly began to put everything into his dark space. Looking at the dark space becoming more and more full, and now occupying 1/5 of the space, he was extremely happy. However, at this time, outside the supermarket, next to the mutant tree that Lu Yang had just chopped down, more than a dozen people had appeared. They were all dusty, fierce, and their eyes were full of hostility. They were not good people at first glance. This seems to be a mutated tree. The cut is smooth and cut in half. It must be caused by that guy. One of them had a big nose with a red tip. He kept sniffing, as if filtering the smell in the air. The blood here is from that guy. He lost so much blood. It seems that his battle with the mutant tree was not easy. He must have been seriously injured. This is good for us. He continued to sniff along the blood, sniffing the air hard. After several attempts, he said to a 1.9-meter tall man next to him, who was as strong as a black bear, "Big brother giant bear, that guy is hiding over there." Following his guidance, everyone came to a mound of earth. Looking at the pile of earth, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The yellow dog nodded and whispered, "Based on the smell, he's in there." The sturdy man showed a solemn look. Why was that guy hiding in the mud? But he still ordered his men to start digging. Soon, the body of Zhang Jingyu's brother was dug out. Dead. A look of surprise appeared on the sturdy man's rough face. Zhang Jinglin's strength is ranked among the best even in the Black Tiger survivor base, at least in the top 3. Who would have thought that he would die at the hands of the mutant tree? Another person looked over Zhang Jinglin's body. Where is his knife? It's a great knife. I've been eyeing it for a long time. I guess his sister took it away. Another scarred man said, could it be that his sister buried him here? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Jinglin, a superpower, died here. His sister is an ordinary person. How could she have escaped? I'm afraid he died to protect his sister. Otherwise, it shouldn't be difficult for him to protect himself with his strength, said another person. This is the best. Zhang Jinglin is dead and Zhang Jingyu has escaped. We just need to capture Zhang Jingyu and we can report back, and we can avoid a fierce battle. Big Nose said easily. I hope Zhang Jingyu is not dead. Boss Black Tiger personally instructed that we must bring her back, said the sturdy men with some concern. Once Zhang Jinglin died, Zhang Jingyu lost the ability to protect himself and was likely to be killed by zombies. If Zhang Jingyu was really killed by the zombies, they would not be able to explain to Heihu. The strongman said to the big red nose next to him. Yellow Dog, hurry up and smell Zhang Jingyu's location. I know. Don't rush me. I'm sniffing. Hiss. The yellow dog sniffed hard, and his face suddenly became serious. In addition to Zhang Jingyu, there was another man who appeared in the smell of the sea. And he seemed to be a woman, or that man had the smell of other women. A puzzled look appeared on the yellow dog's face. Who cares whether they are men or women? Just find their positions. Kill the men directly, and as for the women, let's fight them together first and then kill them, said the sturdy man impatiently. He was in full charge of this operation, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. He just wanted to find Zhang Jingyu as soon as possible and bring him back to Heihu. Okay, they're going that way. The yellow dog followed the smell. Finally, a group of people arrived at the door of the supermarket. They went in. The yellow dog said, pointing at the supermarket door. Okay, let's go in too. Yellow Dog, you lead the way in front, Scar Rat, you follow behind and keep an eye on the movements inside, and everyone else follow me, the sturdy man gave the order. Okay, Big Brother Giant Bear. The others nodded. The yellow dog was walking in front alone. As soon as he entered the supermarket, a fishy smell came into his nose. It was the smell of zombie blood. Then, he was somewhat surprised and a little scared at the sight before him. The supermarket was full of dead zombies, and every zombie was cut in half. He took a deep breath. This move looks very much like Zhang Jinglin's attack method. Isn't that guy dead? The giant bear frowned. No, there is another expert. Someone must have taken Zhang Jinglin's knife, brought his sister Zhang Jingyu to the supermarket, and killed hundreds of zombies. This guy might be stronger than Zhang Jinglin. Everyone be careful. When they saw the scene inside the supermarket, everyone was shocked, and a vigilant expression appeared on their faces, because this supermarket was like a Shura field, with zombie corpses everywhere on the ground. Originally, these dozen people were enough to deal with Zhang Jinglin alone. But now, this guy holding Zhang Jinglin's samurai sword seems to be stronger than Zhang Jinglin himself. This has to be taken seriously. As they went deeper, they were even more confused by the empty shelves in the supermarket. Yellow Dog was the first to speak. What on earth is going on? The entire supermarket is empty, everything has been taken away, this is impossible. Even daily necessities like clothes and dishes have been taken away. How many survivors are there around here? Searching for supplies, even with a large backpack, you can't pack much, at most a week's worth of food. How many survivors would it take to empty an entire supermarket? Moreover, the blood of the zombies on the ground is fresh, and these zombies were killed not long ago. Could it be that someone came to move things before the zombies were killed? How is that possible? So this is all very strange. The giant bear shook his head. Never mind, let's find Zhang Jingyu first. His first priority was to help Heihu find Zhang Jingyu, and he didn't want to care about anything else. The yellow dog nodded. I continued to twitch my nose, and then followed the smell all the way to the supermarket's warehouse. At this moment, Liu Yang's keen hearing also heard someone approaching. He frowned. All the zombies outside were killed by myself. Could it be that someone saw that there were no zombies in the supermarket, so he risked his life to come out to look for food? He didn't want to share food with others. Fortunately, he had collected all the things in the warehouse and it was a good opportunity for him to meet these survivors. Lu Yang, holding a samurai sword, walked out of the warehouse door with Zhang Jingyu, and the two groups met face to face in an instant. The moment he saw Zhang Jingyu, the giant bear's eyes widened, and then he showed an excited expression. Zhang Jingyu. That's great, you're not dead yet. Now I can go back and report to the mission. Ah. Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, his face turned pale. A frightened expression instantly appeared. What's wrong? Who are they? Lu Yang looked at the people opposite vigilantly and asked Zhang Jingyu in a low voice. They are all from the Black Tiger Survivor Base. That sturdy guy is the third in command of the Black Tiger Survivor Base, nicknamed Giant Bear. He is a superpower and very powerful. Only slightly weaker than my brother. The two beside him are Yellow Dog and Blade Rat, also supernatural beings. The others beside him are all ruthless people from the Black Tiger Base. Before the disaster, some of them were mercenaries, some were professional killers, and each of them was very powerful. I didn't expect that the Black Tiger Survivor Base would send out 3 superpowers and a dozen elites to capture us. Zhang Jingyu's face was full of fear. With 3 psychics attacking at the same time, even if his brother was still alive, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. 3 superpowers. Lu Yang clenched his samurai sword. This was his first encounter with a person with superpowers. But judging from the opponent's appearance, he doesn't seem very strong. 3 ice needles should be enough to kill him. But Lu Yang didn't want to kill the opponent so quickly. Instead, he wanted to try how much stronger he was than an ordinary psychic. In this way, he would be able to estimate what ranking he would get in the test on the stone tablet. So he planned not to use his superpowers, but only his samurai sword and melee combat ability to kill the opponent. While Lu Yang was observing Giant Bear and the others, Giant Bear and the others were also observing Lu Yang. Neither side understood the other, so Giant Bear and his men did not dare to act rashly. The Yellow Dog noticed the knife in Lu Yang's hand. Boy, we are from the Black Tiger Survivor Base. Which base are you from? It's not good to take other people's things casually. Leave that woman and the knife to us, and maybe we can spare your life. Oh, what if I don't agree? Lu Yang said with a smile. Then don't blame us for being rude. The Yellow Dog showed a gritting teeth expression, and at the same time, he took out a large machete that was shining with cold light from behind. Then I'll see how you can be rude. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards the Yellow Dog. Before the other party could react, the samurai sword instantly slashed forward. Swish. The Yellow Dog still had a gnashing expression on his face, but his head had already fallen to the ground. A tall column of blood spurted out from the neck, and then Lu Yang slashed a few more times, killing the several strong men next to the Yellow Dog. What a fast speed! Seeing this scene, the Giant Bear showed a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, they quickly dodged and retreated, looking at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. Ah! Why are you running away? Don't retreat, I haven't felt satisfied with the chopping yet. Lu Yang said with a sneer. The jet black katana was dripping with blood. The supermarket was filled with the smell of blood. On the ground were 4 headless corpses. After a face-to-face encounter, Lu Yang roughly understood the strength of these psychics. Basic attributes such as strength and speed are about twice that of ordinary people. And Lu Yang's strength and speed are 16 times that of ordinary people. There was a huge gap between the two sides. In Lu Yang's opinion, the opponent's movements were too slow. As for what the other party's superpower was, Lu Yang was not quite sure, but he estimated that it would not be a powerful one, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be killed by himself without even using his superpower. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the Giant Bear's face. The faces of the other base members were filled with horror. This man is so strong. He was so strong that they couldn't even see each other's movements. It could be said that even Black Tiger, the leader of the Black Tiger Base, was no match for the men in front of them. The Giant Bear was panicking. If my combat power is 800, then Black Tiger's combat power is 1000. The combat power of this man in front of me is at least 5,000. They are not even on the same level. How can we fight this? Unless the entire Black Tiger base is mobilized, there is absolutely no chance of winning. He said to Lu Yang with a vigilant look on his face. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. It's just a misunderstanding. Take the woman and the weapons. Let's leave now. What do you think? As long as you let us go, we will never appear in front of you again in this life. That won't do. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Yang said, and quickly rushed towards Giant Bear and others. The Giant Bear roared, Run, go back to the base, and get reinforcements. I'll cover you. Bear power. Roar. The Giant Bear's body suddenly grew larger, and countless hairs grew on its body, instantly turning into a real grizzly bear. Oh! Your superpower is to turn into a bear? That's really weak. You don't want to be a good person, but you have to be a beast. Lu Yang stepped forward with a knife and chopped off the Giant Bear's head. The other party couldn't even react. Then he rushed into the fleeing crowd and slaughtered them at will. These mercenaries and professional killers were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lu Yang. They had no power to fight back at all. In less than a minute, Lu Yang hacked them all to death. Ugh! The strong smell of blood made Zhang Jingyu retch continuously. The ground was littered with the bodies of the survivors of the Black Tiger base. At the same time, Zhang Jingyu was also shocked by Lu Yang's strength. The Giant Bear, who was the third in command of the base, didn't even have time to react and was killed instantly. Is this man the reincarnation of the god of war? Lu Yang is not only his savior, but also very powerful and full of security. He is so strong and handsome. Zhang Jingyu made up her mind that she must follow Lu Yang, and it would be best if she could become Lu Yang's woman. Lu Yang saw that there were no more people alive, wiped the blood off his samurai sword, and said to Zhang Jingyu, Let's go, we have finished looting the supplies, and we should go back. Yeah. Zhang Jingyu nodded and followed Lu Yang obediently. The two left the supermarket without noticing a large hole on the ground behind a shelf. The two returned to the school villa building. The deduction is over. Lu Yang gained a lot from this deduction. Not only did he obtain a melee weapon, a samurai sword, but he also obtained the supplies of an entire large supermarket. The most important thing is, he also got a busted policewoman with fair skin, long legs and looks that is not inferior to Zhao Lina. It can be said that the harvest is quite fruitful. To be honest, Zhang Jingyu's appearance really fits Lu Yang's aesthetic taste. Lu Yang fell in love with him at first sight. He really likes this type. I made up my mind that I must get this police academy goddess into bed as soon as possible and have a family with her. Lu Yang immediately began to act according to the deduced process. Everything went very smoothly. When he returned to the villa from the supermarket, he had actually obtained a precious sword and brought back the peerless beauty Zhang Jingyu. Lu Yang was very happy. Looks like I can try out the feeling of being a future policewoman tonight. Thinking about the other person's angelic face and devilish figure, it must be super exciting, right? Lu Yang, you're back. Come and have dinner. Chen Dan and others smiled happily when they saw Lu Yang coming back and invited Lu Yang to the restaurant for dinner. Lu Yang nodded and said to Zhang Jingyu, Let's eat something first. I believe you are hungry too. Okay. Zhang Jingyu nodded somewhat awkwardly. She looked at Chen Dan and others in the villa, with a complicated expression on her face. Originally she thought Lu Yang was alone. I have already made up my mind to become Lu Yang's woman. But I found that the other party seemed to have several female companions. And each one has its own unique look and is very beautiful. Although she was very confident about her appearance, she still felt a little awkward to be one of Lu Yang's several women. Will these women who came first accept themselves? Will it be directed at me? Will it make things difficult for yourself? Zhang Jingyu ate in silence, with mixed feelings. There are worries and fears. Chen Dan, Tang Mengting, Zhao Yuding, Zhao Lina, and others on the opposite side were observing Zhang Jingyu. Tang Mengting was already itching with hatred. What a beautiful girl. In terms of appearance, she is not even inferior to the four school beauties He Yushur and Zhao Lina. Where did Lu Yang go and bring back such a stunning beauty? There are 4 people in this shelter who are prettier than me. They are the big star Su Xiao, the long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding, the cold and aloof school beauty He Yushi, the top student school beauty Zhao Lina, and this new busty girl. She is so beautiful and her figure is bigger than Qin Dan's. It's simply a devilish figure. Is this going to allow people to survive? Tang Mengting was about to collapse. I can't compare with the other person in terms of face, and my figure can't compare with the other person's plumpness. What's the point of playing this game? But even though she was devastated in her heart, she didn't dare show it on her face. This beauty had just been brought back to the villa and was able to have dinner with them, which was enough to show how special Lu Yang was to her. Even Zhao Lina, the top student and school beauty, had to enter Lu Yang's room and wait on him before eating. But Zhang Jingyu didn't have to do anything and could eat directly. This is something no one else can compare to. Chen Dan was naturally very clear about this. With a smile on her face, she picked up a piece of meat for Zhang Jingyu and said, "Good sister, eat more. Look how thin you are. Except for your big breasts, everything else is small. I made these dishes. Take a look and see if they suit your taste." Ah. Oh. It's delicious, very delicious, thank you. Zhang Jingyu was a little nervous. She also didn't expect these people to treat her so well. In the past at the Black Tiger base, the relationship between the survivors was not so harmonious. Always be wary of each other. Because although they are competitors in a group, they are also competitors for survival resources. When necessary, they will even become enemies. If it tastes good, eat more. I'm glad that the food I cooked suits your taste. What's your name? Where are you from? My name is Qin Dan. I was the former owner of this villa complex and also a dance teacher. Chen Dan said with a gentle smile on his face and in an approachable tone. My name is Zhang Jingyu. I am a former student of the police academy. I met Lu Yang on the road. He saved me. I am very grateful to him. Zhang Jingyu said truthfully. Oh, so you are a student from the police academy. In fact, we were all saved by Lu Yang, and we are all very grateful to him. You will join our big family in the future, and we will definitely get along well. Chen Dan nodded and said. Yeah. Okay, thank you Chen Dan. Zhang Jingyu said with a smile. Feeling a little happy. She felt that Chen Dan was very approachable, and gave people a very good and gentle feeling. Watching Chen Dan talking to Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting and others showed complicated expressions on their faces. He thought, as expected of Chen Dan. He knows how to behave. He managed to bring the newcomer Zhang Jingyu to the united front with just a few words. The old ones are still the best. So Tang Mengting, Zhao Lina, and others also showed warm smiles on their faces. Said to Zhang Jingyu. Yes, yes, dear sister, eat more. Don't be polite with us. The people here are easy to get along with and speak nicely. When you come here, just treat it as your own home. Don't be too restrained. Relax and relax. Oh. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm very happy that everyone can accept me so quickly. Zhang Jingyu said sincerely. Seeing that everyone was getting along so happily, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Teacher Zhao Yuding with beautiful legs was eating with a complicated expression on her face. Originally, after a day of inner struggle, she decided to go to Lu Yang's room tonight and have some real relationship with Lu Yang as rumored. It would be best if they could fight for several hours as rumored. But now Lu Yang has brought back a beautiful girl. He will most likely spend the night with her tonight. It seems that his battle plan will be postponed again. I don't know when it will be my turn. Well. She felt like the grass in the desert, about to wither and crack. Urgently needs rain. Just keep waiting like this. I'm going to break down. After dinner, the new policewoman Zhang Jingyu found a room on the first floor to stay in. Lu Yang returned to his room. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, he looked at his long black samurai sword and couldn't let it go. Originally, his basic strength had been strengthened, and his melee combat ability had increased dramatically. He just happened to lack a melee weapon. He didn't expect that he got a sword today just because he said he lacked a weapon yesterday. What great luck! He took out a new towel from the dark space and kept wiping this top-grade weapon. The dark blade is powerful and emits bursts of cold light. The straight figure exudes sharpness and toughness. It seems to be able to pierce through all enemies. I have killed hundreds of zombies and a dozen survivors today, and this sword is still as sharp as ever, enough to cut through even the most delicate hair. Liu Yang looked at it, his eyes full of love. A master once said that weapons should be treated like lovers. Because weapons can stay with you longer than your lover. And weapons can save your life, while lovers can only suck your energy. Just as Liu Yang was happily wiping the knife, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing this voice, Liu Yang slowly put away the knife. I've admired the knives enough, it's time to show off my sword. I just don't know who is knocking on the door today. I hope it's policewoman Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang licked his lips and called out expectantly. Come in. The door was pushed open. The person who came in was indeed Zhang Jingyu. She had finished her shower, and her long, straight black hair was still a little wet, draped smoothly over her fair shoulders. A pair of straight and slender white legs, and a curvy figure are extremely eye-catching. Seeing Liu Yang's smiling face, Zhang Jingyu blushed immediately. She hesitantly said to Liu Yang. Well, I came here to thank you for saving me today. I know. Come on, come here, let's have a good chat, talk about the future, talk about our ideals, Liu Yang said with a smirk. Okay, let's talk about the future together. And be your girlfriend. Zhang Jingyu showed a puzzled expression. When she reacted, her pretty face suddenly became redder. I thought we were just ordinary friends. I just wanted to say thank you verbally. Isn't it too fast to date now? What do you mean friends or not? Your brother entrusted you to me, how can I bear to just be your friend? I want you to be my boyfriend at least. Liu Yang pulled Zhang Jingyu into his arms. Zhang Jingyu let out a shy moan. What's good about being friends? There is a saying, the one who can give you a hand is your friend, and the one who can help you several times is your girlfriend. So, if you want to be someone, then be her girlfriend. Outside the door. When Zhang Jingyu entered Liu Yang's room, Su Xiao, Tang Mengting, Chen Dan, Zhao Yuding and a group of people in the corridor started whispering again. Sure enough, he went in again. This woman, I thought she was so pure. And I heard a voice in the room. Liu Yang wants her to be his girlfriend. Oh my God. There are several girls here, but which one can become Liu Yang's recognized girlfriend? Only Zhang Jingyu can do it. And it was Liu Yang who took the initiative to ask for it. Yes. Oh my God. He is so nice to Zhang Jingyu. You have to be nicer to Zhang Jingyu in the future. She is now the only one favored. Listening to everyone's discussions, Tang Mingting's face looked very ugly. She is the one who wants to be Liu Yang's girlfriend the most, and more than once she has put herself in the position of Liu Yang's girlfriend, but every time she was severely slapped in the face. Liu Yang never gave her a good look. But now, on just the first day of Zhang Jingyu's arrival, Liu Yang actually took the initiative to ask to be his girlfriend. This is treatment that no other girl has ever received. In the past, Tang Mengting regarded He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential enemies, but now she realizes that the real enemy is this newcomer, the real enemy is Zhang Jingyu. And this enemy is so powerful that it is difficult to shake. Everyone was filled with a sense of crisis. At the same time, he was extremely envious of Zhang Jingyu. Long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding didn't think so much. She doesn't care who has a higher status or who is more favored by Liu Yang. She only cares about when she can get Liu Yang's attention. Her whole face was red. Zhao Yuding's face flushed when she returned to the room. Harmonious deletion. 2 hours later, Liu Yang received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to be your girlfriend. The dark space ability level can be increased by 1 level. Since the host has successfully made a girlfriend for 7 consecutive days, the additional reward is that all ability levels will be increased by 1 level. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang was delighted. Liu Yang took a look. Dark space has been upgraded to level 5. The space of 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000 cubic meters has now become 50 times 50 times 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. An increase of nearly 4 times. The pile of things he had collected from the supermarket was already quite impressive. Now it has become a small puddle. Lu Yang shook his head. It seems that the speed at which I am collecting resources cannot keep up with the speed at which the dark space is expanding. This space is really too empty. I have to continue collecting resources. Although Zhang Jingyu was very tired, he didn't want to sleep yet. Looking at Lu Yang who was sleeping beside her, she liked him more and more. His brother Zhang Jinglin died accidentally at the hands of a mutated tree. Fortunately, he met Lu Yang. Otherwise, even if he was not killed by the tree, he would have been captured by Giant Bear and others who found him soon after, and then taken back to the Black Tiger base. When she thought of the leader of the Black Tiger survivor base, with his mouth full of yellow teeth, big belly, fat and black, and disgusting appearance, she felt like vomiting. Compared to Lu Yang, that Black Tiger is just a piece of shit. I am so lucky to have met Lu Yang and become Lu Yang's woman. This is simply God's favor to me. Even in the end times, Zhang Jingyu felt very happy at this moment. With a curved mouth, she secretly kissed the sleeping Lu Yang, and then slowly fell asleep. The next day. It was already noon when Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu got up. Su Xiao and others had already prepared lunch. When they saw Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu getting up and coming out, they immediately greeted them with smiles on their faces. Lu Yang, Sister Jingyu, come and have lunch. You woke up just as we were finishing the meal. It's just perfect. Okay. Lu Yang nodded. Zhang Jingyu and I came to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was almost full of girls at this moment. Everyone showed an envious look the moment they saw Zhang Jingyu. Zhao Yuding's face flushed and her eyes avoided when she saw Lu Yang. But unfortunately, Lu Yang noticed something was wrong with Zhao Yuding. His face was flushed, his eyes were evasive, he lowered his head, and his breathing was a little rapid. This is a bit like the prelude to turning into a zombie. He frowned and asked with concern, Yuding, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The others also stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to Zhao Yuding. The room suddenly became quiet. Zhao Yuding didn't expect Lu Yang to talk to her. She was startled for a moment, and raised her head with a start, just in time to meet Lu Yang's concerned eyes. This glance made her heart flutter. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air and the sudden concern for my friends. At this moment, Zhao Yuding felt the desire churning in her heart, causing her pain and unable to calm down. The desire in my heart opened its mouth wide again, longing for the nourishment of rain. I want to be your woman. Zhao Yuding wanted to say this so much. Unfortunately, she is a shy, traditional woman. I could only blush and shake my head. No, it's okay. Oh, that's good. Let's eat quickly. Lu Yang also felt relieved. The zombies in this campus had been cleared out by myself a long time ago, so how could Zhao Yuding be infected? It seems that I am overthinking. The one who talks nonsense because of concern is actually me, right? Lu Yang was very grateful to Zhao Yuding for protecting him when he was injured. So he didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Zhao Yuding. Now that he heard Zhao Yuding say that everything was fine, he felt relieved. Zhao Yuding saw that Lu Yang's eyes had left her. She was no longer so nervous, but she felt a little lost. She was afraid that Lu Yang would pay attention to her, but she also longed for Lu Yang to pay attention to her. In this contradictory mood, she ate her food carelessly. Obviously, the food cooked by Chindan was very delicious, but it tasted like chewing wax in her mouth. Soon, Lu Yang finished his meal and returned to the dormitory. He planned to continue his deduction and search a few large supermarkets. There are 3 large supermarkets near the school. Although they are a little farther away than the first supermarket, Lu Yang is very strong at this time and is not afraid of the distance at all. After all, after successfully expanding his territory with Zhang Jingyu last night, his dark space was further strengthened and turned into a space of 50 by 50 by 50 meters. The items in a supermarket were piled up in it, but less than 1/10 of it. It looks too empty. This made him unhappy. He absolutely would not allow the dark space to be so empty, which was not in line with his style. Therefore, she must be filled up tightly. At the same time, in the Black Tiger survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face returned to the base panting. As soon as he returned to the base, he ran straight to Heihu's residence. Arriving outside of Black Tiger's room, he instantly collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Boss Black Tiger! Boss Black Tiger! Something terrible has happened. They've been killed, all of them. What's the hurry? Did you bring Zhang Jingyu back? Where's the giant bear?" A greasy and wretched middle-aged man with a big belly, dark skin, and a mustache came out. Seeing Scar Rat lying limp on the ground, Heihu was a little surprised. What on earth happened to make the mature and steady Scar Rat become like this? Big Lao. The giant bear is dead. The yellow dog is dead too. All of them are dead. If I hadn't burrowed quickly into the ground, I would have died there too. Recalling what happened at that time, Scar Rat's face showed a look of fear. What? The giant bear was killed. Hearing this, Heihu's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief, and then his eyes were filled with anger. He said in a murderous voice, "Is Zhang Jinglin that strong? You had more than a dozen people secretly tracking them. Didn't you know how to attack them after you found them? And he killed them all. Are you useless? Did something unexpected happen?" No, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. When we got there, Zhang Jinglin was already dead. It was another young man who was very strong. He took Zhang Jinglin's knife and killed more than a dozen people in an instant. He didn't even use his supernatural powers from beginning to end. He just used close combat to kill everyone. Even the giant bear didn't react in time and was killed instantly. If I had run slower, I would have been beheaded. Scar Rat said with lingering fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When it comes to close combat, my third brother Giant Bear is invincible. Without using superpowers, even I may not be his opponent. How is it possible for someone to kill it without using superpowers? Heihu obviously didn't believe it. The giant bear used to be a professional mercenary in peacetime and was very powerful. At the end of the world, he awakened the ability to transform into a giant bear and possess the power of a giant bear. It can be said that without using superpowers, the giant bear's strength is among the top among all first-level superpowers. How is it possible to be killed instantly? There was suspicion in Heihu's eyes. Is it possible that Scar Rat is deliberately exaggerating the enemy's strength because he is afraid that he will be blamed for the failure of the mission? It's true, brother. I didn't lie to you, brother. Zhang Jingyu was also taken away by that guy. He also killed hundreds of zombies, all with knives. His strength was terrifying. Until the end, we didn't know what his special abilities were. Scar Rat said excitedly. When Heihu heard that Zhang Jingyu was taken away by that guy, he immediately became angry. More than a dozen people can't even beat one person. You can't even bring a woman back, what use are you? When Falcon comes back, I will ask him to check the situation first. Then I will go and meet this so-called psychic in person to see how strong he is. If I find out that you are exaggerating, you will be in trouble. Heihu said viciously. I'm not talking nonsense. Big brother, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just let Falcon see for yourself. That guy is really strong. If you don't believe me, forget it. Scar Rat said, and left here angrily. He had just escaped death, and was afraid of being caught up by the enemy, so he didn't dare to take the flat road. He used his supernatural power to dig holes to get back, and he dug holes for more than 20 kilometers. This took a huge toll on him and now he was extremely exhausted. Who would have thought that he had just returned and now he was scolded by Heihu again, so naturally he was in a very bad mood. Scar Rat left Black Tiger's residence while cursing as he walked. I lost more than a dozen brothers for a woman. Not even a word of concern, and still scolded me. If I could defeat him, I would have killed him long ago. Damn it, how come I only awakened the ability to dig holes? If I had awakened a combat ability, would I be like this? After cursing in his heart, Dao Basha calmed down and began to think about his future retreat. Now that Black Tiger has lost two of his capable assistants, Giant Bear and Yellow Dog, his strength has been greatly reduced. I estimate that even the entire survivor base combined is no match for that young man. Black Tiger will probably fight to the death with that young man in order to get Zhang Jingyu. Am I just waiting to die if I stay here? Instead of waiting to die, it's better to leave early. Hey, who doesn't treat his brothers as human beings? There is no future for us to follow him. Dao Bashu made up his mind. Prepare to return to your residence, then start packing up and leave secretly. Although his ability is not a combat ability, it is still very useful for escaping. He is short and the hole he digs is small, so others can't get in. As long as he wants to run, basically few people can catch up with him. Walking inside the Black Tiger survivor base. The civilians in the base saw Scar Rat and came over to say hello. Hello, Master Rat. Master Rat, you have another fruitful harvest today, right? It's okay, it's okay. Scar Rat smiled at everyone. A dusty, skinny little girl ran over to Scar Rat, raised her head, opened her big, innocent eyes and asked. Master Rat, where did you go on adventures today? Did you encounter any scary zombies? Looking at the cute little girl, Scar Rat suddenly felt soft in his heart. Although he is a psychic, he is quite useless due to his awakened ability to drill holes. He is not popular among the superpowers, and everyone looks down on him. He is always the first to go out and explore dangerous areas. But the common people looked upon him with great respect. The people with special powers called him Scar Rat, but the common people respectfully called him Lord Rat. Therefore, Scar Rat treats these civilians better than other psychics. The other psychics all look superior. If civilians dare to provoke them, they will just kick them away. How can they talk to them? Scar Rat squatted down and said to the little girl. We went to a very far place. I, Master Rat, killed dozens of zombies directly. So awesome. Here, Master Rat will give you a candy. After saying that, he took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to the little girl. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Endless light seemed to burst out from his eyes in an instant. In the last days, even the calories in a piece of candy are extremely precious. The little girl took the candy and held it tightly in her hand like a treasure. She kept thanking Scar Rat, thank you, Master Rat, thank you, Master Rat. When the other children saw the little girl get a candy, they immediately surrounded her. Master Rat. You're so handsome. Master Rat, you are the most handsome man in this base. Mr. Rat. Any more candy? Ha ha ha. I just like kids like you who love to tell the truth. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone gets one. Hearing the children praising him for being handsome, Scar Mouse smiled like an auntie and gave everyone a candy. The children were immediately delighted. Candy. White rabbit milk candy. Mom, I got candy again. Woo woo woo. The child cried tears of joy. Lord Rat is so great. Long live Lord Rat. The children skipped away. In the distance, their parents also cast grateful glances at Scar Rat. A piece of candy may not be a big deal for a person with special powers, but for ordinary people, it is very difficult for them to survive every day. How can they afford a luxury like candy? Seeing this group of survivors looking at him as if they were saviors, Scar Rat gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Zhou Kiki reference picture. Just as the children were overjoyed after getting the candies, another group of dusty survivors walked into the survivor base through the gate. The leader was a sturdy survivor with a majestic eagle standing on his shoulder. As soon as that group of people appeared, the children dared not make any sound. Fear appeared on their faces. They secretly hid the candy behind them and quickly ran back to their parents. When this group of survivors passed by Scar Rat, the burly man in the lead showed a playful expression on his face and said in a mocking tone. Scar Rat. What's wrong with you? You're covered in dirt and dust, and you just crawled out of the ground. Have you completed the task assigned to you by the boss? Where's the giant bear? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Did you sneak back while they were fighting? Ha ha ha. I think so. This Daobasha guy, when people are fighting, he gets scared and hides in his cave, and only comes out after they win. The ability to dig holes, it's a good thing you were able to awaken it. I really can't imagine what this ability is useful for. Ha ha ha. You are no different from the commoners. No wonder you can fight with them. What a rat man. The people around the strongman also began to laugh at Scar Rat. Scar Rat has long been accustomed to this situation, and is always teased every time he meets these people. In the past, when he was in a good mood, he would just laugh it off, but today Scar Rat was in a bad mood. Besides, he is about to leave the base, so why should he continue to tolerate it and act like a coward? Bullshit. The boss has something to talk to you about, so go quickly and don't keep complaining here. You'll know when you get there. Scar Rat said unhappily. We are both first-level psychics, but just because the ability he awakened is the ability to dig holes, he is ridiculed everywhere. Why? You bunch of rubbish, you won't live long. Hey, who is about to take you to provoke a killing god, and then you can just wait for death? Oh. How dare you talk to me like that? A threatening look appeared on the sturdy man's face. I'm just talking to you like this, what's the matter? Idiot. Scar Rat stood up straight with a fierce look in his eyes. Fuck you. The strongman was about to explode, but was stopped by the younger brother next to him. He persuaded him. Forget it, Brother Falcon. This guy is usually timid, but today he actually dared to talk back to you. This is a bit strange. Let's go to Boss Black Tiger to hear the situation first. The strongman also came to his senses. What this guy said makes sense. Scar Rat's condition today is indeed a bit abnormal. Didn't they bully Scar Rat every time they saw him in the past? But I've never seen him dare to resist like this before. Now he dares to talk back and is so aggressive, refusing to back down at all. It is obvious that something is wrong. Could it be that he had made great contributions and that Big Brother Black Tiger had made some promise to him? If that's the case, it's better not to provoke him now. Humph. Just wait for me. I'll deal with you after I get to Big Brother Black Tiger and figure out the situation. Falcon snorted coldly, then took his little brothers to Black Tiger's residence. Watching their departing backs, Scar Rat smiled coldly, a bunch of short-lived ghosts. Wait for death. I won't play with you anymore, I'm leaving right away. Scar Rat returned to his residence and immediately began to pack up his things. He originally came here by digging a tunnel, which was more than 20 kilometers long. Now when he leaves, he just needs to continue entering the tunnel without digging a new hole, so he can go faster than when he came. In less than an hour he would be able to reach the supermarket where the giant bear was killed. The other side. At this time, Liu Yang was in the process of deduction. He was on his way to another supermarket, which was about 2 kilometers away from the school. He held the precious sword in his hand and would just go up and chop the zombies he saw on the road, killing one small zombie with each sword. In less than 10 minutes, he was already outside the supermarket. However, outside the supermarket, he met 2 survivors, a man and a woman. Or he's an acquaintance from their school. Although Liu Yang didn't have many interactions with people in school, he still knew some of the more famous people in the school. These 2 people are the student union president Chen Hao, and one of the 4 school beauties, Zhou Kiki, who is known as the sports goddess. When the 2 people saw Liu Yang holding a sword and killing all the zombies on the road like a god of death, they also came out from the room where they were hiding, ready to follow Liu Yang and follow behind Liu Yang to find some food. But Liu Yang noticed them and a cold expression appeared on his face. What do you 2 want? Don't follow me. Liu Yang. After seeing Liu Yang's appearance clearly, Chen Hao showed a look of surprise on his face. Liu Yang used to be a famous figure in the school, so as the student union president, he naturally knew him. He even despised Liu Yang in the past and even took the lead in causing trouble for Liu Yang. But now it's the end of the world, who cares about the past? He saw that Liu Yang was so strong at this moment. They were all old acquaintances and alumni of the same school, so he must hold on to Liu Yang's thigh next. What? Don't you understand what I said? I told you not to follow me. Liu Yang warned again. He took great pains to kill zombies along the way, and these 2 people wanted to come out and get a piece of the pie after seeing that he had killed all the zombies. Do they think they are fools? Liu Yang, I'm Chen Hao, the president of the student union. Don't you know us? Your weapon is so powerful, I think you can kill a zombie with just 1 strike. How about this, you protect me and Joe Kiki, and when I get home, I will give you money, 1 million. How about it? Chen Hao said to Lu Yang with a flattering smile on his face. Lu Yang looked at the other person as if he were a fool. In the end times, he actually wants to bribe others with money. Is this person mentally ill? Get out of here. Lu Yang said coldly. 2 million. How about 2 million? Chen Hao said while gritting his teeth. Are you an idiot? What's the use of money in the apocalypse? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. You don't want to leave, right? Okay, then don't leave. I will take Zhou Kiki back to the base directly. As a sports goddess, running and exercising every day should be quite suitable for having a baby. Lu Yang touched his chin with a playful expression. Zhou Kiki is not only one of the 4 campus beauties, but also a sports student. Not only is she very beautiful, with delicate features and a slim figure, she also has long thighs with healthy muscle lines, making her look very explosive. Her wheat-colored skin and slender waist with a pronounced waistline make her look extremely energetic and attractive. It is also said that women who like sports will give birth to healthier children. Moreover, the athletic goddess will have better physical strength. Other girls would be dying after fighting with me for 2 hours, but Zhou Kiki should be able to endure it perfectly. By then, you can expand and branch out however you want. When Chen Hao heard Lu Yang say this, his face suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Yang vigilantly while protecting Zhou Kiki behind him. He said to Lu Yang in a panic. Lu Yang, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. Zhou Kiki is my girlfriend. She won't follow you. She's just a girlfriend, not married. Besides, even if we are married, so what? Chow Chow also likes married women. Chen Hao, you can go now, Zhou Kiki, stay and follow me. Lu Yang said casually. No, it's impossible. She is my girlfriend, and you want to steal my girlfriend. I am the president of the student union. My family has hundreds of millions of assets. Are you qualified to snatch her from me? Besides, how are you better than me? Cuckoo will not be attracted to you. Chen Hao said angrily. Although he was afraid of the knife in Lu Yang's hand, he couldn't help it when he heard that Lu Yang wanted to steal his girlfriend. As the student union president, he used to be a high-ranking figure in the school. Which student would not greet him respectfully when seeing him? Not to mention that his family also opened a company with assets worth hundreds of millions. He is an out-and-out rich second generation. I usually drive a BMW to school. In the past, when he was in school, he pretended to be cool every day and felt the admiration of everyone every day. Now, this loser Lu Yang actually dares to snatch his girlfriend in front of him. Can Chen Hao tolerate this? If the other party didn't have a knife in his hand, he would have come over and killed Lu Yang. Impossible. What's impossible? Do you think you can stop me, Lu Yang, from getting the woman he wants? You are so great, with assets worth hundreds of millions, but I see you are pale and thin, weak all over. I guess you can't even hold your head up. What's the point of having such a beautiful girlfriend? Can you satisfy her? You look like you haven't eaten for several days. After the apocalypse, you haven't found anything to eat yet, right? Lu Yang looked at the other person playfully. Lu Yang touched on a sore spot in his heart, and Chen Hao felt very embarrassed. Hesitantly said. So what if you didn't find anything to eat? Anyway, my girlfriend won't be with you. We have a very good relationship, don't even think about it. Really? Well, I was originally planning to take it by force, but now that I hear what you said, I won't. I want to see how good your relationship is. Here, look at this. Lu Yang reached into his arms and took out a vacuum-packed chicken leg, then opened the package to reveal the chicken leg. In an instant, the fragrance drifted into the noses of Chen Hao and Zhou Kiki. SSSS. Chen Hao and Zhou Kiki sniffed hard, greedily inhaling the long-lost aroma of food, and both of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Hungry, so hungry. They had been hungry in the school for 4 days, and finally they could no longer bear it, so they left the school to look for food. However, they searched for 2 days but could not find anything to eat. They only found 2 rats in the sewer, which they killed, roasted, and ate up. But these 2 mice are not enough to fill my stomach. In the process of looking for food elsewhere, I was almost caught by zombies. A lot of energy was wasted while running. Now both of them have empty stomachs. When I smelled the aroma of the chicken legs, my stomach started to ache. A chicken leg in exchange for your girlfriend. Do you agree? Lu Yang said playfully. Chen Hao just swore that he and his girlfriend have a very good relationship and will never be separated. So Lu Yang wants to see this. How much food is the so-called love that is stronger than gold worth? Sure enough, after hearing Lu Yang's proposal, a hint of hesitation appeared in Chen Hao's eyes. But soon he shook his head. Impossible. Coco and I have been dating for a whole year. How could my girlfriend be traded for a chicken leg? Who do you think Chen Hao? My family has assets worth hundreds of millions. I have seen all kinds of things. A determined look appeared on Chen Hao's face. Hearing what Chen Hao said, Zhou Qi's face was full of emotion. Originally, she thought that this rich second-generation boyfriend was just playing around, so they dated for a whole year. Zhou Qi still treated Chen Hao as a boyfriend in the probation period and never let this rich second-generation boyfriend succeed, and the two of them never had an intimate relationship. It seems now Chen Hao's feelings for himself are real. Even though he was so hungry, he didn't even want to exchange it for such a precious chicken leg. It is no exaggeration to say that the moment Zhou Qi saw the chicken leg and smelled the scent of the chicken leg, she wanted to take the initiative to join Lu Yang. Now that she saw Chen Hao's determined expression, she suddenly realized how shameful her inner thoughts were. How can you sell yourself out for a chicken leg? You must learn from Chen Hao. Never give in to food. Just when Zhou Qi made up her mind to stay with Chen Hao, she didn't expect Chen Hao to hold up 5 fingers and said to Lu Yang, "If you want my girlfriend, you have to pay extra, 5 of them, unless it's 5 chicken legs." Hearing this, Lu Yang was stunned. At first, seeing how determined he was, I thought he wouldn't agree, but it turned out he just wanted a few more chicken legs. As expected, he is the chairman of Chen Hao Association. I haven't forgotten to bargain at this time. 3. Otherwise, no deal. Lu Yang said without question. Deal. Chen Hao said quickly, fearing that Lu Yang would go back on his word. Lu Yang directly took out 2 more chicken legs from his arms and then threw them all at Chen Hao's feet. Chen Hao quickly bent down, picked up the chicken leg and stuffed it into his clothes. The whole operation stunned Zhou Qi, who was standing next to him. For 3 chicken legs, this boyfriend sold himself out. I was secretly moved in my heart just now, but now it seems that it was too early to be moved. She said to Chen Hao angrily, "Chen Hao, you. What are you talking about? If I don't eat something, I'm going to starve to death. Do you want to watch me starve to death? Aren't you women here in the last days to be vented by men? Venting to anyone is not venting. I've been dating you for a year, and the gifts I gave you are worth at least millions, but you don't even go to a hotel with me. Why are you pretending to be so pure? Have I disliked you for a long time? A few days before the apocalypse, I wanted to rape you, but I didn't know you were stronger than me. I was so hungry in the following days that I wanted to eat your flesh. If you were not a sports student and I couldn't beat you, would I have kept you until now? Now I can exchange you for 3 chicken legs, which means you are valuable, understand? Just be happy." After saying this, Chen Hao took the chicken leg and quickly ran to the safe area nearby, as if he was afraid that Lu Yang would regret it. After hearing what Chen Hao said, Zhou Qi was heartbroken. She never thought that in the eyes of her boyfriend, she was just an item that could be discarded at any time. At the same time, she was a little relieved that she had remained chaste during the year they were dating and had not let Chen Hao succeed. Otherwise, she would have been abandoned long ago, right? This rich second-generation boyfriend is just playing around after all. She finally saw through Chen Hao's character. Zhou Qi was extremely disappointed. Her face was ashen and she walked step by step towards Lu Yang. "Look, this is your boyfriend. He sold you out for 3 chicken legs," Lu Yang said with a smile. "This is the end of the world. This is the reality. The last second, the love was stronger than gold and would last forever. The next second, he sold out his girlfriend for 3 chicken legs. Give me 3 chicken legs, and I'll sell myself to you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Zhou Kiki said to Lu Yang with empty eyes. She had lost the light in her heart after being sold out by her boyfriend. I don't care what will happen next. Let's fill our stomachs first. The worst that can happen is death. I would rather die with a full stomach. Here you go. Lu Yang gave her a chicken leg and said. Don't worry, you'll have endless chicken legs if you follow me. Not to mention 300 will do. I won't sell my woman casually. Now let's go to the supermarket and search together. As Lu Yang was about to take Zhou Kiki into the supermarket, he specially controlled a zombie to guard the door of the supermarket to prevent anyone from coming in. After entering the supermarket, there were hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. Moreover, since there is no place to hide in the supermarket, ordinary people who enter the supermarket will probably be besieged and killed by zombies soon. But when Lu Yang entered this group of zombies, he was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. One person surrounded hundreds of zombies. He raised the long knife and swung it. Each blow was able to cut a zombie in half. Seeing Lu Yang's actions, the sports goddess Zhou Kiki, who was originally very sad and looked ashen, suddenly showed a look of shock in her eyes. So powerful, so fast. So strong, so powerful. How did he do that? The hundreds of zombies in front of him were like leeks waiting to be harvested. How come he is so athletic? Even the most powerful athletes are probably unable to compare with him. His speed and strength are beyond ordinary people. Beyond the limits of the human body. Is he Superman? As a sportsman, Zhou Kiki understands the limits of human beings better than anyone else. Lu Yang's knife-swinging speed, reaction speed, and movement speed at this moment have definitely exceeded human limits. Looking at Lu Yang's movements, Zhou Kiki even showed some expressions of admiration on his face. Originally a sports student, she naturally has more affection for men who are strong in sports. At this time, Lu Yang was no longer considered to be powerful in sports, but had surpassed the limits of human beings. This is certainly worthy of worship. What woman doesn't admire the strong? At this moment, Zhou Kiki even felt a little lucky. If I continue to follow Chen Hao, I might starve to death sooner or later. Only by following a powerful person like Lu Yang can you survive better. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yang killed all the zombies. There was a look of unsatisfied expression on his face. It's such a pleasure to chop zombies with this knife. It relieves stress. It's awesome. Lu Yang, why are you so strong? Zhou Kiki couldn't help but ask the question in her mind. Because I am strong, I am also stronger in other aspects. I will let you see them tonight. Lu Yang said with a wicked smile. Zhou Kiki understood what he meant and her pretty face immediately blushed. I felt very shy, but also a little excited. Lu Yang teased Zhou Kiki for a while, then began to plunder resources and put everything in the supermarket into the dark space. After doing all this, he took Zhou Kiki to the next supermarket. Then he repeated the same trick and looted the supermarket as well. After cleaning out the 2 supermarkets, Lu Yang took Zhou Kiki back to the villa area. The deduction is over. The process was perfect, without any accidents, and there was even an extra gain in the form of Zhou Kiki. Sports goddesses are rare. Even Lu Yang is looking forward to having more children with Zhou Kiki. So after the simulation was over, he immediately began to act according to the simulation process. Finally, I successfully brought back this goddess. When he brought the goddess back to the villa area, Su Xiao and others have gone to the villa area to exercise. Since the entire villa area has been cleared and has become a safe area, they usually like to play in the villa area after dinner. Play basketball, volleyball, etc. Therefore, the entire villa was empty at this time. Just find a room on the first floor and take a shower and get ready. Come to my room tonight and I'll show you another of my strengths. Lu Yang said to Zhou Kiki with a wicked smile. I understand. Zhou Kiki nodded shyly. Although I was mentally prepared, I knew that would definitely happen after following Lu Yang back here. But I still felt a little panicked. Although Zhou Kiki had been in a relationship with Chen Hao for a year, she had never even held his hand. Now that she was about to have intimate contact with someone, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but at the same time she was extremely looking forward to it. Above the volleyball court in the villa area, Yusha and others are playing volleyball. Everyone was having a lot of fun and sweating. In the end times, it is a real pleasure to be able to play a volleyball game under the sun. However, they did not notice that an eagle was circling in the sky. The Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away. Falcon said to Black Tiger, "Boss, we found them. We saw Zhang Jingyu in a villa area more than 20 kilometers away. There were also several other girls. They should all be female students from that villa area. They are all beauties." Upon hearing these words, Heihu's wretched face suddenly became like a blooming chrysanthemum. He laughed and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. He couldn't help but say happily, "Several female students. I'm going to make a fortune. I'm going to capture not only Zhang Jingyu but also those girls. All of them will be my little wives. Falcon, you can pick one first when the time comes." "Thank you, boss." The falcon licked his lips obscenely, and started to pick using the eagle's vision, thinking about which one to choose. At this time, Scar Rat had also followed the tunnel to the supermarket where the giant bear was killed. When he climbed out of the cave, he found the giant bear's corpse still lying beside him. It was now stinking and full of maggots. He hurried out of the supermarket and followed the zombies that were hacked to death along the way to the villa area where Lu Yang was. Since Lu Yang killed his way to the supermarket, as long as he followed the zombies' corpses, he would be able to find Lu Yang's residence. The gate to the villa area is closed. In the guard room, 2 people wearing suits, sunglasses and masks were sitting in the middle. That was the gatekeeper zombie controlled by Lu Yang using his manipulation skills. Now his zombie control skill has been upgraded to level 2. He can control level 2 zombies, and the number of zombies he can control has increased to 2. The 2 zombies in the guard room were specially controlled by him to guard the door. In order to avoid attracting attention, he specially put suits on the 2 zombies and put on masks and sunglasses. If you don't look carefully, you might really think it's a living person. Even Scar Rat was fooled. He shouted directly to the zombies, "Brother, open the door, I'm here to report the news." The zombies did not respond, but the sound was transmitted to Lu Yang's ears through the zombies. Lu Yang turned his attention over here and saw Scar Rat, and instantly felt a little strange. Why does this guy look familiar? Oh, isn't he one of the dozen survivors? Didn't I kill all of those survivors? Did I miss one? Lu Yang was a little confused. He had killed all the opponents in an instant, and he thought he had killed them all, but he didn't expect that there were still some who slipped through the net. I just don't know why the other party came to my house. Is he looking for revenge? He rushed to the door from the villa area at an extremely fast speed, holding a knife. When Scar Rat saw Lu Yang, he immediately raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Because he knew that if Lu Yang wanted to kill him, he could do it in an instant. So he raised his hand and immediately said, "Young man, I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to tell you something. Black Tiger has discovered you and is coming to take revenge on you." Oh. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. Then he opened the door and let Scar Rat in. He said coldly, "Tell me about the situation at the Black Tiger survivor base, and why you came here to report it. You'd better be more careful. If you can't make me believe you, I will kill you." After Scar Rat entered the villa area, he saw an eagle circling above the volleyball court. He pointed to the sky. That's the spy of one of the psychics named Falcon in the Black Tiger base. He is using his eagle vision to check everything here. You have all been targeted. Especially those female students, Black Tiger is the most lustful. Falcon should have told him about the situation here. If he just wanted revenge, he might not have come. After all, the journey is long and dangerous, but now there are so many female students here, and he is so lustful, so he must come. Really? Lu Yang frowned. Then he waved his hand. An ice needle condensed in the sky and instantly shot down the eagle. In Scar Rat's view, Lu Yang just waved his hand and the eagle fell down. He couldn't see clearly what Lu Yang did. A look of shock appeared on his face. What a powerful superpower. The eagle flies at a height of at least hundreds of meters. The other party just waved his hand and shot it down. It's not even clear what he did. His skills are at least S-level combat abilities. Scar Rat was instantly more grateful for his decision. Coming here to report the news was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, if I really followed Heihu and the others here to attack Liu Yang, I might have been killed before I even saw him. In the Black Tiger base, Falcon, who was observing the situation here, suddenly felt a severe headache. He fell to the ground instantly, covering his head and rolling around. What's wrong? Falcon, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Black Tiger was shocked. My eyeliner was killed. He was shot in the head. I didn't have time to retract my spiritual sense. The pain was transmitted to my head. Falcon's face was pale, and even his lips were trembling. The real feeling of a head explosion made him feel extremely scared. The eagle you control can fly hundreds of meters high, and it is difficult to hit it even with a sniper rifle. How can it be shot in the head? Black Tiger looked solemn. I don't know. I was just observing those female students and they were killed in an instant. I couldn't see the person who did it, and I didn't know what method they used. Falcon said with lingering fear. At this time, Heihu also remembered Scar Rat's words. When Scar Rat came back, he said that the mutant was very powerful. More than a dozen elites were no match for the other side and were killed instantly upon encountering each other. Now it doesn't look fake. We must call him over quickly and ask him clearly. He immediately said to his younger brother outside the door, "Go call Scar Rat over, I have something to ask him." The younger brother immediately went to look for Scar Rat, but saw an empty room. He immediately came back to report. "Boss. Scar Rat's room is empty, all his things have been taken away." After hearing this, Heihu's expression changed. "What do you mean? Did he escape? Did he betray our base?" A layer of cold sweat appeared on the younger brother's back, and he said tremblingly, "I'm afraid it's like this. Is that guy really that strong enough to make Scar Rat betray us?" Black Tiger frowned. He felt that things were not that simple. At the same time, a solemn look appeared on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to decide. On the other side, in Liu Yang's villa area, Liu Yang asked Scar Rat, "Black Tiger is lustful and likes to rob women, right? But there are plenty of women in the end times, so there's no need for him to take risks, right?" Scar Rat nodded and said, "There's no need to take the risk. But Zhang Jingyu is the woman he likes. The whole base knows about it, so he's determined to get her. This is not just about a woman but also about his face and dignity. If he can't get Zhang Jingyu, how can he be the boss in the base in the future? So he can choose not to have other women, but he must get Zhang Jingyu. Zhang Jingyu is my woman now." Liu Yang said coldly, "I want him dead if he dares to covet my woman. How far is the Black Tiger base from here? If he wants to come here and attack me, how long will it take him? The Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away from here. I told Black Tiger that you are very strong. If he wants to deal with you, he must summon all the elites in the base, which will take at least a day. Because some of the psychics have gone out to search for supplies and may not be back until the evening, so if they are coming, it should be tomorrow." Scar Rat analyzed. "Tomorrow? I can't wait until tomorrow. He dares to set his sights on my woman. Letting him live until tomorrow is an insult to me. I'll set off for the Black Tiger base and kill him soon. You lead the way," Liu Yang said firmly. Originally, Heihu didn't want to cause trouble for him, and he didn't plan to cause trouble for the other party. But now, hearing that Heihu was still not giving up on Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. "But the Black Tiger base is more than 20 kilometers away from here and it will take a long time to get there. Moreover, the Black Tiger base is heavily guarded. It will be difficult to attack. Wait for him to come to you. This is a place you are familiar with. It will be easier for you to fight at home." Scar Rat looked hesitant. "I thought this guy was too fierce. Young people are indeed full of energy and they do what they say. It doesn't matter where we fight, he will die anyway," Liu Yang said confidently. Scar Rat continued to suggest, "Then at least we need to come up with a battle plan first." "I already have a plan. My plan is to kill all those who dare to resist. 20 kilometers far. Even if it is 200 kilometers, I will kill him overnight. Whoever dares to go after my woman must die. Not even Jesus can stop him. Lu Yang said as he walked to the volleyball court and waved to the girls playing below. The girls came running over immediately. They surrounded Lu Yang like stars surrounding the moon. Lu Yang, you came to watch us play. What a surprise. I've never seen you come out to watch us exercise before. Did you go searching for supplies again today? The girls gathered around Lu Yang, each of them was sweating profusely and talking in sweet voices. Zhang Jingyu saw Scar Rat next to Lu Yang, and her face suddenly changed. Aren't you Scar Rat? It's okay, don't be nervous. He came to seek refuge with us. I'm going out to take care of some things today. You guys shouldn't go out for now. It's a bit unsafe outside. Lu Yang said to everyone. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the expressions on the girls' faces became serious. Okay. Let's go back to the villa now. Lu Yang nodded. Well, let's go back together. Then Lu Yang asked Scar Rat to wait outside. He brought the girls back to the villa. After entering the villa, he introduced the sports goddess Zhou Kiki to everyone. At the same time, let them stay in the villa and don't run around. Finally he returned to his room and began to simulate the battle. There is nothing wrong with the deduction. No accidents happened. He easily killed those people in the Black Tiger base. At the same time, he also learned a lot of information during the deduction. Now I know why Scar Rat betrayed Black Tiger. I also know the route and strength of the Black Tiger base. Now, even if he didn't need Scar Rat to lead the way, he knew how to go. So he immediately walked out of the villa and said to Scar Rat, let's move. You go underground and I'll go on the ground. Scar Rat was stunned. He hasn't told Lu Yang that he has the tunnel, so how did Lu Yang know about it? When did he see through his own abilities? Could it be that Lu Yang deliberately let me go last time? At this moment, Scar Rat felt that Lu Yang was the omniscient and omnipotent god. But he still said, if I take the tunnel, do you know the direction? I know. Lu Yang said affirmatively. The first time he deduced, he asked Scar Rat to lead him, but Scar Rat was too slow. It took them a full hour to travel more than 20 kilometers. Lu Yang couldn't wait that long. If he goes at full speed, he can arrive in less than 20 minutes. He didn't want Black Tiger to live another hour. Lu Yang would feel unhappy if anyone dared to set his sights on Lu Yang's woman and let him live for even one more second. Not to mention that he was more than 20 kilometers away, even if he was in the White Eagle Empire on the other side of the earth. If anyone dared to go after his woman, Lu Yang would still swim across the Pacific Ocean overnight to kill him. So he decided to go first and let Scar Rat take the tunnel. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Scar Rat goes or not. The reason why Lu Yang asked him to go with him was that he was afraid that he would cause trouble in the villa area. He didn't want a fire to break out in the rear when he was out on a campaign. After Lu Yang settled Su Xiao and others, he set off immediately. Scar Rats dig their own tunnels. 20 minutes later, Lu Yang had arrived outside the Black Tiger Survivor Base. The Black Tiger Survivor Base is also a wide villa area with a sparse population. The villas are far apart, giving the local tycoons who used to live here enough privacy. Therefore, there are not many zombies in this villa area. That is why Black Tiger chose to build a base here. In peacetime, a villa here would cost at least 50 million yuan. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Unfortunately, most of them have turned into zombies at this moment. Even those who have not turned into zombies have been killed by Heihu and his men. Lu Yang came to the gate, he jumped over the 4-meter-high wall in an instant, and came to the villa area. There are many simple tents built by individuals next to the wall. They are ordinary survivors living in the Black Tiger base. Since they are the lowest level ordinary survivors, they can only live in the outermost area and cannot enter the villa at all. They were startled when they saw Lu Yang jump in. Shoo! Lu Yang held the knife in one hand and put the other hand to his mouth, making a hollow gesture. Don't make any sound, otherwise, you will die. Do you understand? Yeah. The survivors nodded quickly. Anyone who can jump over a 4-meter-high wall in one go is definitely not an ordinary person, he is definitely a supernatural being. To these ordinary people, people with special powers are like gods, and they dare not resist at all. Naturally, they would do whatever Liu Yang said. Seeing that these survivors were so obedient, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then, according to the information obtained from the first deduction, he rushed straight to Black Tiger's residence. On the other side, the elites of the Black Tiger base gathered together in Black Tiger's residence to discuss how to deal with Liu Yang. At this moment, Falcon was covering his head with a hot towel. Just now his eyeliner was shot in the head, which hurt him terribly. His head hasn't recovered yet. He said to He-Hu with a pale face. Boss. According to what you said, even the giant bear and his men were killed instantly. This guy might be difficult to deal with. Why not just forget it? Several other superpowers also echoed. Giant bear, yellow dog, Scar Rat, the 3 superpowers are no match for each other. Now our strength has been severely damaged. If we really go to deal with them, I'm afraid it will be a thankless task. Besides, that is the enemy's home ground, they are familiar with the terrain, and there might be traps waiting for us. Black Tiger boss, why don't you do as Falcon said and forget it? It's just a woman. There are all kinds of women in our base, right? Yeah, boss. Let's forget it. We will go outside to search for new survivors and bring you a few beauties. Forget about Zhang Jingyu. What do you think, boss? After hearing what Scar Rat said as relayed by He-Hu, they all panicked. Giant Bear is one of the best experts in this base. Even the giant bear was killed instantly. If they go there, won't they just be sending themselves to die? Seeing his brothers all showing fear, He-Hu felt a little embarrassed. He looked at the only woman in the room, who was also the second in command of the Black Tiger survivor base. The beauty had smooth short white hair and was wearing a very capable tight-fitting agent outfit, a bit like a white-haired version of Black Widow. At the same time, her face revealed a capable and calm look, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of her mouth, which was different from the other frightened members. Black Tiger asked her, "White Fox, what do you think about this matter?" "I don't care. I'll follow your arrangements. I don't mind meeting him. To be honest, based on Scar Rat's description of the other party, even I am a little curious about what he looks like. I don't know if he is handsome or not." The White Fox licked her charming red lips and said, "What's so good about that? Don't mess with him. Sister White Fox, please don't cheat us. Let's just forget it." Yeah, forget it." The other members quickly shook their heads. Everyone knows that White Fox is the craziest. Although this woman is powerful, her brain seems to be a little bit not working well. She usually makes decisions without thinking, and others can't understand her thought process at all. In short, it just highlights the freedom of doing whatever you want. They don't want to follow this crazy woman to die. Watching everyone quarreling. He-Hu rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "I'll think about it. I'll make the final decision later." In fact, he himself was a little afraid to go. Zhang Jingyu is just a woman. The reason why he must get Zhang Jingyu is not because he likes Zhang Jingyu so much, but simply because he feels embarrassed. Now I find out that the other party is so powerful. The risk of provoking the other party is too great. In his heart he also refused to go, but as the eldest brother he couldn't say it directly, so he wanted to ask his younger brothers for their opinions. As the second in command of this base, Baihu's words carry the most weight besides her own. That's why Black Tiger asked White Fox. Unexpectedly, the White Fox was not very smart and just said he wanted to go. He-Hu couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times in his heart. He should not have asked Baihu, the crazy woman, for her opinion. If White Fox had said he didn't want to go just like the other brothers, he would definitely have gone down the stairs and decided not to go. Now that Baihu said he wanted to go, as the boss, he was too embarrassed to say he couldn't go when his woman was taken away. If you don't try to get your woman back after she's been robbed, how can you be the boss in the future? He-Hu was stuck there in embarrassment. I had no choice but to postpone it until the evening. After dragging it on for a while, the matter was finally left alone. Big things become small and small things become nothing. However, Just as He Hu was thinking this, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Don't think about it, I'll make the decision for you." Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then a handsome young man walked in from the door. In his hand, he held a pitch-black sword, which was dripping with bright red blood. That was what Lu Yang got when he killed the 2 guards at the door. He Hu looked shocked when he saw Lu Yang coming in. "Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards?" "Dead. And you will meet them soon. Because I am the one who is here to take your life," Lu Yang said coldly. When one of the members saw Lu Yang dare to speak to the boss like that, he immediately stood up, took out a machete and rushed towards Lu Yang, shouting, "What a big tone! How dare you speak to our Black Tiger boss like that?" Swish! Lu Yang swung his sword, and the man's head fell to the ground instantly. The speed was so fast that no one could see when Lu Yang made his move. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. At the same time, a look of fear appeared on his face. They also realized that the knife was Zhang Jinglin's knife, and that this person was the super strongman that Scar Rat mentioned. He Hu's lips began to tremble. He pointed at Lu Yang and said tremblingly, You are the one who killed the giant bear." "Yes. It's me." "You are Black Tiger, right? Your subordinates are giant bears and yellow dogs. Do you run a zoo? And with your appearance, you dare to set your sights on my woman. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Lu Yang looked at Black Tiger with a wretched face and immediately mocked him. This guy has a big belly, dark skin, and a short and fat body. His belly is bigger than that of a woman who is 10 months pregnant. I guess even if he took off his pants, he wouldn't be able to see where his brother is, he would only see a big fat belly. Even so, he still has more than a dozen wives. How dare you reach out to your woman Zhang Jingyu? Isn't that seeking death? After hearing what Lu Yang said, He Hu immediately showed an angry expression on his face. Although he was afraid of Lu Yang's strength, where would he put his face if he was ridiculed by the other party in front of so many younger brothers? He gritted his teeth and said to Lu Yang, "Little brother, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Although you do have some strength, if you still dare to be so arrogant in my Black Tiger base, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this base. Besides, Zhang Jingyu was the woman I fell in love with first. It was you who stole my woman. How dare you show off in front of me?" Lu Yang couldn't help laughing when he heard what the other person said. Is this guy mentally ill? Is the woman he likes his? Who does he think he is? Lu Yang sneered and said, "The woman you fell in love with first. Does that mean she's yours just because you fall in love with her? Do you think you are me? You dare to covet my woman? Do you think I will leave here before I kill you? Besides, I heard you have more than a dozen wives, right? If you want to hit on my woman, I will hit on your wife. If you die, I will help you take care of your wife. You're going too far." He Hu was angered by Lu Yang's words. He Hu waved his hands to his men, "Go. Brothers, kill him." However, no one moved. They all showed a look of fear on their faces, and they just stood aside and looked at Lu Yang vigilantly. No one dared to take action first. After all, as soon as Lu Yang came here, he killed a person in an instant. Moreover, the speed of the attack was so fast that no one could see clearly. They all knew in their hearts that if Lu Yang had chopped them with that knife, they would have died before they could even react. It is obvious that they are not at the same combat power level. Why do you want to die? Besides, Lu Yang's eyes were fixed on He Hu from the moment he appeared here. It was obvious that he was targeting He Hu. As for other people, Lu Yang didn't target them either. If they don't want to kill you, why do you have to stretch your neck and beg them to kill you? Aren't you stupid? So even though the Black Tigers issued orders, none of their men listened to them. Falcon. He Hu didn't expect that his order would be ineffective, so he had to start calling out names. Ouch, my head hurts. Falcon covered his head and still sat there. He's not stupid. His own abilities are reconnaissance abilities. In terms of combat ability, he can't even compare to a giant bear. How could he possibly defeat Lu Yang, who killed a giant bear instantly? So he just pretended to have a headache. White Fox. Black Fox looked at the crazy woman. If others are afraid, this woman should not be afraid. As long as this woman leads the charge, others will surely follow. However, the White Fox stood there with a smile on his face, biting his red lips, his eyes resting on Lu Yang, looking up and down intently. He winked at Lu Yangping and even had a nympho-like expression on his face. This sexy woman is actually a nymphomaniac at this time. Black Tiger was about to collapse. As the leader, if you don't lead the charge, how can others do that? Come on, let me see your strength. Don't worry, you are too weak. I won't use any superpowers, only ordinary attacks, and I won't let you die quickly. I will let you watch how I play with your wife. Lu Yang couldn't help laughing when he saw that this so-called leader of the survivor base couldn't even mobilize a single subordinate. It seems that this boss is not doing a good job and none of his subordinates listen to him. Or is it that I am too strong and scare everyone? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Boy, don't go too far. I, Black Tiger, have been in the business for so long and I am not someone you can easily mess with. How dare you not use your superpowers? Do you really think I'm little Karami? If you have the guts, don't regret it. Wait, I'll see how you die. Black Tiger said with a ferocious look in his eyes. He deliberately used provocation to provoke Lu Yang. The combat effectiveness of a psychic using his superpowers and not using his superpowers is completely different. If a psychic does not use his superpowers, his basic attributes are only twice as strong as those of an ordinary human. This is also the reason why Scar Rat will be looked down upon by everyone when he awakens a hole-digging skill. His abilities were of little help to him in combat. If a real fight breaks out, he will be a super soldier. That's why people look down on you. Now Lu Yang actually dares to say that he will not use superpowers and will only use ordinary attacks. Isn't that tying his own hands and feet and turning himself into a super soldier? In that case, no matter how strong Lu Yang is, Heihu feels that he is not without a chance of winning. You don't need to use provocation. I said I won't use superpowers. If I used superpowers, you would all be dead the moment we meet. Lu Yang said confidently. Good. You have backbone. Then don't blame me, Heihu, for being cruel and ruthless. Heihu said, gritting his teeth. Then, he stretched out his tiger claws and grabbed his arm. In an instant, his arm was covered in blood. At the same time, his 5 fingers were also covered in blood. Flying blade blood claw. Brush. 5 bloody claws with blood glowing all over them attacked Lu Yang directly. This is the Black Tiger's special ability. You can use blood to attack enemies. It can even cause long-range attacks. This is why he can become the most powerful psychic among the survivors. Facing the opponent's flying blade and bloody claws, Lu Yang dodged it with a quick move. His speed has reached 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. The basic attributes such as strength and speed of a first-level psychic are only twice that of an ordinary person. The flying blood claws, which seemed extremely fast to ordinary first-level psychics, seemed just slow motion to Lu Yang. Boom. The blood claws attacked the ground, instantly leaving 5 marks 10 centimeters deep on the hard ground. Falcon and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this the Black Tiger boss's special move? It's so powerful. If it hits a person, it can cut the person into 5 pieces in an instant. They only knew that Black Tiger was very strong before, but had never seen him use his superpowers. Now it seems that he is really powerful. But the guy on the opposite side was also powerful. He dodged such a fast blood claw with just a flash. Seeing that Black Tiger's special move was so powerful, the younger brothers all showed surprise on their faces and started talking at the same time. As expected of Black Tiger boss. If this flying claw had been used on us, we would have been cut into several halves long ago. Yes. I have never seen Black Tiger boss take action before. Now it seems that Black Tiger boss is as strong as the rumors say. Falcon and the others all showed expressions of shock and at the same time some worry. Black Tiger is so strong, but they were afraid of Lu Yang and did not listen to Black Tiger and launched an attack on Lu Yang. What if Black Tiger wins? Will they be able to reap the benefits in the future? Therefore, deep down they didn't really want Black Tiger to win. but I don't want Lu Yang to win either. No one knows whether Lu Yang will start to attack them after defeating Black Tiger. Therefore, they hope that the best outcome is that both sides will suffer losses. Heihu and Lu Yang are both dying from the fight. I will then finish them off with the finishing blow. From now on, won't this base be under my control? Falcon and others were making their own plans in their minds. The White Fox said beside him, "You know nothing. The Black Tiger's attack is indeed very powerful, but it is completely ineffective. This further proves how powerful that guy is. He didn't use any special powers, but just used his own speed to dodge. So far, we don't know what his special power is. Therefore, the young man has been doing it with ease and has not used his full strength. You don't even know how much strength he has used. In my opinion, he may not even use 50 of his strength." "What? He may not have even used 50 of his strength?" Falcon and the others showed disbelief on their faces. If Lu Yang hasn't used even 50 of his strength against Black Tiger's powerful tricks, then how strong is he really? The White Fox sneered and said, "Haha, you see, even if the opponent doesn't use his supernatural powers, Black Tiger is definitely not his opponent. It can even be said that he has no chance of winning. Because the opponent is not serious at all, he is just playing." Sure enough, as soon as Baihu finished speaking, Lu Yang flashed to the side of Heihu and swung the sword in his hand. Brush! Heihu's right hand was cut off in an instant, and a tall column of blood spurted out from the wound of the broken arm. Ah! A painful expression appeared on Heihu's face. He shouted, "Bloody wind and rain!" In an instant, the blood spurting from the arms condensed into bullets in the air and attacked Lu Yang in dense masses. Lu Yang didn't expect that this Black Tiger would have this trick. Does it mean that the more blood this guy bleeds, the stronger his moves will be? Lu Yang retreated and jumped more than 10 feet away, avoiding the attack. Pa pa pa. The blood bullets hit the ground, leaving a deep pit more than 10 centimeters deep. This move actually turned the hard ground into a sieve. Then he stamped his feet on the ground, and once again rushed towards Black Tiger like a cannonball, swinging his knife again, swish. Heihu's left hand was also chopped off. Blood gushed out again. Ah! Ah! Black Tiger, whose 2 arms were broken, let out a scream. A crazy expression appeared on his face. He grinned and wished he could eat Lu Yang alive. Looking at the blood spraying into the air, Black Tiger gritted his teeth and shouted again. A dragnet. Brush. The bright red blood formed a huge blood net in the air and covered Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang's speed has increased to 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. Such an attack seems to be in slow motion to him. How could it be possible for him to attack him? He dodged the net again with a casual move, then rushed to the front of the Black Tiger and swung his sword again. Brush. Both of Heihu's legs were cut off directly from the thigh area, and Heihu finally fell to the ground in a pool of blood with a bang. With both his hands and feet cut off, Black Tiger no longer had the ability to move. At the same time, the gushing blood was stopped instantly by him. He could still endure the blood spurting out of his hands, but now his legs were also broken, and blood was gushing out of 4 wounds at the same time. In less than half a minute, he would die from bleeding out. At the same time, Black Tiger also discovered that his blood attack was completely ineffective against Lu Yang, and continuing the attack was just a waste of energy. He simply controlled the blood flow and instantly stopped the bleeding from his 4 huge wounds. At the same time, there was no more crazy expression on his face, but instead a look of despair and fear. Because at this moment, he really felt the coming of death. He looked at Lu Yang and begged for mercy humbly. I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong, please let me go. I don't want Zhang Jingyu anymore, I'll give it to you. You can take everything in my base. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want. Falcon and others were stunned when they saw this scene. The supernatural attacks used by Black Tiger are powerful enough. It is no exaggeration to say that all the supernatural users here are probably no match for Black Tiger. They may not even be able to withstand one of his attacks and will be killed instantly. However, the Black Tiger that could kill them instantly had no power to fight back in front of Lu Yang. Is the gap between people with special abilities really that big? They really didn't expect that such a powerful black tiger could not cause any harm to Lu Yang. In less than 10 seconds, its hands and feet were chopped off and it fell to the ground begging for mercy. The other party is simply a godlike figure. Even if all the people in this base were added together, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out against the enemy for more than 3 minutes. Unless a woman offers herself voluntarily, using the beauty trap might be able to delay the process for 2 hours. When Lu Yang saw that the other party had given in, he instantly revealed a sneer. "Oh. You're begging for mercy so soon. I noticed that your ability gets stronger the more blood you bleed, so I helped you bleed more. I didn't expect you to just give up struggling. I was wrong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you, big brother, please forgive me. Really, I'll give Zhang Jingyu to you, and I will never trouble you again, so just let me go." Heihu continued to beg for mercy from Lu Yang. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang frowned when he heard his words and said, "You gave Zhang Jingyu to me. My woman still needs you to give her away. Who do you think you are?" "Huh." Hearing Lu Yang's cold voice, Heihu was startled and said quickly, "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't give her to you. She was originally yours. She was originally your woman. It was my fault. I was wrong." Lu Yang said coldly, "Oh, you also admit that Zhang Jingyu is my woman, then you dare to steal my woman?" Heihu was startled again. "No, I didn't dare to snatch her. She was originally my woman, but later you fell in love with her, so she became your woman." Lu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "Huh? You mean I pick up your second-hand goods?" Heihu was about to collapse. "Brother, that's not what I meant." "Then tell me, whose woman you say she is, then she is that woman." Lu Yang said, "You dare to ask me back?" Heihu was very depressed. It seemed that the more he explained, the more confused he became. How should I answer to get the correct answer? Lu Yang stepped on Heihu's face and said, "See, you have nothing to say to quibble, right? I said at the beginning that I can defeat you without using my supernatural powers. And, if you dare to hit on my woman, then I will take care of your wife. I heard that you have more than a dozen wives, right?" Heihu said quickly, "Yes, there are. I'll give you all 10 of them. As long as you let me go, all those women will be yours." Lu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would give up his wife just to save his life. He said to Heihu, "Oh. You are willing to give her away without hesitation. It's all as it should be. Beauties go with heroes. A trash like me doesn't deserve so many beauties." Heihu said quickly. Unexpectedly, the white fox next to him interrupted at this time. Those wives were civilians he robbed. He forced them to be his wives and had no feelings for them at all. His original wife died when the apocalypse broke out, but he does have another biological daughter. Hearing this, Black Tiger's face suddenly showed an angry look, and he roared at White Fox, "White Fox! You bitch, you slut, you traitor! How dare you stab me in the back?" Seeing that Heihu was getting excited again and even dared to curse, Lu Yang stepped hard and immediately stepped on his mouth, causing it to become crooked. Now he could not speak and could only make painful sounds. Lu Yang also realized that this guy didn't care about his wife at all, but his daughter seemed to be his weak spot. Then, Lu Yang looked at Baihu and others. When Lu Yang was fighting just now, White Fox, Falcon, and other elites from the Black Tiger base were watching from the side and did not dare to move. Now they saw that Lu Yang had cut off Heihu's hands and feet in less than 10 seconds, turning him into a human stick. They didn't even dare to breathe. There is no way you can beat him by fighting, and there is absolutely no way you can run away. With the opponent's speed, you will be killed before you run 10 meters. Therefore, they stood here waiting for the judgment of fate, trying not to attract attention, hoping that Lu Yang would ignore them. Unexpectedly, Baihu's words attracted Lu Yang's attention. When Lu Yang looked over, Falcon and the others seemed to be stared at by a demon. Their entire bodies were shaking, and the hair on their bodies even stood up. Then their feet went weak and they fell to their knees with a bang. Only the White Fox was still standing there. Lu Yang looked at her. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, he was a little surprised. When I first came in here, all my attention was focused on the greasy man Heihu, and I ignored the beautiful woman next to him. The woman had a stylish short white hair and looked very heroic. Her delicate facial features revealed her heroic spirit. She was wearing a tight black dress, a bit like the Black Widow costume in the movie. At the same time, this woman is tall, with flawless white skin and a hint of coldness and arrogance on her face. But it's a pity that she is good in every way except that she is not plump enough. 6 words popped up in his mind. Who are you? Lu Yang asked the white fox. The white fox's charming red lips curled up slightly, and she said, I am the white fox. I used to be a superpower in this survivor base, and I was also the second in command of the base, but now, I am your woman. Lu Yang was stunned, then smiled and said, Oh. If I agree, you will be my woman. He also didn't expect that this woman would be so direct and proactive. You actually said you are my woman. This left Lu Yang a little confused. You will agree. Because you have never seen a woman as special as me before. After the white fox finished speaking, she flashed in front of Falcon and the others. She had already produced a dagger that was shining with cold light in her hand. Her figure was like a ghost, shuttling among the crowd, and wherever she passed, blood flowed. Before anyone could react, their throats were instantly slit by the white fox. Falcon covered his neck, which was gushing blood, with a look of disbelief on his face. He pointed at the white fox with a trembling hand and said, Bye-bye, fox you. Until their death, they never figured out why they did not die at the hands of Lu Yang, but at the hands of their companion Baihu. Lu Yang was a little surprised by the white fox's actions. He asked, What are you doing? I didn't say I was going to kill them. Hey, who is their boss? They refused to go up when their boss told them to. This means they are fence-sitters who don't obey orders. What's the point of keeping them? So, I will kill them for you. The white fox licked her red lips and said. But, didn't you also not listen to Hey Hu? Lu Yang said with a smile. The white fox blurted out, I'm different. Lu Yang continued to ask, why is it different? The white fox smiled, with a confident expression on her face, I can be your woman, but these rubbish can't. You can't be gay, right? The boss can betray, but your own men can't betray. So, you don't have to worry. Lu Yang was stunned. What this woman said makes so much sense that I am speechless. However, Lu Yang still asked doubtfully. No, I'm just curious, are you so open-minded? You said you wanted to be my woman the first time you saw me. The white fox walked in front of Lu Yang, pointed his white fingers at Lu Yang's chest, and said in a seductive tone. Handsome guy, has no woman ever told you that you are handsome and charming? Ah, no one has ever said this. Lu Yang touched his head embarrassedly after being praised. Those people are so dishonest. I'm different, I just like handsome guys, I like strong men, and you just fit my taste. So I'll be frank, I just want to sleep with you. The white fox said bluntly. I didn't expect this woman to be so bold and open, which made Lu Yang a little uncomfortable. In the past, he would always hint to others to come to his room for in-depth communication. I didn't expect that this woman would not even hint at anything, but would just make herself clear. Want to sleep with me? Who is afraid of whom? Lu Yang immediately showed an expression of not admitting defeat and said. Okay, how about we find a room to spar with each other now? I'll show you my golden Gonghem king. The white fox said. Don't discuss or exchange ideas with me yet. You've chopped that idiot black tiger into a human stick. He's about to die. Shouldn't you take the time to take care of his daughter in front of him? Hearing this, Black Tiger became even more angry. White Fox, you bastard. You bitch, you slut, you will die a miserable death. He. You dare to scold me? I will bring your daughter here now. The White Fox sneered, left here directly and walked towards the residence of the Black Tiger's daughter. Black Tiger watched White Fox leave, and his heart tightened immediately, and he shouted. No. No. White Fox. If you dare to touch my daughter, I will make you die miserably. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Not long after the White Fox left, Scar Rat had also rushed out of the burrow at high speed and arrived here. The moment he arrived here, Scar Rat was stunned. The ground was covered with blood and there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Their once high and mighty leader, Black Tiger, had been cut into a human stick and was lying on the ground dying. Scar Rat looked at Lu Yang in disbelief and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God, what happened here? Are we in the Shura field? I have rushed here as fast as I could, but I still couldn't make it to this battle. You are too strong. Then he walked to the falcon's body and spat on it. Bah! You idiot, you always show off in front of me, why don't you show off now? You can't die anymore, right? I told you not to look down on me, Master Rat. When Heihu saw Scar Rat coming, he immediately realized that it was because of Scar Rat's betrayal that Lu Yang found this place and the tragedy happened here. He gnashed his teeth and shouted at Scar Rat. Scar Rat! You're a traitor. It's all because you were the first to betray the base that this happened. If I had known you were a traitor, I should have killed you long ago. Scar Rat showed a smug expression on his face, and said nonchalantly. In this base, no one respected me before. I will be happy only if you are all dead. What is the point of betrayal? It's as if you used to treat me as your own. Besides, don't you see who you are provoking? Even if I don't tell on him, you will still cause trouble for him, and he will die anyway, right? Black Tiger spat at Scar Rat. Bah! You, a loser, dare to quibble. People like you who sit on the fence will be despised wherever you go. Do you think you have someone to cling to? Will people trust a traitor like you? That's not what you should care about. You should care about how long you can live. Scar Rat said and ignored Black Tiger. Instead, he looked around at the other people lying on the ground. But Scar Rat soon discovered that one person was missing. His face suddenly changed and he quickly said to Lu Yang. Brother. One less person is missing. The second in command of this base, White Fox, that crazy woman is very powerful and very crazy. If we don't kill her, we will most likely be retaliated by her. In this base, although the Black Tiger is the strongest, the White Fox is also strong. Moreover, that woman's train of thought is a bit weird. She doesn't consider the consequences when doing things, and she doesn't have any plans. She just does whatever she thinks of, and she is very spontaneous. She might be chatting and laughing with you in the last second, and she will draw her knife and kill someone in the next second. Therefore, Scar Rat is very afraid of White Fox. He was even more afraid of it than the Black Tiger. Who is talking bad about me behind my back? A woman's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Scar Rat's face changed drastically, and he instantly showed a look of fear, and then he immediately hid behind Lu Yang. He whispered. It's White Fox, that's her voice. Immediately afterwards, the White Fox came in with the Black Tiger's daughter. Seeing this scene, Black Tiger's eyes were red with anger, and he cursed at White Fox. White Fox. You will not die well. You bitch. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Scar Rat looked at the Black Tiger, then at the White Fox, and was completely confused. What's going on? Is Black Tiger stupid? Why is he scolding even White Fox, the second in command? You know, now only the White Fox is still alive. Shouldn't the White Fox be his last straw? Why does he curse at people? The White Fox ignored the Black Tiger's scolding and smiled at Lu Yang. Handsome guy, I brought you your spoils. Black Tiger's biological daughter, just turned 18, so tender. Lu Yang looked Heihu's daughter up and down. The girl's delicate face still had a bit of baby fat, her skin was as white as snow, delicate as a baby's, and looked so tender that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. It is obvious that Black Tiger is quite powerful, so even when the end of the world came, he did not let his daughter suffer. His daughter has been living a life of luxury, no different from peacetime. In terms of appearance, his daughter is definitely a beauty picked out of thousands, with a look that is almost comparable to school beauties like Yusher. Now seeing the corpses all over the ground, Heihu's daughter was so scared that she trembled with fear. A look of fear appeared on her face, but when she saw the Black Tiger turned into a human stick, strangely, she did not show a trace of sadness. Looking at this beautiful girl, Lu Yang nodded. Well, not bad. She's a good candidate. I'll take her away and make her my woman later. Such a beautiful girl is a good seedling for branching out. Even if she is not Heihu's daughter and she is just occasionally encountered on the road, Lu Yang will not let her go. He will take her in without hesitation. After all, Lu Yang has the support of the system, and every woman is his capital to become stronger. For Lu Yang, he would rather kill someone by mistake than miss the opportunity to become stronger. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Heihu suddenly shouted. Ah! No! Don't do that! Kill me, just kill me! Let my daughter go! The white fox stabbed a knife into the black tiger's mouth and twisted it vigorously, instantly breaking his tongue into pieces. Then he said coldly. Shut up! Don't disturb the handsome guy's mood. Wang Feifei reference picture. Watching Lu Yang taking his daughter away. Puff. 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 Heihu wanted to speak, but his tongue had been chewed into pieces. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spurted out large mouthfuls of blood and could only make unclear puffing sounds. He stared at the white fox with anger on his face. It was as if he wanted to remember this face forever in his heart, and could not let it go even if he turned into a ghost. Scar Rat stood aside, not daring to make a sound. This crazy woman, Baihu, is very powerful. Now, Scar Rat couldn't figure out what White Fox's position was. He was the first to betray the base, and he didn't know if he was killed. Therefore, he was very alert. Be ready to dig a hole and escape at any time. Scar Rat was fidgeting on the sidelines, and finally couldn't help asking White Fox, Big Sister, what's going on now? Have you betrayed the base too? The White Fox gave Scar Rat a cold look. This roll of the eyes scared Scar Rat so much that he broke into a cold sweat. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to dig a hole and escape. White Fox said. What do you mean by betrayal? Can you talk, little mouse? Besides, you should recognize that handsome guy as your new big brother, right? Yes. Scar Rat said proudly. He felt that the best choice he had ever made in his life was to join Lu Yang. With such a super big and thick leg, the future is absolutely bright. The White Fox smiled and said, That's fine. Don't call me big sister anymore. Call me sister-in-law. Ah. Scar Rat was completely stunned. Sister-in-law. Lu Yang arrived here maybe 10 or 20 minutes earlier than himself, and not only defeated Black Tiger and killed other elites, he even dealt with the crazy woman White Fox. OMG. This is too powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that dealing with the crazy woman White Fox is much more difficult than killing Black Tiger. There is an upper limit to the Black Tiger's strength. There is no regularity in the thought process of this crazy woman, Baihu. After knowing that Baihu was willing to become Lu Yang's woman, Scar Rat's admiration for Lu Yang deepened. Now the fear in his heart completely disappeared. Since the White Fox had been tamed by Lu Yang, how could his life be in danger as Lu Yang's new brother? We are all family now. Seeing this scene, the dying Black Tiger once again showed a gleam of anger in his eyes. Puff, puff. Woo, wow. Puff. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth again. You don't need to listen to know what he wants to say. It's nothing more than some swear words. Lu Yang sneered and said. What? Are you excited? But don't get excited yet. I have to tell you that your daughter took the initiative to go with me. Heihu suddenly became even more excited, his eyes widened like bells, almost popping out of his sockets, he shouted with blood gushing out of his mouth. Puff, puff, puff. Woohoo. Haha, this is the consequence of infecting my woman. Now even your daughter will be taken away by me. Do you know you are wrong? After Lu Yang finished speaking, he gave him a look. Bang. The Black Tiger was instantly shot in the head by the ice needle. This ended his sinful life. Until his death, Heihu never understood what Lu Yang's special abilities were. When Heihu's daughter saw Heihu die in front of her, there was no sadness on her face, but instead a look of relief. This scumbag is finally dead. And he died in front of me. After the apocalypse, she had been fantasizing about this every day. Now it has finally come true. When Heihu pushed his mother to the zombies in front of her in order to survive, Wang Feifei had already regarded him as an enemy and the father-daughter relationship had long since disappeared. Now that he saw that this evil guy had finally been killed, his mother could finally rest in peace. At the same time, White Fox and Scar Rat next to them also showed shocked expressions. At the beginning, Scar Rat did see Lu Yang take action and kill an eagle flying 100 meters in the sky. But at that time he had no idea what method Lu Yang used. What he was thinking in his mind was that Lu Yang could control lightning and even use electric shock to bring down an eagle. Now, after seeing how Black Tiger died, Scar Rat suddenly realized that Lu Yang must have shot the eagle in the head at high altitude. So how did he get the headshot? Is his ability to 100 kill people with a headshot? Even at a face-to-face distance, they couldn't see how Lu Yang used the headshot skill. In their opinion, Lu Yang only gave a look and Heihu's head exploded. Sure enough, Lu Yang's strength was just as he said. If he wanted to kill everyone here, everyone would have been shot in the head as soon as they met. Scar Rat couldn't help but sigh that the gap between ordinary psychics and powerful psychics was even greater than the gap between ordinary psychics and civilians. The White Fox looked at what Lu Yang was doing, licked his red lips, and a happy expression appeared on his face. As expected of the men I like, his strength is too strong. She pointed at Heihu's daughter and asked Lu Yang, "Do you still want this woman? Do you want to get rid of her?" After hearing what the White Fox said, the Black Tiger's daughter trembled all over. Because she also heard the cold murderous intent in the words. This crazy woman really wants to kill herself. However, Lu Yang's performance made her feel relieved. Lu Yang shook his head. "She is my woman now, why should I kill her?" Baihu said with some confusion, "You have already done that to her, why are you still keeping her? Aren't you just trying to have fun with a woman like this? Besides, you killed her father in front of her, aren't you afraid that she will retaliate against you?" "No way. He's not my dad," the girl said quickly. The White Fox sneered, "Oh. In order to survive, you even denied your father. It seems that you are very scheming, and you deserve to die." After saying that, she directly drew out her dagger that was shining with cold light. It seemed as if the girl's throat would be cut in the next second. "Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl's hatred?" Lu Yang said confidently. Then, he glanced at Baihu and said, "Put away the knife. I won't say it a second time." "Okay, okay. You are the boss, you have the final say." The White Fox retracted the knife. At the same time, when seeing Lu Yang's confident eyes, Baihu's face showed an even more admiring expression. This man is strong and confident, and his character of sticking to his word is simply awe-inspiring. He is so handsome. Lu Yang said to Scar Rat, "Have someone deal with these corpses. Black Tiger is dead. From now on, you will be responsible for all matters of this surviving base." "Ah. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I'd better let Sister White Fox manage this base," Scar Rat said hurriedly. In the past, his strength was not ranked high in this base, so how could he be qualified to manage the entire base? With the strength of the White Fox, killing 10 Scar Rats is enough. Lu Yang said. "White Fox is already my woman. She will leave here with me. All the superpowers in this base should be dead. You will be the strongest one in the future. Are you afraid that you can't control it? And with Black Tiger's corpse to establish your authority, no one should dare to resist you." Scar Rat still showed an embarrassment. Just take care of it if I give you the responsibility. I'm just asking you to assist in the management. Lu Yang is so busy every day, how could he have the time to take care of these trivial matters? It's not like I'm giving the entire base to you. What are you afraid of? Why are you refusing? If you can't manage it well, just ask for your permission." White Fox said unhappily. "I just warned him to call me sister-in-law instead of sister, but I didn't expect that this guy always forgot it. This little mouse is so annoying." But hearing Lu Yang personally admit that she was his woman, Baihu still felt secretly delighted in her heart. Lu Yang said, "Yes, Baihu is right. And I heard that there is a test stone tablet in this base, which can test the strength of the psychics, right?" Scar Rat nodded and said, "Yes, there is such a test tablet. The only people with special abilities in this survivor base who can make the list are Black Tiger, White Fox, and Zhang Jinglin. Falcon and I are too weak to be qualified to be on the list." "Very good, take me to see it." Liu Yang immediately became excited. His main purpose of coming to this psychic base, besides killing Black Tiger, is to test his own strength and see what kind of rewards he can get. Zhang Jinglin passed the test and obtained such a sharp sword. If I pass the test, will the reward I get be even stronger? It's really exciting just thinking about it. Soon, under the leadership of Scar Rat and White Fox, Liu Yang came to the test stone tablet of the survivor base. The test stone tablet was as tall as a 4-story building. It was a very large rectangular stone tablet. At the same time, it is filled with the names of people with special abilities. There are 4 lists in total. Heaven, Earth, Dark, Yellow. There are 1,000 names in each list. That is to say, you must be in the top 1,000 on this list to be eligible. And those with special abilities after 1,000th place are not even qualified to be on the list. Liu Yang found that basically the top 10 on each list were made up of people from different countries. The strength of the superpowers in each country is very evenly distributed. The first psychic on the yellow list is named Li Tianba, and you can tell from the name that he is from the Dragon Empire. The first on the Xian list was named Jackson, who was obviously from the White Eagle Empire. The number 1 on the Earth list is named Chimaev, who is obviously from the Barbarian Bear Empire. The number 1 on the heavenly ranking is Rishang Yamada, who is obviously from the Little Sun Empire. Does this mean that this ranking appears all over the world? How could someone from a mere small Japanese empire be ranked first on the heavenly ranking? Liu Yang sneered and said, "Just wait and see how I'm going to trample him under my feet." "Where is your name?" Liu Yang asked the White Fox. "Here, here." White Fox pointed to one of the names and said. Liu Yang looked over. It was discovered that the White Fox's real name was Bai Ling, and he was ranked 897th on the yellow list. The White Fox said somewhat unhappily. "Damn it. I was ranked 830 plus 2 days ago, and after just a few days, dozens of people are ahead of me. It seems that more and more people are awakening their superpowers, and the awakened superpowers are very strong." That's right. Rankings are not always constant. Once a new person enters the test and his ranking is ahead of you, your ranking will be pushed back. It may even be directly removed from the list. Maybe you can test it again. Liu Yang said to the White Fox. The White Fox shook his head and said, "I've taken the test, but it's useless. Testing is extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming. Only the first test can get rewards. Subsequent tests can only improve your ranking, but there are no rewards. Unless you can move up the list, such as from the yellow list to the mysterious list, you will not get any rewards." "I see." Liu Yang nodded and asked, "What is the test like?" The White Fox replied, "Everyone's test is different. Basically, it's just fighting monsters. The test is divided into 100 levels. I only got to level 12 in the yellow list test." "Oh, I want to try it." Liu Yang showed an eager expression. The White Fox said, "Just put your hand on the stone tablet, the stone tablet will be able to detect you, and then you will enter the stone tablet." "Okay." Liu Yang nodded and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Then he felt as if a slight electric current passed through his hand, directly covering his entire body. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Then, a red light flashed, and he disappeared from the spot and entered the stone tablet. There is an extremely empty space inside the stone tablet. It looks like a square hall with a length, width, and height of 100 meters. A few lines of words appeared right above the hall. It has been detected that the psychic has S-level psychic powers, and his strength has reached the standard for the heavenly ranking test. Do you want to start this heavenly ranking test? Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was shocked. This stone tablet can actually directly detect my strength. It can even detect the level of a superpower. Does that mean that those who can enter the heaven ranking test are at least S-level psychics? A-level psychics correspond to the Earth ranking. And so on. Then he said without hesitation, "Start the test." The test begins. Soon, 10 zombies appeared out of nowhere. These zombies were different from ordinary zombies. Their eyes were not lifeless. Instead, they were just like normal humans. They even communicated with each other through eye contact and had tactical coordination. And each zombie holds a long knife in his hand. They know how to cooperate and have weapons, so they must be at least level 2 zombies, right? 10 level 2 zombies appearing at once. I have to say, ordinary psychics might not be their opponents. But I'm not an ordinary psychic. Liu Yang said nothing and rushed over with a sword in hand. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 10 seconds, the 10 zombies were beheaded. Liu Yang's current basic attributes are 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. And a level 2 zombie's strength and speed are only about twice that of an ordinary person. That is to say, it is similar to the basic attributes of an ordinary first-level psychic. However, the first-level psychic still has an advantage over the second-level zombies, because the psychic has superpowers, while the second-level zombies only have basic attributes and can only attack normally. Moreover, their IQ is not very high. In a one-on-one situation, they can easily be killed by the first-level psychic. But if 10 of them gather together, they are no longer something that an ordinary psychic can deal with. However, in Liu Yang's opinion, the opponent's speed was simply a snail's pace. Not to mention 10, he would chop them down even if there were 10,000. The subtitles on the stone tablet changed again. Congratulations on passing the first level. Do you want to proceed to the next level? Okay. Go to the next level. Liu Yang said without hesitation. Soon the scene in front of Liu Yang changed again, and 20 level 2 zombies appeared in front of him. Liu Yang sneered, haha, the gap in strength is so huge that it can no longer be made up by numbers. Can we try something more challenging? Holding a long knife, he rushed towards the 20 zombies again and quickly killed them all. When Liu Yang entered to test, White Fox, Scar Rat and others were outside and began to discuss. Scar Rat said, with brother Liu Yang's strength, he can at least enter the Xian ranking, right? With Scar Rat's strength, he couldn't even rank on the yellow list. He felt that anyone who could rank on the yellow list was already very strong. It is even more unimaginable to find someone who can enter the Xian list. Because each list can only show 1,000 people, but it does not mean that there are only 1,000 people on each list. Perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people cannot make the list. Take Scar Rat for example. He is not without ranking, but is ranked more than 15,000th on the yellow list. Not eligible to be displayed on the stone tablet. Therefore, the difference between the number 1 on the yellow list and the number 1,000 on the black list is not just 1,000 people, but perhaps tens of thousands of people. Therefore, Scar Rat believed that if Liu Yang could make it onto the Xian list and rank within the top 1,000, with his ranking displayed on the stone tablet, he would already be a super powerful person. Those on the earth ranking and the heaven ranking are simply peerless powerful beings, whose existence we dare not even think about. White Fox smiled and said, I don't think so. Liu Yang's strength can be said to be the strongest among all the survivors I have seen, so I think he should be able to enter the earth ranking test. As for whether he can rank higher, I am not sure. Scar Rat was a little surprised and said, Sister-in-law, you think so highly of brother Liu Yang's ability. The White Fox smiled confidently. Of course, how could the man I chose not even be able to enter the earth ranking? I think he can enter the heavenly ranking. He is the strongest and may even take first place. Just then, a pleasant voice sounded. The speaker was Heihu's daughter Wang Feifei. After hearing what Wang Feifei said, the White Fox smiled and said, What do you, an ordinary person, know? How can you understand the affairs of people with special abilities? Wang Feifei said undeniably, I am indeed an ordinary person, and I do not understand the affairs of people with superpowers, but I understand Liu Yang. I have had in-depth exchanges with him, and in my opinion, he is the most powerful man in the world, so he will definitely get the first place on the heavenly ranking. The White Fox chuckled and said, Haha, you are indeed an ordinary person. You don't understand the difference between people with special abilities. You speak with confidence and ignorance. Humph. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I believe that Liu Yang is the strongest. Wang Feifei said unconvinced. Baiyu smiled confidently and said, You are so confident. How about we make a bet? If you lose, you will be my follower in the future, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. If you win, then I will be your follower, and I will do whatever you tell me to do. How about that? Let's bet. I won't lose. Wang Feifei said with her lips puffed out. Although she didn't understand what a superpower was, nor did she understand the difference in abilities between them, it didn't matter because after having in-depth communication with Lu Yang, she had absolute trust in him. As long as it's Lu Yang, there's nothing he can't do. While everyone was discussing outside, Lu Yang's test had reached the 10th level. The zombies that appear in level 10 are no longer just level 2 zombies. 10 level 3 zombies appeared, and each level 3 zombie led 100 level 2 zombies, a total of more than 1,000 zombies. There is command, discipline, and coordination. The first time Lu Yang saw a level 3 zombie, he was instantly shocked. Level 3 zombies are very similar to humans in appearance, except that their skin is a little pale. They no longer grin and drool, and from a distance, they look like normal people. Moreover, Lu Yang saw that these level 3 zombies were actually communicating with each other. In other words, level 3 zombies can already talk. Isn't this level of wisdom too high? Lu Yang looked at one of the female level 3 zombies and found that she could not only speak, but was also very beautiful. Her snow-white skin added to her coolness and beauty. It was a pity that her lips were also pale. If she put on lipstick, she would definitely be a great beauty. I don't know what the difference is between this zombie and a normal human woman. It made Lu Yang want to try out the feeling of being a zombie. Then Lu Yang shook it. Damn it. I'm in the process of breaking through the level now, what am I thinking about? Lu Yang continued to attack the zombie army. And these zombies, led by level 3 zombies, have become more organized and disciplined, and even know how to besiege Lu Yang. 1,000 zombies surrounded Lu Yang. It seems that we have to kill those 10 level 3 zombies. As long as the 10 leaders are dead, the remaining zombies will become a mess. Lu Yang picked up the sword without hesitation and rushed towards the 10 zombies. Directly fought with the 3rd level zombies. Level 3 zombies are 4 times stronger and faster than ordinary people. They are also intelligent and know how to use weapons. Unfortunately, compared with Lu Yang, their strength is still too weak. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Yang killed 10 level 3 zombies instantly. Each one was beheaded directly. The remaining level 2 zombies were leaderless, so Lu Yang rushed in directly and started a unilateral massacre. After passing the 10th level, Lu Yang finally understood. Since the apocalypse broke out not long ago, all psychics are basically still at the level of first-level psychics. Even the first-level S-level psychics, compared with low-level psychics, only have different abilities. The basic physical attributes are actually the same, which are about twice that of ordinary people. If they don't use their superpowers, the strength of S-level superpower users is actually similar to that of other superpower users. Therefore, in the test of the heavenly ranking, when dealing with level 3 zombies, if they use their basic attributes, they are actually no match for the level 3 zombies. You have to use superpowers to defeat the 3rd level zombies. But using superpowers consumes a lot of mental energy and cannot be used infinitely. Therefore, it would probably not be easy for an S-level psychic to pass the 10th level in the top plate test and defeat so many zombies. Those who can pass the 10th level should be able to at least reach the top 1,000 of the heavenly ranking. That's why these clearance tests will increase the number of zombies at each level. The increase in the number of zombies means increased difficulty for ordinary psychics. But Lu Yang is an outlier. Due to the system's blessing, killing zombies can enhance his own attributes. His attributes at this time are 16.5 times that of ordinary people. Even in the test of the heavenly ranking, he can become a one-sided massacre. He doesn't even need supernatural powers. This means that no matter how many zombies there are, they are useless to Lu Yang, because he does not need to use his superpowers at all, and his mental strength will not be exhausted. He also has a sword as a bonus, so he can kill a zombie with one sword. Killing zombies is as easy as cutting vegetables. He only increases the number of vegetables. What difficulty is there for the vegetable cutter? Lu Yang is like a bug in the program. Even the stone tablet probably didn't anticipate that someone would be able to have basic attributes that are more than 10 times that of an ordinary person at the beginning of the apocalypse. This so-called heavenly ranking test was too easy for Lu Yang. He said confidently, "If the number of zombies increases every time I continue to clear the levels, I can easily pass even the 100th level." Half an hour later, Liu Yang chopped off the head of the last level 6 zombie. At the same time, new subtitles appeared on the stone tablet. Congratulations, you have cleared the 100th level. The heavenly ranking test is over. You have become the first on the heavenly ranking and received the reward, Dark Cloak. Liu Yang was stunned. Ah. It's over. I haven't had enough fun yet. To be honest, Liu Yang didn't find it difficult at all until he reached level 100. Instead, he became more and more excited. Now that he had received the notification that the game was over, he still felt a little unsatisfied. After all, when others only had twice the attributes of ordinary people, Liu Yang had already reached 16.5 times. This dimensionality reduction attack made his test 10 points easier. He quickly checked the attributes of the reward. Dark Cloak, this equipment allows you to have a short-term flying ability, which lasts for 5 minutes and has a cooldown of 1 hour. The flying speed is twice your movement speed. Liu Yang was completely surprised when he saw this attribute. Just this small cape can actually give you the ability to fly. This is so cool. It's worthy of being the reward for being the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Flying is the dream of many men. Walking in the air is something that only immortals can do. Nowadays, a cloak can give you the ability to fly, which is simply awesome. Although Liu Yang's current speed has reached 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, if the flying speed is doubled, it will be 33 times. The maximum speed of an average person is about 8 to 9 meters per second. Then Liu Yang's speed is 9 times 33 is equal to 297 meters per second. This is close to the speed of sound. Flying at the speed of sound with human flesh. Absolutely no one can achieve it. This equipment is awesome. Also, don't worry about how much the ability to fly can enhance your life, the main thing is that he is handsome. In order to match this dark cloak, Liu Yang took out the clothes collected from the supermarket from his dark space, selected a black outfit, and matched it with the dark cloak. He instantly had the feeling of a lone ranger. Looking at his handsome outfit, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to walk in the air and show my power in front of others. Otherwise, wouldn't my flying ability of the dark cloak be wasted? Thinking of this, Liu Yang left the stone tablet space. The next second, he appeared outside the stone tablet. At this time, Scar Rat, White Fox and others were still waiting outside. Seeing Liu Yang coming out, the White Fox was surprised. He said in disbelief. So soon? When she was testing her ranking on the yellow list, she had to fight for 3 full days before she could get to level 12. Why does it take so long? Because the mental power of a psychic is limited. After clearing a level, if you use your superpowers, your mental power will be depleted. You must wait until your mental strength is fully restored before you dare to enter the next level, otherwise you will not be able to use your supernatural powers in the next level, and you will definitely fail. Many players use this tactic. You can choose the time to enter the next level, so there is enough time for you to recover your physical and mental strength. Of course, if your physical and mental strength have been fully restored, but you still cannot pass the next level, it means that you have reached the upper limit of your strength. Liu Yang only took half an hour. Doesn't that mean that he has no time to recover his mental strength? If Liu Yang knew about Baihu's idea, he would probably say with disdain, is it necessary to use supernatural powers for a mere clearance test? Why do you need to recover your mental power if there is no loss of mental power? Just when the White Fox was shocked. Scar Rat said at this time. Boss Liu Yang's name did not appear on the Xian ranking. Could it be that the boss's clearance time was too short and he was not on the list? After hearing this, Baihu immediately set his sights on the Earth ranking and quickly checked it out. Although it takes only half an hour to pass the level, ordinary psychics may not even be able to pass the first level, but Liu Yang is different. Although the chance is small, what if he makes it to the Earth list? However, Baihu looked from the 1000th place to the first place, but she still couldn't find Liu Yang's name. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Is it really not possible? Even someone as powerful as Liu Yang would not be able to make the list if he only used half an hour. Maybe it's because Liu Yang used up all his mental energy in the first level, so he just gave up on passing the level. The White Fox felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have told Lu Yang in advance that she could complete each level and move on to the next level after her mental strength was fully restored, instead of giving up directly. Just when Bai Hu was feeling regretful, Wang Feifei's surprised voice came from the side. "Hey, look! Look at the number 1 on the heavenly ranking." After hearing this, White Fox and Scar Rat immediately turned their attention to the highest ranking list. When they saw the name of the first place, they were stunned. On every list, the name of number 1 is dozens of times bigger than the name of number 2 and everyone else, and it shines with dazzling golden light. At this moment, the 2 words Lu Yang were shining at the number 1 position on the heavenly ranking. The White Fox was stunned. This. How is it possible? It only took half an hour to get the number 1 name on the heavenly ranking. This is simply unimaginable. All the psychics in this survivor base have tried the test of the stone tablet. And after the test, they will communicate with each other. From the communication, they learned that although everyone's levels were different, the difficulty was basically the same relative to their abilities. In other words, the stone tablet will set levels according to each person's strength. It basically takes about an hour to complete the first level, and the time to complete the second level may even extend to 2 hours. The subsequent levels will become more and more difficult, and the time to clear them will also become longer and longer. In the end, you may not even be able to clear a level in a day. But Lu Yang only took half an hour to become the first place. Who is he? How powerful must his supernatural powers be to be able to perform such a miracle? The White Fox couldn't understand. As a person with superpowers who has also undergone the test of the stone tablet, she now understands how difficult it is to become number 1 on the heavenly ranking. But Lu Yang did it in just half an hour. Does this mean that others are ranked first on the heavenly ranking because their strength has reached that level, while Lu Yang is ranked first on the heavenly ranking because that is the highest ranking? If there is another God's list or something like that, as long as he is willing to spend more time, can he still reach the top? After all, half an hour is definitely not Lu Yang's limit. Does this mean that even the test stone tablet cannot test Lu Yang's upper limit? After understanding this, the White Fox looked at Lu Yang almost as if he were a god. This man is not a human being. It is no exaggeration to say that he is God. Okay, after you and I will be your follower. The White Fox said to Wang Feifei with helplessness on his face. Although she is a noble psychic, she still abides by the principle of accepting defeat. Since I made a bet with Wang Feifei at the beginning, I naturally have to abide by the bet now. Wang Feifei said shyly, "How dare I? Just don't bully me in the future." "Oh, you little girl, how dare you deliberately say that I bullied you? Are you pretending to be pitiful in front of Lu Yang? You are so scheming. I'll pinch you to death." The White Fox stretched out his hand and pinched the soft flesh on Wang Feifei's waist. "Ah! Help, help! Look at Lu Yang, she always bullies people." Wang Feifei screamed and ran away, hiding behind Lu Yang's back, grabbing Lu Yang's black cloak with both hands, looking like an eagle catching chickens. After this bet, the relationship between Bai Hu and Wang Feifei seems to have improved a lot. The two were laughing and joking nearby, but Scar Rat kept all his attention on Lu Yang. "I couldn't help but sigh, boss, you look so handsome, don't you? Especially this cape. The material looks so textured. It doesn't look like it was made by a human. It's so handsome." After hearing what Scar Rat said, Bai Hu and Wang Feifei came to their senses instantly. At first they were shocked by Lu Yang's ranking and had not noticed the changes in Lu Yang's outfit. Now I come to my senses and take a closer look. It's really stunning. Especially the pitch-black cloak, it was not ordinary darkness, but the pure black, as if all the light was absorbed into it. Wang Feifei couldn't help but pick up a corner of Lu Yang's cape and feel it, and even rubbed it on her tender face. There was an expression of comfort and satisfaction on his face. Then she said to Lu Yang in disbelief, "So soft and comfortable. I've never seen this kind of material before. Lu Yang, where did you get this cloak? Such soft fabric must be very comfortable to wear as underwear." He touched Wang Feifei's head and said, "I wear this dark cloak to look cool, not to show off. This is the reward I got for passing the heavenly ranking test. How is it? Isn't it handsome? Rewards for the heavenly ranking test." Everyone was shocked. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the dark cloak. There is envy in everyone's eyes. Scar Rat said, since it is a reward obtained from the heavenly ranking test, it must be more than just looking cool, right? It should have other uses, right? Lu Yang smiled and said, of course. How can the reward for winning the first place on the heavenly ranking be just good looking? As for its real function, I will tell you when the time comes. Gather all the survivors in the base later. I have something to say to them. Also, let me ask you, how did this base operate in the past? Although Lu Yang also has a safe villa area. But there are very few people living there, only a few beautiful women. Therefore, he is still not very familiar with the operation of the real survivor base. Scar Rat said, the main source of supplies for the survivor base is collected by people. In addition to the superpowers leading the collection, ordinary survivors also need to form a team to collect, and if they want to survive in this base, they need to hand in supplies. The supplies handed in were roughly 1 loaf of bread, or 2 eggs, or useful medicines, or something of similar value, handed in by a family every day. If you really have nothing to hand in, you will be kicked out. Therefore, the more civilians a survivor base has, the richer it will actually be. At all times, population is an extremely important resource. On the other hand, the superpowers need to protect the safety of the survivors' base and ensure that civilians in the base will not be threatened by zombies. I see. Lu Yang nodded. The operation of the real survivor base was indeed different from what he had imagined. The villa area where he lived relied on him alone to collect supplies and support so many women. The real survivor base relies on civilians to collect and hand in supplies. Lu Yang said to Scar Rat, okay, I understand. Gather everyone and notify me when you are done. I will start a speech. At the same time, you must also tell everyone in the base that I, Lu Yang, have become the new owner of this survivor base. Okay, boss. I'll go notify everyone now to gather at the gym in the villa area. I'll take you there after everyone is here. Scar Rat nodded quickly, then started to notify people in a hurry. Soon Scar Rat gathered all the survivors in the gymnasium. At this time, Lu Yang also came to the gymnasium with Bai Hu and Wang Feifei. Lu Yang nodded at Scar Rat. Scar Rat understood and dragged out Black Tiger's body and threw it in front of everyone. All the survivors were shocked. Miserable. It's so miserable. It's so horrible. At this time, Black Tiger had become a dead body that could not be deader, and his hands and feet were gone, leaving only 4 bloody cuts. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. The top of his head was blown through and his skull flew away. The inside of his head was empty and his brain was gone. In order to establish his authority with the Black Tiger, Lu Yang deliberately did not blow his face apart. At this time, the Black Tiger's body was covered in blood and its mouth was torn apart. All in all, it's a miserable situation. Seeing that the once high and mighty Black Tiger had now turned into such a miserable corpse, the survivors looked at each other in dismay, not daring to make a sound. They don't know what will happen next. I can only wait nervously and quietly for the judgment of fate. At this time, Lu Yang, dressed in a handsome black outfit, stepped forward and said to everyone, my name is Lu Yang. I was the one who killed Black Tiger, so from today on, I am the boss of this survivor base. Who agrees and who disagrees? The survivors looked at each other. Be opposed to. The arrogant Black Tiger had been killed, so how could these civilians dare to object? Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Yang continued. Since no one objects, I will have the final say in this surviving base from now on. If anyone dares to disobey me and do something behind my back, then there will only be one fate for him, which is the same fate as Black Tiger. The second half of Lu Yang's sentence had an extremely cold and oppressive tone. The survivors were frightened and their backs were soaked with cold sweat without them noticing. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yang took one step at a time and walked directly into the air. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How did he do that? He can actually walk on air. Is he a man or a god? Lu Yang in midair looked down at the people below. His black cloak fluttered in the sky, like the black wings of the god of war. Everyone looked up at Lu Yang as if they were looking at a god high above them. Even their eyes couldn't help but reveal piety. bang. One of the survivors was overwhelmed by Liu Yang's pressure, his knees went weak and he couldn't help but kneel down on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the other survivors also knelt on the ground. Even Scar Rat, who was standing next to him, almost couldn't hold back and was about to kneel down. Brother Liu Yang, this is so handsome. He also thought of it at this time. This is probably the ability of Liu Yang's black cloak. Walking in the air. Hovering in the air, like a god. So cool. As everyone knelt down, Liu Yang slowly spoke, "From today on, the materials you hand in every day will be reduced by half. At the same time, I can lend each of you 50 kilograms of potatoes, which you can use for planting. The villa area is vast and sparsely populated, and you can reclaim the football fields, green belts, and lawns into fields for planting. But, after 1 year you need to return me 200 kilograms of potatoes. Furthermore, from now on, all crops grown in the villa area will need to be handed over 20. After saying that, Liu Yang began to scatter potatoes from the dark space. It seemed as if potatoes were raining from the sky. The open space under Liu Yang's feet had begun to slowly pile up into a small hill. Seeing this scene, all the survivors were stunned. So many potatoes appeared out of thin air. Doesn't that mean he is not just like God, but a true God? God said, "Let there be seed." Then, seeds began to rain from the sky. This is simply a miracle. Black Tiger, that country bumpkin, only knows how to exploit ordinary survivors like them. Compared with this godlike Liu Yang, he is just a piece of trash. Look at him, he's so handsome. All the real faces showed expressions of admiration. At the same time, there is some happiness in worship. Because of Liu Yang's arrival, the amount of supplies they had to hand in every day was reduced by half. This would make their lives much easier in the future as they wouldn't have to risk going out every day to look for supplies. What's more important is that Liu Yang also lent them potato seeds for planting. So, will we no longer need to collect supplies and be completely self-sufficient? Thinking of this, all the survivors were moved to tears. These ordinary survivors are always worried when they go out to look for supplies every day. Even an ordinary zombie can pose a great threat to them. If you encounter groups of zombies, there will be nowhere to run. They once watched their relatives and friends being devoured by zombies. But if you don't search for supplies, you can't stay in the safety of the survivor base. In the survivor base, you can also form a team to search for supplies without worrying about your own safety. If you stay outside alone, your chances of survival will be even lower. And you will be worried every day, afraid of being found by zombies. Even getting a good night's sleep is impossible. So in order to continue staying in the base, they would venture out every few days to search for supplies. But if we can solve the problem of food by planting, we will never have to search for supplies again. They can stay in a safe base every day and survive on crops. Isn't that no different from peacetime? And the person who gave them hope of returning to a peaceful era was Liu Yang in the sky. He was a godlike man. A little girl couldn't help but point at Liu Yang and said, "Mom, why is he flying in the sky? Why does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent by God?" The woman next to her quickly held the girl's hand and said nervously, "Keep your head down and don't point. When you see God, you must bow your head." From then on, the little girl remembered this sentence. Remember it for a lifetime. The black figure in the sky became the lifelong light in the little girl's heart. After Liu Yang finished all this, he slowly fell to the ground from the sky. Then Liu Yang said to Scar Rat, "Each person can get 50 kilograms of potatoes. You need to register them. After 1 year, they will be asked to return 200 kilograms. In addition, they will have to hand over 20 of their crop yields." "Okay, boss. Leave it to me." Scar Rat nodded quickly. It's not that he can't see that everything Liu Yang did was real measures to benefit the people. This is a huge benefit for ordinary survivors. After the apocalypse, food is very precious. Being willing to lend you food as seeds is simply a huge act of kindness. It is no exaggeration to say that in the end times, 50 kilograms of potatoes can even be exchanged for 5 beautiful girls. But Liu Yang lent out these most precious supplies without hesitation. Once the planting is successful, their harvest becomes stable and they no longer have to take risks to search for supplies. And the more supplies are collected, the less they are. There will always be a day when they run out. But planting can be endless. Even the more you plant, the more you grow. It is no exaggeration to say that Liu Yang is the savior of all ordinary survivors in this base. Unlike Heihu, he was not only thinking about how to deprive the survivors of their material things, but he was thinking about how to enable the survivors to develop better and sustainably. The mindsets of the two people are worlds apart. A survivor base leader like Liu Yang is the real leader. The other survivors also showed happy smiles on their faces and lined up one by one to receive 50 kilograms of potatoes. A couple brought a little girl to Scar Rat. This little girl was the one Scar Rat gave candy to. The little girl jumped over and hugged Scar Rat with a happy face. She raised her head, opened her pair of innocent eyes, and asked Scar Rat, Master Rat, is this the savior you found?" "Yes. I found the savior," Scar Rat said proudly and affirmatively. "Yeah. Mr. Rat is indeed the most handsome in this base." The little girl was very happy. The other adult survivors behind her began to laugh, too. Seeing everyone so happy, Scar Rat was also very happy. Because in the past all the superpowers looked down on him, only these ordinary survivors looked up to him. Now that Scar Rat sees these ordinary survivors being able to obtain so many supplies, he is very happy for them. After planting 50 kilograms of potatoes, it only takes 4 to 5 months to increase 10 times, which means a harvest of 500 kilograms. Even if I return 200 kilograms to Liu Yang, there will still be 300 kilograms left. If 300 kilograms are continued to be used for planting, it can become 3,000 kilograms. This is an explosion of resources. The agricultural age was an important era in human development, as it allowed humans to survive well without having to take risks in hunting. And now, this survivor base seems to be beginning to replicate this great era. Liu Yang left the gymnasium with the two beautiful girls. The task of distributing supplies here was given to Scar Rat. On the way, Baihu asked Liu Yang, "You were so handsome just now. Even I almost knelt down." After hearing what Baihu said, Liu Yang showed a wicked smile. "Don't kneel now, kneel down when we get to my room later." The white fox licked her red lips and swallowed. Very much looking forward to what happens next. Wang Feifei, who was standing next to her, blushed as she heard this. Of course she understood what Liu Yang meant. Because that's what she did in the room just now. It still makes me blush when I think about it now. It's so embarrassing that these two people started talking about this kind of thing in broad daylight. Just when Liu Yang was preparing to find a room to have a good discussion with Bai Ling and let her see his golden Luohem king. Little did he know that the news of him getting first place in the heavenly ranking test had already spread all over the world. The information on all the stone tablets is shared. When Liu Yang became number 1, the name of the number 1 on all the stone tablets in the world became Liu Yang's name. In the White Eagle Empire, in a safe haven more than 50 meters underground, the president's secretary ran over in a panic and said to the president, Mr. President, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking has been replaced." "Oh. Was it General Bob who pinned down Yamada that day?" A happy expression appeared on the face of the president of the White Eagle Empire. "The first place on the heavenly ranking is Rishang Yamada from the Little Sun Empire, the second place is Bob from the White Eagle Empire, the third place is Zhou Xingchen from the Dragon Empire, and the fourth place is Makachev from the Barbarian Bear Empire. In fact, none of the top 4 is willing to give in to the other. Although Higami Yamada is ranked first, the 3 behind him are also constantly testing and catching up, hoping to move up the rankings. After all, whoever gets first place will be the most powerful psychic. The game between major powers is not only in peacetime, even in the end times, they still want to prove that they are the strongest and can dominate the world. And getting the first place on the heavenly ranking is the best proof. Therefore, as soon as I heard the name of the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, I noticed a change. The first reaction of the president of the White Eagle Empire was that General Bob moved from second place to first place. The secretary shook his head. "No, it's not General Bob, it's a newcomer named Liu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from the Dragon Empire." "What?" The 80-year-old president of the White Eagle Empire suddenly had a cruel look on his originally kind face. The Dragon Empire actually suppressed the Sun Empire, In this case, wouldn't there be 2 people from the Dragon Empire in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking? He made a decision immediately, ordered General Bob to continue the test. I want him to get first place within 10 days. In addition, send a team of psychics into the Dragon Empire to find this guy named Liu Yang. I want to know all the information about him within a month. Also, what about the biotransformation troops and the mechanical transformation troops? What about the aliens in District 9? This was the first time he saw such an expression on the president's face since the end of the world. The secretary was sweating profusely. He said nervously, "They are still in the experimental stage and have not yet been put into use. They cannot meet the actual combat standards. As for the 9th district, the alien weapons are still being tested." The 80-year-old president said decisively, "Complete the experiment within 3 days and send these 2 troops into actual combat. Actual combat is the best test. At the same time, order the scientists in District 9 to speed up the progress." "Yes, sir." The secretary stood up straight, saluted, then left the president's office and began to distribute the orders given by the president. Little Japanese Empire. In the Prime Minister's office, a secretary ran in a panic, shouting, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. Prime Minister, something terrible has happened." Baka. How can you be so flustered? The Prime Minister of the Japanese Empire had an unhappy expression on his face and scolded his secretary. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his head and said quickly, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. The number 1 on the heavenly ranking is no longer General Rishang. Instead, he has become a new name." "What?" The Prime Minister of the Little Sun Empire showed an incredible expression on his face. "How is this possible? General Rishang is extremely talented and unmatched. How could he be surpassed by others? Call General Rishang over, I have something to tell him." The secretary said. General Rishang found out that his ranking had been taken by someone else, and he was very angry. He has now entered the stone tablet to start testing. "Yeah. Okay." The Prime Minister nodded. Originally, he wanted to order Rishang to continue testing, but he didn't expect that the other party had already gone in. It seems that General Rishang takes his honor very seriously. Who replaced General Rishang's rank? The Prime Minister continued to ask. The secretary said, "It's a man named Liu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from the Shenlong Empire." Bang. Prime Minister Xiao Ri slapped the table with his hand, and an even angrier expression appeared on his face. "It's the Dragon Empire. Damn it. Pass my order. Immediately send the most elite team of psychics into the Dragon Empire, find this man named Liu Yang, and kill him at all costs. Also, what's going on with the ninja village now?" The secretary wiped his sweat and said, "The Deputy Prime Minister is still in urgent communication. The Little Japanese Empire is already at the brink of life and death, and this group of people from the ninja village are just sitting there and doing nothing. Are they still from the Little Japanese Empire? Damn it. Give the Deputy Prime Minister an order to hurry up and communicate. No matter what, he must invite the elites of the ninja village to come out." The Prime Minister of the Little Japanese Empire issued the final death order. "Hi." The secretary bowed and then left the Prime Minister's office. The Barbarian Bear Empire. Inside the presidential palace, the secretary rushed in a hurry. "Mr. President, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking has been replaced. His name is Liu Yang, and he should be a supernatural being from the Dragon Empire." The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire had a solemn expression on his serious face. "Oh, the Dragon Empire can actually produce such a talent. It seems that we have to hurry up. How is the research on the superpower enhancer going?" The secretary said nervously, "It's still in the animal experiment stage." The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire began to issue orders, start human experiments within 3 days and restart the Poseidon project. In addition, order General Makachev to enter the heavenly ranking test immediately. At the same time, 3 days later, a team of psychics was sent into the Dragon Empire to find out who this Liu Yang was. Order the agents who have infiltrated the Little Sun Empire to go into silence and from now on, focus all their attention on the Dragon Empire. Mr. President, the Poseidon project was a project that was stopped in the pre-Confederate era. If it is restarted now, I'm afraid. Do as I say. A determined expression appeared on the face of the president of the barbarian bear empire. Yes. Mr. President. The Dragon Empire. In the underground shelter. The secretary's face showed an extremely excited expression. Commander Wang, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, has been replaced. His name is Liu Yang. Judging from the name, he should be from our Shenlong Empire. Oh. Commander Wang also had some surprise on his face, and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Good, 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 that's great. Now, the Japanese Empire won't dare to be so arrogant anymore, right? Our Dragon Empire has finally gained honor. Pass on my order, our Qianlong troops will immediately send everyone to find this superpower named Liu Yang, and absorb him into our Qianlong troops at all costs. We must find Liu Yang before the Flying Eagle troops. Qianlong and Feiying are 2 superpower troops of the Dragon Empire. Although they cooperate with each other, they also compete with each other, and no one is willing to give in to the other. This Commander Wang is the commander of the Qianlong force. On the other side, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle force also received the news and immediately issued an order. Everyone, the first priority is to find Liu Yang. At all costs, get him to join our Flying Eagle force. I don't care what method you use. Intimidation, inducement, or even seduction will do. In short, within a month, I want to see this Liu Yang come to me. I have to do it before Lao Wang. Originally, they were Qianlong, with Zhou Xingchen, the 3rd on the heavenly ranking, and now they had the upper hand. If they get Liu Yang, the 1st on the heavenly ranking, our Flying Eagles would never be able to make a breakthrough. Yes. Commander Zhang. Seeing his men leave the office, Commander Zhang showed a solemn expression on his face. He muttered to himself. Where do these guys in the army train every day? They train every day, take tests every day, but they can't get the 1st place on the heavenly ranking. This Liu Yang is a name I've never heard of. He's probably just a civilian psychic, but he can get the 1st place directly. The young are really formidable, and they are gifted. I guess Liu Yang is also training hard right now, right? White Fox reference picture. Liu Yang was indeed very busy at this time. But he was not busy with training, but was busy having in-depth communication with Baihu, the peerless beauty. Click to generate power for love, and you can view the hidden content of 10,000 words. A few hours later, Liu Yang received a system prompt. Congratulations host, you have successfully made the other party volunteer to be your girlfriend. The level of your freezing ability has been increased by 1 level. Another freezing ability. Liu Yang was a little surprised. The freezing ability is his main offensive ability. At the same time, the improvement achieved with each level up is also the greatest. Each upgrade strengthens his attack range and amount of control. Now that he saw that his freezing skill had been upgraded by another level, which was 2 levels higher than his other abilities, he was of course very happy. Baihu lay beside Liu Yang, looking at him with eyes full of love and admiration, almost tearing her hair out. She couldn't help but say. Liu Yang looked at the red plum blossom on the white bed sheet and was a little surprised. You are so open-minded, but you have never had a boyfriend before. The first time the white fox saw me, he said he wanted to sleep with me. Liu Yang thought she was a very open-minded woman, but he didn't expect that she had never experienced the world of romance. The white fox said, of course I have had boyfriends before, but unfortunately ordinary men are not in my eyes. I like to play with them instead of letting them play with me. I prefer to make them kneel down and look down at them. When I am with ordinary men, I am more like a man and they are women. Only a man as strong as you can make me climb into bed willingly. Besides, even if I had a boyfriend, it wouldn't have any impact, the white fox said as he pulled out a dagger. A stroke on your hand. In an instant, a bloody cut appeared on her hand. However, before the blood had time to flow out, it began to coagulate slowly, and then the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, even Liu Yang's eyes widened. Looking at Liu Yang's surprised expression, the white fox smiled complacently and said, "This is my special ability. I have a healing ability that surpasses that of ordinary people and a strong resistance. Even the virus from ordinary zombies cannot infect me. They all say I'm a crazy woman, but they don't know that I have the capital to be crazy." With this power, I can heal myself no matter how serious the injury is. So everything you did to me just now has come back to normal again. Lu Yang was stunned. Doesn't that mean that every day is your first time? The white fox nodded. Awesome. Lu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The next day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. Lu Yang showed mercy by not exhausting her to death. Lu Yang stretched his dog waist. At this time, the white fox heard the noise and slowly opened its eyes. Her face, which was extremely cold to others, showed a sweet smile to Lu Yang. You're up so early, what are your plans for today? Lu Yang replied. I'm going back to my villa area. But before that, I want to pick some young and beautiful girls from this survivor base and take them back with me. The white fox said, in their eyes, you are like a savior now. As long as you say a word, all the women will follow you. That's true. Lu Yang nodded. Yesterday he showed off his power in front of everyone and put on a great show just to achieve this effect. We need to make all the survivors think that they are godlike beings, so as to intimidate them directly and make them dare not betray or do bad things. After Lu Yang washed up, he had breakfast, got dressed, and took a walk around the area where the ordinary survivors were. When he came back, 15 beautiful girls were following him. The eyes of every one of those beautiful girls looking at Lu Yang revealed admiration, gratitude, and even piety. They were filled with surprise and joy at being chosen by Lu Yang. He even thought that he was chosen by God. Bai Hu looked at the beautiful girls Lu Yang had selected and could not help but nodded, saying, not bad, they are all beauties with good figures. Lu Yang smiled and said, it's okay. Although they all have better figures than you, you are still cute even though you are small. Ah. Hateful. Bai Hu couldn't help but reveal a blush on her cold face, and she raised her little pink fist to hit Lu Yang's arm. She knew she was indeed not very big, probably only grade B. But it's not yet to the point where it's so small and cute. It's not a pair of A. Snort. This guy Lu Yang is really too much. So Lu Yang took Wang Feifei, Bai Hu, and the 15 beautiful girls he had selected and started heading towards his own villa area. As for this survivor base, he handed it over to Scar Rat to take care of. You just need to come back occasionally to take a look, and show yourself in front of people from time to time. When Lu Yang brought Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, and 15 other beautiful female survivors back to his own villa, it was almost dark. Those 15 beautiful girls were civilians and walked very slowly. So it took me a few hours to get back. When he Yushir and others saw Lu Yang coming back, happy expressions instantly appeared on their faces. Although they had only not seen each other for one night, their longing for Lu Yang was as strong as a surging river. After all, the end of the world is full of uncertainty and dangers everywhere. Although Lu Yang was very strong, they were still very worried about his safety. Now that they saw Lu Yang coming back safely, they finally put their minds at ease. Chen Dan also left, and came over and said with a smile, Lu Yang, you haven't eaten yet. I'll go cook now. Wow, there are so many more sisters. It seems that I have to cook more today. Tang Mengting said quickly, I'll go help. Zhao Lina also said, I'll help too. Me too, me too. Big Star Su Xiao, Zhou Kiki, Zhang Jingyu and others also rushed into the kitchen and everyone started to get busy. The new survivors showed some restrained looks on their faces. They originally admired Lu Yang very much and regarded him as a godlike figure. Now, when they saw the women next to Lu Yang, they were naturally very respectful and a little nervous. Seeing how restrained they were, Lu Yang said to them, don't be nervous. We are all very easy to get along with. Go find a place to stay nearby. The entire villa area is safe. Don't be afraid. Then go take a shower. Take the food and distribute it among yourselves. After saying that, Lu Yang took out a lot of packaged food, fresh rice, flour, vegetables, etc. from the dark space. All were given to these 15 girls. Oh, okay, okay. Let's go now, the girls said quickly. Then they took the food and walked towards the villa next door. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei lived directly on the upper floor of the villa. Lu Yang returned to his room and prepared to take a shower. Seeing that everyone had gone upstairs, the girls in the kitchen began to discuss. You sure said, I didn't expect that Lu Yang would find so many survivors after just one day of not seeing him. It seems that our competitiveness will become stronger and stronger in the future. The most nervous person next to them was Zhou Kiki. Zhou Kiki is the sports goddess that Lu Yang finally rescued. But not long after rescuing Zhou Kiki, Scar Rat came to the door. Lu Yang also left the villa. Therefore, until now, Zhou Kiki has not had any close contact with Lu Yang. After staying in the villa for a day, I became quite familiar with Yusher and the others. After all, they were the four most beautiful girls in school and they knew each other well. Yusher is the school beauty who teaches fine arts, Zhao Lina is the school beauty who teaches academic excellence, and Zhou Kiki is the sports goddess. They are all on par with each other. Now that we are in the end times and staying in the same villa, it is natural that feelings are heating up rapidly. Now they are like sisters. Everyone noticed the somewhat abnormal expression on Zhou Kiki's face. Tang Mengting said, Kiki, Lu Yang originally asked you to go to his room at night, right? Later, because of an accident, Lu Yang left, and now he has brought back so many girls. It's hard to say whether you still have a chance. Zhao Lina also said, yes, Kiki, you, me and you sure are all one of the four school beauties. We are like sisters. We don't want to see you forgotten by Lu Yang. You sure said, I'll give you an idea. Eat faster and be full first. After eating, go take a shower and then sneak into Lu Yang's room directly. Don't give other women a chance. Zhang Jingyu nodded repeatedly, yeah. I think this method is good too. We don't want you to be outdone by those newcomers. Seeing everyone giving her advice, Zhou Kiki's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she felt shy and touched. At the same time, she was really worried in her heart that Lu Yang would forget her. After chatting with her sisters these days, she also learned how powerful Lu Yang is. Combined with the scene when I was in the supermarket with Lu Yang that day and saw Lu Yang chopping zombies, he was simply like a god of war. Therefore, in her heart, she had already accepted Lu Yang and regarded Lu Yang as the man she would follow for the rest of her life. If I were really forgotten by Lu Yang at this time, it would be a bit uncomfortable. She said shyly, is this okay? Will Lu Yang prefer girls who are more reserved and not those who are so proactive? Yusher immediately showed a contemptuous expression, bullshit. You haven't been to his room, you would know if you went in. Still like to be subtle. Which man doesn't like women to be subtle in front of others, but open in front of him? The big star Su Xiao also said, that's right. Just go ahead and be bold. You can't go wrong if you listen to the sisters. Zhou Kiki nodded shyly, okay, but I'm still a little nervous and a little scared. You said Lu Yang is very strong, how strong is he? Will I be able to withstand it? After listening to Zhou Kiki's words, Zhao Lina tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, I can only describe Lu Yang in 5 words, level 8 Gale. Zhou Kiki was stunned and said, a force 8 Gale. Do you mean that it is as fierce and powerful as a violent storm? Zhao Lina shook her head and said, you can also read this sentence backwards. Zhou Kiki was stunned and muttered to herself, crazy. When she realized what was happening, her face turned red. A pink fist gently hit Zhao Lina's arm. Zhou Kiki said coquettishly, Lina. You're so annoying. Seeing this scene, Yusher and others also laughed. In particular, Yusher laughed the most exaggeratedly, almost crying, and said, ha ha ha. You are worthy of being called the top school beauty, Lina, you are really good at it. Tang Mengting complained, no wonder people say that hooligans are not scary, but hooligans with culture are scary. Lina, you are really a female hooligan. Chen Dan also said, young people today are really extraordinary. I didn't react for a moment, what does this mean? It seems that we are old and can't keep up with the times. Lydia Su also nodded, yes, young people nowadays are really playing around. There were cheerful voices coming from the kitchen. Everyone was chatting while cooking, and there was a happy expression on everyone's face. Soon they prepared the meal. At this time, Lu Yang, Bai Hu and others had also finished taking a bath. Started to come downstairs. Smelling the aroma of food downstairs, everyone had an intoxicated expression on their faces. The white fox couldn't help but sigh, "This smells so good. After the apocalypse, I haven't smelled such a delicious aroma of food again." When they were at the Black Tiger base, although they had no worries about food and clothing, they ate packaged food. How could anyone get fresh ingredients to cook? They don't have the spatial ability like Lu Yang that can keep food fresh. It smells so good. My stomach is growling with hunger, I want to eat it so much. Wang Feifei also said. Then come over quickly. I hope the food I cook today will suit your taste. Chen Dan heard what Baihu and the others said and said to everyone with a smile. Lu Yang nodded and said, yes. Let's go to the restaurant and start eating. At the dinner table, Lu Yang introduced to everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Ling, nicknamed White Fox. She is a person with special abilities. This is Wang Feifei. Like you, she is an ordinary person. After hearing Lu Yang's words, everyone showed surprised expressions on their faces. A person with superpowers. This beautiful lady with flowing short white hair is actually a supernatural being. He Yushir and the others immediately cast envious glances at him. In the end times, being able to awaken superpowers is truly enviable. Having superpowers means having the ability to protect yourself. I will definitely not be afraid when facing ordinary zombies or people with special abilities. Then Lu Yang introduced He Yushir and others to Wang Feifei and others. Baihu and Wang Feifei both smiled friendly and said, "It's nice to meet you all. We will live together in the future. Please take care of us." Although Baihu is a psychic, he was also very arrogant in the Black Tiger base. But things are different now. Since she has decided to follow Lu Yang, she must also maintain enough respect for the women around Lu Yang. Compared with these women, I came later. But I dare not take the lead. No, there's no such thing as caring about you. You are a person with special abilities, and we are just ordinary people. It would be great if we can get along well with each other in the future. He Yushir and the others said quickly. Of course, I'm easy to get along with. Don't worry, if there is any danger in the villa area in the future, I will protect you, said the White Fox, patting his chest. Hearing this, He Yu showed surprise on their faces and said. That's great. With the protection of a superpower, we can really feel at ease. Zhao Lina, the school beauty, said, it would be best if you could communicate with us and teach us how to awaken our superpowers. We also want to awaken them. Tang Mengting and the others nodded immediately after hearing this. Yeah. That's right, it's better to teach us so that we can also awaken our superpowers. Then we will have the ability to protect ourselves. White Fox said, there aren't many techniques for awakening superpowers. It mainly depends on talent and genes. If you really want me to teach you, I can't explain it. But if you want to know about people with special abilities, I can tell you everything. Zhao Lina nodded and said, yeah, that's fine. Tell us about the psychics, and we can study it ourselves to see if we can find the technique to awaken them. Everyone was having a great time while eating and chatting. Only Zhou Kiki seemed not to be interested in the conversation and just kept eating with her bowl in hand. Zhou Kiki put down her bowl halfway through the conversation and said, I'm full. I'm going to go back and take a shower. You guys eat slowly. Lu Yang felt a little strange. He said, hey, why is Zhou Kiki eating so fast? And his face looks a little off, a little flushed. Is he sick and has a fever? He Yushir nodded with a smirk on her face, yes. Her health is a little unwell, you'd better take a look at her. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Lu Yang looked confused. What's wrong? Anything funny? Why can't I understand their jokes at all? Never mind. Have a meal. Lu Yang didn't understand what these women found funny, so he had to concentrate on eating. After dinner he returned to his house. However, the moment he opened the door, his keen observation enabled him to notice that there was someone in the room. And my nose smells the scent of a woman. Student Union President Chen Hao gave Zhou Kiki gifts worth millions but failed to win her over. In the end, this sports goddess took the initiative to come to Lu Yang's room and wanted to become Lu Yang's woman. If Jinhao knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would eat 3 chicken legs. Lu Yang asked Zhou Kiki, "Do you agree to be my woman?" Zhou Kiki nodded, "Yeah, I do." Lu Yang looked at his system prompts. It is detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman deep in her heart. Reward the host to increase all basic attributes to 1,000 points. Lu Yang was very happy to receive this reminder. Wow, all my basic attributes were originally 850 points, but now they have been directly increased to 1,000 points, which is equivalent to an increase of 150 points. Isn't the reward this time too great? 1,000 basic attributes, 20 times that of ordinary people. When the power was originally 16.5 times, Lu Yang could chop down level 6 zombies in the steel test as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Now that it has been increased 20 times, doesn't it mean it will be invincible? In Lu Yang's current view, an ordinary psychic is no different from an ant. So cool. Lu Yang felt a little swell. With such a powerful attribute, you should be able to say, "I don't eat beef," right? Lu Yang checked his panel properties. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1,000. Speed, 1,000. Physical strength, 1,000. Spirit, 1,000. Possessing special powers. 1. Future deduction level 4. 2. Virus immunity level 4. 3. Freeze control level 6. 4. Dark space level 5. 5. Zombie control, level 2. Own equipment, dark cloak, black light sword. Possessing a special gift, genetic enhancement. Looking at this panel, Lu Yang was very happy. Not to mention that he has 5 superpowers, and his main attack skill, freezing, has been upgraded to level 6. His ice needles are now almost inexhaustible. He can even use ice to create a shield, or create frozen armor to cover his entire body. Just this 20 times normal basic attribute is enough to kill many psychics instantly. Because the basic attributes of an ordinary first-level psychic are only about 100 points. Lu Yang's basic attributes are 10 times that of an ordinary first-level psychic. Such attributes are enough to kill the opponent instantly before he can react. After having fun, Lu Yang got up, washed and prepared to start today's actions. Today's action is to collect more food. Basically all the potatoes collected in the supermarket have been handed over to Scar Rat for distribution. Now what is left in Lu Yang's dark space are other foods such as rice and sweet potatoes. Although there is still a lot left, Lu Yang is a person with a sense of crisis. He felt that in the future there would be more and more survivors in his base, and no matter how much food there was, it would not be enough. And before the planting system is fully formed, the survivors still have to rely on gathering the food they need. As for crops, even if they are planted now, it will take several months to harvest. Therefore, we have to rely on the existing supplies to get through these few months. Once the crops grown by the later survivors are on track, there will be no need to collect food. Because 20 of the profits earned by the survivors must be turned over, the more survivors there are, the richer Lu Yang will be. At that time, he only needs to build the survivor base better and attract more survivors to join him. Several large supermarkets within 5 kilometers were completely ransacked by Lu Yang last time. Lu Yang decided to expand the range to 20 kilometers. All supermarkets, kiosks, convenience stores, etc. within 20 kilometers will be taken away. At the same time, Lu Yang remembered that there was a wholesale market 15 kilometers away. He was very poor before, and in order to buy things cheaply, he would go to the wholesale market. That wholesale market sells all kinds of items wholesale. In addition to daily necessities, there are staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, wheat, and flour. There are also cooking oils, various salts, MSG, and other seasonings. There is even cat food, dog food, chicken feed, etc. Lu Yang also decided to search them all today. Lu Yang no longer has to worry about the situation inside the community. Not only is there a level 2 zombie guarding the gate under his control, but he can also share vision and see the situation at the gate at any time. He originally controlled 2 level 2 zombies, and now he placed one in this community and the other in the survivor base of Scar Rat. This way, he can keep track of the situation in both places at any time. And there is also a supernatural person named Baihu in the villa. The White Fox's special ability is infinite healing. Even among people with special abilities, this is a relatively strong ability. The powers awakened by so-called psychics are not all combat powers. Very few people can awaken combat abilities. For example, Yellow Dog and Scar Rat, the superpowers they awakened are all useless. One strengthens the nose, the other strengthens the piercing ability. Only their basic attributes are twice that of ordinary people, and their superpowers are basically useless in battle, making them no different from super soldiers. Therefore, it may not be so easy to encounter a psychic who is stronger than the White Fox. With her in charge of the villa area, basically no one dares to mess with her. So Lu Yang started off directly. Although his target was the wholesale market more than 10 kilometers away, he did not miss any small shops, supermarkets, and convenience stores he encountered on the road. After all, a mosquito leg is still meat, and even a small convenience store contains a lot of drinks, snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, and other items. Anyway, Lu Yang's dark space is very large now. You can stuff anything in there, whether useful or not. And when he took things out, he didn't have to look for them one by one. If he wanted to take something, he just had to think about it in his mind, and the things inside would fall out by themselves. So Lu Yang never considers whether something is useful now when he collects it. He collects anything that may be useful in the future. When Lu Yang was collecting supplies at a convenience store 10 kilometers away from the villa area, he suddenly heard a noise coming from outside the convenience store. He looked out through the window and found 3 burly men with backpacks approaching. The 3 strong men were tall and sturdy. They walked steadily and quickly. It was obvious that they were well trained and at least at the level of retired Special Forces soldiers. Lu Yang immediately became alert. Soon, the 3 men killed several zombies that blocked their way and entered the convenience store. As soon as they entered the convenience store, the 3 strong men were stunned. Because the convenience stores are empty. Everything disappeared. There was only one more young man in black. They immediately turned their attention to Lu Yang. The burly man in the lead said maliciously, "Boy, what have you done? Did you take everything here? Tell me where you hid the things. Hand them over and I'll spare your life." They determined that it was Lu Yang who had cleared out all the things here. However, Lu Yang had a pitch-black sword in his hand, so they did not dare to act rashly. Even if they could use threats to make Lu Yang surrender, they would not be willing to do so. After all, although the other person looks young, he has a strange temperament that makes people feel a little scared. Especially those cold eyes. It seemed as if he had a depth that was not appropriate for his age. Lu Yang smiled at what the sturdy man said. "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me like this?" Lu Yang had just finished speaking, with that cold smile still on his face. Bang. A crisp sound. The burly man in the lead had his head exploded. The explosion created a bloody mist all over the ground. The other 2 people nearby were immediately frightened. Boss. How did you get shot in the head? What's going on? Why did your head explode all of a sudden? Who are you? What did you do?" The 2 men looked at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. They could never have imagined that Lu Yang could blow their boss head off with just a glance. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Then you better watch carefully, I will do it again." Bang. Another strongman fell to the ground with a headshot. Ah. Oh. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. The last strongman fell to his knees in an instant and collapsed. In his opinion, Lu Yang was so powerful that he was like the god of death. He could blow someone's head off with just a glance. His crotch was already wet. I was scared to death. Lu Yang sneered and said. Just now you asked me to take you to where the food is hidden, right? You thought I hid food, which means you have food reserves, so you think I am the same as you. Take me to where you hide the food, otherwise they will end up like you. Yes. Big brother, I'll take you there right away, said the sturdy man as he tried to get up from the ground, but his legs were as soft as noodles and he couldn't stand up straight. Lu Yang kicked the other person in the butt. The strongman then shook his body and stood up. Take Lu Yang to their shelter. Lu Yang followed and soon arrived at a luxurious villa. He didn't expect that these strong men actually knew how to enjoy themselves. They found such a luxurious villa, which is even more luxurious than the villa where Lu Yang lives. Obviously, the housing prices in this villa area must be more expensive than Lu Yang's villa area. The people living there are definitely wealthy people. It's a pity that these rich people are now either dead or turned into zombies. After entering the luxurious villa, Lu Yang discovered that the wall of the villa was 6 meters high. Moreover, his wall was not an ordinary steel hollow wall but a real solid wall, and the situation inside could not be observed from the outside. It is enough to show that the owner of this villa attaches great importance to his privacy. He doesn't even care if it affects the beauty of the villa for the sake of privacy. When Lu Yang entered the villa, he was surprised by the luxurious decoration inside. There was actually a helicopter pad in the yard, with an orange private helicopter parked on it. The decoration of the villa is actually several levels higher than the villa area where Lu Yang lives. The window glass inside is even made of bulletproof glass. This villa is worth at least tens of billions. When I walked into the hall, I found a lot of packaged food piled up inside. If the 3 strong men ate it, it would be enough for them to eat for at least a week. But for Lu Yang, the food was still too little. Compared with what was in his dark space, it was nothing. The sturdy man smiled ingratiatingly and said to Lu Yang, "Brother, we collected all this food a few days ago. We're giving it all to you. Take it." Lu Yang said coldly, "That's all." "That's all." The sturdy man was frightened again when he heard Lu Yang's cold voice and almost peed again. Lu Yang is a killing god who would shoot people in the head at any time. If he is not careful, he might die. Now it was as if there was a knife hanging on his neck, which could fall at any time, making him tremble with fear. Lu Yang complained, "You 3 strong men have collected such a small amount of food in so many days. You are such a waste." Seeing Lu Yang's dissatisfied expression, the sturdy man said tentatively, "The owner of this villa also built a safe room in the basement. He has a lot of food piled up in it, but we can't open it." Lu Yang instantly perked up after hearing this and said, "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? The owner of this villa must be a survivalist in peacetime." Not only was the villa's wall built so high and even solid, but a safe house was also built in the basement of the villa. Could it be that he had already anticipated the disaster? These rich people are indeed the most afraid of death. Moreover, this kind of safe house is usually only available to important leaders at the level of the president of a country. This rich man actually built one for himself. It seems that he is indeed very rich. And I'm always worried about my safety. He is a cautious and death-fearing wealthy person. Under the guidance of the sturdy man, Lu Yang came to the basement and saw a safe house as expected. The safe house is not big. It doesn't look like a house, but more like a steel box. The rectangular box is made of stainless steel that is more than 10 centimeters thick, and its length, width, and height are approximately 5 meters times 5 meters times 3 meters. There is a square glass observation hole on the door with a side length of about 20 centimeters. It is made of bulletproof glass that is more than 10 centimeters thick. Lu Yang looked inside through the 20-centimeter observation hole. I found that there were indeed a lot of food such as compressed biscuits piled up inside, and there was even a beautiful girl in the safe house. Lu Yang asked the burly man next to him, "What's the situation with the woman inside?" "Ah, she is this," the sturdy man said hesitantly. "Hurry up and tell me, or I'll chop you down right away." Lu Yang drew out his black sword. The strong man was startled and said very quickly, "She is the daughter of the original owner of this villa. The 3 of us are the bodyguards of the rich man in the villa. When the apocalypse broke out, we killed the rich man and wanted to take the villa for ourselves and rape his daughter. His daughter hid in the safe house and we couldn't do anything to her." He said this in one breath without pausing, and after he finished, he gasped for breath. After hearing what the sturdy man said, Lu Yang suddenly realized, "You 3 are really amazing. You are bodyguards, and when you encountered the end of the world, you actually killed the owner of someone's villa, occupied his villa, and even wanted to sleep with his daughter. You are even more stupid than me." Lu Yang thought. It was because Zhao Ming turned into a zombie that he killed Zhao Ming, occupied his villa, and slept with his girlfriend. These 3 security guards were even more incompetent than himself, and the owner of the villa was killed before he turned into a zombie. There's nothing I can do. Her daughter is so beautiful. The sturdy man showed an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Yang sighed in his heart. The owner of this villa is also unlucky. In peacetime, he was a survivalist. Not only did he build a safe house, he also stockpiled a lot of supplies in it in advance. Who knew that when the disaster happened, it turned out that the bodyguard had fallen in love with his own daughter and killed him. This rich man died in a miserable way. I guess he never expected that he would die because of his daughter. The saying, beauty is a disaster, is indeed true. And there is a saying that goes, others store food, I store guns, and my neighbors are my granaries. In the end times, if you don't have strength, no matter how many resources you have, it will be useless because you won't be able to defend them. After sighing in his heart, Lu Yang asked the sturdy man, is there anything else? No. Can you let me go now? I will get out of here right now and promise that I will never be around here again, said the sturdy man, shaking his head. His eyes were full of desire and pleading. Of course. And I'll give you a ride. Lu Yang said coldly, and then. Brush. He swung his knife, and the sturdy man's head fell to the ground instantly. Lu Yang didn't dare to keep the employer's bodyguard who was killed directly when the apocalypse broke out. Moreover, the reason for killing the employer was to sleep with his daughter, which was a bit far-fetched. If the situation is life-threatening, killing the employer is justifiable. After hacking the sturdy man to death, Lu Yang began to observe this safe house. The bulletproof glass window on the door was too small to see the entire room. It is impossible to see clearly how beautiful the woman inside is, but judging from the performance of these strong men, the woman is definitely a beauty picked out of a million. Because not only did they kill their employer for this woman, but even after the other party entered the safe house, they tried every possible way to destroy the safe house. Lu Yang saw various traces of cutting with a knife, drilling with an electric drill, and burning with fire on the door of the safe house. But I have to say that this rich man is indeed rich. I don't know what kind of stainless steel this door is made of. Even if it was burned by fire, drilled by an electric drill, and burned by fire, it only left some slight marks. There was no damage at all. The bodyguards were probably so angry and humiliated that they even welded the gaps in the door shut. In other words, even if the woman inside wanted to open the door now, she absolutely couldn't. You will only be trapped and die in the safe house. If Lu Yang hadn't met him, no one would have discovered the person who died in there. Lu Yang picked up his black sword and stabbed it into the door. Brush. The sword instantly stabbed into the door, going in directly like tofu. It was so easy that even Lu Yang was surprised. Fuck, this knife is too powerful. Stainless steel that's more than 10 centimeters thick was pierced through like tofu. He knew the knife was sharp, but he didn't expect it to be so sharp. Produced by Sherbet, it is indeed a fine product. Lu Yang held the hilt of the sword with both hands and casually slashed the indestructible iron door a few times. A big hole was instantly cut out and the woman inside let out a scream. Ah! She never imagined that the impregnable safe house would be broken into. When the end of the world just came, her father told her that the safe house could even withstand missile bombing. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to break through. The special stainless steel plate is more than 10 centimeters thick and cannot be penetrated even by a 100 mm armor-piercing missile. But now it was cut open by a knife. Wang Siki curled up into a ball, trembling all over. She understood that this was definitely not something those bodyguards could do. The person who came in must be more powerful than those bodyguards. When Lu Yang, dressed in black and looking handsome and cool, walked into the safe house, Wang Siki's eyes widened. This guy is so handsome. The black clothes show his cool temperament, and the cloak behind him adds a bit of domineering. He is tall and strong, and although his muscles don't look very strong, he gives people a sense of powerful aura. He just walked in calmly, but the sense of oppression made Wang Siki's heart tremble. After seeing Lu Yang's face clearly, Wang Siki became even more confused. Why does this person look familiar? Lu Yang saw the beauty curled up in the corner and had the same thought in his mind. Why does this beauty look familiar? Then the two looked at each other and said in unison. Ah, you are Lu Yang. I've seen your photo on the school forum. You are very famous. You are Wang Siki. One of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, and the richest one. People in school used to say that if I could be your boyfriend, I could work 50 years less. After seeing Lu Yang's appearance clearly and recognizing him, Wang Siki's face showed an expression of surprise and happiness. Originally, she thought that if an extremely powerful person who could break into the safe house came in, the consequences for her would be absolutely disastrous. Those 3 bodyguards were so weak, yet they dared to kill their employer directly and even wanted to rape him. If a super powerful person really came, wouldn't I be beaten to death? By that time, you might not even be able to commit suicide. After all, this safe house is like her last resort. Just like a snail's shell, once it is broken, the softest part inside will be exposed. Completely exposed to the enemy. At this time, Wang Siki was completely exposed in front of Lu Yang. Fortunately, Lu Yang was an acquaintance. They used to go to the same school. They had even heard of each other's names and knew each other's appearances, so it was much easier to talk. It's a blessing in disguise. Lu Yang was also a little surprised at this moment. He never thought that he would meet 3 bodyguards when he went to a convenience store to search for supplies, and he never thought that he would follow the bodyguard back and find the rich second-generation school beauty in the safe house. This really surprised Lu Yang. Now he has found all 4 beauties in the school. They are the school beauty He Yushur, who is an art school, the school beauty Zhao Lina, the sports goddess Zhou Kiki, and the rich school beauty Wang Siki. Each one is a goddess among goddesses. Not only is she very delicate and beautiful, but she also has a perfect figure. Each has its own characteristics and beauty. At this moment, Lu Yang was as happy as if he had collected all the cards. Who could have imagined that the 4 most powerful school beauties would all be accepted by Lu Yang? If those rich second generations who have been chasing these school beauties for years but still failed knew about this, they would be so angry that they would wake up even if they were bitten to death by zombies. What about the 3 bodyguards? At this time, Wang Siki asked Lu Yang first. Lu Yang waved the knife in his hand and replied casually, I have killed him. You are safe now. I will take you to a safe place. You have been trapped in this safe house for so long. I think you must be bored to death, right? Wang Siki nodded without hesitation, yeah. Although there are food in this safe house, there are no entertainment facilities. Every day I face a solid wall and stare at them in a daze. If I continue to stay like this, I feel I will get depression. Lu Yang stretched out his hand to the other party, so, follow me. Wang Siki showed hesitation on her face. Although he had heard of Lu Yang's name and had seen Lu Yang's photo on the forum, the two had never spoken a word to each other at school. To be honest, they only knew that they were from the same school and were not very familiar with each other. Moreover, he is a man and I am a weak woman. If I follow him, will the consequences be disastrous? Lu Yang saw the other party's hesitation. He sneered and said, haha, you don't think you have a choice. The moment I entered the security department, you no longer had the right to choose. No matter who comes in here, you can only bear it silently, and you are lucky that it is me who comes in. Come with me, He Yushur, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Kiki are waiting for you. Wang Siki's eyes widened instantly after hearing what Lu Yang said. What? The other 3 school beauties? Have you found them too? Lu Yang smiled proudly and said, of course, I'm just waiting for you to go back and play mahjong with them. After hearing what Lu Yang said, Wang Siki finally let down her guard a little and slowly walked out from the corner. Lu Yang waved his hand and packed all the supplies in the safe house into the dark space and took them away. Then, with Wang Siki's dumbfounded expression, he pulled her out of the villa. Then he hugged Wang Siki, then took off into the air and flew at a high speed. In less than 3 minutes they flew back to the villa. After landing, Wang Siki felt a little dizzy. She looked at Lu Yang in disbelief and said in surprise, how can you fly? This is amazing. At this moment, Lu Yang was like a Superman. It's an amazing feeling to fly in the sky. At that time, Wang Siki was nervous, excited and scared. I couldn't help but hug Lu Yang tightly. Now that I have landed, that feeling of excitement has not yet subsided. Lu Yang smiled proudly, then reached out and pinched Wang Siki's fair, tender, and delicate face. It's just a flying ability, what's so strange about it? Go take a shower quickly, and then wait for me in my room tonight. Then I will let you fly to the sky again, and you won't be able to stop. Wang Siki couldn't help but blush when she heard what Lu Yang said, and lowered her head. Lu Yang said, "Come in, you sure and the others are waiting for you in the villa." As he said that, he took Wang Siki directly into the villa. When Yusher and the others saw Wang Siki, they all showed shocked expressions on their faces. Wang Siki. It's actually Wang Siki. Oh my god. Even a top-tier rich second generation like you is having such a hard time in the end times. I heard that your family is very rich, the richest in the province. Even a wealthy family like yours can't resist the end of the world. Wang Siki nodded and said helplessly, it's hard to predict the world. The moment she saw Wang Siki, Tang Mingting's expression became a little complicated. Originally, Tang Mingting could be said to have the best family background among all the people here. She herself is a rich girl. His family conditions are not even inferior to the rich second-generation Zhao Ming. This is also the reason why Zhao Ming couldn't get her by force. Because her family conditions are good, Tang Mingting has always had a sense of superiority in her heart. I think this is what makes her better than other women. But now, the appearance of Wang Siki instantly wiped out Tang Mingting's sense of superiority. Because Wang Siki's family conditions are hundreds of times better than Tang Mingting's. You, Wang Siki, are so miserable now in the end times, so what does my family conditions matter? She looked at Wang Siki with a complicated expression, feeling mixed emotions. Lu Yang left the villa only after he saw Wang Siki was chatting with everyone else. After all, finding Wang Siki was just a small episode on the road. Lu Yang's main purpose is to collect all supplies within a radius of 20 kilometers. And today's target is the wholesale market 15 kilometers away. So after settling Wang Siki down, he immediately rushed to the wholesale market. Lu Yang jumped into the sky and started to soar into the air, flying rapidly. Originally, his basic attributes were 20 times that of an ordinary person. The maximum speed of an ordinary person was only 8 to 9 meters per second, while Lu Yang's maximum speed could reach nearly 190 meters per second. The flying speed of the dark cloak is twice as fast as Lu Yang's running speed. That is a speed of 380 per second. It has surpassed the speed of sound of 340 meters per second. Lu Yang didn't know how to write the word invincible, but he felt that at this moment Lu Yang's two words meant that no one could defeat him. Although the flight lasts only 5 minutes, 5 minutes is enough. Because 5 minutes is enough for him to fly 300 times 380 is equal to 114,000 meters. In other words, he can fly 114 kilometers at full speed. To the wholesale market 15 kilometers away, he only needs 15,000 divided by 380 is equal to 39.5 seconds. The reason why it took him 2 minutes to return to the villa was because he was afraid that Wang Siki could not withstand such a fast flying speed. Lu Yang's basic attributes are 20 times that of ordinary people, so he can definitely withstand such a speed. At this time, Lu Yang not only has physical attributes like his fellow countrymen, but his flying speed is probably no different from that of his fellow countrymen. When Lu Yang landed in the wholesale market, there happened to be a few survivors collecting food in the wholesale market nearby. When they saw Lu Yang falling from the sky, they were instantly frightened. At the same time, looking at Lu Yang, who was dressed in black and holding a black sword, fear appeared on their faces. This guy can fly. He is wearing such a handsome outfit and has such a cool weapon. The strength is absolutely unfathomable. Definitely a super powerful psychic. Several people quickly hid behind a strong man. The sturdy man was the only one with superpowers among the survivors and also the strongest one. However, even though he was a person with special abilities, the moment the sturdy man saw Lu Yang, his body trembled and he was completely frightened. The sturdy man looked at Lu Yang with a vigilant look in his eyes. He spoke carefully in a slightly trembling voice. "Big brother, are you here looking for food too? You can take whatever food you want here. We'll go to other places to collect some and leave. We can keep to ourselves." What do you think? The wholesale market is a long street with wholesale stores on both sides. Now the people in the stores have long turned into zombies or been bitten to death by zombies, and the whole street is empty. Since Lu Yang is here, these survivors were going to go to other places to collect resources. After all, the whole street was so big, it was impossible for Lu Yang to collect everything by himself, right? Lu Yang listened to the strong men and nodded, okay, no problem. But you can speed up the collection. When these people saw him falling from the sky, they were filled with fear and spoke to him with enough respect. Of course, Lu Yang would not kill them. After all, after the end of the world, there are not many survivors. These people are all resources. It would be best to attract them to your own survivor base. Only when the population in their survivor base is large enough will they hand over more resources. Thank you. Then we will go to the end of the street to collect it. After hearing Lu Yang's answer, the survivors showed happy expressions on their faces. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally put my heart at ease. So they carried their backpacks and ran quickly towards the end. Although the street location mainly wholesales food such as rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. But seeing that Lu Yang was so powerful that he could fly in the sky, they certainly didn't dare to compete with the rumors anymore and could only go to the end of the street. Lu Yang watched these survivors leave and start walking into each store. Oh my goodness, this is a rice wholesale store. There are at least thousands of bags of rice. Take them all away. Flour wholesale department, thousands of bags of flour. Take them all. A warehouse of potatoes. At least dozens of tons. Take them away. A warehouse full of sweet potatoes. Take them away. Noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, sausages. Take them all away. Is this the milk powder wholesale department? Take it away, take it away, take it all away. This stuff is very useful. Thanks to the genetic enhancement blessed by the system, Lu Yang can successfully multiply his genes every time. 10 months later he at least had a kid on the soccer team. Milk powder is very useful. Lu Yang continued to collect. He even took over the clothing wholesale department, snack wholesale department, daily necessities wholesale department, and toy wholesale department. There are also a lot of fruits in the fruit wholesale department, but unfortunately most of them are now rotten. The only fruits left that haven't gone bad are some that have been stored for a long time, such as apples, pears, grapefruits, sugar cane, etc. As for fruits that are easy to spoil, such as bananas, peaches, and mangoes, they have long been inedible. Lu Yang put all the good fruits into the dark space. A total of dozens of tons were collected. Things in the dark space will not rot. These fruits can be kept in it for a long time. Lu Yang put the things into his own dark space and started walking inside. Before long, all the shops behind him were closed by him, and he had reached the end of the street. In a wholesale store at the end, the sturdy men with a few survivors were constantly stuffing things into his backpack, which was only half full at this moment. When they saw Lu Yang coming, they were surprised and expressions of fear appeared on their faces again. The strongman asked Lu Yang with gritted teeth. "Big brother, do you have any instructions?" Lu Yang shook his head, "No. I just received it here." The survivors all had puzzled expressions on their faces. What does it mean? Got this? Could it be that this big brother doesn't want the things from the shop in front of the street, but directly wants the things from the shop at the end of the street behind? I'm afraid it's just an excuse. The streets are all good for shopping. There are some grocery and fruit wholesale stores at the end of the street, and it is not easy to find high-calorie staple foods. When they saw Lu Yang chasing after them, they easily thought that Lu Yang didn't want to collect food for them. The strongman had no choice but to say cautiously, "Brother, why don't we leave now? You can take whatever you want from here. We don't want any of them. Don't talk as if I'm bullying you. I told you to take things quickly, but you were slow. Can you blame me?" Lu Yang said as he walked over and waved his hand, taking away everything in the store. The survivors were stunned when they saw Lu Yang's actions. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Where are the things? Why are they all gone? Disappeared out of thin air? Ah. Is this a ghost? They originally thought that Lu Yang didn't want to collect things for them, so he came from the beginning to the end of the street. Now after seeing Lu Yang's actions, they instantly understood. Lu Yang has already taken away all the items from other shops, and this is the last shop. But they really couldn't imagine how Lu Yang did it. There were at least thousands of tons of supplies on this wholesale street. All of them disappeared in just a few minutes. Lu Yang said to the crowd, "I'm sorry. You are still a little too slow. You haven't even filled your backpacks yet. I have taken away all the supplies on this street. Go search somewhere else." One of the survivors showed a frustrated expression on his face. This wholesale market has the most supplies nearby. We have already searched all other places. Without this wholesale market, how are more than 100 of US survivors going to survive? After the apocalypse broke out, the survivors nearby united together and formed a gathering place of more than 100 survivors. They were led by the strongmen with superpowers. I believe it won't be long before they can develop a survivor base around this wholesale market. It's a pity that all the food in the wholesale market has been collected. For more than 100 people, it is still a problem where to find food, let alone form a base. Another survivor also said, yeah, it looks like we're going to starve to death. Among the more than 100 of us, only Brother Wang is a superpower, and he's relatively strong. The others are basically old, weak, sick, and disabled, and they're no match for the zombies. We're done. This wholesale market is the only one with the most food and few zombies in the area of more than 10 kilometers. It took us several days to clear out all the zombies here. Other supermarkets are too crowded with people, and there must be many zombies now. We don't dare to go in with our strength. Another survivor said helplessly. They cleared out all the zombies on this wholesale street, and lost a lot of their companions during this period. But I didn't expect that Lu Yang would come here and take away all the food directly. He was simply reaping the benefits. Unfortunately, Lu Yang was too powerful, and all of them dared to be angry but not to speak out. I can only complain here. The sturdy man named Brother Wang said to the crowd, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame us for being slow, not others. Stop talking nonsense. It's not that he doesn't understand the gap between himself and Lu Yang. As a person with superpowers, he knows even better how strong Lu Yang is. Just the feeling of oppression on one's body is enough to make people terrified. I'm afraid that the other party can kill everyone here with just a flick of his finger. These people actually dare to complain. They are simply courting death. Moreover, in the end times, there are no rules. When it comes to food, whoever is stronger gets more. They have the ability to take away all the food, so of course they will take as much as they can. Put yourself in their shoes. If you had the ability, wouldn't you want to take away all the food on the street? Are you still thinking of leaving it to others? Unless you have a bump on your head. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to leave food for others. So this strongman understands the current situation very well. There was no trace of anger on his face. There is only an expression of resignation. Lu Yang listened to what everyone said, thought for a moment, and said to them, there are more than 100 survivors in your gathering place. Yes. The sturdy man quickly replied respectfully. Lu Yang said to them, well, you should have heard of the Jinqiu Garden Villa district about 20 kilometers away from here, right? That is my survivor base. You can go there for shelter. As long as you are inside, food will not be a problem. The sturdy man's eyes lit up after hearing what Lu Yang said. Jinqiu Garden Villa district. I know, I used to be a taxi driver. I've been there, it's a rich area. Lu Yang said, that's right. Now it has become a survivor base, it's very safe, no zombies can break through there. And I am the master there, and I make you a promise that any survivor you lead can get 10 kilograms of food for free. You can promote the survivor base in this area and on the way there. The more people you bring, the more rewards I will give you. For every person you bring, I will give you 1 kilogram of rice. If you can bring 1,000 people, I will give you 1,000 kilograms. After hearing what Lu Yang said, the sturdy man immediately showed an expression of surprise on his face. At this moment, there were already more than 100 survivors in their gathering place. If we bring all these 100 plus survivors to Lu Yang's base, wouldn't we be able to get more than 100 kilograms of rice directly? In the end times, these more than 100 kilograms of rice are enough for a person to survive for 3 months. This is not a small amount of money. It took them several days to clear out the zombies from the wholesale market, and they finally cleared it out today. So they started to collect supplies for the first time. They had only collected half of the backpack when Lu Yang came and looted it all. So far, none of them has found 100 kilograms of rice. The sturdy man showed a surprised expression on his face and asked Lu Yang, "Is everything you said true?" Lu Yang said, "Of course it's true. You should have seen my strength. Now all the things on this whole wholesale street have been taken away by me. Don't you think I can't give you that little reward?" The strong man listened to Lu Yang's words and nodded. That's right. For a powerful psychic like Lu Yang who can even fly, his speed in searching for food can be said to be tens of thousands times faster than theirs. Even if it was a level 2 zombie, it probably wouldn't have any effect on the other party. He probably didn't need to clear out the zombies to collect food. No matter how many zombies there were nearby, he probably could just grab some food. Not to mention how much he had collected before, there are probably hundreds of tons of rice in this wholesale street alone. After thinking for a while, the strongman nodded. He said, "Okay, it's a deal. I used to be a taxi driver nearby, and I'm very familiar with this route. I have been searching for supplies in this area for the past few days. I have visited many places and found several gathering places of survivors. I am sure I can convince them and bring at least 1,000 people to your base. The end of the world breaks out." The survivors who were displaced outside began to gather together. Many gathering places of varying sizes have been formed. This strongman is very familiar with this area, and after awakening his special powers, he no longer has to be afraid of ordinary zombies, so during this period of time, he has been to many places to search for food. Know the locations of many gathering places. There are dozens to hundreds of people in these gathering places. The maximum number of people will not exceed 200. They are scattered all over the place like a pile of loose sand, but there is no leader who can bring them together to form a surviving base. The appearance of Lu Yang is a good opportunity. The strongman is confident that he can convince all these people to join Lu Yang's survivor base. By then, the heads he captured would be able to provide himself with more than 1,000 kilograms of food. If he is alone, and eats sparingly, this food can last at least 2 years. Very good, then I'll wait for your good news. Lu Yang nodded, and then left the wholesale street that he had plundered completely. He began to search for food elsewhere. At the same time, Lu Yang also understood that only by storing all the food nearby in his dark space, these survivors would be desperate and would join his survivor base without hesitation. Now we use 10 kilograms of rice to attract them to join the base. After a year, they will contribute at least several hundred kilograms of potatoes to the base. The resources outside will eventually run out. Only if the survivors grow and produce their own food can there be an endless supply. And 20 of all the food produced in the survivor base needs to be handed over to Lu Yang, so the more people there are, the richer Lu Yang will be. After Lu Yang left, the survivors began to discuss. One of the survivors asked the burly man, "Brother Wang, are you really going to do what he said? Is the base he mentioned really that good? Are you trying to trick us into going there to have our kidneys cut off?" "Yes, yes. Brother Wang, why do I feel it's so fake? There is no zombie threat in this base, and even everyone who goes there can get 10 kilograms of food. He is the savior, so why is he giving away food for free?" Another survivor also said, "How about we go back and discuss it?" The strongman shook his head and said, "You know nothing. I am a superpower, and you know my strength. All of you combined are no match for me. But if my combat power is 100, the opponent's combat power is at least 5,000. Do you know what this concept is? Even if there are 1,000 of me, I am still no match for him. If he wants to kill us, he can do it with just a flick of his finger. Why would he need to lie to us? Don't use your dirty thoughts to guess the thinking of a strong person. Because your strength is not at that level, you cannot think about problems from his level. So, just do what they say. This is a great opportunity to get close to someone, don't miss out on it." The survivors had never seen the strongman with such a serious expression. I also realized the seriousness of the matter. I could only nod and say, "Okay, since Brother Wang has said so, then we will listen to Brother Wang." Yes, thanks to Brother Wang, we have been able to live safely until now. Since Brother Wang said that he wants to join the survivor base, let's go together. After Lu Yang came out of that wholesale street, he took over 2 large supermarkets. At this moment, 1/4 of the supplies have been piled up in his 50 by 50 by 50 meter dark space. With so many supplies, Lu Yang found it difficult to calculate the exact number, but judging from the looks of it, even if it was a base for the 5,000 survivors, they would have no problem feeding them for dozens or even hundreds of years. Coming out of the empty supermarket, Lu Yang saw a hospital. This is the best tertiary hospital in the city. The hospital is full of patients, and the chance of being infected with the virus is probably higher, so it must be full of zombies now. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, "In the end times, medicine is also very important, otherwise a fever could kill someone. Although my strength has been enhanced, my basic attributes are 20 times that of an ordinary person, and I will never get sick. But the people in my survivor base and the women around me don't have such strong resistance. So medicine is still necessary." So Lu Yang decided to go in and search. After entering the hospital, he found that there were indeed a lot of zombies wandering around inside. As soon as he saw Lu Yang coming, he immediately rushed towards Lu Yang with bared fangs and claws. Lu Yang waved his hand and countless ice needles were fired out, hitting each zombie directly in the head. Now Lu Yang's mental power has reached 20 times that of ordinary people, and the number of ice needles is no longer limited. The attack distance even reaches thousands of meters. Compared to chopping with a knife, Lu Yang prefers to kill the opponent with a wave of his hand. He doesn't need to engage in close combat with the opponent, and thus won't be stained with the opponent's blood. And the way he could resolve the battle with just a wave of his hand was very elegant. He liked this elegant feeling. Because elegance never goes out of style. As Lu Yang walked deeper into the hospital, zombies kept falling around him. There was even a level 2 zombie among them, which was shot in the head before it could get close to Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at these dead zombies with a thoughtful expression on his face. The proportion of level 2 zombies is increasing. In the past, it was rare to find a level 2 zombie among 1,000 zombies. But now, I have killed no less than 5 level 2 zombies on the first floor of this hospital alone. Maybe level 3 zombies will appear later. The basic attributes of a level 2 zombie are about twice that of an ordinary person. Unless they are people with special powers, ordinary people cannot even escape from the level 2 zombies they encounter, let alone fight. The basic attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person encounters a level 3 zombie, he will be killed at the first sight. The strongest zombie Lu Yang encountered during the steel test was a level 6 zombie. The basic attributes of a level 6 zombie are 12 times that of an ordinary person. Even if a first-level psychic encounters this, he will be killed instantly. It seems that as time goes by, the chances of ordinary people surviving the apocalypse will become smaller and smaller. Entering the survivor base is the only way. Moreover, if there are not enough people with special abilities in the survivor base, it may still be breached by zombies. Therefore, the competition between the mutants and zombies will not stop, and whoever evolves faster will have the chance to win. So it doesn't mean you can sit back and relax just because you have awakened your superpowers. The zombies are also getting stronger. Lu Yang followed the hospital signs and continued walking towards the pharmacy. There are fewer and fewer zombies on the road. This made Lu Yang alert. Because although the sound made by him exploding the zombies' heads was not very loud, it could still penetrate far away in the quiet hospital. Logically speaking, more zombies should be attracted here. Unless all the zombies were killed by the experts, but the probability of this happening was low because the zombies at the door were not dead, and it was impossible for anyone to directly bypass the zombies at the door and kill the zombies deep inside the hospital. Then there is only one other possibility. There is a leader among the zombies who restrains their behavior. That's why they suppress their instinctive hunting desire. Sure enough, as Lu Yang continued to go deeper, he saw a group of zombies sitting at the door of the pharmacy, as if they were in a meeting. Lu Yang was a little surprised when he saw this scene. What's going on? Even zombies can hold a meeting. The leader was a zombie in a white coat, who must have been a doctor in his lifetime. Although he looked pale, he did not look sloppy, grinning, or drooling. Just like a normal person. It's just that the pupils are still white. He sat at the front and seemed to be saying something to the other zombies. Zombies that can already talk. Liu Yang recognized it at a glance. This is definitely a level 3 zombie. Moreover, this was the first time that Liu Yang saw a level 3 zombie somewhere other than the stone tablet. The basic attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary person. Even a yellow list expert with special abilities like Baihu would probably be killed instantly if he came here. If you want to deal with level 3 zombies, you need at least a level 2 psychic. The basic attributes of a level 2 psychic are 4 times that of an ordinary person, although it is still twice less than that of a level 3 zombie. However, zombies only have ordinary attacks, and psychics, with the blessing of their superpowers, will not necessarily lose. At this time, the zombies also discovered Liu Yang, and they stood up instantly. There are 2 level 2 zombies standing next to the level 3 zombie, and there are dozens of ordinary zombies surrounding them. With such a powerful configuration, it would probably take less than 10 minutes to break through a gathering place of survivors like the one led by taxi driver Lao Wang. Even at the survivor base where Scar Rat is now, with just those people, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the 3rd-level zombies. At this moment, the ordinary zombies looked at Liu Yang with eyes full of desire to attack. However, without the orders from the 3rd-level zombies, they suppressed this desire and did not act rashly. The 3rd-level zombie said in a stuttering tone, "Humans, delicious, meat, you, surround them." Swish. All the zombies moved instantly. The 2 level 2 zombies divided the other ordinary zombies into 2 teams and surrounded Liu Yang from the front and back. The 3rd-level zombie stood in place, observing everything, ready to command the battle at any time. Watching the actions of these zombies, Liu Yang felt they looked very familiar. It's actually the same as in the stone tablet test. The 3rd-level zombies command the battle, and the other zombies act according to the command of the 3rd-level zombies, becoming an organized, premeditated, and tactical zombie army. So, catch the leader first. Bang. The level 3 zombie in the distance was already alert enough, but the next second he was shot in the head. He had no idea it happened. When the other zombies saw their leader killed instantly, they also lost their backbone instantly. Without any organization or discipline, they rushed directly towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang waved his hand. All zombies' heads explode instantly. Looking at the corpse of the 3rd-level zombie lying on the ground, Liu Yang felt a little sorry. My zombie control has only been upgraded to level 2, and I can only control 2 level 2 zombies at most. If it is upgraded to level 3, I should be able to control this level 3 zombie, and I won't have to kill it. Liu Yang shook his head. Looks like I have to work overtime tonight to have sex with the 4th rich school beauty and try to raise my zombie control level by 1 level. After killing these zombies, Liu Yang finally walked into the pharmacy as he wished. He started ransacking the pharmacy. He put all the medicines into his dark space, even some gauze tape, syringes, saline solution, glucose injection, and various medical equipment. After doing all this, Liu Yang started walking out of the hospital. Just as Liu Yang passed by a ward, suddenly a subtle sound was heard from inside. Liu Yang stopped vigilantly. Then, the door of the ward opened a crack. And I peered out from the crack in the door. After seeing Liu Yang outside, the fear in his eyes instantly turned into surprise. The door of the ward was opened. A surprised voice also came from inside. "Ah. It's a human. Woohoo. This is great. I didn't expect there would be human survivors." Liu Yang looked carefully and found that there was a young female doctor and a young female nurse hiding in the ward. The female doctor looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. The female nurse looked younger, probably in her early 20s. Both of them were very beautiful, and although their faces looked a little weak, pale, and thin, it still couldn't hide the beauty revealed by their delicate features. At the same time, there was a zombie corpse on the bed. Liu Yang reacted and realized that it was probably when the zombie outbreak occurred. The female doctor and the female nurse were treating the patients in the beds, but they didn't expect to see that half of the people in the beds turned into zombies. But they were lucky. This patient had just had both his legs broken in a car accident and had just undergone surgery not long ago. Even after turning into a zombie, he was unable to stand up and attack them, and was instead killed by the two women. I guess this zombie is the most frustrated one among all the zombies. Lu Yang asked, "Are you doctors and nurses in this hospital?" "Yeah." The two nodded quickly, and then said with tears in their eyes, "We have been trapped in this ward for more than 10 days. We are almost starving to death. Fortunately, the patient's family brought 2 cartons of milk to drink, so we can hold on until now. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. By the way, is the disaster outside over? Are all the zombies dead?" Lu Yang shook his head, "No. Not only did they not die, but they evolved into level 2 and 3 zombies. They are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies." Ah. The two girls were startled and their faces turned pale. When the apocalypse broke out, they saw the horror of zombies. Now, the 2nd and 3rd level zombies have evolved into something 100 times more terrifying. Help! How can these weak women survive? It's over, it's over. It looks like we're dead. The female doctor showed a look of despair on her face. The female nurse did the same, she covered her face and started crying. At this time, Lu Yang said, "Don't be too sad. Although the 2nd and 3rd level zombies are very strong, I can take you to a safe place." After hearing what Lu Yang said, the two showed an expression of disbelief. "Can you take us to a safe place? Is there any safe place in this world?" "Of course, where I am is a safe place," Lu Yang said confidently. The two women asked, "But didn't you say that the zombies have evolved to level 2 and 3, and are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies?" Lu Yang said, "But my strength is 10,000 times theirs. Let's go, you will understand then." When they saw Lu Yang extending his hand towards them, the female doctor and the female nurse still showed hesitant expressions on their faces. Although they really want to be rescued in the end times, it still feels very dangerous if a random stranger follows them. What if the other party has any ill intentions? How could these two weak women possibly resist each other? Seeing the other party's hesitation, Lu Yang continued, "Even if I really want to do something bad to you too, can't I just execute you here? Do I have to trick you away? The moment you opened the door and appeared in front of me, you had no choice." After listening to Lu Yang's words, the female doctor finally gritted her teeth, as if she had made a difficult decision in her heart. She nodded and said, "Okay, you're right. We'll go with you. The apocalypse has already happened for so long, and they have been trapped in the ward these days, thinking and discussing for a long time. They understand that it is not easy to survive in the end times, and they also know what it means when a man takes you away in the end times. They just hope that Lu Yang is not a pervert." "Very good. Let's go." Lu Yang nodded and said. He took the two women and started walking out of the hospital. Along the way, the two women saw the zombies killed by Lu Yang, and they were terrified. Every zombie died from their heads exploding. From where they fell and the postures they took, one could even tell that they died while running. No one even fought with Lu Yang. Does that mean this man is so powerful that even zombies can't get close to him? After seeing Lu Yang kill the zombies, the two women seemed somewhat relieved. It seems that Lu Yang is really as powerful as he said, so if we follow him, the chances of survival will be very high. As long as I can survive. Even if the other person wants you to marry him, her, it's no big deal, as long as the request is not too abnormal. After arriving outside the hospital, Lu Yang began to pour gasoline on several flammable corners of the hospital, and then set the hospital on fire. At this point, there are already level 3 zombies in the hospital. If we continue to leave them alone, maybe level 4 or 5 zombies will appear. Although Lu Yang is not afraid of these zombies, for ordinary people with special abilities, these mutated zombies are a real disaster. After doing all this, Lu Yang said to the two women, "You are too slow. My villa area is more than 10 kilometers away from here. If you walk back, it will take at least several hours. So come here and I will take you flying." "Take us flying? What does that mean?" The two beauties showed puzzled expressions on their faces. "It means exactly what it says." Lu Yang stretched out his arms and embraced both sides, instantly hugging the two women's slender waists. "Ah," the two women moaned, with shy expressions on their faces. "Hold on to me, I'm going to fly." As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, he took off into the air in an instant. "Ah!" The two women screamed, but in order not to attract zombies, they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. But there was still excitement and fear in his eyes. This is much more exciting than riding a roller coaster. They were now flying at an altitude of 100 meters, and the scenery on the ground was constantly shrinking. At the same time they moved forward at a very fast speed. Both women were terrified. "Oh my God! It's actually flying in the sky. Who is this guy? How can he fly?" At this moment, Lu Yang seemed to have become a godlike figure in their hearts. Lu Yang brought the female doctor and the female nurse into the villa. He Yushir and the others looked happy when they saw Lu Yang coming back, especially Wang Siki, the super-rich second-generation school beauty who had just been rescued. After chatting with Yushir, Zhao Lina, Zhou Kiki, and others for a few hours, Wang Siki began to understand the situation here at the moment. It turns out that all of them here are Lu Yang's women. As they chatted, they even talked about how powerful Lu Yang was. Everyone here is fucked by Lu Yang. What each one said was more outrageous than the other. Some people even say that Lu Yang is a one-in-a-million humanoid machine, and that Lu Yang is even more powerful in bed than when he is chopping zombies. Wang Siki remained skeptical. Although she is a super-rich girl and has strict family education, she has never had a boyfriend. Those rich second generations in school didn't dare to pursue me, because in terms of family wealth, those rich second generations couldn't even compare to my family. The only thing the rich second generation can boast is that their families are wealthy. But in front of Wang Siki, their advantage had long since disappeared. Therefore, they didn't even have the courage to pursue Wang Siki. Every rich second generation would behave respectfully when they met her, and would call her Miss Wang from a distance. After all, the businesses of those rich second-generation families are more or less related to Wang Siki's Wang family. How dare they offend Wang Siki? So far, not only has Wang Siki never been in a relationship, she has even rarely had contact with men, because those men are very inferior in front of Wang Siki. Just imagine, a goddess who is super beautiful and from a rich second-generation family. Who has the courage to pursue her? She was very curious about Lu Yang. At the same time, she has accepted her fate. The other three school beauties have already become Lu Yang's women, how could I be an exception? And according to other people's description of Lu Yang is very powerful, and he is also very good to his women and will never skimp on food or clothing. In this safe villa area, they go to the swimming pool outside to swim every day, play ball, run, or play cards together. They live a vacation-like life, not at all like the end of the world. Only Lu Yang can maintain such a leisurely life in this villa area. If it were someone else, no matter how beautiful you are, you would have to go out and search for food. There is no need to keep idle people in the last days. It's no use just being beautiful. Besides, if Lu Yang hadn't appeared, he might have been trapped in the safe house or captured by the three bodyguards. After all, Lu Yang is his savior. Therefore, Wang Siki does not have any psychological pressure. So, after several hours of thinking, Wang Siki had completely surrendered. She had already made preparations and planned to climb into Lu Yang's bed tonight. But now seeing Lu Yang bringing back a beautiful doctor and a beautiful nurse, Wang Siki felt a little lost again. It seems that it may not be that easy to climb into Lu Yang's bed, and you may even have to queue up. He Yushir, Zhao Lina, Tang Mengting, Chen Dan, Su Xiao, Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, and others came out to greet them. As soon as he saw Lu Yang, he said happily, "Lu Yang, you're back. Wow, we brought back 2 more sisters. Our team has grown again. Look at the way these 2 sisters are dressed, they look like a doctor and a nurse. Then if we get sick in the future, we'll have to rely on you 2 sisters." Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing, who were brought back, felt a little embarrassed when they saw how enthusiastic everyone was. Especially when seeing everyone surrounding Lu Yang, chirping and laughing, like the moon surrounded by stars, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, what is the charm of this man? How could so many women gather around him and even live in harmony without any conflicts? If Su Xiao and Tang Mingting knew what the two women were thinking, they would definitely say, "We did have some objections at first, but Lu Yang's slap was not to be trifled with." Woo. Lu Yang walked into the villa with Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Qin Xiaojin, and then said to them, "You two should find a room to stay in and take a shower first. It's not time for dinner yet, but there's a lot of food in the refrigerator in the restaurant on the first floor. You can eat some after taking a shower to fill your stomach." "Yeah, okay, thank you." The two of them thanked him quickly and then walked upstairs to the villa. Lu Yang's villa is divided into 4 floors, with 10 rooms on each floor. There is also a living room, kitchen, and dining room on the first floor. There is also a gym and study on the second floor. There is also a swimming pool and sauna on the third floor. There is also a private cinema and private KTV on the 4th floor. It can be said that the facilities in the entire villa are very complete. There are 40 rooms in total, which can accommodate at least 40 people. At this moment, there are only Tang Mingting, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Zhao Lina, Chen Dan, Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Zhao Yuding, Zhou Qiuping, Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Qin Xiaojin living here, a total of only 13 people. It's still far from enough. As for the 15 girls brought back by the survivor base, they lived in the villa next door. Lu Yang gave them a lot of food. Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Qin Xiaojin went upstairs, and everyone began to gather around Lu Yang and ask, "Lu Yang, where did you go exploring today?" Tang Mingting said, "You received a lot of supplies again, right?" Zhao Lina said, "You were able to meet doctors and nurses, which means you went to the hospital, right?" Lu Yang smiled, pinched Zhao Lina's smooth face, and said, "The school belle is still smart. Yes, I went to the hospital and collected a lot of medicines. I also went to the wholesale market and collected a lot of food, even milk powder. After all, we are here to continue human civilization, so we must be prepared in advance." Lu Yang really thinks far ahead. Lu Yang had already thought of it when he collected the milk powder. Because of the system's blessing, his genetic genes were strengthened, and he could successfully branch out every time. It can be said that he never missed a beat. This resulted in Lu Yang's children being born very close together. That's why he went to the hospital to find medicine. After all, pregnant women and children are very prone to illness. And it would be even better if you could find a doctor or a nurse while looking for medicine. Because a doctor or nurse can deliver the baby. Lu Yang didn't expect that he could find both the doctor and the nurse at once. That's great. You don't have to worry about having children anymore. This is also the reason why Lu Yang did not hint to Huang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin to come to the room to find him. He didn't want the doctor and nurse to be about to give birth when they were needed to deliver the baby. At least we have to stagger the time. The girls knew that Lu Yang was very busy, so after talking to him for a while, they stopped bothering him. Lu Yang went back to his room to rest, and the girls started to get busy in the kitchen, preparing to make today's lunch. After Lu Yang returned to the room, he took a shower and lay on the bed to rest. Recalling today's gains. Not only did they plunder a wholesale market, they also collected several convenience stores and 3 large supermarkets, and at the same time they looted all the medicines in a large hospital. Even brought back a gorgeous surgeon and a gorgeous nurse. It can be said that it was a fruitful harvest. At the same time, Lu Yang also found level 3 zombies in the hospital. He was a little shocked at how fast the zombies were evolving. I didn't expect that a level 3 zombie would appear so soon. The level 3 zombie is very powerful. An ordinary level 1 psychic is no match for him. It takes at least a level 2 psychic. Lu Yang has the support of the system, and his level of superpowers is different from that of ordinary people. His highest level of supernatural power, the freezing power, has reached level 6, but his lowest level of zombie control is only level 2. Lu Yang didn't know whether he should be called a 6th level psychic or a 2nd level psychic. But if we calculate it by basic attributes, his basic attributes are 20 times that of an ordinary person, so he should be considered a level 10 psychic. But in any case, so far, Lu Yang has not seen any other psychics reach level 2. Of course, this does not mean that there are no psychics who can reach level 2, but there is no such strong person around Lu Yang. But a level 3 zombie had already appeared beside him. In other words, the zombies evolve faster than the mutants. Ordinary survivors are dangerous, even ordinary psychics are dangerous. For example, the survivor base where Scar Rat is located. Once a level 3 zombie leads the zombies to attack, Scar Rat is the only psychic there, and they will be unable to resist at all. Maybe the entire base will be wiped out. It seems that we must accept more psychics into the base. Liu Yang made up his mind. When we go to search for food farther away tomorrow, if we find a person with special abilities, we must try our best to bring him into our base. Only in this way can your base become bigger and stronger and not be afraid of the attacks of zombies. Just as Liu Yang was thinking, he suddenly received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host, you have killed 2,000 zombies and gained 200 attribute points. Liu Yang was stunned. Then he reacted. He set fire to the hospital, and it seemed that the fire had killed all the zombies in the hospital. However, this number is indeed a bit wrong. That hospital was the largest hospital in the city, with 3 inpatient buildings alone. There were at least 5,000 zombies in the entire hospital. Now I have only received 2,000 reminders. Does this mean that the remaining zombies, led by the 2nd or 3rd level zombies, all escaped from the hospital and were not burned to death? It seems that as the zombies' intelligence improves, it is difficult to burn all the zombies to death by just setting fire to the building. He distributed the 200 attribute points evenly. All basic attributes have reached 1050 points. The other side is in the survivor base 20 kilometers away. Scar Rat, at this moment, was leading a team of strong men in the base to search for food. Since he was the only psychic left in the base at this moment, their options for finding food became small convenience stores and small supermarkets. Unlike before, a team of psychics can now enter a large supermarket and search. Now he leads a team of ordinary people and can only survive cautiously in the cracks. Scar Rat never expected that he, who was the weakest among the psychics before, would now become the strongest one in the base. This feeling of shouldering the entire responsibility alone made him feel very stressed. After all, now the entire base depends on Scar Rat alone. The potatoes that Liu Yang lent to the survivors have been cut into pieces and planted in the ground. But in the months before the potatoes grow, they still rely on foraging for food. So Scar Rat could only take the strong men out to find food, and let the women take care of the crops in the survivor base. At this moment, a survivor said to Scar Rat, "Master Rat, there are 4 zombies on the road ahead, wandering on the road in front of the convenience store. We can't get through." Although Scar Rat was short, less than 1.6 meters tall, and very young, only in his 20s, the strong survivors next to him still maintained absolute respect for Scar Rat. After all, among all the people here, only Scar Rat is a person with superpowers. Although he is short in stature, his basic attributes are twice that of ordinary people. No one here can beat him. Moreover, Scar Rat is a big shot in front of God Liu. How could these ordinary survivors dare to disrespect Scar Rat? Therefore, everyone respectfully calls Scar Rat Master Rat, and the first thing they do when they find a zombie is to report it to Scar Rat. After hearing what the men said, Scar Rat stood on tiptoe and looked forward, and sure enough, he found 4 zombies wandering around in front of him. There are only 4 zombies. If it were in the past, when the survivors' base was strong and well-equipped, they would have just rushed over and killed the zombies. But that's not the case now. Scar Rat became the mainstay of the base, and he was the only person with superpowers in the entire base. Faced with the survivors' reports, Scar Rat began to think. That convenience store is their target today. If we are persuaded to retreat by these 4 zombies, we will return empty-handed. If we return empty-handed, there won't be much food left in the surviving base. Scar Rat gritted his teeth and said, "Wait here for me, I'll go kill them." "Master Rat, there are 4 zombies there, and you are alone." "Master Rat, although we know you are a superpower, it may not be easy for you to face 4 zombies alone. How about we go and help?" "Yes, Master Rat, now the entire survivor base depends on you. If you are in danger, we will all be finished. Although we are ordinary people, there are only 4 zombies on the other side, so we can help." The others showed worried expressions and spoke to Scar Rat. Because they all understood that Scar Rat's awakened ability was the ability to dig holes, not the ability to fight. Moreover, Scar Rats are not immune to the zombie virus. Any injury will lead to infection. If something goes wrong, the only psychic in the base will be gone. No need for that. If too many people go over there, the noise will be even louder, and it might attract more zombies to attack. Don't worry, even though I didn't awaken a combat ability, I'm not a loser. Scar Rat said this with a serious expression, and then he immediately burrowed into the ground. Under everyone's gaze, a zombie in the distance suddenly sank into the ground. The entire zombie was stuck in the ground, with only the top of its head exposed. The other 3 zombies saw their companion stuck underground. They didn't know what was happening and just stood there stupidly. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Less than 10 seconds. All 4 zombies were stuck on the ground. At this time, Scar Rat came out from another hole. He pulled out his big machete and chopped at each of their heads. 4 zombies were eliminated instantly. The 4 zombies didn't even know what was happening and died without even seeing what the enemy looked like. When everyone saw this, they hurried over. I couldn't help but give Scar Rat a thumbs up. Master Rat is awesome. I didn't expect Master Rat has this trick of whack-a-mole. As expected of Master Rat. Scar Rat also showed a somewhat smug expression on his face. His skill is indeed not a combat skill, but a hole-digging skill. However, he is short in stature, and if he doesn't want others to enter the hole he dug, then others cannot enter. The same goes for zombies. You just need to dig a hole that a normal person can't enter under the zombie's feet, and then pull the zombie down, and you can trap the zombie in the hole. The zombies who can't move can only be slaughtered at will. This is a method of fighting the enemy that Scar Rat thought about for a long time before finding. It can not only be used on zombies, but even on human mutants. Even if someone has special abilities, once he is dragged underground by the Scar Rat and cannot move in the narrow tunnel, he will probably be no match for the Scar Rat. Scar Rat said to everyone, "Everyone be careful, start entering the convenience store and load supplies as quickly as possible. Once everyone's backpack is full, we will quickly retreat to the base." After everyone saw Scar Rat kill 4 zombies in an instant, everyone admired him very much, so they nodded and said, "Okay, Master Rat. We will definitely be careful." Following Lord Rat out to look for food is reassuring. Yeah. If we came out by ourselves and saw zombies, we definitely wouldn't dare to come over. After everyone finished talking, they carefully opened the door and entered the convenience store. However, the scene in the convenience store shocked them. There were 3 zombies in total in the convenience store. 2 of them were lying on the ground with most of their bodies eaten, but they were still roaring with their eyes open and their teeth bared. There is another zombie that looks several times stronger than the zombies on the ground. The zombie's muscles were bulging, even to the point of breaking through the skin, exposed to the air. The blood-red muscles were covered in sticky liquid. The blood vessels on the muscles are very thick and intricately covered with muscles. It looks as if countless snakes are constantly wriggling, which is extremely disgusting. When the survivors entered the convenience store, this strong, muscular zombie was actually eating the flesh of 2 other zombies. Zombies eating zombies. This discovery shocked everyone. Logically speaking, zombies will not eat their own kind, they will only eat humans or other non-mutated animals. But what on earth is this zombie with exploding muscles? Could it be a super mutant zombie? It even spared no one of its own kind. Scar Rat was stunned. At the same time, he also sensed the danger, so he immediately became alert and said to everyone, "Run." The other survivors reacted instantly after hearing Scar Rat's words and immediately left the convenience store. However, it was too late. The zombie had already discovered them and rushed over at the fastest speed. What a fast speed! Scar Rat was surprised. The 2 men who were running slowly were slapped away by the zombie's claw and hit the wall hard, losing consciousness. When Scar Rat saw this scene, he had to grit his teeth and stop. If he continued like this, except for himself, all the ordinary survivors would die. I must cover the rear. He turned around and gave the zombie a flying kick. However, when he kicked the opponent did not move at all, but Scar Rat flew backwards several meters away. This is terrible. The opponent is at least twice as strong and fast as me. This mutant zombie is much stronger than an ordinary level 2 zombie. The fallen Scar Rat had a solemn look on his face. The zombie was kicked by Scar Rat. Although he was not injured, he was irritated and pounced on Scar Rat in an instant. However, Scar Rat burrowed into the ground and disappeared, leaving only a dark hole that the mutant zombies could not get into. Roar. The mutant zombie let out an angry roar and kept digging at the entrance of the hole with his hands, as if trying to dig out the Scar Rat. However, just as the zombie was digging the hole, its feet suddenly sank and it was pulled into another hole. It turned out that Scar Rat had used the same old trick again and dug a hole under the zombie's feet, intending to trap the mutated zombie to death in the hole he dug. However, the power of this mutant zombie was too strong. It pulled the Scar Rat out of the hole with just a simple move. Exclamation point. Scar Rat exclaimed. He immediately let go of the zombie's feet and dug another hole the moment he landed on the ground, disappearing into the ground. At this time, the survivors had already run out of the mutant zombie's field of vision. Scar Rat thought that he was no match for this mutant zombie, so he stopped pestering it and simply dug a hole to escape. However, the mutant zombie continued to attack the hole left by Scar Rat. Not far away, Scar Rat showed his head again, secretly observing the crazy zombie. He was breathing heavily. The battle just now caused his adrenaline to secrete rapidly, and he was still excited. The feeling of tension made him feel like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This was his first time fighting against such a powerful zombie. If there had been any mistake just now, he might have died on the spot. Watching the zombies in the distance still attacking the cave entrance, Scar Rat came to a conclusion in his mind. Although this mutant zombie is very strong and fast, its IQ is not as high as that of a level 2 zombie. So it's just that his body has been strengthened. But even if this zombie has no intelligence, it is still very powerful. Once it finds the survivor's base, it will be like a wolf among a flock of sheep. No one can stop it. This zombie alone is enough to sweep the entire survival base. No. We must report this to Brother Liu Yang immediately. Otherwise, once this zombie finds the location of the survivor's base, we're doomed. After making up his mind, Scar Rat burrowed into the ground again. This time he personally led the team to search for supplies, but they found nothing and instead lost 2 strong survivors. Scar Rat felt very guilty. He must tell Liu Yang about this as soon as possible and get rid of this mutated zombie. Scar Rat then burrowed underground, reunited with the escaping survivors, and together they quickly fled back to the base. As soon as he entered the gate of the base, Scar Rat seemed to be relieved and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The danger I just experienced is still fresh in my mind. Others also showed expressions of relief on their faces. At the same time, they felt sad when they thought of the 2 companions who were knocked down by zombies. Those who can team up together to look for resources are all survivors who are relatively familiar with each other. Now that they see their familiar companions being killed by zombies, they naturally feel a sense of being in the same boat. One survivor couldn't help but complain. That zombie is too scary, isn't it? I've never seen such a scary zombie before. That's right, it's scarier than a level 2 zombie. This zombie actually eats its own kind. I guess it's because they ate their own kind that they became so strong and so scary. How can we dare to go out and look for food in the future? If there are such powerful zombies outside in the future, we will die as soon as we leave the base. Scar Rat was also terrified. He said to everyone, "You guys go back to your residence and rest. I will contact Boss Liu Yang to kill this zombie." When everyone heard Liu Yang's name, their eyes lit up instantly. They quickly said, "That's great. With Lucian's help, we can definitely kill it." So the survivors returned to their own homes. After calming down for a while, Scar Rat said to the zombie guarding the gate, "Boss Liu Yang, something terrible has happened. A super powerful mutant zombie has appeared. It is very powerful and I am no match for it. It is even gnawing on the corpses of its own kind. It is definitely an outlier among zombies." Scar Rat knew that this second-level zombie guarding the gate was remotely controlled by Liu Yang. He only needed to talk to this zombie and Liu Yang would be able to hear him. Although he didn't know what ability Liu Yang used to control the zombies, all the unreasonable things that happened to Liu Yang seemed very reasonable. Just as the people in these bases said, Liu Yang is God. They all call Liu Yang Liu God. Liu Yang was originally resting on the bed, and was just thinking that the zombies were evolving too fast and the psychics might not be able to keep up. Unexpectedly, not long after that, he received a call for help from Scar Rat. Liu Yang got up with a serious expression and prepared to go out. Going down to the first floor, he Yushir, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others were cooking. When they saw Liu Yang coming out, they immediately came over to greet him. Liu Yang is ready to eat, where are you going? Liu Yang said, I have something to take care of. You don't have to wait for me. Eat first. Then he came to the villa, took off directly from outside, and flew towards the survivor base at high speed. Boom. With a loud bang, Liu Yang made a handsome appearance. In less than a minute, he had landed inside the survivor base. Scar Rat, who was lying on the ground, was startled by the loud noise. After he saw clearly that the person coming was Liu Yang, he showed a surprised expression in his eyes. It's only been less than a minute since I finished speaking, and you're already here, boss. I've been to your villa area, it's at least 20 kilometers away from here. You can fly 20 kilometers in less than a minute. Boss, are you still human? Scar Rat knew that Liu Yang was strong, but he didn't expect Liu Yang to be so strong. The dark cloak that is the #1 reward on the heavenly ranking is so powerful. It can actually fly so fast. This cape is not only cool, but also so useful. Scar Rat was so envious. Liu Yang looked at Scar Rat, who was limp on the ground, and said, tell me about the situation. Scar Rat quickly told Liu Yang everything about what he had just encountered with the mutant zombie. Liu Yang showed a serious expression after listening to this. He said, are you still okay? Do you still have strength? If you do, take me to find this zombie. This is the first time I've heard of zombies eating their own kind. Scar Rat quickly got up and said, I have strength, I have strength. I will go with brother Liu Yang. How can I not have strength? With Liu Yang around, Scar Rat immediately felt at ease. Although that zombie was very strong, it was definitely not comparable to Liu Yang. The giant bear that transforms into a bear should be able to fight this mutant zombie. But the giant bear couldn't survive even a second in front of Liu Yang. Therefore, the fate of this mutated zombie will not be much better than that of the giant bear. It will also be killed instantly by Liu Yang. Scar Rat walked in front to lead the way, and Liu Yang followed behind. Not long after walking out, Liu Yang looked at Scar Rat with some confusion. Scar Rat felt Liu Yang's gaze and said nervously, what's wrong? Boss Liu Yang. Liu Yang said, didn't you notice some changes in yourself? Scar Rat showed a puzzled look, what's changed? Have I grown taller? Liu Yang shook his head, kicked Scar Rat on the butt, and scolded him with a smile, grow taller. You want to grow taller when you're in your 20s? You wish. Soon the two arrived at the scene where Scar Rat was fighting with the zombies. At this moment, the zombie was eating the two survivors he had killed. Of the two survivors, one had been gnawed to a skeleton, and the other had been eaten in half. The mutated zombie seemed to have become much stronger. His muscles became even more violent, his skin was completely torn, and his muscles were exposed to the air. At the same time, his body became taller, and the zombie's height was more than 2.5 meters. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red giant with exploding muscles. Scar Rat said in surprise, this guy has grown bigger again. Does it mean that the more he eats, the bigger he will become? Liu Yang also frowned. This is the first time he has seen a zombie that can evolve so quickly. At this time, the zombie also discovered Liu Yang and others. He instantly put down the corpse in his hand, began to grin, and rushed towards Liu Yang at an extremely fast speed. When Scar Rat saw the other party rushing towards him, an expression of fear appeared on his face again, and he almost couldn't help but dig a hole in the ground and run away. However, as soon as the zombie rushed in front of Liu Yang, before he could make a move, Liu Yang kicked him. It instantly flew out as fast as a cannonball. Boom. With a loud bang, the zombies crashed into a house in the distance, instantly smashing a big hole in the house. The zombie was suddenly covered in blood, with all its bones broken. Although it was not dead yet, it could only roar helplessly on the ground. Seeing this scene, Scar Rat was stunned. At the beginning, he also kicked the mutant zombie with a flying kick, but the zombie did not move at all, and he was bounced several meters away. Now, with just a casual kick, Lu Yang actually kicked the zombie dozens of meters away and even smashed the house. Isn't the gap between people too big? Lu Yang walked towards the zombie that was already struggling to death in the ruins, and Scar Rat followed behind Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the zombie and said, "The muscles of this cannibalistic zombie grew too fast, and its skin couldn't keep up with the muscle growth. All of it was squeezed and cracked, and even the muscles were exposed. If a human were to experience this, they would have died of pain, but this zombie has no sense of pain. Let's call it a molter." The basic attributes of a first-level molter are twice that of a first-level psychic. An ordinary first-level psychic is basically impossible to defeat, unless it is a psychic with powerful combat abilities, then there is still a chance. But although the Shedder has a strong desire to fight and a bad temper, its IQ seems to be very low, only about the same as that of an ordinary zombie. If you prepare in advance, use some strategies, and set traps, it won't be difficult to kill it. If every zombie that eats its own kind will become a molter, then the number of molters may increase in the future. Because there are fewer and fewer survivors outside, zombies may turn against their own kind if they can't find humans to eat. Lu Yang patted Scar Rat's shoulder and said, "So you guys better hurry up and upgrade." Scar Rat showed a helpless expression. "We have just awakened our abilities not long ago. How can we know how to upgrade?" Lu Yang showed a funny expression on his face and said, "Didn't you realize that you've been upgraded? When you brought me here just now, I noticed that your speed had at least doubled. You didn't even notice it and thought you had grown taller. It seems like you have a lot of complaints about your height. It's okay, little brother. Being small is also cute." Scar Rat showed an embarrassed expression on his face. He couldn't believe it and said, "Did I really level up?" Lu Yang nodded. "You will know if you try it." The Scar Rat immediately began to dig a hole and burrow into the ground. After a while, it came out from another place. There was a look of surprise on his face. "Sure enough, my drilling speed has doubled. It seems that I have really upgraded." He looked at his hands, his face full of surprise. Because his hands became stronger and more powerful, even the skin on his fingers began to crystallize and become as hard as diamond. Even in thick concrete floors, he can dig holes deep into them at will. Lu Yang said, "I'm afraid that only after experiencing life and death battles can a superpower level up. After fighting this powerful zombie, you have broken through the limitations of your body and reached the next level." Then Lu Yang looked at Scar Rat's fingers and said jokingly, "Your hands are so hard and awesome now. They're almost like God's hands. I guess no woman can stand your fingers." "Ha." Scar Rat touched his head embarrassedly. Lu Yang then said, "Since actual combat can help you upgrade better, I suggest that when you encounter zombies in the future, try not to hide, but fight them directly, and run away if you can't defeat them. Your ability is not as weak as it sounds, you can continue to develop it, and I believe you should be able to develop better combat skills." Scar Rat nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Boss Lu Yang. I will work harder in the future." Lu Yang continued. "In addition, there may be many survivors who will come to this base in the near future. We will accept them all at that time, and each new survivor who joins will be able to receive 10 kilograms of free food. At the same time, you can also get 50 kilograms of potatoes for planting. There will also be a supernatural person named Lao Wang coming. For every survivor he brings, you will give him 1 kilogram of food. If there are 1,000 survivors, you will give him 1,000 kilograms of food. You will deal with these things when the time comes. When you go out to look for food, if you encounter survivors or people with special abilities, try to absorb them all into the base. I will leave 5 tons of rice for this base to be distributed free of charge to new psychics. Tell me when it is all distributed." Scar Rat nodded repeatedly after hearing this, with a happy expression on his face. "Thank you for your trust, Boss Lu Yang. I will definitely take care of these things." With new psychics and new survivors joining this base, it will become even more powerful. At the same time, Lu Yang left behind 5 tons of rice at one time, which was simply a huge fortune. In the end times, Scar Rat didn't even dare to imagine what 5 tons of rice would mean. All this rice was handed over to me to handle and distribute, which was simply a huge trust in me. Scar Rat is now very grateful to Lu Yang for his trust in him. In the past, he was in this base for people with special abilities. Since his special ability was the ability to dig holes, he was very useless and was despised by everyone. But now he is highly valued by Liu Yang. To Scar Rat, Liu Yang is simply his mentor. At the same time, he also made up his mind to take good care of this survivor base and not let Liu Yang down. So the two of them started walking towards the survivor base. As soon as they entered the survivor base, the survivors saw Liu Yang coming and immediately showed expressions of admiration and gratitude, and the joy on their faces was hard to conceal. They gathered around and said to Liu Yang, "Lu Shen, you're back. Thanks to Master Lu for lending us the potatoes. We have already planted them and are just waiting for the harvest. Master Lu, are you here to help us kill that mutant zombie? Thank you so much." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Liu Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've killed the zombie." A middle-aged woman came out, her face tearful and crying, "Wow. My husband was just killed by that mutant zombie. Thank you, God Lu, for helping my family to get revenge. My husband will rest in peace in his grave. My condolences." Liu Yang consoled the woman, and then said to Scar Rat, "Give 50 kilograms of food to the families of the two survivors who died." When the middle-aged woman heard this, her legs softened and she knelt on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. She kowtowed and thanked him, "Thank you, God Lu. Thank you, God Lu." When the man in the family dies, the woman has to go out to find food. But women have a harder time finding food. However, with these 50 kilograms of food, their family can survive for at least 1 month, which can solve their urgent needs. "Okay, boss." Scar Rat nodded. There was also a happy expression on his face. Because it was Scar Rat who led the team out to find food, but 2 survivors died. Although the families of the survivors did not blame him, Scar Rat still felt a little guilty. What Liu Yang did could actually be considered as some redemption for Scar Rat's sins. Liu Yang's humane management made Scar Rat feel that he had really followed the right person. She also made up her mind that she would follow Liu Yang wholeheartedly and loyally in the future. At this time, a group of children ran over, surrounded Liu Yang, and chattered. "Master Lu, you look so handsome again after not seeing you for a few days. God Lu, are you really a god in heaven? What is life like in heaven? Are there any fairy sisters? Are they really as beautiful as the legends say?" Liu Yang smiled and patted their heads, then took out a large bag of candy from the dark space, distributed it to them, and said, "Of course there are fairy sisters, and there are lots of them. They are all very beautiful." The children were immediately very happy. "Wow, that's a lot of sugar. That's great. Thank you, God Lu. It's delicious. Woohoo." Liu Yang was in a good mood as he watched the children skipping away. Scar Rat said, "Brother Liu Yang, you have a very high reputation in the base now. Many people think you are really a god, and the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. Maybe when people are desperate, they always want to find some faith and sustenance. When their prayers to the original god don't work, they will try to find a new god." Liu Yang nodded and said, "In the last days, it is always good to have some faith and spiritual sustenance." The two chatted as they walked to the warehouse of the base, and Liu Yang directly poured 5 tons of rice from the dark space into the warehouse. After doing all this and saying a few words to Scar Rat, Liu Yang flew away from the base again and returned to his villa area. Watching Liu Yang soar into the air, he created a sonic boom in the air and quickly disappeared from sight. Everyone in the base stared with wide eyes. They couldn't help but start discussing. "Oh my god. Lu Shen's speed is too fast. He disappeared in an instant. Faster than an airplane. As expected of God Lu." The children were also very happy, jumping and saying, "God Lu is a god in heaven, and he is back to live in heaven again. There are fairies in the sky. I don't know when the next time God Lu will come down to earth will be. I hope he will give us candy again." When Liu Yangfei returned to his villa area and entered the villa, he Yushir and the others had just finished cooking and were preparing to eat. As soon as he saw Liu Yang coming back, he immediately showed a happy expression and said, "Liu Yang, you came back just in time for us to eat. Wash your hands and come eat together." "Okay. I'm hungry too." Liu Yang nodded, washed his hands, and then walked into the restaurant. At this time, the women had already sat down and started eating. This is Chindan saying, "I want to tell you a good news." Hearing this, Hiyushir immediately perked up and said with a smirk on her face, "What good news? Did you find out that your period didn't come and you're pregnant?" After being told this by Hiyushir, Chindan's pretty face immediately turned red. She rolled her eyes at Hiyushir in displeasure and said, "No. I discovered that I seem to have awakened my superpowers and become a superpower. They have only been with Lu Yang for less than half a month. Even if they are pregnant, it is impossible to detect it now." Of course Chindan understood that Hiyushir was just joking. Although that girl is the school beauty of art, she is carefree and likes nothing more than joking with others. Ah. Hiyushir opened her mouth wide with an expression of disbelief on her face. Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting, and others also looked at Chindan in disbelief. White Fox also showed a serious expression on his face. He looked at Chindan carefully and then said, "It seems that there are indeed some changes. Maybe it's true." After hearing what Bai Hu, the senior psychic, said, the others were even more surprised and asked, "Is he really awakened?" "Oh my God. Sister Chindan, you are so amazing. You are the first one among us to awaken. What superpower did you awaken? Show us. Show it, show it." There was an expression of anticipation on everyone's face. Especially Hiyushir, Tang Mengting, the big star Su Xiao, the academic belle Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiuping. Like Chindan, they were the first group to arrive here. At the same time, they are all residents living in this villa community. Now that I see that Chindan has awakened, will I awaken sooner or later as well? It's really exciting just thinking about it. Even Lu Yang showed a curious expression and said to Chindan, "What superpower did you awaken? Use it and show us." Okay. Since Lu Yang had already said so, Chindan didn't hide anything and started performing directly. She pulled one of her fingers and tugged it hard, and the finger became so long that it became like a noodle. Ah! Hiyushir and the others exclaimed. Then they asked Chindan, "What kind of supernatural power do you have? Are your bones gone? Doesn't your hand hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. I feel like I've turned into a rubber man. My body is incredibly soft and elastic. My strength and speed seem to have increased, at least twice as much." Chindan stretched out her 5 fingers and braided them into a braid. Lu Yang looked at Chindan's behavior and said in surprise, "Isn't this the ability of the rubber fruit? Good boy, you have a good ability. If you use it well, you can have a strong fighting power." "I think so." After being praised by Lu Yang, Chindan lowered his head a little embarrassedly. Hiyushir said beside him, "Your supernatural power is amazing. Not only can it be used in battles, but the body can expand and contract at will, all at your discretion. Wouldn't Lu Yang be so happy?" Ah! After hearing what Hiyushir said, Chindan screamed, her face as red as an apple. Zhao Lina said, "Yushir, can you think of something serious in your mind? The blood flowing in your heart is not red, but yellow, right? Sister Chindan, ignore her. Tell me, after you have this ability, can you make any part of your body bigger as you want, and can you blow it up as big as you want, just like a balloon?" Ah! Lina, you are like this too. Chindan's face turned even redder. Su Xiao laughed at the side and said, "Ahahaha. Stop talking. Look, Chindan is so embarrassed. You guys are really something. Aren't you a little too dirty? How can you think of that kind of thing?" Tang Mengting also said, "You are making fun of Chindan now, but when you awaken your powers, you might be even more perverted than her. Let's see what you will do then." Hiyushir didn't feel shy at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and she said with great anticipation, "Really? Really? That's really exciting just thinking about it. It would be best if you could awaken a fire-attributed ability for me. Then I can heat it up and roast Lu Yang into a hot dog." Zhao Lina said, "Awaken an ice attribute ability for me, and I will freeze Lu Yang into a popsicle." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other, smiled wickedly, and then high-fived each other, saying in unison, "We are called Ice and Fire." Tang Mengting was completely speechless. She didn't expect these two school beauties to be so shameless. She said, "Hey. You guys are too much." Facing Tang Mingting's rolling eyes, he Yushir said indifferently, "Don't be so silly. I have thought of your superpowers for you. You can awaken a vibration superpower that vibrates 10,000 times per second and directly shock Lu Yang to beg for mercy." Ha 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 ha. Tang Mingting blushed and said quickly, "Get out." But even though I said this, I was thinking in my heart, it seems that it is not impossible. The laughter of the girls could be heard in the restaurant, and the atmosphere was very joyful. Lu Yang was listening nearby and thought to himself, "You know what, this is really promising. I haven't experienced a woman with a body temperature over 100 degrees. Maybe she's really passionate." After finishing his meal in a joyful atmosphere, Lu Yang returned to his room to take a rest. He went out early this morning to search for supplies. Not only did he bring back Wang Siki, one of the four most beautiful schoolgirls, but he also brought back Wang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin, a pair of doctors and nurses. I went to the survivor base again and killed a molter. It can be said that he has done enough this morning. He decided to take a good nap. We will start making other plans in the afternoon. As for whether to continue searching for supplies, it depends on Lu Yang's mood. After all, the supplies he has in the dark space are enough to last for decades. The survivor base is also developing in a positive direction, and there will be an endless supply of food. Now Lu Yang is like Mundo, who can marry Nar if he wants. The strength is already invincible and the supplies are almost unlimited. What pressure is there in this doomsday? When you are in a good mood, go search for supplies. When you are in a bad mood, just stay at home and sleep, play cards and have sex with beautiful girls. Isn't it wonderful? However, just when Lu Yang returned to his room and was about to take a nap, someone knocked on his door. Wang Siki reference picture. Lu Yang was stunned. I was thinking, who is so anxious, who is knocking on my door at this time? Is it the rich school beauty Wang Siki, the doctor Wang Xiuxia, or the nurse Qin Xiaojin? The doctor and nurse Lu Yang don't want to have children with them so quickly. Because 10 months later, Lu Yang still relied on them to deliver her own children. So if it was Wang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin, Lu Yang would have to find a reason to persuade them to quit. The door was opened cautiously. The person who came in was Wang Siki. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, finally he didn't have to persuade them to quit. But this rich school beauty wants to open it fast. It's just that Lu Yang's strength has been strengthened, and the beautiful girls in the villa area are all following him wholeheartedly and will never betray him. They were He Yushir, Zhao Lina, and others in the villa area. They just said a few words indirectly, and the newcomers naturally understood. So they all took the initiative to knock on Lu Yang's door. Looking at the other person's beautiful face and sexy figure, Lu Yang's heart began to fill with excitement. Wang Siki is definitely a rich woman among rich women. Because her family is the richest in the province, Wang Siki usually eats, uses, and wears the best. She has a graceful and elegant temperament, and since she is a girl from a wealthy family, she has lived a life of luxury since she was a child. No matter what her requests are, her parents will satisfy them. Therefore, Wang Siki can be said to be a beautiful girl who is protected very perfectly like a porcelain doll. Even the rich second generation in the school felt ashamed in front of Wang Siki and did not dare to pursue her, let alone have any dirty thoughts about Wang Siki. Now this peerless beauty and second-generation rich woman has knocked on his door on her own initiative. She might be here to pay him for something. Of course, Lu Yang feels excited. He smiled and said to Wang Siki, "School beauty Wang, are you willing to be my woman now?" After hearing Lu Yang's words, Wang Siki blushed. "Say, I do." Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Zombie control skill LV+1. Zombie control skill has reached level 3. You can control 3 level 3 zombies. Lu Yang was very happy to see this prompt. Now in the hospital, he has encountered level 3 zombies. At that time, it was because my zombie control skill level was too weak, so I couldn't control the zombie. Now, if Lu Yang encounters a level 3 zombie again, he doesn't need to kill it. He can directly control it and let it guard his survivor base and villa area. There are 3 level zombies guarding the door, just thinking about it is quite impressive. 3 days later, outside the survivor base, a huge army of survivors arrived, more than 1,000 people. This scared Scar Rat. Although he had heard from Lu Yang 3 days ago that there might be survivors coming to seek refuge in the next few days, he did not expect so many people to come at once. There are less than 1,000 people in the survivor base, and these new arrivals actually outnumber the original population of the base. The second-level zombie guarding the door opened it immediately. Scar Rat breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the zombies' actions. The zombies were controlled by Lu Yang. The zombies opened the door, which meant that it was Lu Yang who controlled the door to open. In other words, Lu Yang already knew the situation here. Scar Rat felt relieved by this. His originally nervous expression disappeared without a trace, and he walked with his chest held high. Although the phrase, "a dog relying on the power of others," is a derogatory term, Scar Rat feels that it is really nice to have someone to rely on. Especially someone as powerful as Lu Yang, who is simply invincible. There's nothing shameful about being Brother Lu Yang's dog. Others want to be his dog but can't. Even if there are really some evil intentions among these 1,000 survivors, Lu Yang will rush over immediately and suppress them directly. There was nothing for Scar Rat to worry about. So he brought a few survivors to the door and watched the people outside come in. The leader was the taxi driver Lao Wang, and beside him were several other dusty men. Each of them walked with light steps and firm eyes. They were obviously powerful men who had awakened superpowers. After all of them entered the survivor base, the second-level zombies closed the door of the base. Scar Rat also started to approach and said, "Are you the survivors that our boss mentioned a few days ago, who would come to our base for refuge?" Lao Wang showed a respectful expression on his face. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes, brother. We are new to this base. Please take care of us." Although Scar Rat looks short and ugly, with a long scar on his face, and appears to be a psychic, his strength is probably not very strong. But Lao Wang dare not underestimate the other party. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the brush's face. The other party is Lu Yang's men. No matter how strong this dwarf is, Lao Wang knows how strong Lu Yang is. The psychic next to Lao Wang didn't know this. Seeing Lao Wang nodding and bowing, he immediately became annoyed and said, "What are you doing, Lao Wang? Is it necessary? Why are you bowing and scraping to this shorty?" Lao Wang said, "What do you mean by bowing and scraping? We are new here, what's wrong with being respectful to our seniors?" The sturdy man immediately showed a contemptuous expression, "Show some respect. In the end times, only the strong are worthy of respect. Is this dwarf very strong? How about I come out and fight this dwarf to see who is stronger?" Several people around the big man also said, "That's right. Is it necessary to bow and scrape to a loser? Whoever is stronger is the boss." Lao Wang's face turned cold and he said, "Ma Feiyun, what do you want to do? Didn't we agree on this? We are here to take refuge with the survivors, not to fight." "Ha ha." Ma Feiyun sneered and said, "We followed you to join this survivor base to enjoy the good life, not to be dogs for others. You came in with a servile attitude, which really embarrassed us newcomers." Lao Wang said, "When you come here, you have to abide by the rules here. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want." Ma Feiyun sneered and said, "Ha ha, I don't want to listen to a loser. I think there is no one in this base who can fight. I am the strongest, so my words are the rules." In Ma Feiyun's view, in the end times, strength is everything. Originally, he agreed to let Lao Wang enter the survivor base because he heard from Lao Wang that the owner of the survivor base was very powerful. At the same time, there was a lot of food in the survivor base and it was also very safe. That's why Ma Feiyun came here with so many followers. But when he got here, he was greeted by a short, ugly-looking man, who didn't seem to be very strong either. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. Since the owner of this base is not very powerful, then he, Ma Feiyun, doesn't mind becoming the new owner of this base. Lao Wang asked the other psychics, "Brothers, we agreed when we came here that we must abide by the rules of this base. Now Ma Feiyun doesn't follow them. What do you think we should do?" Among these more than 1,000 people, there are 6 people with special abilities. Among them, Ma Feiyun brought more than 100 people, and they had 2 people with special abilities, so the team of survivors he brought was the strongest. There are still 4 psychics left, each leading 4 teams. There are also a few teams without psychics, and their strength is the weakest. Lao Wang knows them all. Now that Ma Feiyun is not following the rules, he naturally wants to unite the other 4 psychics to restrain Ma Feiyun. When the other 4 psychics heard what Lao Wang said, they all showed uncertain expressions on their faces. Hesitantly said, "That's true, but Ma Gu is so strong, how could he be inferior to others?" Yes, Brother Ma was upgraded to level 2 2 days ago and became a level 2 psychic. The power he awakened is also a very powerful combat power. In terms of strength, he is the strongest among all of us. What he said does make sense. In the end times, the strong are respected. Hearing everyone say this, Lao Wang showed an angry expression on his face. "You guys are going back on your word. This is not what you said when you agreed to come here. If you want to do whatever you want in this base, you have to get past me first." Hearing what Lao Wang said, Ma Feiyun's face turned cold and he said, "Haha, Lao Wang, are you out of your mind? With your limited strength, you dare to talk to me like this? Seeing that you are older and the first to awaken your superpowers, and that you gave me half a loaf of bread, I will give you some face. Don't be so shameless." Lao Wang said in a cold tone, "Oh. Do you still know who gave you bread when you were almost starving to death?" Ma Feiyun showed disdain on his face. "Isn't it just half a loaf of bread? Come on. Give him 100 loaves of bread." The little brother behind him threw 100 loaves of bread at Lao Wang's feet. Ma Feiyun said, "I'm going to repay you for this favor. If you dare to stop me again, I will be rude to you." Scar Rat next to them watched their quarrel with relish. Although he didn't understand what was going on and why this group of people started fighting among themselves, he thought the plot was quite interesting. And he wasn't worried at all. Because Lu Yang already knew the situation here. If things really got out of control, Lu Yang could fly over in less than a minute. So Scar Rat looked like he was watching a show. Boom. With a loud bang, Lao Wang's figure flew out like a cannonball. On the hard concrete ground was a huge fist mark with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Everyone who saw this scene showed a look of fear. Even the new survivors were the same. Although they knew that Ma Feiyun had become a second-level psychic, they did not expect him to become so strong. This was the first time they saw Ma Feiyun take action. His special ability is that he can use his fists to punch the air, creating a fierce fist energy to attack the enemy. This ability is so powerful that it is terrifying. If Ma Feiyun hadn't remembered the old friendship and held back on his punch just now, Lao Wang might have been beaten into a meat pie. Puff. Lao Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up. Ma Feiyun sneered and said, "I have become a level 2 psychic. All of you combined are no match for me. Lao Wang, although you were the first to awaken, your strength has not improved. Do you still want to be my enemy? Since you helped me before, I won't bother with you. From now on, you must submit to me. I promise you that you will also be a member of the management team in this base." Lao Wang's tone was agitated. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. "Bah! You are such a fickle guy. We agreed that when we come to this base, we must abide by the rules of this base. But you want to replace the owner of this base? You deserve it. You don't know who you are provoking. A level 2 psychic. Is he very strong? He is just an ant." After hearing this, Ma Feiyun's face turned even colder, and he said angrily, "How dare you be so stubborn?" After saying that, he rushed directly towards old Wang, who was lying on the ground. However, after taking a few steps, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, forming a deep pit, and he was pulled into the pit. Ma Feiyun was surprised. He only felt a pair of iron claws tightly grasping his legs and pulling them down continuously. He raised his fist and punched downward. He growled. Air explosion fist. Boom. With a loud bang, the powerful reaction force directly bounced him out of the hole, and at the other side of the hole, the strong air pressure forced Scar Rat out directly, launching him out like a cannonball, and hitting the distant wall heavily. Puff. Scar Rat spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. Ma Feiyun looked at the other person in disbelief. At this time, there were 5 bloody holes on each of his feet, which were left when Scar Rat grabbed his feet with both hands. The blood hole was still oozing out blood, it was so deep that the bone was visible. Scar Rat has also become a second-level psychic who can dig holes in the concrete floor. The fingers of his hands are as hard as diamonds. If you grab with all your strength, you can break a person's bones. Ma Feiyun had never expected that this short, mean-looking man could actually dig holes. Moreover, his hands were so strong that he almost broke his feet. Ma Feiyun looked at Scar Rat in disbelief and asked, "Are you also a level 2 psychic?" Scar Rat nodded confidently, "That's right. Master Rat, I am not someone you can underestimate." When Liu Yang was fighting the Shedler with him, Liu Yang once told Scar Rat that his ability was not as useless as it seemed. If developed well, he would be able to fight against other people with abilities. At that time, Scar Rat was still skeptical, but after fighting with such a powerful second-level combat ability user today, he instantly became full of confidence. Although what he awakened was the ability to dig holes, it is not really a useless ability. The other party was also injured. And since both feet are injured, his movements will be even slower. Next, you just need to keep digging holes and launching sneak attacks. It won't be long before the opponent will be dragged to death by you. Looking at the blood on Ma Feiyun's feet, the people in the survivor base also began to cheer for Scar Rat, shouting, "Master Rat is awesome. Master Rat is mighty. Teach these newcomers a lesson for being so arrogant." As soon as they arrived at our base, they wanted to replace the boss of our base. Don't they know that our base boss is a god? A mere ant dreams of replacing a god. Master Rat, teach him a lesson. Scar Rat listened to everyone's encouragement and immediately became energized. He burrowed into the ground in an instant and disappeared on the ground again. Ma Feiyun was not a fool. When he saw Scar Rat disappear from the spot, he knew that the other party had gone underground. He immediately jumped onto the house in a few jumps. When Scar Rat came out of the ground again, he found that Ma Feiyun was gone. Ma Feiyun sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? How could I fail twice in the same place?" He stood on the roof and punched Scar Rat, air explosion fist. Boom. There was a loud bang. A huge fist mark with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared on the ground again. Although Scar Rat had burrowed into the ground in an instant, the strong vibration still caused him to suffer considerable internal injuries. Ma Feiyun sneered. "Hiding underground. I'm going to shock you out." Ma Feiyun jumped down from the roof with his fist raised, and then punched the ground. He growled. "Mountain collapse strike." Boom. With a loud bang, the entire survivor base seemed to be hit by an earthquake, and even many windows of the villa in the distance were shattered. Scar Rat jumped out from the ground instantly. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. Ma Feiyun was so happy when he saw this scene that he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. You want to play a game of tunnel warfare with me? A mere rat dares to fight me. This is so funny." The old survivors of the base quickly ran to Scar Rat's side, helped him up, and asked with concern, Master Rat, are you okay?" Scar Rat shook his head. There was no fear in his eyes, just some disappointment. "It seems that there is still some gap between my superpowers and real combat superpowers." The Ma Feiyun in front of him was too strong for him. At this time, Ma Feiyun turned to everyone and asked arrogantly, "Who else? Who else dares to oppose me taking over this base?" Originally, Ma Feiyun thought that he had defeated 2 psychics in front of everyone, and that the others would not dare to object. However, he did not expect that the old survivors of the base would stand up one by one and say, "I object. I object too. We are all against it." Seeing these ordinary people standing up to oppose him, Ma Feiyun showed an incredible expression and said, "You. A group of ordinary people who haven't even awakened their superpowers dare to oppose. Are you looking for death?" The survivors said. "We only have one boss. That's Lu Shen. Instead of you, a piece of trash." "Haha, you still dare to be so stubborn." Ma Feiyun snorted coldly. Just as he was about to rush towards everyone in anger, Suddenly a black shadow passed through the sky at supersonic speed. Boom. There was a loud bang. A young man dressed in black was standing in front of him. God Lu. God Lu is here. Ha ha ha. I told you not to be so arrogant. You're dead. In front of God Lu, everyone is an ant. The survivors showed excitement on their faces. The moment Lu Yang appeared here, they felt like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. I felt not only excited, but also an indescribable sense of pleasure. I can't wait to see Ma Feiyun get slapped in the face. Boss Lu Yang. Scar Rat finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yang appear. He was indeed no match for Ma Feiyun, but he did not expect that he had a mountain-shattering attack that could shake a mountain and scare a tiger. He could not avoid it even if he hid underground. However, the moment Boss Lu Yang appeared, the consequences for Ma Feiyun could already be imagined. Ha ha ha, I told you to be arrogant. Don't you know who you are provoking? Lao Wang fell to the ground, covering his chest, but a laughing expression appeared on his face. When Ma Feiyun saw this scene, he suddenly became panicked. Why did everyone's expressions change the moment this young man appeared? Becoming so excited, so expectant. Could it be that this young man is really so powerful that he can gain the trust of so many of them? Ma Feiyun was also a little scared. He didn't even see how Lu Yang got here. A dark shadow flashed in the sky, and then the man appeared. Could it be that he awakened the ability to fly? If it's just the flying ability, then the speed is very fast, but the strength is probably not that great. While he was thinking, Lu Yang had already started to act. He flashed in front of Ma Feiyun and kicked him away before the other party could react. What a powerful force. What kind of superpower does this guy have? Not only is his strength fast, but his speed is also so great. Ma Feiyun spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, his face full of shock, and he was incoherent. However, before he could land, while still flying in the air, Lu Yang had already caught up with him again, and then stepped on him. Boom. Ma Feiyun was stepped on the ground in an instant, and the hard concrete floor was covered with spider web-like cracks. Ahem. Puff. He spat out another large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Powerful. It's so powerful. It's ridiculously strong. As a second-level psychic, I couldn't even see the other party's movements. Moreover, when he was kicked and flew far away at a very fast speed, the opponent caught up with him in just one step. Such a speed is simply not something a human can achieve. What kind of monster did I provoke? Ever since becoming a second-level psychic, Ma Feiyun felt that his strength had greatly increased, and he even had a sense of arrogance. He felt that he had become the most powerful supernatural being in this area. Therefore, when I saw this survivor base, the first thing I thought of was to become the boss here. After all, in the end times, strength is respected. He thinks he is the strongest here now and should be the boss. However, after being kicked away by the other party, Ma Feiyun realized the saying that there are always people better than you. I was just like a toy in front of the other person, being trampled on at will. Just as those survivors said, they are just ants, while the other party is like a god. Lu Yang looked at Ma Feiyun, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, and said coldly, "You want to replace me and become the boss of this survivor base?" These days Lu Yang collected nearby resources during the day and worked overtime at night to learn from the beautiful girls. Today, he observed through the zombies guarding the gate that thousands of new survivors had joined the base. He was somewhat happy, but he did not expect that there would be people with special powers causing trouble. Moreover, the opponent's strength was surprisingly strong. Not only was Lao Wang unable to defeat him, even Scar Rat, who had been upgraded to level 2, was no match for him. Lu Yang had no choice but to come here in person. Hearing Lu Yang's cold voice, Ma Feiyun was almost scared to death. All the hairs on his body stood up, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. With his weak voice, he begged Lu Yang for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. If you let me go, I will be your dog from now on. I didn't know this base was yours. If I had known you were so strong, how could I have dared to act rashly?" Lu Yang moved his foot away from the other person's face, and then swept his gaze over the crowd. When the new survivors saw Lu Yang, they were all trembling with fear. They had seen how Ma Feiyun defeated Lao Wang and Scar Rat, and originally thought that Ma Feiyun was invincible. But who knew that he was like an ant in front of Lu Yang? How strong must Lu Yang be? When Lu Yang looked at them at this moment, they felt as if a living devil was staring at them and their lives could be taken away at any time. Lu Yang said in a cold voice, "This base is my base. I set all the rules inside. My rules are the rules. If anyone dares not to follow the rules, there will be only one outcome, and that is death. Today is your first day here. If you don't understand the rules, I won't punish you. But if I see you messing around again next time, I won't be polite. Do you understand?" "Got it," the new survivors shouted in unison. The one who screamed the loudest was Ma Feiyun, who was lying on the ground. Ma Feiyun is just a normal person. In the end times, he believes in one principle: strength is everything. Whoever is stronger is the boss. When he thought he was the strongest in the base, he wanted to be the boss. But after he was defeated by Lu Yang, he no longer had this idea and only wanted to follow Lu Yang. Lu Yang walked over to Scar Rat, helped him up, and asked, "Are you okay?" Scar Rat showed a flattered expression on his face, and quickly said, "It's okay, boss, I just got a minor injury." "Well, that's good. You register all the newcomers, and according to the previous rules, each person can borrow 50 kilograms of potatoes for planting. In addition, 10 kilograms of rice were given to each of them for free. At the same time, the number of people was calculated and 1 kilogram of rice was given to Lao Wang as a reward. From now on, all matters of this survivor base, big or small, will be handled by you, the superpowers, with Scar Rat and Lao Wang taking the lead." "Okay, boss. I'll do it right away." Scar Rat stood up, waved to a few trusted people behind him, and then began to prepare for the statistical work. Lao Wang, who was not far away, heard Lu Yang's words and thanked him happily. "Thank you, boss." Lao Wang knew that he was not as strong as Ma Feiyun, but he still stood up to fight with Ma Feiyun because he knew that Lu Yang was very strong, and even if he could not beat him, he had to stand up and show his position. It was obvious that his statement had played a role. Now Lu Yang had raised his status to a level higher than other psychics, and could even be compared with Scar Rat. At this time, Lu Yang looked at Ma Feiyun, who was lying on the ground. Ma Feiyun saw Lu Yang's gaze and was instantly frightened. This boss is terribly powerful. He didn't know what his fate would be next. "If this boss wants to kill me, I will go to hell with just a flick of my finger." Unexpectedly, Lu Yang said, "You are quite strong. There is a test stone tablet in the survivor base. You can take a test. According to your strength, you should be able to reach the top 100 of the yellow list. Maybe you can get a good stone tablet reward." Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of excitement, and he quickly said, "My strength is not what it seems, it's nothing compared to you, big boss." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Wow, you dare to compare yourself to me. Tell me, is this humble or arrogant?" "Ah, no, no, no. That's not what I meant. I just said that I'm rubbish, a waste. How dare I compare myself with you, big boss?" Ma Feiyun shook his head repeatedly. Lu Yang patted the other person on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, you just think you are invincible, so you are so arrogant, I don't blame you. But after you finish the test on the stone tablet, you will find that there are many people who are stronger than you. Once your injuries are healed, go get tested. From now on, just stay in this base peacefully. I won't treat you veterans unfairly, understand?" Yes, boss is right. I will work hard to contribute to the base in the future." Ma Feiyun nodded repeatedly. "Yeah. That's good," Lu Yang said and started walking towards the warehouse. He saw that there were more than 1,000 new survivors, and each person was given 10 kilograms of rice, so 5 tons of rice were gone. So he walked to the warehouse of the survivors' base and dropped off another 10 tons of rice. Then another 30 tons of potatoes were dropped to be distributed to the 1,000 people. After doing all this, Lu Yang left the base with peace of mind. Now there are more than 1,000 survivors joining the base, and there are also 6 people with special abilities. Moreover, Ma Feiyun's supernatural power is a very strong combat power. Even if the sheds attacked this base, the few psychics, would be enough to resist. Lu Yang was also very happy to see the base becoming stronger and stronger. There are now 2,000 survivors. He lent 50 kilograms of potatoes to each survivor, but after a year, each of the 2,000 survivors had to pay back 200 kilograms, which is 2,000 times 200 is equal to 400,000 kilograms. That's 200 tons of potatoes. Lu Yang's resources will directly experience explosive growth. Potatoes are a good thing. It is rich in starch and can be used as a staple food. It can also reproduce asexually and can be planted by simply cutting it into pieces and putting it in the mud. One potato can be divided into dozens of pieces for planting. In the end times, it is much easier to grow than rice and other crops. At the same time, Lu Yang took a look at the villa area. There are a total of 100 villas in the villa area, and each villa has a maximum of 50 rooms, which means that it can accommodate a maximum of 50 people. This survivor base can accommodate up to 5,000 people. However, if all 5,000 people are used for planting, there will not be enough land in the villa area. Therefore, accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 people is the best density. Now there are more than 2,000 people. It seems that we have to open a new base next. Lu Yang made up his mind. It seems that we need to survey the nearby terrain carefully and find a better place to rebuild a new survivor base. After making up his mind, Lu Yang took off into the air in front of everyone and left the survivor base at supersonic speed. The new survivors widened their eyes as they watched Lu Yang flying at high speed. I couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? Was that a sonic boom? Supersonic? Is this still a human? Even a person with flying abilities can't fly so fast. Can their bodies withstand such a high speed?" It is said that the fastest flying animal is the swift, which can only fly at a speed of about 300 km per hour, while the speed of sound is 1,224 km per hour. What's more, it is supersonic. He's not even a human being. I didn't expect that this base would have such a powerful person in charge. It's really reassuring to be able to join this base. It's incredible, this speed is too abnormal. The old survivors were all very pleased to see how surprised the new survivors were. They said, "You don't know about Master Lu. Haha, you are ignorant. Lucian is the most powerful psychic. He has surpassed humans and become a godlike being. The superpower leader of your team is hilarious. As soon as he arrived here, he wanted to become the boss here. We saw it and laughed in our hearts. We had already predicted that he would be defeated as soon as Lucian arrived. Ha ha ha. It was indeed a miserable pounce, but he was also able to save face and immediately began to beg for mercy, otherwise his end would have been even more miserable." The old survivor burst into laughter. In their eyes, Lu Yang is an omnipotent godlike being. The other side. After Lu Yang returned to his villa area, he continued his life of searching for supplies during the day and working overtime at night to have children. Another 12 days passed. Lu Yang's supplies have doubled again. The number has reached a point where it is difficult to count. Even a base that feeds 10,000 survivors can probably only last for a few decades. At the same time, he has completed 27 consecutive kills. And got the reward for 20 kills in a row. That day, Lu Yang looked at his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1500. Speed, 1500. Physical strength, 1500. Spirit, 1500. Possessing special powers. 1. Future deduction level 6. 2. Virus immunity level 6. 3. Freezing control level 8. 4. Dark space level 8. 5. Zombie control, level 5. Own equipment, dark cloak, black light sword. Possessing a special gift, genetic enhancement. Possessing a special item, a scroll of advanced supernatural powers. After completing 15 consecutive kills in the villa next door, Lu Yang was unlucky enough not to gain any new superpowers. However, his basic attributes have been increased to 1,500 points, which is 30 times that of ordinary people. His moving speed has reached 280 meters per second. The flying speed reached 560 meters per second. At the same time, other supernatural powers have also been upgraded in level. And when you get the 20 kills reward, you will also get a supernatural power advancement scroll. This is the first time Lu Yang has obtained an advanced volume. He looked at the property carefully. Superpower advanced scroll. Use the advanced scroll to upgrade your superpowers and make them even more powerful. Lu Yang hesitated. The levels of the supernatural powers he possesses now are all very high. The future can be deduced 10 times a day, within 6 hours of the future. Lu Yang is very strong now, and most of the time he doesn't even need to use this skill. Immune to zombie viruses, up to level 6 zombie viruses. Level 6 zombies haven't appeared yet. Moreover, even if it is a level 6 zombie, with basic attributes 12 times that of an ordinary person, it cannot even touch the corner of Lu Yang's clothes, so this skill is basically useless. With the 8th level of freezing control, the number of ice needles is already unlimited, and Lu Yang can create any frozen items at will. Even with just a thought, he could freeze the entire community and turn all the items inside into ice sculptures. This skill seemed too powerful. The zombie control level is the lowest, but now the highest level zombie is only level 3, but he can already control level 5 zombies, and the number has reached 5. This skill is simply useless. Dark space level 8, the size becomes 80 times 80 times 80 is equal to 512,000 cubic meters. It can't be filled at all. Lu Yang wanted to fill up this dark space, but the speed of searching for supplies could not keep up with her upgrade speed. It was really that she was already unable to do what she wanted before she even reached middle age. It's annoying. It's so annoying. Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being invincible is also a kind of trouble. Which one should I advance to? Lu Yang finally shook his head. Never mind. Keep this advanced volume for now. What if I gain new superpowers in the future? By then, perhaps there will be more advanced abilities that you would like to advance. Moreover, this advanced scroll is a reward for 20 kills in a row, so it seems to be very precious. It may be difficult to get it again next time. Lu Yang then left the villa next door and returned to his own villa. At this time, Yusher, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others had already prepared lunch and were waiting for Lu Yang to come back for dinner. As soon as they saw Lu Yang coming back, everyone showed a happy expression on their faces. Fortunately, Lu Yang knew to come back and was not dragged away by those little goblins in the villa next door. At the dinner table, everyone was eating and chatting. Yusher spoke first. I don't know how you are, I have been feeling a little strange recently. It has been almost a month since the apocalypse broke out, and my good friend hasn't come yet. Could it be that she was frightened by the zombies and that's why something went wrong with her body? Sisters, what about you? When they heard this, all the women raised their heads. Tang Mingting also said, me too, if you hadn't told me I would have forgotten about it. Why didn't my good friend come? Ballet teacher Chen Dan said, me too, it's so strange. It used to be on time every month, but now it's delayed by more than 10 days. The big star Su Xiao said, me too. It has been postponed for a long time, but I have never had the courage to ask you. Zhou Qiuping, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Bai Hu and others also said. It's the same for us. What's going on? Could it be that the apocalypse broke out and the virus in the air changed our bodies? Watching everyone discussing, Lu Yang concentrated on eating. The corners of his mouth rose slightly without any expression. At this time, Zhao Lina said, do you think it is possible? I mean, is it possible that every one of us is pregnant? Impossible, absolutely impossible, everyone said in unison, immediately denying this speculation. Yusher said to Zhao Lina, as a top student, you must know about physiology, right? Every girl's ovulation period is only 3 days, and only within these 3 days can she get pregnant. And even if you do it within these 3 days, there is only a 1/4 chance of getting pregnant. Because most people's tadpoles are not strong enough, in the end, not a single one may successfully reach their destination. So how is it possible that we are all happy? Do you think Lu Yang is a sharpshooter who never misses a shot? Lu Yang next to him curved his mouth even higher. After hearing what Yusher said, the girls all nodded and said, that's right, how could he hit it right at the first try? Although he is a superpower, it's impossible for him to strengthen even the tadpoles, right? Even if one of them is lucky enough to get it right the first time, it's fine, but it's impossible for everyone to get it right the first time, right? That's right. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be such a coincidence? Listening to what everyone said, Lu Yang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. At this time, He Yusher noticed Lu Yang and said to him, Lu Yang, what are you laughing at? Is there anything so funny? Come on, tell me, is it you who did this? Why didn't all our good friends come? All the girls' eyes were on Lu Yang, the culprit. Before they met Lu Yang, they were good friends in a very regular way. Why did it have to be postponed for that thing with Lu Yang? And this guy Lu Yang was laughing beside us, it must be him who did it. Zhao Lina said, Lu Yang. Tell me if it was you who did this. Did you secretly strengthen that thing? So you can always hit the target. The white fox asked, Lu Yang, how many superpowers do you have? The female star Su Xiao said, you are not really going to make all of us pregnant. When Lu Yang faced the looks of the girls, an embarrassed expression suddenly appeared on his face. What can I do? Is there any way to improve the shooting accuracy? Is it my fault that I always hit the target? He put down the bowl and said, I'm full. I'm going to go back and rest first. He Yusher quickly said, hey. Don't go, you haven't told us yet. When you did that with us, did you use your supernatural powers? Zhao Lina also said, yes, tell us quickly. Our good friends have postponed for so long, it must be abnormal. The white fox said, hee hee. If you don't tell us, we will all run to your room and take turns to suck all your energy away. Lu Yang shook his head and said, don't do that. Don't mess around now, take good care of yourself and don't get upset. After saying that, Lu Yang quickly ran back upstairs. Looking at Lu Yang's leaving back, He Yusher and others were confused, and it took them several seconds to react. He Yusher screamed immediately, ah. Don't disturb the fetus. It turned out to be Lu Yang's doing. Zhao Lina also said, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. I knew this guy must have used his superpowers, otherwise how could it be so different from what was written in the biology book? I'm afraid he not only has the ability to multiply, but also has the ability to strengthen genetic material. The famous star Su Xiao said, ah, it's happening in the end times. What should I do? How will I raise the child after it's born? Wang Feifei said, what are you afraid of? Lu Yang is here. He can afford to raise quintuplets. Anyway, I am not afraid at all. White Fox's face was full of joy, you are pregnant with a child from a peerless powerhouse. Just thinking about it makes me happy, excited, and looking forward to it. She touched her belly which was very flat, with smooth and delicate skin, flawless whiteness, and no sign of change. She murmured, my little darling, you have to grow up quickly. I can't wait to see you. The girls gathered together to discuss, and everyone had a different expression on their face. Some of them are worried, some are excited, and some are looking forward to it. After all, most of them are still 18-year-old girls. Before I met Lu Yang, I had never had a boyfriend, but now I'm going to be a mother all of a sudden. This change of identity made them feel a little helpless. Nurse Jin Xiaojin and Dr. Huang Xiuxia looked at each other and could see each other's inner thoughts. She thought to herself, we will both be busy then. At the same time, they also understood. No wonder every girl who entered Lu Yang's villa would be hinted by Lu Yang to go to the room to find him, except for the two of them. At the beginning, Huang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin suspected that their looks did not meet Lu Yang's aesthetic standards. They even took off all their clothes in the room and secretly looked in the mirror to see where their flaws were that made Lu Yang dislike them. But after looking at it for a few days, I still can't figure it out. It is big where it should be big, thin where it should be thin, and it has all the curves it should have. Where did we lose? They felt a little uneasy staying in the villa during this period. Because when they were rescued from the hospital by Lu Yang, they had already prepared themselves mentally. Even if Lu Yang asked them to marry him, they did not feel too much psychological pressure. But more than half a month has passed and Lu Yang has not given them any hints. As girls, they didn't dare to run directly into Lu Yang's bed. Now I finally understand. This Liu Yang possesses the superpower of never missing a shot. I deliberately didn't hint them to go to the room because they were the ones who had to deliver the baby, and if the child got sick in the future, they would also be needed to treat the disease, right? Liu Yang really thinks far ahead. It turns out that he has already anticipated everything. I never thought this guy could even use his supernatural powers to give birth to a child. It has been almost a month since the apocalypse, and Liu Yang's expansion is back on track, but various parts of the Dragon Empire are also beginning to see turmoil. When his name appeared at the #1 position on the heavenly ranking, he had become the target of public criticism and was doomed to never have peace. During this period of time, countless people with special abilities from other countries have been pouring into the Dragon Empire. Among them, the psychics of the Little Sun Empire, the White Eagle Empire, and the Savage Bear Empire are the most powerful, and those they send out are the elites among the elites. Even special forces that were still undergoing experiments were sent out. The time came 3 days ago. In the south of the Dragon Empire, in Yanqing, outside a survivor base, a team of psychics came here, took out telescopes, and began to observe carefully. One of them was a female supernatural being wearing tight black clothes, with a sexy figure and delicate appearance. She said in the language of the Little Japanese Empire, "This is already the 3rd surviving base. I hope we can get some clues about Liu Yang." The burly man next to him, wearing sunglasses and carrying a large sword on his shoulder, said, "Hurry up and go in and kill them all. I can't wait. No matter if Liu Yang is there or not, kill him first." The beautiful girl frowned and said, "In no way, I have already told you that our main goal is to find Liu Yang, not to massacre the survivors. You didn't leave any survivors in the first 2 bases, which will easily attract the attention of the supernatural beings of the Dragon Empire. If we are targeted at that time, it will be much more difficult to continue looking for clues about Liu Yang. If you dare to do whatever you want again, I will be rude to you. So far, I have the final say in this team, and I hope you understand that. There are 20 search teams in total that are infiltrating the Dragon Empire this time. I don't want to be outdone by the other 19 teams because of you. The Japanese Empire has invested a huge amount of money to find Liu Yang this time. A total of 1 main team and 20 search teams were dispatched. The 5 members of the main team are all masters of the heavenly ranking. The leader of the team is even a master in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. The 20 search teams are also masters of the Xian list and the D list. They were scattered throughout the Dragon Empire, searching for clues about Liu Yang from different directions. Once they found Liu Yang's location, they would report to the main team, and then the main team would lead the various teams to besiege Liu Yang together. Therefore, the search team was not the main force in the battle. Their primary purpose was to collect clues, and it would be best if there was no battle. Even if they found Liu Yang, they would not be Liu Yang's opponent. But this guy in no way is a bit arrogant. Tisk, the sturdy man hissed with disdain. The other 3 strong men nearby frowned when they saw that this man named Inoue was so disdainful of the captain. One of the strong men with a big beard said, "Inoue, didn't you hear what Momoko-senpai said? We are a regular psychic unit. When we are in the unit, we must obey the captain's orders. Do you understand?" Inoue said with disdain, "Nakata, who doesn't know that you like Momoko? It's fine if you want to be a licker, but there's no need to ask others to be the same as you, right?" When the bearded man named Nakata heard this, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Inoue, what do you mean? Is there anything wrong with us listening to the captain? I tell you, if you do this again, I don't mind giving you a beating first." Inoue insisted, "Come on, let's see who's afraid of who. I want to see how strong you are. People who don't know would think I can't beat you. Don't just talk. Come and hit me if you have the guts. You." Seeing the 2 people quarreling, Taozi's face turned cold and said, "Okay, both of you shut up. Whoever dares to have an opinion again, I will be rude to him." Inoue, don't be so arrogant. What's the point of slaughtering 1,000,000 ordinary survivors? If you are so powerful, why don't you go and fight Liu Yang alone? The sturdy man named Inoue looked even more disdainful and said, "Isn't it just the 1st place on the heavenly ranking? What's so great about that? If I hadn't had the time to test, I might have already been the 1st on the heavenly ranking. If I really meet Liu Yang, I will challenge him directly without you telling me." I will chop off his head and none of you will interfere. When I chop off his head, get a great achievement and get a promotion, you will kneel down and lick my toes." The beautiful girl named Tauzi rolled her eyes at the strong man and said, "All you know how to do is brag and aim too high. You're ranked 500th on the Earth ranking, yet you dare to look down on the number 1 on the Heaven ranking. In no way, with your personality, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later in the end times. Still thinking about getting promoted? I think you are not far from ascending to heaven." Tisk, the sturdy man, continued with disdain. Tauzi ignored him and began to give orders. "Everyone, listen to my orders, sneak into the survivor's base, capture the superpowers in the base, and ask for clues about Lu Yang. Try not to be seen, and kill anyone who sees us." "Yes, Captain Tauzi." The 3 strong men nodded in agreement. The sturdy man named Inoue still had a look of disdain on his face. The 5 people turned into a black shadow and quickly arrived outside the survivor's base. After a few jumps, they entered the survivor's base. The 5-meter-high wall seemed non-existent in front of them, and they could jump in with just a single leap. These 5 people are all masters of the Earth list. The leader of the team, Tauzi, is a super powerful person ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list. As for the other 4 strong men, Inoue and Nakata, are ranked within the top 500 on the local list, and the remaining 2 are around the top 800. It can be said that these people with special abilities are the elite among the elites. Any one of them can destroy an ordinary survivor base. After all, most ordinary people with special abilities can't even make it onto the yellow list. The gap between the yellow list, the black list, the Earth list, and the heaven list is enormous. It is no problem for a master on the Earth list to fight against 10 psychics on the yellow list at the same time. What's more, there are not even 10 yellow list psychics in an ordinary base. In the survivor base, 4 psychics were having a meeting in a room, counting the supplies they had found today. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed by. When they came to their senses, each of them had a dagger at his throat. The 4 psychics immediately showed shocked expressions on their faces, and at the same time, they were filled with fear. Too fast. These 5 people are so fast. They are all supernatural beings. The leader of the survivor base is even a level 2 psychic. However, no one noticed how the enemy broke in. Before he could even realize the danger, someone had already put a knife to his throat. That was to say, the other party wanted to kill him, but he was dead before he could even react. He didn't even get to see the enemy's face until he died. Tauzi, the leader, spoke in her awkward Chinese. "Hey, let me ask you, is there anyone named Lu Yang in your base? Or do you know where Lu Yang is?" Several survivors heard the other party's accent and their eyes widened instantly. People from the Little Sun Empire. At the same time, the fear on their faces immediately turned into anger. It's been less than a month since the apocalypse broke out, and the people of the Little Sun Empire actually dared to invade our Shenlong Empire. Do you really think we have no one left? Want to find Lu Yang, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking? I am Lu Yang. In our Shenlong Empire, everyone is Lu Yang. Go to hell. You are just a few Japanese pirates, don't even think about leaving the Shenlong Empire alive. These psychics originally had knives at their throats, and everyone was very afraid, but after hearing that the other party was from the little Japanese empire, they instantly toughened up. For the people of the small Japanese empire, you can die in battle, but you must never surrender. Bah! A bunch of lowly Japanese pirates. Are you tired of living? How dare you come to our Shenlong Empire? That's right. I think you're all tired of living. Your Hikami Yamada hasn't even been in the top spot for a few days, but he's already been stepped on by our Lu Yang. So what? Are you not convinced? Ha ha ha. Want to find Lu Yang? Let me tell you, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking is not that easy to find, and the moment you find him, that's when you'll die. You have sent out the elites of the elites to invade our Shenlong Empire, right? Once all of your elites die here, your Little Sun Empire will be finished. This is hell for all the superpowers in your Little Sun Empire. You will never come back. Inoue, who had the most violent temper, frowned and pushed hard with the dagger in his hand. The neck of the leader of the base in front of him was instantly covered with blood. At this time, the blade was only 1 millimeter away from his artery. Then Inoue said coldly. Hurry up and tell us where Liu Yang is, or I'll kill you. The leader of the base spat and said, Bah. I am afraid of death, but I am not afraid of you little brats. I can kill you or chop you up as you please, but don't even think about asking a single word from me. Brush. A knife cut through. A stream of blood instantly spurted out from the base leader's neck. However, his face still maintained an angry expression, and he never uttered a word of begging for mercy until his death. Brother. Brother. Boss. The other three psychics looked at the base boss' death, angry expressions on their faces, and couldn't help but scream. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot and they wished they could eat these few days alive. Inoue held his bloody dagger and walked slowly to the front of another psychic. He stretched out his tongue, licked the blood on the dagger pervertedly, and said, I asked him but he didn't tell me, so he died. Now I'm asking you, you should know the consequences, so, do you know where Liu Yang is? The supernatural being said angrily, I know where your grandfather is. I am your grandfather here. I should have slapped you to death, and a beast like you wouldn't have appeared. Swish. A bloody cut was instantly made on his neck, and blood gushed out. Inoue came to the third psychic and asked, You don't want to say it either. Little day. I'm your grandpa. Swish. The psychic's throat was cut instantly. Inoue looked at the last psychic and said, All three of them are dead. You should understand that I am a ruthless person. So I will ask you one last time, where is Liu Yang? Bah. The psychic spat on Inoue's face and said, Fuck you. No one in our Shenlong Empire will surrender to you. We are not afraid of death, because once you enter our Shenlong Empire, it won't be long before you go to hell. We will be waiting for you down there. Swish. The cold blade cut across his neck, and a cavity full of hot blood gushed out. The last mutant also died. Although they had no ability to resist, or even fight back, they all died standing. These people with special powers are not good people. When the apocalypse broke out, they also committed acts of robbery, oppression, and bullying of the weak. But when foreign countries invaded the Dragon Empire, the nature of the situation had changed. The survivors in the Dragon Empire can compete in any way they want, because it is a competition among their own family. Why should a small Japanese empire interfere? Do they deserve it? From ancient times to the present, the Dragon Empire has never made any mistakes in terms of being united against foreign enemies. Anyone who dares to surrender to a foreign country will be scolded for thousands of years. What a bunch of damn guys. They are smelly and hard, just like stones in a cesspool. They even spit on me before they die, which is so hateful. Inoue wiped the smelly saliva off his face and said fiercely. Taozi looked at him unhappily and said, You killed all 4 superpowers. How can we get any clues? This is none of my business. They were the ones who scolded me first. And I guess they don't know anything. Even if they keep asking, they won't get any results. Inoue spread his hands and said with disdain. Taozi shook her head and said, Forget it, let's move on to the next base. Hee, I'm going to kill a lot of people before I leave. No one in this base will survive. A crazy expression appeared on Inoue's face. He stuck out his long disgusting tongue, licked his lips and said. Taozi frowned, and in a flash, she came to Inoue, stretched out her white jade hand, and instantly pinched Inoue's neck, saying in a cold voice. I won't repeat my order a second time. Stop your meaningless massacres. Our first priority is to find Liu Yang, not to vent your perverted desire for killing. If you continue to do things that may harm the team, I don't mind killing you right now. Inoue was shocked when he saw Taozi's cold eyes. The disdainful expression on his face also began to turn serious. It was the first time he saw Taozi get angry, and he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Before he could react, his neck was already tightly grasped. If the other party exerted the slightest force, his throat would be crushed. This was the first time that Inoue saw the strength of the top 100 on the Earth ranking. Powerful. It's so powerful. If Taozi, who is ranked in the top 100 on the Earth ranking, is so strong, then how much stronger should Liu Yang, who is ranked first on the Heaven ranking, be? It's really exciting just thinking about it. Fighting against the strong is really exciting. It seems that there is no point in killing these ordinary survivors. If we have to kill someone, we should kill the one who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Inoue gave in and said to Tauzi, I understand. Let me go, let me go. At worst, I won't kill them. Only then did Tauzi let go of her jade hand. The 5 then left the base, leaving behind only 4 bodies. 1 hour later. A superpower returned with a team, pushed open the door of this room, and saw these corpses. He froze in place for a moment, and exclaimed after a few seconds. Brother. Brother. What happened to you? Who killed you? Who? Who did it? The pungent smell of blood hit me in the room, and the floor was covered with blood. For powerful psychics all died in the room at the same time, and there was not even any sign of a fight, which meant they were killed instantly by the other side. The only mutant who survived was the one who led the team out to look for food and never came back. Now when I come back and see this scene, I am completely shocked. The few ordinary survivors behind the psychic were even more frightened. They used to be ruthless people. But seeing such a tragic scene still made them feel a little frightened. They understood how powerful their boss was, as he was a level 2 psychic and ranked over 800th on the yellow list. Even the second-level zombies can be killed instantly in front of the boss. But now, the boss was killed without even having the strength to fight back. The enemy's strength is unimaginable. A survivor said to the mutant. Brother Dong, what should we do? Even the boss was killed instantly. Should we run away as well? No other civilians in the base died, and the resources in the base were not taken away, which means that the other party came here to kill people. Could it be that the boss provoked some ruthless person who shouldn't be provoked? Lin Dong shook his head and said, don't be silly. Even if we really provoke some ruthless person, he will definitely take the food away after killing the boss, because in the end times, food is very important to any base. The other survivors showed puzzled expressions and asked, why is that? Could it be that the mutant zombies killed the boss? That's impossible. Zombies kill humans to eat them. They can't leave the bodies here. And they don't attack other civilians. Why do they only kill people with special abilities? Another survivor said, what should we do? Brother Dong, we don't even know who the enemy is, and he is so strong. If he wants to kill us, we can't stop him. How about we run? They were really scared. A total of 4 psychics were killed here. The leader of the base was a level 2 psychic, but they were all killed instantly. Moreover, the opponent used a dagger to cut my throat, not some conspiracy or trick like poisoning. Even in such a situation, I had no ability to resist, which was enough to show that the opponent's strength was overwhelming. Now the entire base is in danger. If they stay here, they don't know when they will die. Of course they want to escape. Lin Dong shook his head and said, if we run away, this base will be finished. Any level 2 zombie that comes in will be able to massacre all the civilians. Other survivors said, Brother Dong, if we don't run, we may all die here. It's the end of the world now, and everyone should take care of their own business. Who can care about other people's problems? Come with us. At worst we can find a new base and start over. Lin Dong thought for a while, his eyes full of struggle, and finally shook his head. Forget it. The young and strong can go, but what about the old, weak and sick? Can they withstand the long journey? This base was built up bit by my boss and I, from more than 100 people at the beginning to more than 1,000 people now. With so many survivors, without the protection of the psychics, they are no match for the level 2 zombies. Please help me bury the bodies of the boss and the others. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. If anyone wants to stay with me, I welcome them too. Several survivors nodded through gritted teeth. I buried the 4 dead psychics with a heavy heart. Then they started packing up and prepared to leave, and told everyone in the survivor base about this matter, letting them choose whether to stay or leave. In the end, the number of people who chose to leave reached 500. Those who choose to stay are basically the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled who dare not travel far. This small base, which was once quite powerful, now has only half of its members being old, weak, sick and disabled, and its strength has dropped by at least 90. 500 people left the base. Before leaving, several survivors came to Lin Dong and said to him, "Brother Dong. We are brothers who have shared life and death together. When we find a good place, we will come back to let you know. Then I'll take everyone with me." This survivor base has been targeted, and staying here for one more day will increase the danger. Although they had only been together for less than a month, during this time they had gone out together to search for food, fought zombies together, and helped each other in life and death situations countless times. It can be said that each of them has a lifelong friendship. Now seeing Lin Dong staying here alone, they felt a little bit reluctant. But they also understand Lin Dong's character. Lin Dong is the kind of person who sticks to his word and sticks to his principles. Since he can't let go of the survivors in this base, he will definitely not leave. As long as he is alive, he will protect this base from the invasion of zombies. Lin Dong said with a complicated expression, "I wish you a safe journey." Then he watched these survivors disappear from his sight. Time goes back to the present. Lu Yang has successfully developed 15 beautiful girls in the villa next door. In order not to interrupt his killing streak, Lu Yang came to the survivor base. It's time to look for a new beautiful girl. That's the benefit of having a survivor base. In the past, Lu Yang would search for food outside and look for beauties at the same time. This was a very slow way to find beauties, and if he didn't find any beauties one day, it would be easy to interrupt his killing streak. It's different with a survivor base. The existing beauties have successfully branched out, and in the future we just need to go to the base and select some more. Moreover, as time goes by, the girls in it are becoming more and more mature. I'm 16 this year, won't I be 18 in 2 years? There is no girl who is always 18 years old, but there will never be a shortage of girls who are 18 years old. With the base as a backup, Lu Yang's killing streak will never be interrupted again. In the survivor base. The moment Lu Yang fell from the sky, excitement appeared on everyone's face. "God Lu, you haven't come for almost half a month." Scar Rat, Lao Wang and others came over with excitement on their faces. Lao Wang said, "Boss, you are here." Scar Rat said, "Boss, you haven't come to the base for so long, I thought you forgot about us." "How could that be? I've been quite busy lately," Lu Yang said casually. In the past 10 days, he had to search for supplies during the day and work overtime at night to expand the business, so he was indeed quite busy. Scar Rat said quickly, "Of course, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Boss, the things you are busy with are unimaginable for people of our level. It is rare for you to come to our base occasionally. Boss, let me take you to see the potatoes planted in our villa area. They have all sprouted and we should be able to have a good harvest in 3 months. The survivors are all very happy, and the entire base seems to be full of hope. This has never happened before." Scar Rat became more and more excited as he spoke. "I have been in this base with Black Tiger before, but there has never been such a grand occasion as the one now. The Black Tigers only think about exploiting civilians. How can we think about sustainable development? The civilians were also being exploited by the Black Tigers, their lives becoming worse and worse, and everyone had a lifeless look on their faces. But now it is completely different. As the green potato seedlings grew bigger, everyone's face was filled with hope and expectation. Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay. Let's go and take a look." Although Lu Yang's main purpose of coming here was not to see the young potato sprouts, he didn't care about that at all. But as a boss, you can't let your subordinates think that you are always thinking about that kind of thing in your mind. Others don't know that they have the blessing of the system. They branch out just to become stronger. I thought he was just being lustful. Wouldn't that make him look like a rapist? So it is still necessary to pretend. Lu Yang followed the Scar Rat to the planting area. Large tracts of land in the villa area have been turned into fields. The former football and volleyball fields, even the roadside green belts and the lawns between villas have all been developed into neatly laid fields. The fields are planted with potatoes. The green seedlings have grown to 1/2 meter high. Under the sunlight, they look so green and prosperous. Green represents hope. Yellow represents maturity. All survivors are looking forward to the change from green to yellow. Seeing how well organized this survivor base was, Lu Yang praised Scar Rat and Lao Wang. Not bad, not bad. You've done a great job. This base is now developing in a better direction. I believe that it won't be long before the survivors will be able to be self-sufficient and no longer have to go out to find food. Scar Rat smiled and touched his head, saying, hee hee, it's all thanks to the boss. If it weren't for the boss, we would have died long ago. The better the base develops, the more grateful the survivors will be to the boss. Nowadays, many people who don't believe in God have begun to believe in you, boss. Yeah. Lu Yang nodded and said, do you remember what I told you last time? I remember. Scar Rat nodded quickly, then tilted his head and thought for a long time, and finally asked with an embarrassed look. Boss, which one are you talking about? It seems like you have too many things to tell me. It's about the beautiful girl. Lu Yang said with a straight face. This bastard, the last time he came to this survivor's base, Lu Yang privately told this scarred rat that if he saw beautiful young girls, he must protect them and not let them be bullied. Could it be that this bastard actually forgot? Scar Rat suddenly realized and said quickly, oh. So it is this matter you are talking about, boss. I haven't forgotten it, I have handled it well. I let all the beautiful girls between the ages of 18 and 25 who have never had a boyfriend live in villas instead of living in shanty towns near walls. And there was a building specially allocated for them, which was full of beautiful girls and no men. There are already 30 beautiful girls living here. When it's full, I'll allocate another building for it. Hearing Scar Rat say this, Lu Yang's stern face finally relaxed. Well. I trust you to do things. But, I don't think I told you to add a rule about not having a boyfriend. Scar Rat touched his head embarrassedly and said. I added this myself. The boss is so handsome, suave, and outstanding. Even the fairies in heaven may not be worthy of him. I dare not recommend those women who have boyfriends to the boss, it would simply shorten my lifespan. You kid. You kid. Lu Yang stretched out his finger and tapped Scar Rat with a smile on his face. He said, you kid, several times and finally said, you really know how to do things. Seeing Lu Yang so happy, Scar Rat also smiled brightly, rubbed his head shyly, and said with a smile, hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Lu Yang said, come on, take me to the beautiful girl villa to have a look. Scar Rat said quickly, okay, okay. Over here, boss, follow me. Under the guidance of Scar Rat, Lu Yang came to this beautiful girl villa, where 30 beautiful girls lived. As expected, each of them was beautiful with fair skin and sexy figure. These were carefully selected by Scar Rat from hundreds of survivors who signed up. When these female survivors heard that there was a chance that they would be chosen by Lu Yang, they all rushed to sign up. However, the quirk that they had never had a boyfriend eliminated 90 of them. Half of the remaining applicants who did not meet the standards in appearance and figure were eliminated. After careful selection, only these 30 were left. Lu Yang looked at the 30 beauties and nodded with satisfaction, okay. Okay. I will take you back to the villa where I live later. You are all willing, right? When the beautiful girls heard these words, their faces were filled with excitement, delight, and joy. He nodded his head quickly like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. Of course. Being able to follow God Lu is simply a blessing we earned in our previous life. Oh my God, it was actually God Lu who spoke to us like this, Master Rat. Thank you for not brushing me off, you are my reincarnated parents. Scar Rat said, don't say that. It is your blessing to be chosen by Brother Lu Yang. From now on, you will be able to live a leisurely life that even I dare not imagine. I have to call you sister-in-law. Please don't call me Master Rat. I can't bear it. After hearing what Scar Rat said, the women still looked at him with gratitude. Scar Rat treats everyone equally in the base and is basically nice to every survivor. And the fact that they were chosen by Scar Rat to live in this beautiful girl villa was the first step in the turning of the gears of fate. If Scar Rat hadn't wiped them out, they would never have met Lu Yang, and they would never have been taken away by Lu Yang. The beautiful girls bowed to him one by one and thanked him. Thank you, Master Rat. Thank you, Master Rat. Thank you, Master Rat. Looking at these people's behavior, Scar Rat's eyes instantly turned red. I feel sad. He thought to himself, maybe a father felt this sad when he married his daughter off. It seems that I need to be more careful when selecting a beautiful girl next time. Only in this way can we help more beautiful girls turn the gears of their destiny and reach the peak of their lives. When Lu Yang was about to leave the base with 30 girls, the other people in the survivor base looked at the girls with envy on their faces. One of the girls said to the middle-aged father next to her, "Dad, look. Those women have gone with Lu Shen. You should say something nice to Master Shu and give him some gifts so that I can be chosen as well. I also want to go with Lu Shen. Lu Shen is so handsome and strong. When I see him, I am so excited. I must go with him and become his woman. I will never marry anyone else in this life." The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Come on. You are 1.5 meters tall and weigh 160 kilograms. From a distance, people would think you are a Snorlax. Even if I give my life to Lord Rat, I can't go through this back door. Most of the food collected at home is eaten by you, can't you eat less? Lose some weight." The girl pouted unhappily and kept shaking her head. The fat on her face began to vibrate. "Woo woo woo. But I just like to eat. I have a good body, if I lose weight I will definitely be a great beauty. Maybe God Lu likes fat people. Besides, a girl's 1.5 meters is equal to a boy's 1.8 meters. Putting aside weight, my height is still a good match for Lu Shen. Come on, come on. Tell us when you lose weight," said the middle-aged man impatiently. The girl still refused to give in and said, "Dad, have you forgotten who was the one who sat on the zombie to death and saved the lives of the whole family? Can't you do something for your daughter's happiness? Can't you just beg Master Rat a little more?" The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. "Alas, I really give in. I owe you this. Okay, I'll talk to Master Rat about it later." The woman suddenly became energetic, stretched out her hand and took her father's arm, and said happily, "Great. I knew you were the best to me, Dad. Don't worry, when I become Lu Shen's woman, I will definitely move all the things in his warehouse to my home. By then, my brother will be his brother-in-law, and I will ask him to promote my brother to be the second in command of the base." Hearing his daughter's words, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and suddenly became cold, and said in a cold voice, "Get lost. Are you worthy enough? If you really dare to talk to Lu Shen like this, I think you don't want to live anymore. A man who can become an unrivaled strongman in the end times, can a stupid woman like you control him at will? I think you'd better give up on this idea. I won't go to Master Shu to speak good words for him anymore. From today on, reduce your food intake by February 3rd. Lose weight well and also lose the fat in your brain." After saying this, the middle-aged man left. The girl was shocked. Her father had always obeyed her in everything before. No matter what happened, she just had to act like a spoiled child. Even when the end of the world came and food was scarce, her weight did not decrease but increased. This is enough to show how much her parents love her. But now her father actually called her an idiot. She had never seen her father so serious. Lu Yang and the beautiful girl continued walking towards the outside of the base. At this time, a group of little girls came over, holding hands and jumping. A little girl came up to Lu Yang, raised her head, opened her cute big eyes and said, Lu Shen, where are your big sisters going?" Lu Yang smiled, took out a large bag of snacks from the space and distributed them to them, saying, "Of course I'll take them back to where I live." The children were very happy to get the snacks. They asked again, "God Lu, isn't the place where you live in the heavenly palace? Could it be that these sisters will also become fairies?" Lu Yang smiled and touched the little girl's head and said, "Of course. Anyone who follows me can become a fairy." "Then I want to go with you, too. I want to go with you. God Lu, please take me with you." Me too. I want to be a fairy too." Looking at the kids chattering around him and talking innocently, Lu Yang suddenly smiled. Said, "You should eat quickly. When you grow up, I will take you to visit my villa." When the child heard this, he was very happy. "Yeah, that's great. When I grow up, I can go with Lu Shen. I must grow up quickly." I also want to eat well and grow up quickly. When you grow up, you can become a fairy. Watching the children skipping away, Lu Yang also smiled. Just when Lu Yang was about to take the beautiful girls out, hundreds of survivors suddenly came to the door, and it looked like a dark sea. Every survivor had a dusty face and looked as if they had been on a long journey. They all looked somewhat tired, but when they saw the gate of the base, expressions of anticipation appeared on their faces. Scar Rat and the others were stunned and said, "Another survivor has come to our base for refuge." Lu Yang also ordered the third-level zombie guarding the door to open it. Let the group of survivors enter the base. The leading survivor set his sights on Lu Yang as soon as he came in, because among all the people present, only Lu Yang had the most temperament. He could feel the aura of a strongman even if he was not a psychic. The survivor said to Lu Yang with a respectful look on his face, "I guess this handsome guy is the leader of this base. We survivors want to take refuge in your base and will abide by all the rules of your base in the future. Please take us in." Lu Yang took a quick look and found that the enemy had at least 500 people, which was enough to form a surviving base. Why would they run so far to join other bases? Moreover, with so many people and such a big target, if they encounter level 2 or 3 zombies on the road, and there are no superpowers among them, it will be a buffet for zombies. It is not easy to get here safely. Lu Yang asked, "Where are you from? You seem to have traveled a long way. There are so many of you, you can definitely form your own survivor base. How could you run so far to join us?" The survivor said truthfully, "We were originally in a survivor base, which is about 30 kilometers away from here. But 3 days ago, 4 out of 5 leaders in the base were killed, and each of them was a powerful psychic. Before he could react, he was killed in the second. Apparently that base has been targeted by an expert, so we dare not stay here anymore. We can only run as far as possible. After 3 days of trekking, we finally arrived here and saw your base, so we are ready to join you." Lu Yang frowned and said, "4 out of 5 psychics died, how can you civilians come out alive?" The survivor shook his head and said, "We don't know what those enemies are like. They only kill people with special abilities, not civilians or resources. We don't know what their purpose is. No one could tell whether they were humans or zombies, or what they looked like. This kind of unknown enemy was the most terrifying, so half of the people in the base ran away." Lu Yang's brows tightened, and he said, "Only kill the superpowers, not the civilians, and don't even take their resources." "Are you sure?" The leading survivor said with certainty, "Yes. Every word is true." Lu Yang thought about it and finally made a decision. "Our base can accommodate you, but you must abide by the rules of our base. In addition, you take me to your base for a look." The sturdy man immediately shook his head, "No, brother. It took me 3 days and a lot of hard work to get here. I don't want to go back. That base is too dangerous. If I go back, I may never come back." Lu Yang said, "Don't panic, I'm very strong." The sturdy man continued to shake his head, No, the enemy may be stronger. I finally got out of there, I don't want to go back and fall into the trap." Lu Yang said helplessly, "Take me there and I'll give you 100 kilograms of rice." The sturdy man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said seriously, "Okay, I'll take you there now. It doesn't matter whether it's big or small, I just can't bear to leave my old friends there, and I want to go back and see them again. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. In the end times, 100 kilograms of rice is so precious that it is enough to make people risk their lives." "Very good, then take me there next." Lu Yang walked to the big man and then put his hand on the big man's collar. The big man was surprised. "What do you want to do?" The next second, Lu Yang took him into the air. Oh! In the sky, a burly man in his 30s with a thick back and a full beard screamed like a woman. The 500 new survivors were all stunned when they saw this scene. "What is going on?" Flew away directly. "Isn't the leader of this survivor base too handsome and powerful? Woo woo woo. With such a peerless strongman here, we will definitely be safe from now on." The other side. 1 minute later, Lu Yang arrived at the survivor base. At this time, Lu Yang's flying speed reached 580 meters per second. In 5 minutes, you can run 580 times 300 is equal to 174,000 meters. It can fly more than 30 kilometers in 1 minute. Lu Yang would slow down his flying speed towards his woman, but not towards this big man. The big man was already dizzy from the supersonic speed and collapsed to the ground as soon as he landed. This big man was a retired mercenary. They are professionally trained and can fly tanks and planes. But even so, it still cannot withstand supersonic speeds. At the same time, Lu Yang's appearance also caused a commotion in the survivor base. Everyone hid in fear. After a while, a strongman came out with several strong survivors. The burly man in the lead was the only superpower in this survivor base, Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at Lu Yang with a wary look in his eyes and said, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Then he saw the strongman lying on the ground, his face changed, and he said, "What did you do to Ergu? Ergu is not a superpower. Don't you guys not attack ordinary people?" After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang knew that the other party regarded him as the murderer of the psychic. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "I'm not here to kill you. He was just leading the way for me. He flew too fast and might be a little airsick. I just need to fly a few more times in the future. After all, it's normal for ordinary people to faint when they experience supersonic speeds. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yang, and I am the leader of a survivor base. He came to join our survivor base. He said that the superpowers in your survivor base were killed, so I came to take a look." Hearing Lu Yang say this, Lin Dong showed a skeptical expression on his face. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up instantly and he said in surprise, "Lu Yang. Are you the Lu Yang who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking?" Lu Yang nodded, "It's me." At the same time, Lu Yang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that his fame had become so big. Any random psychic has heard of his name. Oh my God. Lin Dong widened his eyes, unable to believe it. That's Lu Yang, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking who trampled the Japanese Empire under his feet. It's simply the display of the Dragon Empire. It brought honor to the entire Dragon Empire. It is the pride of all citizens of the Dragon Empire. Ugh. Ergu lay on the ground and vomited continuously. It took him a few minutes to finally come to his senses. He said to Lin Dong excitedly, "Brother Dong Dong. I'm back with help." Originally, Lu Yang told Ergu that he was very strong, but Ergu didn't believe it. But now, after being carried by Lu Yang to fly 30 kilometers at supersonic speed, he finally believed it. With such speed, let alone other abilities, he could just grab the enemy, fly into the air and throw him down, and he would be killed by the throw. Any enemy that can't fly is probably no match for Lu Yang. So at this moment Lu Yang is the savior of this base. Lin Dong said with concern, "Ergu, are you okay?" Ergu kept patting his chest to calm himself down and said, "It's okay, I just flew too fast. You can talk to this boss Lu Yang about the situation at that time. He is a super strong man." Lin Dong looked at Lu Yang with respect and said, "Of course I know he's a super strongman, he's number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Boss Lu Yang, I am Lin Dong, the only survivor of this base. If I hadn't gone out to look for food and didn't come back, I would have died." Lu Yang nodded and said, "Well, take me to see the scene." Led by Lu Yang and Ergo, they came to the room where the mutant was killed. 3 days passed. The blood on the ground had dried and turned black. Lin Dong introduced to Lu Yang, "When we came in, we saw 4 bodies. Our boss died in his seat, and the 4 of them were killed before they could resist. Everyone was killed by slitting their throats. The enemy might be an assassination expert. They killed our boss before he could react." Lu Yang looked at the scene and indeed there were no signs of a fight. The chair was covered in blood. It can be seen that the psychic was killed while sitting on the chair. There was no chance to even get up. This is a crushing victory of strength. Lu Yang really couldn't figure out how these psychics managed to provoke each other when their strength was so overwhelming. And why didn't the other party take revenge on the spot, but had to wait until these psychics returned to the surviving base before taking the risk of sneaking in to take revenge? After thinking for a while, Lu Yang finally shook his head and came to a conclusion in his heart. The murderer must be a very powerful psychic. Moreover, these psychics may kill randomly. Your boss may not have known each other before. At the same time, they did not seize any resources. In the end times, resources are much more important than human lives. Not taking the resources shows that they don't want to develop in this area at all, or even want to develop in the Dragon Empire. Therefore, it is possible that the superpowers from other empires have infiltrated the Dragon Empire. The reason for killing people is probably to reduce the number of superpowers in the Dragon Empire. In this way, the overall strength of the Dragon Empire will be weakened. Or maybe your boss knows some secrets of the Dragon Empire, and the other party wants to force him to reveal them, so he kills people. After hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Dong and others showed expressions of disbelief. It turned out to be an invader from another empire. Our boss usually stays with us and has never been to any far place. He has been developing nearby and basically searching for supplies within 10 kilometers. It is impossible for him to know any big secrets. Could it be because of that test steel? We also know your name, Boss Liu Yang, from that stone tablet. The leader of this base once discovered a test steel and brought people with special abilities in to test it. The leader of the base was fortunate enough to be included on the yellow list. And they also saw Liu Yang's name on the stone tablet. They were very excited at that time. Because the name number 1 on the heavenly ranking was obviously from the Dragon Empire, they were all very happy. In Lin Dong's opinion, the biggest secret they discovered was this test steel. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "There are more than one test stone tablet, and there are test tablets all over the world. Although they are magical, they are not rare. This should not be the reason." Lin Dong said, "Is it really like you said, just to weaken the strength of our Shenlong Empire?" Liu Yang said, "I'm not sure. But what is certain is that the opponent is very strong. If he returns again, none of you can stop him. I will leave a level 3 zombie here to guard the door. If there are any invaders, I will rush here as soon as possible. From now on, I have the final say in this base. Who agrees and who disagrees?" "I agree." Ergu was the first to speak. He was taken on a supersonic flight by Liu Yang and had already been deeply impressed by Liu Yang. That's supersonic. At that speed, even a random stone thrown would be more powerful than a bullet. So Liu Yang's strength is absolutely unimaginable. "Me too," Lin Dong said passionately. "Being able to follow the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, your future prospects are definitely limitless." Seeing that no one had any objections, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Okay. It's decided then. From now on, this will be my base number 2. Next, I will customize the rules in this base, and this base will operate according to these rules in the future. If there are still intruders, please use your wisdom to delay time and don't be killed instantly. I will arrive in a few minutes." Lin Dong and others bowed their heads and said, "Yes, Boss Liu Yang." After explaining everything to Lin Dong, Liu Yang said to Ergo, "Next I am going back to base number 1, let's go together." Ergo recalled the feeling of being in the sky when he came up. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than riding a roller coaster. It almost cost him his life. He didn't dare go through that again. He immediately shook his head and said, No, I plan to stay and accompany Brother Dong. What if those enemies turn back? How will Brother Dong deal with it alone?" After hearing what Ergu said, Lin Dong was so moved that his eyes suddenly turned red, and he said excitedly, "Ergu." Ergu called out, "Brother Dong." The two of them were facing each other, holding hands and looking at each other lovingly. Liu Yang was speechless watching this scene. What a brotherly love, full of gay love. He nodded and said, "Okay, since you are not going to go back to base 1 with me, I will go back by myself. You guys be careful here. If a strong enemy does appear, try not to fight them head-on, just try to hold them back. I'll come as soon as possible." "Okay, boss, we get it." Lin Dong and Ergo nodded quickly. At the same time, Liu Yang was thinking about something. The psychics in this base were killed, and their strength was greatly reduced. Any Molter or level 3 zombie could probably come in and kill them. Originally, Liu Yang thought that Ma Feiyun was quite capable and that he might be useful to him in the future, so he did not kill him. It now seems that this decision was the right one. He can be transferred to this base to serve as a thug. Ordinary third-level zombies and shedders are probably no match for Ma Feiyun. In this way, Liu Yang doesn't have to come in person every time something happens. After thinking about it, Liu Yang jumped up and flew into the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, a sonic boom appeared in the sky. Liu Yang flew towards base number 1 at supersonic speed. He turned into a fleeting black shadow in the sky. In a small town more than 30 kilometers away from base number 2. The team of superpowers from the Little Sun Empire happened to arrive in this small town, and when Liu Yang was flying at high speed in the sky, he was seen by them. Tauzi looked up at the black shadow disappearing in the sky, with a surprised expression in her eyes. Did you see what that was just now? A human? Or a mutated zombie? Inoue's mouth opened wide, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Whether it's a human or a zombie, they are both incredibly powerful. His speed just now has exceeded the speed of sound, right? Nakata said, isn't that the direction we took where the 4 psychics were killed 3 days ago? Tauzi tilted her head and thought for a while, then pointed at her pretty chin with her white and tender fingers and said thoughtfully. Could it be that because of what we did, we attracted this powerful person? Is he a supernatural being in the official army of the Dragon Empire? The supersonic flying ability is no longer something that ordinary people with superpowers can possess. At this speed, even bullets can't catch up with him. Not to mention ordinary attacks. It's impossible for any psychic from the Dragon Empire to be so powerful. Even those from the regular army can't be that powerful. So, maybe that person is the legendary number 1 on the heavenly ranking. After hearing what Tauzi said, everyone showed shocked expressions. Nakata said, number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Inoue said, he is the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Another psychic said, the Dragon Empire is so big, are we really so lucky that we have found the number 1 on the sky list in less than half a month? They looked at each other and saw shock and a little surprise in each other's eyes. Finally they asked Tauzi. So, should we just chase after them? Tauzi shook her head and said, no, the other party is supersonic, how can we catch up with him? Nakata said, survivors with the ability to fly can ignore obstacles when they are on the road, so they should reach their destination by the shortest route, and the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Therefore, he shouldn't turn, so we just need to follow the direction he's flying, and we'll find him eventually. Tauzi nodded and said, what you said does make sense. But what if he was just searching for supplies, and after searching from one place, he went to another place, and then went to another place? You don't know how many search sites he has visited. You don't even know where his base camp is. Inoue said calmly, then what do you say we should do? You are the captain, make a decision quickly. They are flying so fast, and every second of hesitation may mean they fly hundreds of meters. Tauzi's face darkened, and then she said firmly, return. Go back to the survivor base we invaded last time. Maybe we can get some information this time. Inoue, I warn you, don't kill people this time. Last time, it was because of you that you killed everyone before you could get any information from them. After hearing this, Inoue immediately looked like he was looking at a fool, and laughed at Momoko. Go back. My God, has your brain been invaded by a virus? We just walked here from that place for 3 days. You want us to walk back again? And you're flying in the opposite direction to the superpower user just now. It's okay if you don't chase him, but you're going in the opposite direction. Tauzi's face turned cold and she said, Inoue, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue first. Looking at Tauzi's gloomy face, Inoue felt his heart tremble suddenly. He had no choice but to say, okay, you're the captain, you have the final say. But this is the first time we've been so close to someone who might be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. If you lose this opportunity because of your decision, when I get back, I'll report you in front of the colonel. Tauzi said, I think you will have no choice but to go back to your father and cry. Don't think that just because your father is a colonel, you can be so arrogant. If you continue like this, you may not even take General Nichiho Yamada seriously, right? Tisk. Inoue said disdainfully. Then Tauzi took the 4 psychics and continued to rush towards Liu Yang's base number 2. It took them 3 days to get from the base to the town. But that was because when they left, they were looking for a new survivor base and clues about Liu Yang as they walked, so they were so slow. Now when I go back, I am familiar with the route and can get there in 1 day at most. On the other side, Lu Yang returned to base number 1. Finally, I can bring 30 beautiful girls back to my villa area. But this time he no longer chose to walk with the beautiful girl. Because the beautiful girls are ordinary people, their speed is too slow. It takes them almost a day to walk 20 kilometers. Lu Yang doesn't have that much time to waste walking. Ever since he got the dark cloak, his number of steps has never exceeded 1,000. Out of base number 1. Lu Yang asked the beautiful girls to get on a bus abandoned on the road. Then, he put his hand on the bus and flew back to the villa area with him. During several flights with people, Lu Yang had already discovered the secret of the dark cloak. The dark cloak does not carry Lu Yang flying, but gives Lu Yang and the people and objects he touches the ability to fly. In other words, it is effortless for him to carry people flying, and the same is true for carrying objects flying. If you want. He could even lift a mountain and fly it to a height of tens of thousands of meters, then drop it down. It creates a huge force like a meteorite falling. It can even destroy a city in one go. The ability of the dark cloak is not just for traveling. Even when used in combat, it is very powerful. It's just that the enemies Lu Yang is facing now don't require him to use such powerful skills. 3 minutes later, the tourist bus stopped safely in the villa area. All the beautiful girls had shocked expressions on their faces. They knew Lu Yang was strong, but they didn't expect Lu Yang to be so strong. A tourist bus weighing over 10 tons was lifted up just like that. Isn't this strength too unbelievable? At this moment, the girls' hearts were filled with admiration for Lu Yang. In the villa area. Originally, He Yushi and her friends were exercising in the community, but now they know that they are pregnant. They can't do strenuous sports like playing ball or running. So more than a dozen of them took out their yoga mats and started doing yoga while basking in the sun. Seeing a bus land, everyone stood up with surprised expressions on their faces. He Yushi couldn't help but say, "What's wrong with Lu Yang? He actually brought back a bus." In the end times, the roads have long been blocked by fleeing vehicles, and the car can't be driven at all. Zhao Lina also said, "Yes, yes, what does Lu Yang want to do?" Just when everyone was confused. Beautiful girls walked out of the car one by one. Only then did the women realize what was going on. The big star Su Xiao said, "Wow, Lu Yang used to look for women one by one, but now he just picks them up by the truckload. It's really amazing." Police Academy goddess Zhang Jingyu also showed a surprised expression. He directly took a busload of people to fly. Isn't that too awesome? He Yushi said, "What's wrong? Are you too jealous?" Before the two of them answered, Tang Mengting said, "Jealous? Come on. We are both pregnant now and we can't serve Lu Yang. It is normal for him to find other women. We should thank those sisters for helping us take care of Lu Yang during this period." He Yushi said, "That's right, if we are ravaged by a force 8 gale every day, we will die in bed in a few days." Among these people, only He Yushi entered Lu Yang's room twice. Naturally, she had the deepest understanding of Lu Yang's strength. I still tremble when I think of the fear of being dominated by Lu Yang's strong and huge power. Chen Dan pointed at a new girl and said, "Hey, hey, hey. Look, that butt is so plump. She must be suitable for giving birth to a son." Zhou Chuping said, "That one is amazing. The size of her chest is much more exaggerated than Jingyu's. At least it can support 6 babies." Zhou Kiki said, "Hey, look at that girl with short hair, her face is so white, round and tender. But her figure is so good, she really has a baby face. Do you think she is an adult?" Everyone looked in the direction Zhou Kiki's finger was pointing, and indeed, they saw a beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair, only about 1.5 meters tall, but with a small body and unusually plump figure. Her face looks fair, tender and delicate, even with a little baby fat, and everyone who sees it can't help but want to pinch it. I really don't know where Lu Yang found such a perfect girl. Chen Dan said, okay, let's go back. We finished our exercise and it's time to cook. Lu Yang, are you hungry too? Lu Yang nodded and said, yeah. It is true. Let's go back to the villa. Lu Yang followed the girls back to the villa. Chen Dan and everyone were busy in the kitchen. Lu Yang also came over, rolled up his sleeves and started to help. Seeing this scene, the girls' faces suddenly showed some surprise. This was the first time Lu Yang entered the kitchen and worked with them. Let's not talk about what Lu Yang can help with, just the feeling of having Lu Yang involved makes them feel very happy. Chen Dan showed a happy look on his face, but he still said quickly, "Lu Yang, what are you doing? You don't need to help. Just sit down and wait for dinner. We will come." Lu Yang shook his head and said, "It's okay. I also want to try the feeling of cooking. I haven't cooked for a long time. I used to cook for myself in the rental house." Lu Yang was also feeling a little emotional at this time. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, everyone's lives have undergone earth-shaking changes. His change is the biggest. With the support of the system, he turned from a poor man who was despised by dogs into the number one on the heavenly ranking. He can be said to be the strongest among all the superpowers. And his own attributes are now almost invincible. Such a big change made Lu Yang feel like it was a dream. Only when he re-entered the kitchen did he truly feel the reality. At least the feeling in the kitchen is similar to before the apocalypse. He sure said, "Sister Chen Dan, please don't worry about him. He finally got the chance to join us for work, so let him participate." Lu Yang nodded and said, "You sure is right." Chen Dan also nodded, Okay, we are also very happy that you can join us. I'm just worried that you are too busy and tired, and now you have to help in the kitchen. I'm afraid you can't handle it." Lu Yang said to Chen Dan, "It's okay. You know how strong I am." Chen Dan blushed when she heard this. Who can resist it? Don't dare to do anything rash. The dish was ready soon. Lu Yang made a plate of stir-fried beef slices with celery. The aroma of beef, accompanied by celery, stimulated everyone's taste buds. All the women couldn't help but widen their eyes and sniff hard. SSI. It smells so good, so good. Lu Yang, your cooking skills are so good. You are so good at cooking, but you never cooked for us before. Humph, that's so abominable. He sure said with a pout. Tang Mengting also said, "I didn't expect your cooking skills are better than Sister Chen Dan's. It's really surprising." The superstar Su Xiao said, "This is probably the most delicious food I have ever eaten since the end of the world." Woohoo! Lu Yang, you bad guy, you have such good cooking skills, why don't you show them off earlier? Zhao Lina ate a piece of beef and was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. It's delicious, so delicious. Woohoo! This is the first time in the apocalypse that I've eaten food that's better than in peacetime. I feel so happy. Everyone enjoyed the meal with laughter and conversation. Lu Yang said to everyone at the dinner table, "I'm afraid that this area will be uneasy for the next period of time. You should try to stay out of the villa as little as possible and hide in the villa. For yoga and swimming, try to do them in the gym inside the villa." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the girls also showed serious expressions on their faces. Even someone as powerful as Lu Yang said that things were not peaceful recently, then it really was not peaceful. Although they knew that Lu Yang was very strong and there was no need to worry about his safety, most of them had not yet awakened their superpowers. The only two people with superpowers were Bai Hu and Chen Dan. With these two people with special powers, it may not be easy to protect all of them. So they all ordered. Zhao Lina said, "Okay, Lu Yang, we won't go out during this period of time, just stay in the villa and be a stay-at-home girl." He sure said, "Let's take good care of the baby. Let's try to give Lu Yang a big fat boy, ha ha ha." Zhang Jingyu said, "I would like to have a daughter, daughters are more adorable. But even if it is a daughter, I want to have a fat daughter." There was an expression of anticipation on everyone's face. It seems as if they all want to see how cute the new life is as soon as possible. The white fox said, "I am a person with special abilities. I am in good health. I don't ask for much. Just give me twins. Either boy or girl is fine. Ha ha ha." Wang Feifei straightened her chest, glanced at the white fox's chest, and said, "White fox. You want twins? Don't let me go hungry when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the white fox's face suddenly changed and he showed a crazy expression. Among all the people present, the white fox was indeed the youngest. The white fox was also helpless. She thought to herself, but can I be blamed for this? I am already average, okay. It's just because the women around Lu Yang are too talented, so I seem a little thin. She said to Wang Feifei. Damn it. You little girl. Since we are from the same base, you just know how to make fun of me all day long, right? I will catch you to death. Ah. Lu Yang, help me, ha ha ha. Wang Feifei screamed and hid behind Lu Yang. The two of them finally finished playing around and collapsed on the sofa. After a while, Lu Yang felt that he had almost digested the food and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Everyone started to clean up the dishes and went into the kitchen to get busy. Lu Yang returned to his room and rested for a few hours. Just as he was thinking about which beautiful girl he should choose from the 30 girls tonight for the 28th branching out. At base number 2, more than 30 kilometers away, the psychic team of the Little Sun Empire came here again. Outside the base, Tauzi continued to take out the telescope, standing on a tall building, observing the situation inside. Nakata asked, Captain Tauzi, how is it? Is there anything unusual? Tauzi shook her head solemnly, nothing, it's just that there are fewer survivors in the abnormal survivor base. They must have discovered that we killed their leaders, so they ran away. After saying that, she raised the telescope again and continued to check. This time she frowned and found something wrong. There's an extra guard at the entrance, sitting straight and motionless. Logically speaking, if there's no one supervising, even the guard at the door shouldn't be so serious. Which security guard doesn't slack off? This seems a bit wrong. According to Tauzi's previous experience, the guards at the gate are generally not very strong, they are just the lowest level gatekeeper survivors. Not even a superpower. Because people with special abilities usually hold high positions in such ordinary bases. But the watcher he observed through the telescope sat there motionless, like a statue. If you don't know him, you might think he is a fake person. Oh. There's an extra guard. Let me see. Nakata also showed a puzzled look. He took the telescope from Momoko's hand and started to observe. He also saw the watcher. He was wearing a suit, sunglasses, and a mask, and was sitting upright. After watching for a full minute, the other party didn't even move. If the other person hadn't been wearing sunglasses and his eyes couldn't be seen, he would have even suspected that the other person hadn't even blinked. Nakata asked doubtfully, could it be that because of our invasion, the other party directly sent a superpower to guard the gate? Tauzi shook her head and said, even the psychics in our regular army can't achieve such discipline. Inoue, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and said, TSK. He's just a gatekeeper. I'll kill him. After saying that, he rushed directly towards the survivor base. Tauzi quickly called out, hey. Don't be impulsive, Inoue. However, it was too late, Inoue had already jumped into the gate in a few leaps. Tauzi gritted her teeth and ordered everyone to follow. When they jumped into the survivor's base, Inoue had already sneaked behind the security booth. He took out his sharp dagger, rushed towards the guard from behind, and then slashed the dagger with force. Brush. The guard's throat was slit instantly. Inoue showed a smug expression on his face, and whispered, isn't it done now? If you guys keep arguing outside for a long time, the opportunity will be gone. However, he saw shocked expressions on his companions' faces. Then he felt a violent sound of breaking wind coming from his ears. Peach yelled, be careful. Inoue suddenly felt his hair stand on end and sensed a danger he had never felt before. He dodged subconsciously. However, it was too late. The guard, wearing a suit, a mask and sunglasses, grabbed Inoue. Sizzle. 5 bloody scratches were instantly left on Inoue's arm, and even his special black agent uniform was torn. He covered his arm and said in disbelief, I cut his throat, how come he didn't die? Tauzi had already seen the clues, this is a zombie. The attack speed just now is at least that of a level 3 zombie. Your arm has been infected with the level 3 zombie virus, it must be cut off. Nakata. Yes. Nakata flashed to Inoue's side, swung his sword and chopped him down. Ah. Inoue's arm fell off and he let out a howl of pain. Taozi immediately took out a bandage and tied his broken arm to stop the blood from flowing out. At the same time, Nakata and 2 other psychics began to rush towards the 3rd-level zombies. They are all masters ranked in the top 1000 on the Earth ranking, and are all 2nd-level psychics. The 3 of them worked together and killed the level 3 zombie in an instant. At this time, Liu Yang, who was far away in the villa area, had also noticed the situation here. He frowned and said, "These guys actually turned back. And the level 3 zombies were killed so easily by them. It seems that they are quite powerful. It's time to meet them." After saying that, Liu Yang rushed directly to the location of base number 2 at supersonic speed. The sound of fighting in Villa number 2 attracted the survivors in the villa. Lin Dong, the only psychic, has rushed out with several strong survivors. When he saw Taozi and the others, and the level 3 zombies that had been killed, he immediately showed a surprised expression, and then his face began to change from surprise to anger. He pointed at Taozi and the others and asked, "You are the ones who killed our 4 superpowered people?" Seeing Lin Dong, Taozi's face turned cold. She said, "Is this the level 3 zombie you controlled? Are you Liu Yang? Fuck your mother. I'm your father." Lin Dong cursed, then turned around and ran away. Level 3 zombies are very powerful, and Lin Dong is only a level 1 psychic. He is no match for them at all. However, the powerful 3rd-level zombies were killed instantly by these people, which is enough to show how powerful these people are. If I fight with them, my fate will be worse than that of a level 3 zombie. So he remembered Liu Yang's words, that if he met a strongman, he should just turn around and run away to delay time. Seeing Lin Dong running away, Taozi and others frowned. If the other party really has the ability to control a 3rd-level warrior, then his own strength should not be weak. Now he turns around and runs away. Is he deliberately luring us deeper? Nakata said, "Captain Taozi, chase him. He is almost gone." Taozi nodded and said, "Chase, but be careful. There might be an ambush ahead." This time their entry into the survivors' base was not as smooth as the first time. He never expected that the gatekeeper was actually a level 3 zombie, so in no way lost one of his arms and his strength was reduced by half. It can be said that the operation started off badly and suffered heavy losses right from the start. So Taozi and the others immediately chased in the direction Lin Dong fled, but they did not dare to rush too fast, fearing an ambush, and remained vigilant at all times. But even so, the speed of the Earthlist Masters was not something Lin Dong could escape from. Soon, these 5 supernatural beings from the small Japanese empire blocked Lin Dong in a house. Peach reference picture. Inside the house, looking at Lin Dong and others who had no way to retreat, Inoue covered his broken arm with an evil smile on his face. He stuck out his tongue to lick his pale lips, and said while enduring the pain in his arm, "There's no way to retreat now, right? I didn't expect that my carelessness would lead me to capsize in the gutter, and I actually lost an arm to a mere level 3 zombie. All this is because of you. Next, I will slowly torture you to death. I want you to know how much it will cost me to lose an arm." However, he did not expect that his intimidation did not scare Lin Dong. Instead, the other party laughed even more wildly than himself. Lin Dong looked up, opened his mouth wide, and laughed. "Ha ha ha. You are a bunch of little brats. You are about to die, but you are still so arrogant. It really makes me laugh to death. Come here if you have the guts, and see how you die." Although Inoue had a bad temper and acted impulsively, he began to become cautious after losing an arm. Now that Lin Dong called him over, he didn't dare to go over and showed hesitation on his face. Seeing how fast Lin Dong ran away, they determined that he was only a first-level psychic, and the younger brothers beside him were just ordinary people who had not even awakened their psychics. Why is a mere first-level psychic, with a few ordinary men under him, so confident when facing 5 second-level psychics in the top 1000 of the Earth list? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Because his impulsive behavior caused him to lose an arm, he doesn't want to continue acting impulsively. If he loses another arm, he might lose his life. Ergu next to Lin Dong also said, "Come on. Why don't you dare to move? We are waiting for you here, come if you have the guts. You little bastards, how dare you come here and act so arrogantly? Your grandfather's head is right here, Come and chop it off if you have the guts. As he said this, he raised his middle finger towards Inoue and the others. Ergu is just an ordinary person. How dare an ordinary person be so arrogant? Either everyone in this base has gone crazy, or there must be a trap ahead. Inoue, Nakata, and others looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. Seeing that they were hesitating, Lin Dong and Ergo's men became even more arrogant. Keep cursing at the other side. He cursed the ancestors of these people for 18 generations. However, the more they were scolded, the less they dared to move. Lin Dong said, "It's been almost a minute, right? The boss should be here soon." As expected of boss Liu Yang, he left behind a level 3 zombie and made the other party afraid to move. Now they don't even dare to move. I, a first-level psychic, can point my finger at the nose of a second-level psychic who lives a simple life and scold him. It really feels so good. Ergu was also very excited and whispered, "That's right. I'm an ordinary person but I can point my finger at him and scold him, but they don't even dare to move. Is this the deterrent power of boss Liu Yang? They're already scared before they even make a move." Taozi and the others watched them talking in low voices, thinking that they were discussing a plan, and they dared not act rashly. Just as they were hesitating, a dark shadow rushed in at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, a tall, handsome young man wearing a black cloak stood in front of everyone. As soon as I saw this figure, Lin Dong and the others immediately showed happy expressions. They shouted to Liu Yang. "Boss Liu Yang. Boss, you're finally here. Boss, you are right. The ones who came to our base to kill people are these petty psychics. Boss, you are really a master of foresight." Lin Dong and others looked at Liu Yang with admiration in their eyes. Liu Yang is not only very strong, but his thinking ability is also much stronger than others. Just by taking a look at the scene, I guessed that it was a foreign psychic's doing. It's really awesome. And boss Liu Yang is here. Then everything is under the control of boss Liu Yang, and from now on, I will be even safer. Ergu and the others shouted directly to Zairaizi. "The next day is your death. You little bastard. You killed 4 people from our base, and now it's time for you to pay with your lives." Taozi and others showed shocked expressions. What a fast speed. What a powerful psychic. From what those people are saying, this guy must be Liu Yang, who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Oh no. According to their original plan, their search team was only responsible for secretly searching for clues about Liu Yang, and once they found any clues, they would immediately report to the headquarters. Instead of fighting directly with Liu Yang. How could a mere 5 Earth-ranked psychics possibly be a match for the number 1 on the heaven-ranked? Taozi's eyes rolled, thinking about how to escape. However, Liu Yang gave Taozi and the others a cold glance. This glance made those little girls feel a biting cold, as if the air around them had dropped by more than 10 degrees, and their hearts trembled. It feels like being in an ice cellar. Even my breathing began to quicken unconsciously. My back also began to be soaked with cold sweat. Then, Liu Yang spoke. "You guys came to this base to kill people. You came all the way to our Shenlong Empire. I'm afraid it's not just for the sake of killing people. Tell me why you came here, and I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." As soon as Liu Yang finished speaking, Taozi whispered in the language of the little Japanese empire. "Run in separate directions." However, Liu Yang had already seen through their intentions. He just waved in their direction, and a violent cold current swept over. Thick ice instantly formed on the ground, freezing their feet in place. Then the ice began to spread to them continuously, and soon their entire bodies were frozen. Their entire bodies were wrapped in ice, and they couldn't even move a finger. Only their faces were exposed. Liu Yang's mental strength reached 1500 points, and the level of his freezing ability reached level 8. At this time, he could operate freezing smoothly. With just a thought, he can freeze the entire base into a world of ice and snow. How could a few Earth-ranked psychics think of escaping from him? It's simply a fantasy. Seeing herself frozen in place, unable to move even a finger, Taozi said with a shocked expression on her face. "How is this possible? With such a fast speed, I thought he was a speed-type mutant, but I didn't expect he could actually freeze. At this time, Liu Yang walked towards her step by step. Nakata, who was also frozen in place, saw this scene and was immediately furious. He shouted at Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, what do you want to do? If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't touch Captain Tauzi." In no way beside him also shouted, "Liu Yang, although you are the first on the heavenly ranking, don't be too arrogant. My father is a colonel in the Japanese Empire Navy. If you dare to kill me, my father will kill you at all costs." The other two superpowers also shouted, "If you dare to kill us, it would be disrespectful to the Little Sun Empire. And you would be the enemy of the entire Little Sun Empire. Do you think you can fight against the entire Japanese Empire by yourself? You are courting death. No matter how strong you are only one person. I don't believe you can be a match for an empire. By then, our empire will continuously send elites to assassinate you. Don't think that being number one on the heavenly rankings means you are invincible. In this world, there are people who are more powerful than those with special abilities. That is an ancient, unimaginably powerful inherited race. Even if you are number one on the heavenly ranking, you will be killed instantly." After hearing what the other party said, Liu Yang suddenly showed a cold smile on his face. "Little Sun Empire. Have you ever thought that when you sent your superpowers into the Dragon Empire and appeared before me, you were declaring war on me? Don't worry, they don't need to come, I will go to the Little Japanese Empire to find them." After Liu Yang finished speaking, he looked at Inoue and said, "Your father is a colonel in the Japanese Empire Navy, right? Thank you for your reminder. I will kill the colonel first when the time comes." You. Inoue never expected Liu Yang to be so arrogant and presumptuous. He originally thought that using his father's name could scare the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party was not afraid at all, and wanted to kill his father first. At this moment, Inoue seemed to have a bad premonition in his heart. Will my words bring unimaginable disaster to my father? After saying that, Liu Yang stretched out his hand and pinched Tauzi's delicate and smooth face, pouting her sexy and attractive cherry lips, and asked, "You are the strongest one here, and you should be their leader. Tell me why you are here, and maybe I can give you a quick death." Seeing Liu Yang's actions, Nakata next to him became excited again. "Let go of Captain Tauzi. Come at me if you dare." Nakata has had a crush on Momoko for a long time. Unfortunately, his strength is not as strong as Tauzi's, so he has always been a little inferior and dare not confess his feelings. Now seeing that the powerful and arrogant Captain Tauzi was actually being insulted by Liu Yang by pinching his face, Nakata felt like dying. He hated that he was too weak. "I hate myself for not being able to protect my goddess Tauzi." This feeling of powerlessness made him feel hopeless and he fell into endless despair. He could only shout loudly beside himself. Liu Yang turned to look at the excited Nakata and said, "Oh, you seem very excited. Well, let me ask you, as long as you are willing to tell the truth, maybe I can release your Captain Tauzi." Nakata said quickly, "I'll tell you. As long as you promise to release Captain Tauzi, I'll tell you anything." Hearing what Nakata said, Momoko immediately shouted, "Nakata! What do you want to do? Do you want to betray the Empire?" "Captain! I just want to protect you. I can't protect the Empire, I just want to protect you. Even if I have to exchange my life for yours, I'm willing to do it. What Empire justice, what samurai spirit, I don't care about anything, I just want you to be alive." As Nakata spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. The big man with a stubble on his face cried like a tearful man. "This is a dog licker. All the bootlickers are the same no matter which country they are from. Dogs are the most spineless and weakest species." Liu Yang watched from the side with a look of contempt, and then asked, "Can you tell me now?" Nakata asked, "Are you sure? Will you let Captain Tauzi go if I tell you?" Liu Yang nodded and said, "Sure." Nakata said, "Okay. I say. We are all survivors sent by the Little Japanese Empire. Our team is specifically looking for the number one on the heavenly ranking, Liu Yang, that is, your whereabouts. After we find you, we will immediately report to the headquarters, and then unite all the teams to kill you. There are 19 other search teams and one headquarters in the Dragon Empire now. Lu Yang showed a thoughtful look, and then asked, "Are the strengths of your search teams similar to yours? What about the strength of the headquarters?" Nakata said, "The search team is indeed about the same strength as us, but the main team is composed of all the supernatural beings on the heavenly ranking. A total of 5 supernatural beings within the top 200 on the heavenly ranking. The leader of the heavenly rankings is ranked in the top 10. Add to that the strength of the other 19 search teams. No matter how strong you are, you can never be our opponent." Nakata had heard that the strength of the top 200 psychics on the heavenly ranking were actually similar. Because the psychic who ranked more than 100th on the heavenly ranking in the Little Sun Empire passed the 10th level of the stone tablet, and Ragami Yamada, who ranked first on the heavenly ranking, also reached the 10th level. The reason why they have different rankings is just because of the different clearance times. In other words, the 10th level is already the limit for the heavenly ranking psychics. They even thought that Lu Yang had only passed the 10th level, but in a faster time. Maybe only 1 minute faster than General Higashi. How big can this difference in strength be? As long as they are among the top 200 psychics on the heavenly ranking, the difference in strength is actually not that big. There is even a saying that there is a conflict of attributes between people with different abilities. For example, if a psychic with fire attributes encounters a psychic with water attributes, if their strengths are similar, the psychic with fire attributes will be at a disadvantage. This situation can only be reversed if the fire-attributed mutant is much stronger than the water-attributed one. This is the attribute restraint. Therefore, even if you are ranked first on the heavenly ranking, you are not invincible. In the opinion of Nakata and others, the 5 players ranked in the top 200 of the heavenly ranking can definitely defeat the number 1 player on the heavenly ranking. How could they have imagined that Lu Yang was a player who had cleared 100 levels and had not yet reached the upper limit? If the difficulty of each level increases, it only increases the number of zombies. Lu Yang will have no problem clearing 1,000 levels. Lu Yang sneered, "Just 5 heavenly ranking psychics, you dare to cause trouble to me. You people from the Little Sun Empire are still as arrogant as before." After saying that, he touched Tauzi's tender face, picked up Tauzi, who had been frozen stiff, and walked to the next room. When Nakata saw this, he became anxious and shouted, "Hey, what do you want to do? I have told you everything I know. You should keep your promise and release Captain Tauzi. Let Captain Tauzi go." Lu Yang shook his head and said, "I have to say, although you are hateful, you, the so-called captain, are still pretty. Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't use you ruthlessly?" Nakata gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it. You are dishonest. You clearly said that as long as I tell you the information, you will release Captain Tauzi." Lu Yang sneered, "Haha, integrity. Do I need to be honest with you guys from the little Japanese empire? Just listen carefully outside the door and see how I bully your captain." Nakata was almost going crazy, and he yelled, "Asshole, let Captain Tauzi go. You can kill him or chop him up as you like, just let Captain Tauzi go." Lu Yang said, "Who would be honest with the people of your little Japanese empire?" "Ah. Aha." Behind him, Nakata's desperate cry came. In the room, Lu Yang threw Tauzi directly onto the bed. "I have to say that this woman from the Japanese empire does look good. She has that kind of gentle and cute appearance, and there is even a bit of white and red baby fat on her face, which makes people want to pinch her just by looking at her. Moreover, the opponent is less than 1.6 meters tall. In front of Lu Yang, who is 1.85 meters tall, he looks like a child. You can definitely hold it up with one hand. This is different from the tall and plump women in Lu Yang's base. This peach belongs to the little lowly type." Tauzi, who was thrown on the bed, had a somewhat panicked expression on her face. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even move a finger. She could only say to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, you are the strongest person on the heavenly ranking. I believe you will abide by the spirit of Bushido. I am a samurai, please don't insult me. Please let me die with dignity and give me a quick death." After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang sneered and said, "Dignity. Before the apocalypse, I already understood a truth, that is, only the strong are worthy of talking about dignity, because dignity is not something that can be begged for, but something that one has to fight for." Bang. Lu Yang slapped Tauzi on the face. A red mark instantly appeared on her fair little face. Towsy groaned, gritting her teeth to endure the severe pain and not letting herself scream. Because she knew that there were 4 team members outside the door at this moment. If she shouted out, they would definitely hear it. How embarrassed would she be as the captain? No, you absolutely cannot shout. But even though Towsy held back and only uttered a muffled groan, Nakata, who was outside the door, went crazy after hearing it. He screamed even more painfully, "Ah! Kill me, kill me!" At this moment, his entire expression was distorted by pain and he wished he could commit suicide immediately, but he couldn't even do it now. In the room. Seeing Towsy gritting her teeth and enduring, Lu Yang said, "As expected of a strongman on the Earth ranking, you are quite patient. But don't worry, this is just the beginning. I said I would let your licking dog hear your screams, and I will definitely do it," Lu Yang said as he continued to act. He walked straight towards Towsy and pushed her down. I have to say that this woman of a young age is really pretty. It can be said that she is a peerless beauty chosen by everyone. Not only does she have extremely delicate facial features, but she also has a perfect figure. Although she is not very tall, she has a unique petite beauty. Now she was unable to move and was thrown into the room by Lu Yang. You can imagine what terrible things will happen next. This not only made Towsy feel scared, but also a little shy. Before invading the Dragon Empire, she did think that she would encounter super powerful people from the Dragon Empire and would have a fierce battle with them. She might even die in the Dragon Empire, and she was mentally prepared for all this. But he didn't expect that the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Lu Yang, would be so unethical. Not only does he not want to give me a quick death, he even wants to humiliate me. This kind of behavior does not show the demeanor of a strong person at all. There is absolutely no chivalry in him. She whispered in despair, "Don't do this. Just give me a quick death and stop insulting me. What good will this do you? As a super strong person, you don't have the temperament of a strong person. A real strong person would not insult his enemy, let alone do anything despicable. They only think about becoming stronger. People like you will never become truly strong." Lu Yang sneered and said, "Haha, you have never been a strongman, so how do you know what a strongman thinks? Do you think it is possible? I mean, it is possible that the more I indulge myself, the stronger I will become." Nakata felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. Inoue said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, it's really annoying. If I can move a finger, I would have killed you long ago." Wow. That's Captain Momoko. Captain Momoko is being tortured. Weya. Nakata, with a face full of stubble, started crying. Looking at Nakata's cowardly look, Jinzhang cursed fiercely. "You're crying for your mother. You idiot, just for a woman, you actually betrayed the Empire and revealed all the information about our team. You are a traitor to our little Japanese Empire, a sinner for all eternity, you Japanese traitor. How dare you cry?" Woo woo woo. The bearded man, Nakata, kept crying. Especially Nakata, he gritted his teeth and screamed continuously, his teeth were almost broken. His face was covered with tears and his nose was running. He kept shouting at the door. "Ah! Captain Towsy, my Captain Towsy. Lu Yang. Let Captain Towsy go. Let her go. That's my goddess. Ah!" Under Lu Yang's threat, Towsy volunteered to be his girlfriend. At this time, Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other person to be your girlfriend and obtaining a new superpower, Soul Chain. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was excited. Finally got a new power. Now that he had successfully branched out from a master on the Earth list and immediately acquired new superpowers, he became even more certain of his guess. Maybe from now on, only by having children with people with special abilities can we get better rewards. Then the more powerful the psychic, the better the reward. However, the number of people with superpowers is still very small, and there is not even one person with superpowers among 100 people. Then the strength of a third-level zombie can probably correspond to that of a second-level mutant. If you really can't find a superpower to support yourself, can you settle for a level 3 zombie? In a distant parallel world, there is a celebrity named Einstein who once said that if you can run around a tree at the speed of light, you will be able to hit your own butt. Although Liu Yang has not reached the speed of light, using the zombie control skill seems to be able to achieve the effect of almost supporting himself. Oh no. What was I thinking? Now is not the time to think about these things. Liu Yang shook his head and pulled his thoughts back from the speed of light hitting his butt. I quickly checked the properties of this new ability. After all, the last time Liu Yang acquired new superpowers was more than half a month ago. It has been so long since he last experienced this that Liu Yang almost forgot the thrill. If other people with special abilities heard his idea, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Can't you stand not getting any new superpowers for half a month? Did you know that other people with special powers only have one special power in their lifetime? Even most of the awakened abilities are not combat-related, and some even have very strong side effects. People like Liu Yang, who possess several superpowers, are simply outliers among outliers. Liu Yang checked the properties of the new ability. Soul Chain, Level 1. Place your finger on the opponent's forehead for 5 minutes to cast the Soul Chain on the opponent. Once the casting is successful, the opponent will become your servant. Requirements for use: only when your mental strength is greater than your opponent's can you succeed. Wow, this skill is awesome. After reading the instructions, Liu Yang was completely excited. Being able to directly control the opponent's soul and make him your servant is simply too powerful. Originally, he planned to kill the peach after using it, but now that he has this special power, he doesn't have to kill it anymore. However, this ability is not without limitations. First of all, your mental strength must be greater than that of the other party in order to succeed. Secondly, you must place your fingers on the other party's eyebrows for 5 minutes in order to succeed. These 5 minutes is a hidden condition. Not only does your mental strength need to be greater than that of the opponent, but your strength also needs to be greater than that of the opponent. If you don't subdue the other person first, who would let you put a finger on your forehead for 5 minutes? However, these two requirements are not a problem for Liu Yang. His mental strength is 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the strength of a level 15 psychic. And now, the highest level psychic he has ever encountered is only level 2. Not to mention the strength. Liu Yang's freezing ability is the best control skill. He can freeze people with just a glance. Paired with this soul chain, it is a perfect match. Liu Yang walked towards Taozi with a sneer. Seeing Liu Yang approaching her, Taozi, who had just regained some strength, showed a look of fear on her face again. She pleaded. Don't come over here. Harmonious deletion. Seeing Liu Yang walking towards her and extending 2 fingers, Taozi was completely scared. She said to Liu Yang in horror, Don't come over here, what do you want to do to me? Liu Yang walked towards her slowly. Seeing Liu Yang getting closer and closer, Taozi wanted to escape, but then she couldn't move. Her eyes were full of panic, her eye sockets were filled with tears, and her face was full of despair. Then Liu Yang placed his finger directly on her forehead. Huh. Taozi was stunned. After finally waiting for it to be over, he saw Liu Yang walking towards him with his finger raised. Naturally, he was very scared, but now he realized that Liu Yang just put his finger on his forehead, so he felt relieved. She asked Liu Yang curiously, What do you want to do? Why do you put your finger on my forehead? Liu Yang said, You will know in a moment. I will turn all of you little bastards into my servants. Taozi shouted, You are dreaming. Either you kill me, or I will never submit to you. Not to mention becoming your servant. Taozi and others have all received professional training and brainwashing from the Japanese Empire. Deep down in her heart, the interests of the Japanese Empire are more important than her personal interests. In order to protect the interests of Sherry's empire, she is even willing to sacrifice her own life. Liu Yang smiled and said, I hope you can still be so stubborn in 5 minutes. Humph. Taozi snorted coldly. 5 minutes later, Liu Yang received a prompt from the system, Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully performing the soul chain. The psychic Taozi has become your most loyal servant. After receiving this hint, Taozi's expression changed instantly. She was no longer stubborn as at the beginning, but became submissive instead. Just by looking at her eyes, Liu Yang could tell that she had been completely conquered by him. Liu Yang immediately released the frozen restraints on Taozi and ordered her, Kneel down. Bang. Taozi knelt down in front of Liu Yang. Seeing this reaction, Lu Yang was very satisfied. It's worthy of being called a soul chain. This is the ability to directly control the soul. No matter how stubborn this peach is, once the magic is successful, it will become his loyal servant. Very good, then it's time to use the skill on those people outside the door. Then Lu Yang started walking towards the door. Squeak. The door opened and Lu Yang walked out. Outside the door, Nakata, Inoue, and others were shocked. Seeing Lu Yang come out was like seeing the devil coming to the world. Captain Tauzi has been tortured, so is it my turn next? Nakata cried out in tears, damn it. How dare you do that to Captain Tauzi? Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Captain Tauzi, my Captain Tauzi. Woo woo. As soon as he finished scolding, Tauzi came out of the room. The expression was very submissive. Seeing Tauzi become like this, he became even more angry and shouted. Captain. Captain Peach. What happened to you? Was your leg broken by this damn guy? After listening to Nakata's words, Tauzi's eyes suddenly turned cold. She glanced at him coldly and said, shut up. Trash. Can you scold Master Lu Yang? Ah. Nakata was stunned, his mouth wide open, and he stood there. Captain Tauzi actually called himself a waste. Still calling Lu Yang sir. Did I hear that right? Captain Tauzi actually called Lu Yang sir. After this guy ravaged Captain Peach, he actually tamed Captain Peach. What is his charm? How on earth did he do that? You have to know that Tauzi is a super powerful person ranked in the top 200 of the Earth list. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a genius girl. She has always been trained as an important talent in the Empire. Her feelings and loyalty to the Empire are absolutely real. But that's how it was, a woman who was loyal to the Empire, after entering the room with Lu Yang, actually started calling Lu Yang sir a few hours later. This completely shattered the three views of Nakata and others. What kind of abilities does this supernatural being from the Dragon Empire named Lu Yang have? It was amazing that Captain Tauzi was willing to do this wholeheartedly. They can't imagine it. I just felt like something in my heart was broken. Especially Nakata, looking at his goddess, he actually became Lu Yang's servant at this moment. He couldn't even utter an angry word, he felt like his heart was broken. Looking at the angry and surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Yang sneered. He said to them, this is the result of invading our Dragon Empire. Next, it's your turn. Harmonious deletion. Nakata shouted to Lu Yang. Damn it. Lu Yang. What on earth did you do to Captain Tauzi? Captain Tauzi will never betray us or the Empire. You must have used an illusion on her. That's why she became like this. You are such a filthy psychic. Before Lu Yang could say anything, Tauzi, who was lying on the ground, had already spoken. He cursed at Nakata, shut up. You piece of shit. I don't allow you to talk about the master like that. Captain Tauzi, you. Nakata, who was furious just now, was instantly speechless after being scolded by Tauzi. He opened his mouth but could not utter a word. He never expected that Captain Tauzi would actually help the people from the Dragon Empire to scold him. The grievance and anger of being insulted in public by the goddess rolled and swelled in Nakata's heart, and it felt like his heart was about to burst. Pain. It hurt so much. Nakata felt that his life had lost all meaning and he wished he could die right now. Lu Yang showed a smug expression and said, look, you can't say that I forced her, right? Why don't you just do the same as your captain and join me directly? Inoue spat and said, bah. My father is a Navy colonel. If you don't let me go, you will die sooner or later. Really? Lu Yang's face turned cold. Then he looked directly at Inoue and slowly clenched his hands. Ka. As Lu Yang's hands moved, the ice wrapped around Jing Shang and his body began to slowly shrink, squeezing his body as if to crush it. Ah! Inoue began to scream continuously. Every cell in his body seemed to be crushed and emitted unbearable pain. The bones also began to slowly break and shatter, piercing into the muscles and even directly piercing the skin, exposing the whiteness in the transparent ice. However, As Lu Yang continued to tighten his hands, the hard bones began to break. The intense pain made Inoue scream, "Ah! It hurts. My body hurts so much. Help, Dad, help. I was wrong. Big brother, please forgive me. I will do whatever you tell me to do." However, Lu Yang did not stop. He began to clench his hands. Ah! Inoue felt like his body was about to be crushed into a heap. Bang! A crisp sound. The ice cube shrank into a ball in an instant, and the well wrapped in it was also compressed into a pool of blood in an instant. Bones, muscles, hair, skin, all turned into a mass and merged into the ice. Not only was there no complete body left, but not even a single complete cell was left. Lu Yang said calmly, "Noisy. I hate people who like to shout the most." The three remaining psychics were speechless. Nakata, who had originally wanted to die, began to shut up. They were indeed not afraid of death, but they did not expect that Inoue would die so tragically. Watching my body being slowly crushed into a pool of blood, with every cell being flattened, is even more terrifying than lying in front of a steamroller and being crushed by it. They don't want to die like this. Oh. Now you know how to be quiet, right? Very good, then it's your turn next. Lu Yang walked towards the three remaining survivors step by step. The three men immediately showed horrified expressions on their faces, and asked tremblingly, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here." However, Lu Yang had already placed his finger on the other person's brow. Soon, these three people were also subjected to his soul chains. Finally, the three of them knelt on the ground and said to Lu Yang respectfully, "Master, please give me your orders." Lu Yang was very happy looking at these four superpowers from the Japanese Empire who had now become his dogs. Peaches can be used to branch out. The other three male psychics will also have their roles. This scene has dumbfounded Lin Dong and others nearby. With just one move, Boss Lu Yang actually subdued all these people with special abilities. Even kneeling on the ground and calling master. This is too powerful. You know, the Japanese Empire is the best at brainwashing, and their troops are the craziest and most perverted troops. There is even a very famous suicide squad. Under the brainwashing of the Empire, they would even sacrifice their lives without hesitation as long as it was for the benefit of the Empire. Even ordinary people have such a will, let alone those with special powers. The willpower of a psychic is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. But now, these people have actually surrendered to Lu Yang and become Lu Yang's dogs. Isn't this too incredible? At this time, Lu Yang said to Lin Dong, "Gather everyone in the base. I have something to say." "Yes. Boss Lu Yang." Lin Dong nodded immediately. After seeing Lu Yang again, he no longer had the power to blow away and subdued these powerful psychics from the little Japanese Empire. It can be said that Lin Dong and others' admiration for Lu Yang has reached its peak. He is worthy of being the #1 king and the pride of the Dragon Empire. His strength is truly incredible. It took less than a day to avenge the brothers who died in the base. It really makes people feel at ease following such a boss. Half an hour later, Lin Dong came back and said to Lu Yang, "Boss, everyone has been gathered. You can talk now." Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay." Then he asked the 4 psychics from the small Japanese empire to crawl behind him and follow him out. Outside, the remaining 500 people in the base had gathered in the open space of the base. Although most of them were women, children, and the elderly, they had heard from Lin Dong and others that there was a super strong person coming to kill the invaders for them, and each of them had excitement on their face. When I saw Lu Yang coming out, there was a loud cheer from the crowd. Lu Yang raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. The cheers stopped immediately, and it seemed as if you could hear a pin drop throughout the entire base. Lu Yang then said, "My name is Lu Yang. The ones lying on the ground behind me are the little Japanese Empire's superpowers who invaded our Shenlong Empire. It was he who killed the leadership of this base. Now I have killed the culprit and tamed all his companions, turning them into my servants. Long live Lord Lu Yang. Long live Lord Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Lu Yang." When the whole crowd heard Lu Yang say this, it was as if they were ignited. Everyone cheered and the sound was deafening. They had heard long ago that the top leaders of the base had been killed, causing panic among the entire base, and many people even left the base to find a new shelter. Now that they saw someone killing the invaders for them, they were of course very excited. Lu Yang raised his hand again. Everyone fell silent again. So, starting from today, I am the boss of this base. I will customize new rules, and I hope everyone will abide by them. Otherwise, if someone does not abide by them, he will only have two choices, one is to leave the base, and the other is to die. Lu Yang continued. Welcome Boss Lu Yang. We will definitely follow the rules. If anyone doesn't follow the rules, we will be the first to disagree. The crowd continued to cheer. Who doesn't want to have a super strong person as the boss of the base? With such a strong man in charge, who would dare to invade this base in the future? Originally, 4 of their psychics were killed, and the entire base had fallen into unprecedented weakness. Even a large number of strong men had left the base. Now another strongman has come to help them. They can rest assured in their future lives. So no one had any objections, and everyone welcomed Lu Yang with great joy. After doing all this, Lu Yang said a few words to Lin Dong. He also left a lot of potatoes in the base and asked him to distribute them to the survivors at 50 kilograms per person for planting. After all, only by growing food can we achieve sustainable development. Only then can we give these survivors more hope. Now it is the early stage of the apocalypse, and food can still be collected outside, but as time goes by, the food outside will become less and less, and it will become more and more difficult to collect. The zombies are also getting stronger, and you may encounter great danger once you leave the base. Therefore, we must find a way to make them self-sufficient. Looking at the mountains of potatoes in the warehouse, Lin Dong, Ergu, and others beside Lu Yang were stunned. He never thought that Lu Yang actually possessed so many resources. Lin Dong said in disbelief, Boss Lu Yang. You really want to let me distribute all these potatoes? Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has never seen so many resources. The preciousness of these resources can be said to be worth thousands of lives. I'm afraid countless people will go crazy for these resources. But Lu Yang gave it all to me to distribute. Doesn't this just show that Lu Yang has absolute trust in me? Lin Dong was flattered by such trust. Lu Yang said, Of course, you will be fully responsible for the base after the assignment. I will only come back occasionally to take a look at various matters, big or small. But everyone must follow the rules I set, and anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be thrown out of the base. Do you understand? I understand. We must abide by the rules set by Boss Lu Yang. Lin Dong nodded quickly. Lu Yang continued to ask, in addition, if there are survivors who want to join this base, we will accept them all and give them potato seeds. As long as they abide by the rules, they can integrate into this base. No problem. Lin Dong said sincerely. This is what they have always done. When new survivors are encountered, they will be absorbed into the base, because the base will be stronger only when there are more people in it. Lu Yang added, if you meet beautiful survivors, assign them a place to live. Although Lin Dong was puzzled, he nodded, no problem, boss. After explaining a few more things to Lin Dong, Lu Yang finally waved his hand at them and said, Okay, start distributing the potatoes and register them properly. After a year, remember to ask them to return the 200 kilograms. Okay, boss. Lin Dong and others nodded, and then left. Lu Yang looked at the little Japanese Empire's superpowers and said to them, You three, I have a mission for you, what you do next. After explaining the mission, he said to Taozi, Come with me. You are a top-ranked superpower on the Earth ranking. You are quite powerful, and you are a woman. Come with me so that you can protect my woman. No second men will live in Lu Yang's villa area. But among his women, only Baihu and Chen Dan have become superpowers, the others have not yet awakened. Therefore, a strong person is needed to protect her, and Taozi is a good candidate. She has the strength of the Earth ranking. Ordinary psychics and level 3 zombies are no match for her. With her in the villa area, Lu Yang can feel much more at ease. Moreover, the Japanese Empire invaded other places for 3 purposes, to steal money, to steal land, and to steal women. As for the small Japanese empire, Liu Yang can use their own method to give them a taste of their own medicine. The same goes for robbing them of their money, land, and women. When Liu Yang's strength has increased enough, he doesn't mind going to the Little Sun Empire in person to let them know how tragic the price of invading the Dragon Empire is. At that time, all the men will die, and the women will stay, using Liu Yang's excellent genes to transform their despicable genes. Yes, Master. Taozi nodded respectfully. The other 3 psychics from the Little Sun Empire left. Liu Yang, taking Taozi, took off directly in front of all the survivors of base number 2 and rushed towards the villa area at supersonic speed. Seeing Liu Yang making a sonic boom in the sky, all the survivors at base 2 widened their eyes and couldn't help but sigh. The new boss Liu Yang is flying so fast. Is his speed faster than an airplane? That's right. This strength is too strong, no wonder he was able to subdue those survivors of the Little Sun Empire in an instant. I heard that boss Liu Yang seems to be number 1 on the list of superpowers, which means he is number 1 in the world. There is no superpower stronger than him in the whole world. Really? Who said that? I heard Brother Lin Dong and Brother Ergo say this when they were chatting. Isn't this too strong? You are worthy of being our boss Liu Yang. Following boss Liu Yang in the future will truly bring honor to our family. That's awesome. Even Lin Dong, a superpower, couldn't help but sigh with envy when he saw Liu Yang leaving in such a graceful manner. Boss Liu Yang is so handsome. I envy him so much, I wish I could fly too. Ergo shook his head and said, don't be envious. Really. If you don't have some strength, it's better not to fly around. It doesn't feel that good. When he recalled the feeling of being held by Liu Yang's neck and flying in the sky at supersonic speed, he still felt a little scared. He even felt his stomach churning and wanted to vomit. Whether it feels good or not is secondary, being handsome is the most important thing. Lin Dong said casually. The other side. A minute later, Liu Yang had returned to the villa area. When Liu Yang brought Taozi into the villa, all the women looked at Taozi with curiosity. What a beautiful woman. There is also a unique temperament. It looks as light and nimble as a little deer. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Only Chen Dan and Bai who can display this kind of agility, and they are obviously psychics at first glance. Because even the basic attributes of a first-level psychic are twice that of an ordinary human, and every one of their actions reveals their difference from ordinary people. More agile, faster and more precise. Even the walking posture can be seen at a glance. Therefore, the moment they saw Taozi, they could determine that Taozi was actually a very powerful psychic, even more powerful than the white fox. For a moment, the girls felt a little nervous. They have never been with such a strong girl. Liu Yang looked at everyone's expressions and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, this is Taozi, a supernatural being from the little Japanese empire. She is now my new follower and I am her master. In the future, she will get along with everyone in the villa, and when danger comes, she will rush to the front to protect everyone's safety." A supernatural being from the Little Sun Empire. Rush to the front when encountering danger to protect everyone's safety. Everyone was stunned after hearing Liu Yang's words. They also didn't expect that only a month after the apocalypse, the supernatural beings from the Little Sun Empire had already arrived in the Dragon Empire. And judging from Liu Yang's description, it is obvious that this guy should be the invader and Liu Yang's enemy, but he was subdued by Liu Yang. So in the villa area, she could not become the hostess and could only play the role of a bodyguard. Just when everyone was shocked, Taozi spoke. She said in broken Chinese, "Hello everyone, my name is Taozi, Liu Yang is my master, I will protect him and those around him, even if it means sacrificing my life." The girls were a little surprised when they heard what Kong Tao said. Liu Yang is her master. Even at the cost of his life, he must protect Liu Yang and those around him. Oh my god. What's up with this supernatural being from the Japanese Empire? Has he really been completely tamed by Liu Yang? They looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. Could it be that Liu Yang's muscles are really so strong that they can even conquer people from the Japanese Empire? It is indeed like an 8-4 scale. Who doesn't know that the imperialist spirit of the Japanese Empire has already penetrated into the minds of every one of its citizens? Invading and conquering the Dragon Empire is even their historical mission. Although they fail every time, they still keep working hard to fulfill their evil ambitions. Every citizen has been brainwashed by them. But now, Taozi, such a super strong person, was actually conquered by Liu Yang's thing. I have to say, Liu Yang is really awesome. The girls looked at Liu Yang's face with admiration. They had entered Liu Yang's room and had experienced Liu Yang's power. But now it seems that Liu Yang should be stronger now, otherwise, how could he make all the superpowers of the Little Sun Empire loyal to him? If Liu Yang knew what these women were thinking, he would probably be speechless. Who uses that thing to conquer the enemy? Can the enemies conquered by that thing be trusted? Not to mention others, even Liu Yang himself can't trust it. To conquer the enemy, you must use tough measures and use supernatural powers. Liu Yang can only truly trust enemies who are truly controlled by their souls. After finishing his meal with everyone, Liu Yang returned to his room to rest. I started thinking about future issues in my mind. Although the zombies are evolving very quickly, the IQ of level 3 zombies is still not comparable to that of humans. Therefore, the biggest threat to humans is still other people with special powers. Now that he has been ranked first on the heavenly ranking, he has been targeted by countries all over the world. Even the Little Sun Empire has sent people with special abilities to come to his side. I'm afraid that more and more troubles will come to me. Liu Yang thought about it. I think that although my ability is already very strong, it should still be improved a little bit to be safer. He looked at his own supernatural power advancement scroll. When he got it, he thought there was no need to use it because the zombies and mutants around him could not pose a threat to him. But now, he felt that he could improve it. After all, those psychics from the Little Sun Empire had threatened him before, saying that there was some ancient race with a legacy that seemed to be superior to psychics. If there really is such a super strong person, Liu Yang doesn't want to be killed. Therefore, constantly improving himself is the top priority. As for which superpower to advance, Liu Yang had already made the decision, which was his most important offensive superpower, freezing. The freezing power is very useful, whether you are using ice needles to attack headshots, using ice shields to defend against attacks, or using full-body ice armor to protect yourself, or wrapping the enemy in ice to control the enemy's actions. Therefore, advancing this skill should be the most effective way to improve yourself. As for other things like dark spaces and future virus defense, Liu Yang, who controls the zombies, feels that they are of little use. Make a decision. Liu Yang said to the system, use the ability advancement scroll. Advanced ability, freezing control. Soon, Liu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the power has been successfully advanced. Obtain the advanced power, Eternal Freeze. Liu Yang checked the system instructions. Eternal Freeze. Level 8, the host's freezing ability becomes faster, the range becomes larger, and the ice becomes harder. At the same time, the ice you control will become Eternal Ice, and will never melt unless you thaw it yourself. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was stunned. The freezing skill evolved into Eternal Freezing. Freeze faster, freeze farther, freeze harder. And it never melts. Judging from the literal meaning, it doesn't seem very strong. Liu Yang tried it. He moved his mind slightly, and an ice knife immediately appeared in his hand. He flicked the ice skates with his fingers, and there was a metallic sound. Liu Yang felt the vibration coming from his fingers and found that these ice cubes were indeed a little different. The ice created by Eternal Freeze is harder than any previous ice created. In the past, when he attacked zombies with his ice needles, the moment the ice pierced the zombies' heads, it would instantly explode and turn into countless ice crystals. But if we use the current Eternal Freezing, the ice needle piercing the zombie's head probably won't cause any damage. We only need to create one ice needle, and we can control it to pierce the heads of countless zombies. And if you create ice armor and ice shield, you no longer need to use mental power to maintain the frozen state, because it will never melt. This can also save you a lot of mental energy. But in the end it still feels a bit off. Liu Yang took the ice knife and wanted to test its power, so he swung it at the glass on the table. Brush! The ice knife pierced through the glass in an instant. The glass didn't move at all, but it was split into two, as if the ice knife had penetrated it and it hadn't reacted yet. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's eyes widened and he was shocked. What is going on? This ice blade feels comparable to the black light sword. In order to test it again, Liu Yang stabbed directly into the concrete wall. Brush. The ice blade instantly sank into the wall. It's like inserting it into tofu, there is no resistance at all. Liu Yang said in surprise. Wow, it's actually that awesome. Doesn't that mean that after my freezing skill evolves into eternal freezing, I can create unlimited abilities comparable to the black light sword? And the ice created by eternal freezing will never melt. This means that the ice blades he made will always exist and will not melt over time. Liu Yang looked at the black light sword next to him, shook his head and said, "This old friend has only been with me for a short time. He may retire soon." He picked up the Kurokotachi in one hand and the ice blade he made in the other. Said, "It's time to test how hard my eternal ice is." The two knives clashed together in an instant. Bite. A sharp metallic sound was heard from inside the room. Then the black sword broke with a sound. Seeing this scene, even Liu Yang was shocked. The ice blade he made was actually harder and stronger than the Kuroko katana. The black sword that Liu Yang had treated like a lover had now been broken into two pieces. There was no expression of regret on Liu Yang's face, but instead a look of excitement. There is a saying that goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. If the previous Kurokotachi was a beautiful lover, but now, facing the power of eternal freezing, she is far inferior. If I really have to make an analogy, the black sword from before would only be a fast food for Liu Yang, doing nothing but chopping zombies. But the eternal freeze can allow Liu Yang to play various instruments and sing, which can meet Liu Yang's various needs. It is almost like a one-stop service. Not only can it transform into a weapon to chop zombies, it can also serve as a shield for Liu Yang, it can serve as armor for Liu Yang, it can control the enemy, and it can do much more than the black sword. So even if the Kuroko katana was cut in half, Liu Yang didn't feel any regret. Blacklight, you were indeed very strong before, but now the version has changed and you haven't upgraded. Who can you blame? Liu Yang looked at the intact frozen sword in his hand. With a thought, the sword instantly shattered into ice crystals and scattered in the air. And when you want to use it, it can be condensed into something with just a thought. This is much more convenient than carrying a knife with you. Liu Yang thought for a moment and said, "The ability of eternal freezing is really good. It's like I have the ability to infinitely create weapons sharper than the black light sword. And it won't melt and can be preserved forever. It seems that when I have time, I have to make one for each of my women." Then Liu Yang thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "I have the ability to control ice. If I wrap my entire body in ice to form a frozen armor, and then control the ice to fly, does that mean I can fly without relying on the power of the dark cloak?" When he thought of this, Liu Yang became excited. He had seen people discuss before, how did Magneto fly? Some people say that Magneto is wearing iron underwear, some say that there is iron plate on the soles of Magneto's feet, and some say that Magneto relies on the helmet on his head to move his entire body. There are many different opinions, each one more outrageous than the other. Now that Liu Yang can wrap his entire body in ice to form an ice armor, and then control the frozen flight, doesn't that mean he can also fly at high speeds? Liu Yang had a thought. Ka. The ice quickly wrapped around Liu Yang's entire body, forming a frozen armor. This layer of frozen armor is very thin and transparent, and it cannot be seen unless you look carefully. But the hardness of eternal ice is higher than that of diamond. Just this thin layer is enough to withstand the attack of bullets. The attacks of ordinary psychics pose no threat to Liu Yang. Soon Liu Yang completed wrapping the frozen armor, and then he moved his mind again, and the whole person actually flew up. Liu Yang also showed an excited expression on his face. "I didn't expect that I could actually fly. But it does consume a lot of mental energy, and I need to concentrate. Moreover, the speed at which I control freezing is faster than that of the dark cloak. A small ice needle can surpass the power of a rifle. The flying speed of an ice needle is at least twice that of a rifle. And the speed of a rifle bullet can reach 800 meters per second, which means the speed of the ice needle can reach at least 1,600 meters per second. If I can control my flying speed, can't I reach 1,600 meters per second?" Liu Yang opened the window, flew into the sky, and then flew towards the distance at full speed. As he guessed, his speed had reached nearly 3 times that of the dark cloak. 1,600 meters per second, that's 4 times the speed of sound. And there is no cooldown period. As long as you have enough mental strength, you can use it unlimitedly. It's simply invincible. Lu Yang was flying at a very fast speed in the sky, and he became more and more excited as he flew. The dark cloak fluttered behind him, but it had no effect because his flight no longer depended on the cloak. However, the flying ability of the dark cloak does not only grant me the ability to fly, it can even grant the flying ability to things I touch. This is why I was able to tow a bus and fly without any effort. If I use the freezing ability to drive the bus to fly, the mental energy consumed will be huge. I am afraid that I will be exhausted before flying for a while. So the dark cloak still has its use. For example, when I need to fly with heavy objects. Dark cloak is much more useful than frozen flight. Lu Yang hovered over the sky city in the villa area, overlooking the entire villa area. Looking at the wall of the villa area, Lu Yang had another idea in his mind. The wall of the villa area is only a few meters high. For high-level zombies and psychics, it is just a decoration and they can jump in with just one leap. So Lu Yang felt that he needed to raise the height of the wall a little bit. He stood in midair and waved his hand downwards. Brush. Ka-ka-ka. The eternal ice began to freeze on the wall, wrapping the entire wall, and then continued to rise, not stopping until it reached a height of 50 meters. As a result, the entire villa complex was surrounded by a transparent 50-meter-high ice block. These ice cubes are harder than diamonds and very smooth. Even level 3 zombies cannot climb up. It's so much stronger than the previous wall. Moreover, it is transparent and will not affect the lighting of the villas. It looks crystal clear and very high-end. With the protection of this hard, transparent ice wall, Lu Yang's villa area is finally no longer afraid of zombie invasion. After doing all this, Lu Yang returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang's face was full of smiles. I didn't expect that after the freezing ability was advanced, it would become so powerful. Lu Yang can now wrap himself in ice armor and fly at a speed of 4 times the speed of sound. You can use the freezing power to make weapons that are even sharper and harder than the black light sword, and they won't melt. You can also use the freezing power to build a 50-meter-high wall to protect the villa area. With Taozi, a powerful psychic who ranks high on the Earth list, and the 50-meter-high wall, the villa area can be said to be impregnable. This made Lu Yang feel a lot more at ease. Lu Yang is looking forward to what kind of reward he will get for 30 kills in a row. The ability advancement scroll obtained by 20 consecutive kills has greatly improved my strength. Maybe I can get even better rewards by getting 30 consecutive kills. By then, my strength will be able to reach a higher level. Those days when you said that one person cannot fight against an entire empire. Lu Yang is going to slap them hard in the face. Wait until your strength has improved enough. A mere small Japanese empire can be destroyed with a single move. The next day, Lu Yang got up and went downstairs refreshed. As soon as I went downstairs, I found that the girls were already busy in the kitchen. Lu Yang went over and saw that it was Taozi, who was cooking in the kitchen. Even Lu Yang was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this supernatural person from the Little Life Empire could actually cook. Lu Yang had never eaten Japanese food before. After all, in peacetime, Japanese food seems to symbolize high-end. Ordinary people can't afford it. Moreover, those Japanese food were made by ordinary chefs and were not authentic Japanese food from the Little Japan Empire at all. Now that he can try authentic Japanese food, Lu Yang is looking forward to it. So he also walked into the kitchen and took a look. The person who discovered He Yushur was also in the kitchen watching Taozi working. Obviously, they are also very curious about how Japanese food is made. This made Taozi feel a little embarrassed. Her pretty face turned red and she said, "Everyone, please stop looking at me like that. I'm so nervous that I don't know what to do next." He Yushur said, it's okay, we are just learning it. You don't have to be nervous." Zhao Lina also said, yes. We just want to learn your cooking skills." Su Xiao said, "Are you afraid that we will steal your skills?" Don't be so stingy. Tauzi quickly shook her head and said, no, no. I just made simple sushi. If you want to learn, I can teach you. It's just that there are so many of you surrounding me, I'm a little nervous. Tauzi had just joined this villa yesterday and was not familiar with Yushur and the others. Therefore, she naturally felt a little uncomfortable being surrounded by so many people at this moment. The reason why she went into the kitchen early in the morning was because she wanted to prepare breakfast for Lu Yang before he got up. After all, she was Lu Yang's maid now, so naturally she had to take care of everything for Lu Yang. The function of the soul chain is that once it is successfully used, the other party will be wholeheartedly devoted to the master. This thought comes from the depths of the soul. It happened naturally. Lu Yang didn't need to ask for it actively. Tauzi would do her best for Lu Yang in every aspect. Soon Tauzi had prepared the sushi and brought it to the long table. Everyone quickly gathered around, and everyone was curious about this fresh Japanese food. Yushur picked up the first one and took a bite. An expression of surprise instantly appeared on his face. While chewing the food in his mouth, he said in a vague voice, "It's delicious, so delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious food in the end times. It's great." Tang Mengting also took a bite and said, "Yes, it's so delicious. I want to learn. Tauzi, you must teach me." "No problem," Tauzi said shyly. Faced with everyone's praise, her face immediately turned red. Chen Dan, Su Xiao and others also ate it, and they all praised it highly. They didn't expect that Tauzi was not only beautiful, but also a powerful psychic, and even had great cooking skills. Why are all the women Lu Yang looks for such top-notch quality? It really makes people feel a sense of crisis. At this time, Lu Yang also picked up a sushi and took a bite. There was a look of surprise on her face. "It's really delicious. Everyone, eat more. You are all pregnant now, so you need to supplement your nutrition." After saying this, a sly smile appeared on his face. The girls blushed and lowered their heads. Everyone finished their meal with laughter. Lu Yang said to Tauzi, "Tauzi, come to my room for a moment. I have something to ask you." Oh. Tauzi nodded quickly. Then he obediently followed Lu Yang and entered the room together. Seeing Tauzi being called into the room by Lu Yang, the other women showed some surprise expressions on their faces and began to discuss in a low voice. Yushur said, "Wow. They're going to do that right after dinner." Su Xiao said, "Lu Yang doesn't even wait for the food to be digested before exercising. Be careful of indigestion." Tang Mengting also said, that's right. Aren't you a little too impatient?" Chen Dan said, "Tauzi just made Japanese food for us. She has been busy in the kitchen for so long and didn't even give her a break." After hearing what Chen Dan said, Zhao Lina said, "This Tauzi is probably Lu Yang's captive, so he won't show any mercy to her. After all, it is the enemy of the Little Sun Empire that invaded our Dragon Empire. Even if they were conquered by Lu Yang, they would never reach our status." Zhang Jingyu nodded. What Lina said makes sense. And he is also a powerful psychic. Maybe Lu Yang will use unimaginable strength on her. We must listen carefully to see how powerful Lu Yang has become now. After all, we can't bear it. Zhou Kiki said, only a powerful psychic can withstand Lu Yang's current state, right? He has probably upgraded to a level 16 hurricane. Just like Sun Wukong, don't even think about taking it. Don't even think about taking it. If you touch that piece of iron, you'll die. If you bump into it, you'll die. If you get a little bruise on it, your skin will break. If you get a little rub, your muscles will get hurt. Wang Feifei said, then we can prick up our ears and listen carefully to how Lu Yang deals with this little woman. Wang Siki said, I think Lu Yang will beat the White Bone Demon 3 times tonight. At least he will make the White Bone Demon lose a layer of skin. Zhou Chuping nodded and said, I guess even women won't be able to get up tomorrow. White Fox said, it's not that exaggerated. Psychics recover very quickly. I also had a second fight with Lu Yang. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the White Fox with admiration and envy, saying, you are worthy of being the White Fox. Zhao Yuding, who was standing next to them, listened to everyone's discussing how powerful Lu Yang was and how fierce Lu Yang's storm was. Instead of feeling any fear in my heart, I felt full of longing. My breathing even quickened as I listened. Every woman here has been into Lu Yang's room and felt Lu Yang's power, but she herself has not experienced it. Every time Zhao Yuding heard them discussing Lu Yang, she was filled with curiosity and desire. Although each of them said that Lu Yang was very powerful and terrifying, their small bodies simply could not bear it. But women always say one thing and mean another. Although he said that Lu Yang was horrible, his face showed an expression of satisfaction and aftertaste. Looking at their expressions, it is hard to imagine that they are going through terrible things. I obviously long for it. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Yuding is even more curious about what kind of wonderful feeling she will experience when entering Lu Yang's room. It's a pity that she has lived in this villa for almost a month, and Lu Yang has not given her any hints, which makes Zhao Yuding completely at a loss as to what to do. As more and more people come into the villa area, my sense of existence seems to be getting lower and lower. I can't continue like this. You must find an opportunity to enter Lu Yang's room and seize the opportunity. The girls downstairs pricked up their ears, listening to the noise upstairs, but after a long time they still didn't hear Taozi's voice. There was a puzzled expression on everyone's face. He Yushir said with a puzzled look on her face, "What's going on?" Logically speaking, the show has already started, but there is no movement at all. Su Xiao also shook his head. He said, "Could it be that the powerful psychic is really that powerful? Under Lu Yang's powerful attack, he can actually make no sound at all." Zhang Jingyu said, "Then I also want to awaken quickly. If I awaken and become a superpower, then can I enter Lu Yang's room even if I am pregnant?" The White Fox said, "You wish. Unless you have a strong physique like me and the ability to heal, it is possible to try to enter Lu Yang's room while pregnant." Zhou Kiki said, "Sister Baihu, tell me, why is there no movement upstairs now?" The White Fox tilted his head and thought for a while, then finally shook his head and said, "How should I know? I am also a superpower, but I was not as quiet as Taozi at the beginning." Seeing that everyone was so confused, Zhao Lina said, Okay, don't worry about it anymore. I guess there won't be any trouble tonight, so let's just do what we need to do. Besides, what's so good about this kind of thing? You guys are addicted to eavesdropping." After hearing what Zhao Lina said, Wang Siki said, "Oh, you still have the nerve to say that. You were always the most excited when you heard it." Zhao Lina blushed and quickly denied, "Don't talk nonsense, I wasn't excited at all. And you see in our villa area, there are so many girls and only one boy, Lu Yang. Do you know what the idiom is to describe this? Use an idiom to describe it." All the girls showed puzzled expressions on their faces, and then tilted their heads to think. After a while, He Yushir's eyes lit up and said, "Could it be that the yin is stronger than the yang?" Zhao Lina shook her head. Zhou Kiki blushed and said, "There are too many monks and too little porridge, right?" Zhao Lina shook her head again. Su Xiao said, "You shouldn't ask for it, right?" Zhao Lina still shook her head. Qin Dan said, "Too many wolves and too little meat." Zhao Lina still shook her head. "So what do you think it is?" "We don't know." "That's right, don't keep us in suspense. What we said feels very appropriate, but you still say it's not. I don't believe you can come up with a more appropriate one, just tell me now." Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhao Lina smiled and said, "Hee, it's more likely to be bad than good." Everyone was stunned. "It's more dangerous than safe. What the hell? Can this describe the current situation?" Zhang Lina nodded affirmatively and said, "Of course, and it's very appropriate." Everyone tilted their heads and thought for a while, then everyone blushed. He Yushir even stretched out her hand and pinched Zhao Lina's tender arm, saying, "Oh, Lina, you are so dirty, so disgusting. Yeah, you're so dirty. You are such a little slut." Everyone happily formed a group. In Lu Yang's room upstairs, Taozi was sitting on Lu Yang's bed. Lu Yang was also sitting next to them. The two of them did not do anything unspeakable but were chatting calmly. Lu Yang asked Taozi, "Tell me about the intelligence about the little Japanese empire. Tell me everything you know." Taozi nodded and said, "Okay, master." So Taozi began to tell Lu Yang all the information she knew. The outbreak of the apocalypse was not accidental. Half a year ago, the damn Japanese Empire developed a genetic drug that made people more powerful. This drug leaked during the experiment, and someone escaped from the laboratory, which led to the zombie outbreak. This was the prototype of the zombie virus. Initially, the zombie virus could only be transmitted through blood. At that time, it could be controlled and only spread within a small area of the little Japanese empire. That city was quickly blocked. The Japanese government thought that the disaster had been brought under control, but they did not expect that the virus would evolve and eventually become airborne, thus sweeping across the entire Japanese empire. When they found that the virus was difficult to control, they began to deliberately spread the virus all over the world. After all, they couldn't just let their own country be attacked by the virus. If they were to die, everyone would die together. In fact, the virus broke out all over the world a few months ago. However, when a small-scale outbreak occurred, those empires all chose to control the virus information and prevent more ordinary people from knowing about it to avoid causing panic. When the virus really broke out globally, it was actually several months after it appeared. Taozi has now been conquered by Liu Yang and has become his servant. Deep down in her heart, she had already considered everything for Liu Yang, so she had begun to call her former empire, the Little Japanese Empire, the hateful Little Japanese Empire. Listening to Taozi's words, Liu Yang showed a shocked expression on his face. The virus was deliberately spread by the Japanese Empire. The virus had already broken out on a small scale around the world a few months ago. But the information was blocked. Taozi nodded and said, yes. Moreover, when the virus first appeared, there were already people with special abilities. For example, Higashi Yamada, who was stepped on by you, the master, became a superpower a few months ago. Now he has become a third-level superpower. Research has found that this virus seems to be able to change human genes. A large number of people have been genetically altered to become mindless zombies, a small number of people are immune to the virus without causing any changes to them, and an even smaller number of people have been genetically altered to become superpowers. Along with the appearance of the superpowers was the mysterious stone tablet. A few months ago, a stone tablet appeared out of thin air in the research institute of the Little Sun Empire. Everyone was surprised. People wanted to study this mysterious stone tablet, but they could not find out anything because it seemed that nothing on Earth could destroy the stone tablet, and even scraping off a little powder was impossible. In the following years, more and more stone tablets appeared all over the country. Finally, the researchers came to a conclusion that the stone tablet seemed to appear along with the supernatural beings. When there were enough supernatural beings within a certain range, the stone tablet would appear out of thin air. Therefore, the number of stone tablets around the world is still growing. Listening to Taozi's words, Liu Yang was very surprised again. Even the stone tablet has already appeared a long time ago, instead of appearing after the doomsday outbreak. At this moment, Liu Yang finally understood how terrifying the information cocoon of the lower-class people was. Everything you see and hear is filtered through layers. The truth of the matter is something you simply cannot touch. You will never understand what someone wants to hide from you. This is the sadness of living at the bottom of society. They didn't know that the zombie virus had already appeared several months ago, and they didn't even know how they died. Liu Yang said, so the apocalypse outbreak, the zombie virus, all of this was caused by the Japanese Empire. Taozi nodded and said, yes. It is the backlash of the genetic research of the Little Japanese Empire. I don't know where the scientists of the Little Japanese Empire found this ancient virus that can change the genes of species. They thought they could control this ancient virus, but ultimately failed, causing more than 70% of the world's population to turn into zombies. However, the Japanese Empire still has an advantage because they were the first to discover and utilize this virus. Therefore, the Japanese Empire's psychics awakened earlier than those in other countries. The reason why Higami Yamada was able to become number 1 on the heavenly ranking was not because of how strong he was, but because he was one of the first successful experimental subjects several months ago. He was also the first psychic to reach level 3. But this also shows how powerful you are, sir. Although Higami Yamada became a psychic several months earlier than you and was the first to enter the stone tablet test, he did not hold the first place for long as he was stepped on by you. The gap between people is really too big. Sir, your talent is far superior to that of Higami Yamada. After saying this, Taozi looked at Liu Yang with admiration. The little Japanese empire was the first country where the virus broke out, and it was also the first country where people with special abilities appeared. Logically speaking, the Japanese empire should have enough advantages over other countries, and there should be more powerful psychics on the psychic rankings. It's a pity that even Higami Yamada, who was ranked first on the heavenly ranking, was quickly overtaken by Liu Yang. It is obvious that the Little Sun Empire has no advantage even after the outbreak of the apocalypse. It is always an empire that is in tatters and cannot be supported. Liu Yang asked Taozi, what kind of strength does Higami Yamada have? What is his special ability? If there was only one person in the little Japanese empire who could arouse Liu Yang's curiosity, it was the former number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Higami Yamada was ranked first before Liu Yang entered the stone tablet test. Liu Yang really wants to know how big the gap is between the previous number 1 and his current number 1. Unexpectedly, Taozi shook her head and said, my level is too low. So far, I have not come into contact with Rishang Yamada. I am just a small team leader, but Rishang is the commander-in-chief of the psychic army. That's a real general title. So I haven't even seen him in person, let alone know what his special abilities are. Taozi tilted her head and thought for a while before continuing. However, I did hear a rumor among the psychic troops that General Rishang was the fastest to clear the 10th level, a full day faster than another top 10 player from the Little Sun Empire. So it is said that his strength is at the top of the list. After hearing what Taozi said, Liu Yang frowned and said, level 10. 1 day faster than the other one. That thing can be beaten for a whole day. Liu Yang was somewhat speechless. It took him only half an hour to clear the 100 levels, but it took these people a whole day, or even several days, to reach the 10th level. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are these? Taozi said, it is said that the 10th level of the heavenly ranking is very difficult. There are 10 level 3 zombies leading hundreds of level 2 zombies. In addition, there are thousands of ordinary level 1 zombies. No matter how powerful an ordinary psychic is, his mental strength is not enough to kill so many zombies. And when fighting zombies, you must be careful not to get hurt by them, otherwise you will be infected with the virus and fail to pass the level. Therefore, Higami Yamada, who is ranked first on the heavenly ranking, actually only made it to the 10th level. According to rumors among the Little Sun Empire's superpower troops, in fact, the top 200 on the heavenly ranking all made it to the 10th level, but the time it took to make it was different. After saying that, Taozi looked at Liu Yang and asked tentatively. Sir, you have not passed the 10th level, have you? Liu Yang said casually, of course, is the 10th level difficult? At the beginning, in the 10th level, he was just using the black light sword to mow down the enemies. A level 3 zombie couldn't even last 10 seconds in front of Liu Yang. As for the 100 level 2 zombies, they had no effect on Liu Yang at all. Of course, this is already difficult for other people with special abilities. The mental power of ordinary psychics is limited, and it is impossible for it to be strengthened to 1,500 points like Liu Yang. The average 3rd level psychic has only about 300 points of mental power. If they use their superpowers to fight, their mental energy will probably be almost exhausted after a few uses. You have to replenish your mana and wait for your mental strength to recover. How could one find someone like Liu Yang, who had almost inexhaustible mental energy? In addition, ordinary people with special abilities are not immune to the zombie virus and will be infected once they are injured. So I will be more cautious when fighting. This is probably why Higami Yamada could only clear level 10. Liu Yang asked again, do you know what the supernatural power of Shang Shanshan was that day? Some superpowers may not be very effective against zombies, but may be very effective against other humans. Therefore, this guy Hirasami Yamada might have special abilities, and it might be that he has a hard time fighting zombies. Taozi shook her head again and said, for a psychic, superpowers are the most important information and their trump card. Usually, psychics will not expose their superpowers at will. Therefore, few people know about Higami Yamada's superpowers. Liu Yang nodded. 2. Generally speaking, if a psychic's superpowers are leaked, others may be able to find a countermeasure, which will put the psychic at a disadvantage in battle. After all, others are not like Liu Yang, who possesses several superpowers. However, it is impossible to keep a secret in front of Liu Yang because Liu Yang has future predictions. If you don't know the opponent's abilities the first time, just deduce them once, and fight with them during the deduction, then you will be able to know their abilities and combat effectiveness. In this way, even if he encounters a powerful enemy, Liu Yang can find a way to defeat the opponent through deduction. By the way, before he died, Inoue seemed to have said that there is some ancient race in your little Japanese empire. One that is extremely powerful. What is that? Liu Yang asked again. Taozi replied, they are ninjas. They are different from psychics. Their strength is a power that has been passed down for thousands of years. They are natural killing weapons. They have a will that psychics don't have. They are more powerful than psychics. Liu Yang said, ninja. Since you have such powerful ninjas, why don't you send them? Taozi replied, because the president of the Little Sun Empire cannot command the ninja clan, and the Dragon Empire also has ancient warrior families, their strength is no worse than that of the ninjas. A warrior family from the Dragon Empire? Liu Yang was stunned. In the past peacetime, he had never heard of any warrior families in the Dragon Empire. He had only seen so-called warriors in movies. Even Taozi from the Little Sun Empire knew that there were so-called warrior families in the Dragon Empire. However, Liu Yang, who was from the Dragon Empire, had never even heard of it. It turned out that my previous level was too low and I couldn't get in touch with these strong people at all. These powerful people should have their own unique circles, which ordinary people cannot integrate into at all. They may even deliberately block their information so that ordinary people don't know. But now, I am already one of these strong men. The supernatural beings from the Sun Empire have already come to our door, and those from the Dragon Empire will come to our door sooner or later. You can then ask for more information. Liu Yang asked, how strong are the so-called ninja tribes of your little Japanese empire? Taozi shook her head and said, the ninja clan is also the most mysterious race in the Little Sun Empire. They usually don't appear in everyone's field of vision. They seem to be a higher-level race. Even Higami Yamada has probably never seen a real ninja clan. In the eyes of the ninja clan, people with special abilities are no different from ordinary people. So even though I am a superpower who ranks high on the Earth list, my level is still not high enough. I only know that even if he is the president of the small Japanese empire, he must give the ninja clan enough respect. Liu Yang nodded, okay. Although your strength is the strongest in this villa area except for me, it is probably not enough in the superpower army, just a small captain level. The information I know is limited. Forget it, I won't ask you any more. Go down. Taozi said to Liu Yang with some hesitation, Master Liu Yang, do you need me to help you sleep? Liu Yang shook his head, no need. Oh. Taozi replied somewhat disappointedly, then left Liu Yang's room and walked downstairs. Come to think of it, there are so many beautiful girls in Liu Yang's villa. It is not an easy thing to stay overnight in Liu Yang's room. It seems that I was overthinking it. Oh, by the way, this dagger is for you. This dagger is very sharp, I believe it can improve your combat effectiveness. Liu Yang said, handing Taozi an ice dagger directly. That was done by him using his Eternal Freeze ability. The dagger looks crystal clear and comes with a transparent scabbard. Very delicate and beautiful. A transparent dagger. Taozi was stunned. Then she took the ice knife from Liu Yang's hand and felt the coldness of the ice. She looked even more surprised and asked, is it made of ice? Liu Yang nodded, yes, an extremely sharp ice dagger, I have prepared one for each of you. Don't underestimate it, this dagger is very sharp. Taozi took the dagger doubtfully and tried it against another weapon on her body. Bite. The two weapons collided. The ice dagger instantly cut her weapon in half. Then Taozi showed a surprised expression on her face, and said in surprise and joy, it's really sharp. This weapon of mine is a famous forge in the Little Sun Empire, and it was made for me by the master himself. I didn't expect it to be cut in half by the ice dagger. Taozi, as a powerful psychic ranked high on the Earth list, has outstanding strength. She was defeated without any performance just because the person she met was Liu Yang. If Taozi meets ordinary psychics like Ma Feiyun and Scar Rat, he would be like a god of war. You can kill without any damage. Now with this sharp ice dagger, her strength can be further improved. And women naturally like beautiful things. This ice dagger is crystal clear and very much in line with women's aesthetics. However, Tauzi still had a question, so she said to Lu Yang, Master Lu Yang, this weapon won't melt by itself, right? Does it need to be kept in the refrigerator when not in use? Puff. Lu Yang laughed out loud. He said, just use it with confidence. Just store it like a normal weapon. Ha. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Lord Lu Yang, for giving me such a good weapon. Tauzi also showed an awkward smile. You're welcome. Lu Yang waved his hand and said. After Tauzi left the room, Lu Yang's face showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that this world is not as simple as I imagined at the beginning, and the superpowers did not appear only after the outbreak of the Doomsday War. Lu Yang used to be just an ordinary citizen, so his information was at least a few months late. The mutants were originally the result of the Japanese Empire's research on genetic viruses. If you succeed, you will become a superpower, if you fail, you will become a zombie. And some people are immune to airborne transmission. But no one is immune to blood transmission. As zombies evolve, they become more intelligent and more like humans. In fact, it is hard to say that zombies are not new humans. Maybe the difference between zombies and mutants is not that big. The only difference is the mutation process between the two. Will they end up in the same place in the end? Zombies and people with special powers are both new humans. Lu Yang shook his head and thought, forget it, let's not think about those distant things for now. The primary goal now is to find out how strong the Japanese Empire is. Those with special abilities don't have to worry. The former number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Higami Yamada, only cleared the 10th level on the stone tablet. You can imagine his strength, he's just a nobody. The only thing that Lu Yang is a little worried about is actually the ninja clan. He originally thought that the ninjas of the little Japanese empire were just legends, but he never expected that they actually existed. Could it be that the ninjas of the Japanese empire are really as powerful as those in the animation? The ninjas in the animation can summon meteorites, drive Gundams, and even build the moon. If that's the case, it's probably not enough to fight head-on with my current strength. I have to continue to grow. And the Dragon Empire also has warriors. I don't know how strong the warrior is. But Lu Yang has the ability to predict the future, so he can predict the future even if he encounters a strong person. Even if the ninja is really as strong as in the anime, Lu Yang will not panic. Originally, as Lu Yang's strength improved, he rarely used the skill of future deduction and thought it was just a useless skill. Now it seems that he thought too much. When an unknown strongman appears, future prediction is Lu Yang's trump card and his ability to save his life. Zhao Yuding reference picture. Downstairs. When the girls saw Tauzi had walked out of Lu Yang's room, they all showed surprised expressions on their faces. Isn't this time too fast? It's not even half an hour yet. And during this half hour, there was no sound coming from upstairs. This made everyone very disappointed. At the same time, he was full of doubts about Tauzi. Is this new female superpower really that strong? She can withstand Lu Yang's power perfectly. And Lu Yang finished it so quickly. Could it be that this psychic named Tauzi awakened some amazing superpower, such as the ability to vibrate 10,000 times a minute, which caused Lu Yang to surrender in less than half an hour? He asked directly, Tauzi, why did you come down so quickly? What method did you use to make Lu Yang finish so quickly? Tauzi was stunned when she heard He Yusher's question, and said in confusion, hurry up. She was very confused. Isn't it just a chat? Are we going to talk for a long time? Zhao Lina said, this is too fast. After we entered Lu Yang's room, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours for us to come out, right? How come you came out in less than half an hour? Su Xiao said, yes, how come you are so fast? Did you use any special abilities? Tauzi was stunned again and said, no. What the hell? Do you need superpowers to have a chat? Tauzi was confused by what these people said. Zhang Jingyu said, I also want to become a superpower. My brother has already become a superpower, why haven't I yet? Woohoo! Is my talent so bad? If I become a superpower, I won't be afraid to enter Lu Yang's room. Then I will go to see him every day. White Fox said, don't do that. Ordinary psychics can't do that. They have to go to Lu Yang every day. Only a master on the Earth list like Taozi can do that. Taozi looked at the discussion and said in confusion, what the hell is this? I only know that they chatted in Lu Yang's room. Can only people with special abilities go in and chat? He Yushir was stunned and said, just chatting. We thought it was something else. Zhao Lina showed a relieved expression on her face and said, I was scared to death. I thought something happened to Lu Yang. His fighting ability went from several hours to half an hour. It turned out that he was just chatting. Wang Feifei also patted her chest and said, so that's how it is. It seems that people with special abilities are not much better than us in that aspect. Chen Den also said, that's right. We were scared to death. We thought the strong men on the Earth ranking were really that powerful. Everyone showed a relieved expression on their faces. Fortunately, the gap between him and Taozi, the strongest person on the Earth list, is not that big. Zhao Yuding's face showed an expression of surprise. Since Taozi only chatted in Lu Yang's room for half an hour, doesn't that mean she still has a chance tonight? It seems that I must seize this opportunity today and walk into Lu Yang's room as soon as possible, otherwise I don't know when I will have such an opportunity again. At this moment, such a perfect opportunity is in front of me, I must seize it, otherwise, this may be the only chance in my life. Once you miss it, you may never get it again. After all, I don't know if Lu Yang is naturally popular with women or what, but it seems like he brings new women back to the villa every day. This opportunity is rare. Everyone was relieved and went about their business. Zhao Yuding walked up the stairs as if possessed by a ghost, ready to go upstairs. No one noticed her at first, but He Yushir saw her. He Yushir called out to Zhao Yuding, hey. Yuding, where are you going? When Zhao Yuding heard the voice, she paused and was startled. She sneaked upstairs when no one was paying attention, but she didn't expect to be discovered by the little devil He Yushir. Her pretty face suddenly turned red and she was completely embarrassed. He stammered, I just want to go upstairs, to take a look. He Yushir said, you don't want to sneak into Lu Yang's room. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Zhao Yuding again. Originally, when they heard that Taozi had only chatted in Lu Yang's room for half an hour, they felt it was a bit boring and were planning to do whatever they needed to do. But now, when they saw Zhao Yuding secretly going upstairs again, everyone suddenly became excited again. Could it be that today I can't hear the sound of Taozi fighting, but I can hear Zhao Yuding instead? They immediately showed expressions of great interest again. Being stared at by so many people, Zhao Yuding suddenly became even more shy. I was speechless for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, yes, I just want to go to Lu Yang's room and chat with him. After saying that, he quickly quickened his pace and ran upstairs. Zhao Lina said, wow. I didn't expect that after so long, Yuting finally got up the courage. The big star Su Xiao also said, yes, I thought Lu Yang and Zhao Yuding were just pure friendship, but I didn't expect that Yuding finally couldn't help it. Chen Dan said, but I can understand it. Who wouldn't like such an outstanding man like Lu Yang? The girls nodded quickly and said, that's right. What you said makes sense. Upstairs, Lu Yang was about to rest in his room when he found that his door was suddenly knocked. Lu Yang was stunned. Taozi had just been called into the room by me and left not long ago. Who was looking for me again? Could it be that those women saw Taozi holding such a beautiful weapon, so they all came to him and asked him to make weapons for them? That's fine. Originally, Lu Yang wanted to find an opportunity to make weapons for everyone. Although most of the women in the villa area have not awakened special powers, even ordinary people, holding such a sharp weapon, can chop zombies with ease. There is absolutely no problem dealing with level 1 zombies, as they are capable of protecting themselves. Of course, it may not be very effective against level 2 and above. Please come in. Lu Yang said to the outside of the door. Soon the door was pushed open. It was not as Lu Yang imagined. A group of women rushed in and asked him to make weapons. The person who came in was someone Lu Yang didn't expect. Seeing the surprised expression on Lu Yang's face, he asked, Yuding, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhao Yuding was almost one of the first people to enter the villa area. But Lu Yang didn't require her to come into his room and have sex with him before she could eat. One reason was that when Lu Yang encountered danger during the simulation, Zhao Yuding stood in front of him. Another reason is that Lu Yang has never lacked women in the villa area. So I never thought of Zhao Yuding. Now seeing Zhao Yuding coming to him on her own initiative, Lu Yang was of course a little surprised. Seeing Zhao Yuding directly enter Lu Yang's room, he Yusher and others downstairs widened their eyes. Chen Dan said, "Who knows? Maybe she really just went to chat with Lu Yang." The girls said in unison, "No one would believe that." In the room, Zhao Yuding's pretty face turned slightly red. Standing in front of Lu Yang, he seemed a little embarrassed. At the same time, my heart was filled with nervousness and shyness. Lu Yang looked at Zhao Yuding's expression and felt a little strange. Why did she come to me now? And she was standing in front of me, looking shy. How could it be as if I forced her? Lu Yang said, "Yuding, you don't have to force yourself to come to me. I treat you all equally. Even if you don't have a close relationship with me, I still treat you the same as you and Selena." Zhao Yuding gritted her teeth and said with a red face, "That's not the case. You don't treat me equally at all." Ah. Lu Yang was stunned. Zhao Yuding lives in the villa, and I don't think I have ever treated her badly, right? Why does she seem full of resentment when she says this now? Is there anything I did not do well? Lu Yang tilted his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how he had targeted Zhao Yuding. He said, "No, I didn't target you. In the villa area, is my attitude towards you any different from that towards other girls?" Zhao Yuding said shyly, "Yes, yes." Lu Yang was even more confused, and then asked directly, "Then tell me, how did I target you?" Zhao Yuding blushed and said, "You asked other girls to be your women, why didn't you ask me?" This made Lu Yang speechless. Just because I didn't ask her, I am targeting her. It was just because Zhao Yuding had helped him before during the simulation, so Lu Yang didn't want to force her. But he didn't expect that in the eyes of the other party, this preferential treatment would be seen as a form of targeting. Lu Yang said, "Yuding, you are very beautiful and have a good figure. In fact, your long legs are the most beautiful among all girls, so it is not because of your appearance. I just don't want to force you, you are just like other girls, and you don't have to feel pressured or care about what other girls think." After hearing what Lu Yang said, Zhao Yuding looked very disappointed. Damn it, why doesn't this guy understand? After saying so much, why doesn't he understand what I mean? Finally, Zhao Yuding couldn't help it and said directly, "What do you mean by forced? Do you think you are punishing them or forcing them? In fact, you are rewarding them. But what about me? I don't have any topic to talk about, and I can't even get a word in. Because it's just me, and you never asked me if I wanted to be your woman." Lu Yang was stunned after listening to Zhao Yuding's long speech that was like a cannon of magic. How could he have never imagined that these women viewed him this way? Originally Lu Yang thought that they were not willing. Just because she wanted food and wanted to stay in the safe villa area, she had no choice but to become her woman. But I didn't expect that their real inner thoughts were like that. Not forced, but rewarded. Zhao Yuding nodded firmly, "That's right. You are so handsome and strong, which girl doesn't like you? If it's not a reward, what is it? I like you too. I want to be your woman too." Faced with Zhao Yuding's sudden confession, Lu Yang was even more confused. In Lu Yang's impression, Zhao Yuding is an introverted and even socially anxious woman. It was always quiet in the villa area and people rarely interrupted. Now it seems that the other party has been holding it in for too long. It is so rare to hear such a passionate confession from his mouth. And the reason why she is always quiet and rarely interrupts is just because she has no common topics with other girls. Well, I didn't think this through. And women's hearts are really hard to figure out. Originally, Lu Yang thought that not hinting at the other party was a sign of respect and preferential treatment to the other party. However, she didn't expect that because of her actions, the other party would think that she was being targeted and isolated. It made Yuding seem depressed for a long time. That being the case, even Zhao Yuding said such a magnificent thing to Lu Yang in person. She took the initiative to confess to me, so of course I would not refuse. Lu Yang said, "Okay, then you will be my woman from now on." Chen Xiaojin and Huang Xiuxiao looked at each other without saying a word. One of them is a doctor and the other is a nurse. However, due to their status here, they knew that Lu Yang would not look for them during this period of time. Sometimes they think in their hearts how great it would be if they were not doctors or nurses. What a shame. I don't know how long I have to wait next. The next day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. After washing up, Lu Yang went downstairs directly with Zhao Yuding. Chen Dan, Su Xiao, Taozi, and others were busy making breakfast in the kitchen. When Lu Yang sat at the dining table, breakfast was served. Everyone was eating breakfast and chatting, Lu Yang said. "Yesterday I made a frozen dagger for Taozi. It's very useful. Do you have any weapons you want? I can make them for you. Weapons made of ice are very sharp and strong, and they will never melt. You can use them to defend yourself." Upon hearing this, all the girls showed surprise on their faces. He Yushir asked, "A very powerful weapon. How powerful is it?" Lu Yang replied, "It's even stronger than the black light sword I used to have." "Ah. Really? That's too powerful." Wang Siki showed a surprised expression. She hid in a safe house at the beginning. That safe house was made of fine steel more than 10 centimeters thick. However, Lu Yang's black sword pierced through the safe house that was more than 10 centimeters thick with just a simple poke. This is enough to show the power of the black sword. And Lu Yang can now create weapons more powerful than that knife. And everyone can get one. Isn't this amazing? After hearing what Lu Yang said, He Yushir said excitedly, "Is it really that amazing? Give it to me quickly, give it to me quickly, I want it, I can't wait. Can you only give me one?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "Do you want a few more?" He Yushir blushed, then said with a wicked smile, "Hate it. Give me a few, it's not impossible." Zhao Lina laughed loudly beside him and said, "Ha ha ha, Yushir, you are too dirty, aren't you? You are pregnant now, you can't play around like this." Su Xiao also said, "That's right, everyone else wants one, you want several, can you use so many? You have to be careful." Zhou Kiki said, "Yushir is really the dirtiest one among us." Looking at the girls laughing, Lu Yang was a little confused. What was so funny? It only mattered if they had a few weapons. Anyway, the number of weapons he could make was unlimited, so it didn't matter even if each person got 10. However, freezing weapons are very sturdy and will not break at all. Normally, you don't need several of them. One is enough. Lu Yang asked He Yushir, "How many do you really want? If you really want, I can make them for you." He Yushir blushed and said, "Oh, I was just kidding. Just one handful is enough, just one handful is enough." Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, what kind do you want? Dagger, short sword, long sword, giant sword? It's up to you. However, you girls haven't awakened your superpowers yet and your strength is relatively weak, so I suggest you use a dagger or a short sword. Be aware that this weapon is very sharp, even if it is just a small dagger, it can chop off a zombie's head with one cut. The ice blade weapons made by Lu Yang are very sharp and can easily cut off hair. These women must be warned first, otherwise they might accidentally cut off their hands and feet." He Yushir said, "I want a giant sword." "Giant sword? Are you sure you want to use such a big weapon? For a girl, a giant sword is a bit inappropriate." Lu Yang did not expect He Yushir to make such a choice. Just imagine He Yushir holding a giant sword and circling among a group of zombies like Garen, the Might of Demacia. Just thinking about the scene is so funny. He Yushir said firmly, "I just like the big ones." Lu Yang nodded, "Okay, I'll satisfy you." Only Lu Yang could satisfy He Yushir's request for a customized huge weapon. He moved his mind slightly, and a huge sword immediately appeared in his hand. The giant sword forged from eternal ice was crystal clear. It was about 7 or 8 centimeters wide and more than 1 meter long. Lu Yang had never seen what a real giant sword looked like. It was made completely according to the appearance of Garen's weapon. Unexpectedly, when He Yushir saw it, she felt that it was very much in line with her aesthetic and her eyes began to light up. He took the frozen giant stick from Lu Yang's hand and started waving it around, saying as he played with it, it should be this big, so it's more fun to play with. And it's not as heavy as I imagined, I can totally handle it. The ice greatsword is not as heavy as the forged iron greatsword. After all, the weight of ice is less than half of the same volume of iron. Seeing Hiyusher so happy, Lu Yang thought in his heart, I didn't expect this girl likes big ones so much. Fortunately, I am gifted, otherwise I really can't satisfy her. Even Zhao Lina said, Yusher, you just like big things. Don't you know that some things are better the bigger they are? I don't want a giant sword, just give me a short sword. Anyway, I probably won't have many opportunities to fight with Lu Yang, so this weapon is only for self-defense, and more often just for decoration. Just make it more refined and beautiful for me. No problem. Lu Yang nodded and said, then he moved his mind slightly and a dagger appeared in his hand. Zhao Lina was very happy to see the weapon in Lu Yang's hand, and said, it's so beautiful. Can you make the top of the hilt into the shape of a little bear? I like little bears. Of course. Lu Yang thought again, and the head of the hilt turned into a cute little bear. Wow, so cute. Love you, Lu Yang. Boo. Zhao Lina happily kissed Lu Yang on the face, then held the dagger in her hand, observing it carefully, looking like she couldn't let it go. Can it be specially customized? Hiyusher was stunned when she saw this scene. Compared with Zhao Lina's exquisite dagger, her giant sword really looked as ugly as a bumpkin. I wouldn't have chosen the giant sword. Su Xiao said, I want a dagger too. Chen Dan said, I want a dagger. Wang Siki said, I want a dagger too. Soon each woman had an exquisite weapon customized by them. Among the dozen people, only Hiyusher chose the giant sword. The others were holding exquisite daggers or short swords. Zhao Lina laughed at Hiyusher and said, Yusher, your giant sword is too old-fashioned. It looks so ugly. Hiyusher curled her lips and said, you know shit. All of your swords combined are not as big as mine. Hee, you all like small ones, right? Small ones are cute too. But in terms of practicality, my big and long one is better. Hee. After distributing weapons to the women and finishing breakfast, Lu Yang decided to continue searching for supplies, although the appearance of the little Japanese empire's superpowers caused some minor episodes in Lu Yang's life. But Lu Yang's plan will not change. His plan was to continue searching for supplies on his side, while developing the surviving bases and letting the people in the survivor bases to plant and achieve sustainable development. Moreover, the wall of the villa area has now been raised to a 50-meter ice wall, and even level 3 zombies cannot climb up. What's more, the one guarding the gate is a level 3 zombie. Even though Lu Yang is thousands of miles away, he can still notice the movements here. With the addition of Taozi, a powerful psychic, and the cooperation of Baihu and Chindan, this villa area can be said to be stronger than many survivor bases. After all, Taozi's strength alone is enough to basically sweep through some small bases. So with Taozi looking after the house, Lu Yang can go out and look for resources with peace of mind. And now Lu Yang has the ability to fly at 4 times the speed of sound, so even if he searches for food outside, it will only take a few minutes to get back. Lu Yang believed that even if there was something that Taozi couldn't solve, a strongman could still delay it for a few minutes. However, all the supermarkets, convenience stores, large shopping malls, etc. within a radius of 50 kilometers have been taken over by Lu Yang. If we want to continue the search, we must expand the range to 100 kilometers. For ordinary survivors, it may take several days to travel 100 kilometers, after all, they have to worry about the zombies on the road. As for Lu Yang, it will arrive in less than a minute. It's a pity that Lu Yang had never been to such a far place before, so he didn't know where the shopping malls and supermarkets were. He could only cruise in the air first. After searching for a few minutes, Lu Yang finally found a supermarket more than 60 kilometers away from the villa area. He landed on the ground without hesitation and began to enter the supermarket. If it were Lu Yang in the past, he might have done some deduction, but at this moment his power was no longer the same as before. Even a level 10 zombie could hardly pose a threat to him, so Lu Yang just walked in. In the supermarket, many zombies have turned into molters. Under the leadership of a 3rd-level zombie, these molters and 2nd-level zombies are waiting in the supermarket. Waiting for the survivors to come looking for food, and then they can directly turn the survivors into food. It's a pity that the person who came this time was not an ordinary survivor, but the great killer Liu Yang. After seeing Liu Yang, several shedders rushed towards him directly. Even though they were more than 10 meters away, they jumped directly and smashed towards him like a cannonball. However, Liu Yang only gave a glance, and an ice needle flew over at an extremely fast speed, instantly piercing the heads of one shedder after another. They fell directly from midair, and then began to shoot towards the zombies in the distance. After a few seconds, all the shedders in Liu Yang's field of vision had been killed. However, the third-level zombie, leading several second-level zombies, turned around and ran away. Liu Yang looked at them and Bing Jin followed them. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Several level 2 zombies fell to the ground instantly. The third-level zombies were faster and could run farther, but how could they possibly outrun an ice needle that traveled at 4 times the speed of sound? Bang! A muffled sound. The third-level zombie was also shot in the head instantly. The configuration of these zombies is absolutely catastrophic for an ordinary county base. But it didn't take Liu Yang even a minute to deal with these zombies. This is the difference between Liu Yang and ordinary survivors. Now his freezing ability has been upgraded to eternal freezing. With just a thought and an ice needle, he can instantly kill all enemies within his field of vision. Walking in the quiet, empty supermarket, Liu Yang entered his favorite searching session again. Unfortunately, it has been almost a month since the disaster broke out, and most of the fresh vegetables and fruits in the supermarket have completely rotted. Even the easily preserved things like potatoes and sweet potatoes have rotted. The rice lying outside began to be covered with dust. As the zombies' IQ increased, they even started looking for food in the supermarket freezers, but the frozen meat in the freezers had already been eaten. Even the vacuum-packed chicken legs were taken out by these zombies. Liu Yang shook his head. It seems that as long as it is meat, these zombies will eat it and are no longer driven by the killing instinct like they did in the beginning. The zombies have now begun to actively look for food and compete with the survivors for resources. The only things left in the supermarket were some vegetarian items like canned rice, soybean flour, etc. However, Liu Yang did not waste these things and directly put them all into the dark space. Liu Yang said with emotion, "As time goes by, it will become more and more difficult to find food. Fortunately, I have enough resources stored in my dark space. But the survival pressure of ordinary survivors will become greater and greater, and they must join a powerful survivor base. Otherwise, as time goes by, those few survivors will be swallowed up by hunger and the evolved zombies." After packing up his things, Liu Yang left the supermarket and prepared to go to the next one. Now that Liu Yang has unlimited flying speed, his efficiency has improved a lot. It is no problem for him to collect the goods from all supermarkets within a 100-kilometer radius within one day. If you work hard for a few days, you might be able to fill up the 8th level space. Coming out of the supermarket, as soon as Liu Yang walked out the door, he suddenly saw a dozen people walking towards him. Those people were all carrying weapons, and the survivors nearby were also preparing to search the supermarket, but they didn't expect that Liu Yang would get there first. There were more than a dozen of them. Among them, there were 2 beautiful women who caught Liu Yang's attention. These 2 women should also be supernatural beings. Not only are they good-looking, but judging from the way they walk and their temperament, they should be quite powerful and should not be inferior to the white fox. And she is still so beautiful, has such a good figure, and has such long legs. Very suitable for having children. Liu Yang touched his chin. Female superpowers are still very rare until now. Now that the system requirements have increased, if you want to obtain new superpowers, you should probably only establish branches with superpower users. Therefore, these 2 female superpowers should be good candidates for starting a family. The other party also saw Liu Yang's malicious look at this time. She taunted him, "Hey, kid, the last person who looked at me like that was thrown to the zombies by me. Are you tired of living too?" A big man next to him angrily said, "Boy, who are you? You are not a survivor nearby, right? How dare you look at our sister Warner like that? Your mouth is about to drool. Are you looking for death?" This group of survivors are the elites of the nearby survivor base. Their base has long had its eyes on this supermarket. However, because the place was occupied by zombies and there were also level 3 zombies, they never dared to go in to look for supplies. But as time went by, the supplies nearby became less and less, so they had to turn their attention to the supermarket and prepare to take risks. Level 3 zombies are not invincible. This time they dispatched a total of 6 psychics. And there is also the second-in-command of the base, Lynn Warner, a powerful female psychic leading the team. Prepare to attack in one fell swoop, clear out all the zombies, and then take over the entire supermarket. As long as they can take over the supermarket, the food in it will be enough for them to eat for a long time. But I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived at the supermarket door, I saw a person walking out, and the scene just now happened. Naturally, they were very angry about Liu Yang's appearance. However, as people with special abilities, they could see that Liu Yang had a unique aura of a strongman. So Liu Yang should also be a person with special abilities, otherwise he would never dare to enter the supermarket alone. But what if he is a mutant? We have 6 psychics here, plus 10 other elite survivors. That's almost half of the survivor base's strength. They didn't believe that Liu Yang could beat so many of them alone. Moreover, this guy actually dared to look at their sister Warner with such lustful eyes. How could they tolerate this? Sister Warner is the goddess of almost everyone in their base. Not only is she very beautiful, but she is also very strong. Everyone admires her very much. Now this guy who came from nowhere actually dares to look at Sister Warner with lustful eyes. How can we not teach him a lesson? That's why they threatened Liu Yang directly. Unexpectedly, after hearing their threats, Liu Yang not only did not show any fear on his face, but instead sneered. Then, his cold eyes swept over everyone. Those superpowers who were licking blood on the edge of the knife in the end times couldn't help but tremble after seeing Liu Yang's cold eyes. It was as if the air around them had cooled down by several degrees. The big man who was originally speaking rudely suddenly stopped talking and even subconsciously took half a step back. Horrible. Fear. That glance was like the gaze of the god of death. Compared to Liu Yang's current icy eyes, they actually liked Liu Yang's lecherous eyes just now even more. Brother, why don't you continue looking at the beauties? We have absolutely no objection. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Liu Yang was very satisfied. He said calmly, "Leave those 2 female psychics to me, and the others can get out." Hearing these words, everyone's faces were shocked. Goodman, he just robbed the beautiful girl. This guy takes himself too seriously. No matter how strong you are, you dare not be so arrogant. Besides, Sister Warner is the secret crush of all of them. The strongman mustered up his courage again and said, "Boy, we are the survivors of the Black Iron Base, and Sister Warner is the second-in-command of the Black Iron Base. Which base are you from? How dare you talk to our Sister Warner like this?" He directly said the name of the base, hoping to use the base to intimidate the other party. After all, the Xuantia base is a well-known and powerful survivor base in this area. At least within a radius of 50 kilometers, there is no base stronger than the Xuantia base. When Liu Yang heard them say they were from the Black Iron Base, his eyes lit up and he asked, "Are there many beauties in your base?" Ah. The big man was stunned. He stood there with his mouth open. He didn't expect Liu Yang to ask this question. This guy really only thinks about beautiful women. It's really hard to accept. After several seconds, the big man came back to his senses and continued, "Hey, let me tell you, this is not a question of whether a woman is beautiful or not, right? Which base are you from? Are you sure you want to provoke our Xuantia base?" Liu Yang did look at him and waved after him. In an instant, a cold ice needle pressed against the forehead of every survivor. The biting coldness penetrated into their heads, causing them to shiver instantly. After the doomsday broke out, these survivors fought zombies and other survivors, and each of them had walked on the brink of life and death countless times. And this time, they felt they were closest to death. Everyone felt their life was threatened. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Powerful. It's so powerful. At that moment, they even wondered whether Liu Yang's superpower was the legendary mind control. They could feel that as long as Liu Yang had a thought, the ice needles would pierce their heads in an instant. At this moment, the hearts of these survivors were filled with regret. They shouldn't have provoked this strong man. I didn't expect the other party to be such a powerful person. This time, I'm afraid everyone will die here. After all, in the end times, they had committed many murders and robberies. But they didn't expect to hit a wall this time. There was a book that thought that there was only one person on the other side who could be easily controlled, but he didn't expect that the other side was so terrifyingly strong. Liu Yang said, "Can you answer my question now? Are there many beauties in your base?" The strongman said tremblingly, "A lot." Liu Yang was very satisfied with this answer. He smiled and said, "Why not just say it earlier? Why make it so ugly? Don't you think so?" At this time, Lin Wanner spoke up and said to Liu Yang, "Let them go, and I will stay." Liu Yang shook his head and said, "No, I gave you a chance at the beginning. I asked you 2 women to stay and the others to leave. Now this opportunity is gone. Now I have decided to go to your base to play, you lead the way." Hearing these words, everyone's face changed. Go to their base? Isn't that like inviting a wolf into the house? The people here already account for more than half of the combat power of the base, but in front of Liu Yang, they didn't even have the strength to resist, and were hit on the head by the opponent's ice needles. Your life is already in the opponent's hands. As long as the opponent has the thought, all of you will be shot in the head. If the other party is really brought into the base, everyone in the base will be in danger. Lin Wanner directly refused, "Impossible. We will never betray the base." The big man also said, "That's right, it's useless even if you kill us." Another big man said, "And are you really so confident that you can defeat all the superpowers in our base? The big sister in our base is very strong." Liu Yang's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh. The boss of your base is also a woman. That gives me even more reason to go. Even the boss is a woman." This survivor base can be said to be dominated by females rather than males, but this is exactly what Liu Yang wants. The more female superpowers the better. As long as you have children with a female superpower, you might be able to gain new superpowers. As for what the other party said, about not wanting to take him to the base, that was pure bullshit. The fact that they were able to get to the supermarket means that the survivor's base should be near the supermarket, and the distance is definitely no more than 20 kilometers. With Liu Yang's flying ability, as long as he flies high into the sky and observes casually, he can find the survivor base. Moreover, if threats don't work, Liu Yang doesn't mind just spending 5 minutes using the soul chains to turn all these people into his servants. Then they will willingly tell him the location of the base. Liu Yang has too many cards up his sleeve. When it comes to dealing with these ordinary psychics, there are simply 10,000 ways to make them surrender. Moreover, Liu Yang noticed the special look this big man had towards Lin Wanner. So he said to the big man, "Hurry up and tell me the location of your base, otherwise, you don't want me to kill your goddess right in front of you, right?" After saying that, Liu Yang walked directly towards Lin Wanner. He reached out and touched the other person's smooth little face. The big man's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Stop it. Don't touch Sister Wanner." Liu Yang smiled, and directly placed his hand on the slender waist of the female psychic, gently squeezed her waist, and said, "You told me to stop, so I stopped. If you don't tell me the location of your base, I'll put my hands inside her clothes next time." Seeing this scene, the big man was so anxious that he almost cried. "No, let Sister Wanner go. Let her go, and come to me if you have anything to say. I'll tell you. I'll tell you whatever you ask me." After hearing these words, Liu Yang reluctantly removed his hand from Wanner's slender waist. It turns out that dogs are the easiest animals to dominate. It is the same whether it is after the outbreak of the apocalypse or in peacetime. Ah. At this moment Wanner sighed, and then said, "Forget it, I'll take you there. Don't play with us. With your strength, it's not easy to find a surviving base nearby, right? The reason you didn't kill us is not because you can't do it, nor is it to lead the way for you, but you just don't want to do it yet." Lin Wanner had already seen that Liu Yang was very powerful. Their base is less than 10 kilometers away from here. It is very easy for such a powerful psychic to find this base. She understood that Liu Yang threatened them deliberately just for fun or for some other purpose. After hearing what Lin Wanner said, Liu Yang was a little surprised. He looked at her and said, "You are a smart woman. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have a good brain. You will definitely be a good choice for expanding your family. Lu Yang figured out that the beautiful girl whom he called Sister Wanner actually said that on purpose just to alleviate the big man's guilt. Because Sister Wanner knew about this, the big man had already compromised. Even if she did not agree to let Lu Yang lead the way, the big man would choose to betray the base because of her. This beauty just didn't want the big man to bear the blame, so she chose to compromise with Lu Yang. As expected, he is the second in command of a base. This kind of responsibility and this kind of consideration for subordinates make her worthy of the respect of her younger brothers. At this time, Lin Wanner smiled and said, "You are also very handsome, and you are so strong. If you are not an enemy, I don't mind having something happen with you." Lu Yang said, "Whether I am your enemy or not is up to you. Okay, let's not talk too much for now. I am now very curious about what your big sister looks like. Take me to your base. Let's go." Lin Wanner nodded and said. Then he took the lead and walked in front. Soon the group arrived outside the Xuantia base. However, they noticed something was wrong from a distance. At this moment, the Xuantia base was surrounded by thousands of zombies. Those zombies were attacking the base frantically. Lu Yang was also a little surprised when he saw this base. He didn't expect that this black iron base would be better than his number 1 and number 2 bases. Their walls have been raised and cast with concrete to form thick walls that are more than 10 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. It would probably take a lot of effort just to build this wall. It seems that this surviving base is much larger than base number 1 and base number 2. The development must also be better. At this moment, the survivors inside are on the wall, constantly using weapons to fight against the attacking zombies. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanner shouted out, "Oh no! It's a zombie wave. Damn it. They came to steal our home while we were out looking for resources. It's all because of the escape of those 2 level 3 zombies last time. It seems that this time, those 2 level 3 zombies took advantage of our absence to come for revenge. They are ready to destroy our base in one fell swoop. Where did those 2 level 3 zombies find so many shedders? There are hundreds of them. There are also dozens of level 2 zombies, and the remaining level 1 zombies are thousands. The base won't last long. We have to help." Lin Wanner said to Lu Yang, "Our base has been surrounded by zombies. Now is not the time for a civil war among humans. Once it is breached, everyone in the base will die. I can't ask you to help me, but please let us go and let us kill the zombies first. Is that okay with you?" They walked all the way to the vicinity of the base, and the ice needle above their heads followed them all the way. Everyone understood that if Lu Yang had just one thought, their heads would explode. Therefore, even if the base was in danger, they had to get Lu Yang's consent before they could go to help. "No problem." Lu Yang nodded, then waved his hand, and the ice needles on all of their foreheads disappeared. After listening to Lu Yang's words, I felt that the threat to my life had disappeared. Lin Wanner was a little stunned. She didn't expect Lu Yang to agree so readily. She asked, "Aren't you afraid that we will run away? Or that we will join forces with other psychics in the base to deal with you?" Lu Yang smiled with confidence, "Of course I'm not afraid. Because even if all the people in your entire base were put together, they would not be my match." Lin Wanner said, "You are so confident. But the other person's confident look is really handsome." Lin Wanner had never met such a powerful and handsome man before. Lu Yang smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do. My strength is here. If I want to be unconfident, my strength won't allow me to do so." "Thank you." Lin Wanner said sincerely to Lu Yang, and then looked at the others, "Brothers. Let's go. Follow me, support the base and kill all those zombies." Inspired by the goddess Lin Wanner, the survivors all shouted as if they were injected with chicken blood, "Follow Sister Wanner and kill all the zombies. Let them know how powerful our black iron base is. Those 2 level 3 zombies must die this time. We can't let them get away again. Charge, charge, charge. Kill them, brothers." At this time, several survivors rushed directly towards the zombies in the distance. They were fearless and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. It can be seen that they must have had a feud with the 2 level 3 zombies a long time ago. At this moment, it was like enemies meeting, and their eyes were full of jealousy. These two level 3 zombies were smart and intelligent enough. They took advantage of the fact that the main combat force in the Schwantia base was out and preparing to attack the supermarket, and unexpectedly attacked their base camp, hoping to cut off their support and steal their home directly. Unexpectedly, the supermarket had been cleaned out by Liu Yang, who returned with the survivors in advance. This happened by accident and solved the base's urgent problem. However, even if they come back, the base's combat effectiveness is estimated to be unable to compete with these zombies. Level 3 zombies are already able to fight against ordinary level 3 psychics. A level 2 psychic is probably no match for a level 3 zombie, unless they are one of the psychics on the list they will have the strength to fight. Plus the hundreds of molters. Every molter has the combat power of an ordinary second-level mutant. For example, Scar Rat, Lao Wang and other psychics, even if they have been upgraded to level 2, may not be a match for the Shedder. Even if you are lucky enough to kill the Shedder, there is no guarantee that you will be unscathed. As long as you get a little injured, you may be infected with the virus. By then, it will be a mutual destruction outcome. People with special powers are extremely precious to humans, but people who have shed their skins are as common as the streets to zombies. Even if they die together, the one with the psychic power will be the one at a loss. Therefore, Liu Yang was not optimistic that the Schwantia base could defeat the zombie army this time. This was also the first time Liu Yang saw a tide of zombies, and he was also very curious about how the zombies attacked the mutant base. Moreover, this psychic base is much stronger than its own base number 1 and base number 2. Originally there were quite a lot of people with special abilities in base number 1, but unfortunately Liu Yang killed one black tiger, and White Fox killed the rest of the people with special abilities. As a result, base number 1 was severely damaged and its strength was greatly reduced, with only Scar Rat left to support the base. Now with the joining of Lao Wang, Ma Feiyun and others, the situation is a little better. As for base number 2, it was even worse. The Little Sun Empire's supernatural beings, led by Taozi, directly killed all of their main combat forces, leaving only Lin Dong alone. Not to mention encountering a zombie horde, even if there was only one Shedder attacking the base, Lin Dong probably wouldn't be able to handle it. The strength of both bases had been weakened for some reason and could not be compared with the normally developed survivor bases. The Schwantia base was the first normally developed base Liu Yang encountered. So Liu Yang really wanted to see what the final result would be. Can a normally developed survivor base really defeat the zombie army? Liu Yang jumped directly to the roof of a tall building with a few jumps. He looked down from above and observed every detail on the battlefield. The two level 3 zombies are very smart and are hiding far away. So far, they have not personally joined the battlefield. The molters have the lowest IQ but are also the most courageous. He rushed directly to the wall of the base. The wall was more than 10 meters high, and the Shedder only needed 3 or 4 jumps to climb to the top. The survivors on the wall began to use weapons to prevent the molters from entering and stab them down when they climbed the wall. At the same time, many survivors took out weapons and even took out stones to throw down. It looks very much like the ancient siege and defense. At the same time, there were countless ordinary zombies below, constantly attacking the gate of the base, trying to break open the steel gate. The survivors stood guard on the other side of the gate and continued to attack the zombies. Looking at this battlefield, Liu Yang also came to a conclusion in his heart. Inside the survivor base, there are walls to protect it. Even ordinary survivors can fight well and deal with ordinary zombies. If they are lucky, they can even kill level 2 zombies. But when facing the Shedders, they have no fighting power at all, because the Shedder's muscles are much stronger than the level 2 zombies in terms of strength, speed, and defense. Ordinary people cannot break through their defenses with ordinary weapons. Liu Yang saw with his own eyes an ordinary person shoot an arrow at a molting person's head, but the arrow was stuck in the skull but did not penetrate deep enough to pierce the opponent's brain. The molting person jumped over and flattened it with one punch. Then the Shedder rushed in as if he was in an empty space and started slaughtering the ordinary survivors. After killing more than a dozen people, he was finally defeated with great effort by 2 level 2 psychics who came to support him. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Once the Shedders enter the wall, it will be like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The only thing this base can do is to rely on the more than 10-meter high wall to stop the Shedders. Once the wall is breached, everyone in this base will die. And judging from the situation, there are only about 10 psychics in the base, and they are simply unable to resist so many molters. It is only a matter of time before the base is invaded. After coming to this conclusion, Liu Yang shook his head. Could it be that in the evolution of humans and zombies, zombies always have the upper hand? The zombie army led by just 2 level 3 zombies is enough to break through a survivor base. If this continues, the future of mankind is not optimistic. On the other side of the battlefield, the survivors who were originally on the wall, watching countless zombies attacking the base, were struggling to hold on, with expressions of despair on their faces. But soon they saw Lin Wanner leading the survivors to join the battlefield. There was a gleam of hope on everyone's face. Isn't that Sister Wanner? It's Sister Wanner and the third brother. They're back. The supermarket is 10 kilometers away from here. There are also many zombies in the supermarket, even level 3 zombies. Logically speaking, it is impossible to collect resources so quickly. Could it be that Sister Wanner and the others received the message and asked for support? Who cares? Anyway, Sister Wanner is back, so our chances of winning have at least increased by half. These zombies took advantage of Sister Wanner and the others' absence to attack us, intending to steal our home. They didn't expect Sister Wanner to come back early. They must be dumbfounded now. Thanks to Sister Wanner, she's so smart. That's right. We are saved now. The big sister of the base, Wu Jingying, also had a bright look in her eyes. She felt like she had been saved from a desperate situation. She said to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, Wanner and the others are back. We are not without a chance of winning this time, we must stay alert. We must kill all these zombies. Otherwise, the zombies will slaughter our families. Our entire base will be destroyed." After hearing the encouragement from Big Sister Wu Jingying and seeing the support from Lin Wanner and the others, everyone showed excitement. They shouted, "That's right. Kill all these zombies. Damn zombies, you have been surrounded by us." Lin Wanner's arrival gave all the survivors a boost, and they began to attack the zombies with greater effort. However, at this moment, Wu Jingying stood on the wall with a solemn expression on her face. On the battlefield, a tall shedder did not launch an attack on the surviving base, but instead began to gnaw on the corpses of other killed zombies. As he continued to eat the corpses of his own kind, his body began to grow bigger and bigger. Now it has grown to nearly 3 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over its body, and looks much more powerful than ordinary molters. Even so, he did not stop eating and kept walking towards one corpse after another. As his body grew, his mouth also grew larger, and he could eat the corpse of an ordinary zombie in just 2 bites. Later on, he could even swallow the whole corpse in 1 bite. And his size began to exceed 5 meters. He directly transformed himself into a scavenger on the battlefield, constantly walking towards the corpses of the zombies and eating them all one by one. Seeing this scene, Wu Jingying's pupils shrank suddenly. She muttered to herself, "Oh no! The devourer has appeared." The survivor nearby was surprised when he heard Wu Jingying's words and asked, "Devourer? What is that?" Wu Jingying said, "When I was searching for supplies before, I was fortunate enough to see a battle between the regular superpower troops of the Dragon Empire. The enemy they faced was the devourer. It was a devourer that had already devoured to the 10-meter level. The 5-member superpower team of the Dragon Empire were all masters of the Earth ranking. In the end, they killed the devourer at the cost of losing 2 people. And according to them, if the devourers are left alone, they will continue to devour, even to heights of hundreds or thousands of meters, becoming terrifying enemies that are difficult to deal with. A 10-meter level devourer already requires 5 Earth rank experts to handle. Now this devourer has reached 5 meters, we must kill it quickly, otherwise our entire base will be eaten by it." Wu Jingying's face showed a solemn and nervous expression. Devourers are extremely rare, and only extremely special molters can become devourers. I didn't expect to encounter them at their base. This time it may be difficult to deal with them. The 2 strongest people in their base are her and Lin Wanner. Both of them are masters of the yellow list. But facing the devourer, the yellow list is not enough. Therefore, the devourer must be nipped in the bud before it becomes stronger. Wu Jingying said to the people next to her, you continue to resist the zombies from entering the base. I will go down to meet Warner and kill the devourer together. Big sister, I'm going with you too, said a young psychic next to her. He and Wu Jingying had known each other in peacetime, and he had a crush on Wu Jingying at that time. After the apocalypse, he has been following Wu Jingying. He has always admired Wu Jingying in his heart, but he dared not confess. He became Wu Jingying's most loyal follower and little follower. Now that Wu Jingying is preparing to face the devourer, her life will definitely be in danger, so he must stay by Wu Jingying's side to protect her. If necessary, he will not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Wu Jingying nodded at the young men. The two men jumped directly down from the wall that was more than 10 meters high. The zombies surrounded them instantly, but the two men were very fast. They moved towards Lin Warner while fighting, and soon the two groups gathered together. Wu Jingying came to Lin Warner's side. Lin Warner was surprised and said, "Sister Jingying, what are you doing here? We don't need any help here, you should protect the base." Wu Jingying said, "Warner, the devourer has appeared. We must unite and kill the devourer first. We can deal with the other zombies later." Devourer. Lin Warner also showed a puzzled expression. "It's the giant zombie over there. He will keep devouring and become stronger and stronger. By then, our entire base will be eaten by him," Wu Jingying said, pointing at the devourer. Lin Warner looked over and said, "I saw that zombie not only not attacking the base but also constantly eating its own kind. I thought he was a lunatic and wondered if they would kill each other in the end. I didn't expect this guy to be a devourer." Wu Jingying said, "They do kill each other. When they have eaten all the corpses, they will eat the living zombies. After they have eaten all the living zombies, they will attack the base and eat the people inside. If he gets bigger, we won't be able to defeat him. So we must kill him now." "Okay." Lin Warner nodded, and then several ninjas rushed towards the devourer together. At this time, the devourer's body has grown to 6 meters. His entire body was filled with explosive muscles, and every step he took seemed to cause the earth to shake. Originally, a devourer was still collecting the corpses of zombies, and even grabbed the living ordinary zombies passing by and put them directly into its mouth. Those shedders originally had very low IQs, but driven by instinctive fear, they stayed away from the devourers. Because they all know that once they get close to the devourer, they are likely to be caught and eaten. At this time, several humans appeared in front of the devourer. Of course, the devourer became excited again and set his sights on the humans. He directly launched an attack on Wu Jingying and others. Roar! The devourer roared and rushed directly towards a burly man with special abilities. When the sturdy man saw this scene, he felt a huge monster roaring and rushing towards him. His hair stood on end in an instant and he felt endless fear. Quickly use your special powers to attack the devourer. However, the devourer's strength, speed, defense, and size have been greatly enhanced. Even though he doesn't have any superpowers, he is still almost invincible when facing those with superpowers on the yellow list. The attacks of ordinary psychics had basically no effect on him and did not stop him at all, let alone slow him down. Oh no, such a fast speed. Boom. With one punch, the muscular man with special abilities had no time to escape and was killed by the punch. The devourer simply picked the body up from the ground and put it into his mouth. Then there was another roar. Roar. The flesh of fresh humans with special abilities is much more delicious than that of zombies. After eating the corpse of the first mutant, the devourer's eyes seemed to light up and he felt an unprecedented experience. Rushed towards other psychics with even more excitement. Wu Jingying, Lin Warner, and others showed panic on their faces. Others were even more frightened. They all said, "Is a 6-meter level devourer so powerful? Big sister, our attacks seem to have no effect on him. What should we do? We can't win. How about running?" Wu Jingying and others were caught in a tough battle. Although the devourer looks tall, it is not bulky at all, and its speed is even faster than that of an ordinary 3rd-level psychic. They kept surrounding the devourer and launching various attacks, but the results were minimal. The devourer's defense is too strong. Those exploding muscles looked as if they were made of steel. The attack from the psychic was like a tickle. But if a mutant is hit by a punch from a devourer, he will be beaten into a meat patty. In other words, the devourer can make countless mistakes, but the psychic cannot make even a single mistake. This tolerance rate is too low. It was like licking blood from the tip of a knife. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss and die without a burial place. Even if you want to use human wave tactics to wear down the opponent, you may not be able to do it, because before the opponent is killed, all the people on your side may have died. Beads of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of all the psychics, and they were extremely panicked. At this moment, Liu Yang, who was standing on a tall building, had also noticed the huge creature. Liu Yang might have seen such a big molter before. So the molters who keep eating their own kind will indeed increase their size and strength, their muscles will become more explosive, and they will look more powerful. But I have never seen one that can grow to 6 meters tall. Even Liu Yang was a little surprised and said, "What on earth is that?" The muscles of other molters are bright red, and they look very disgusting when exposed to the air. This one not only grew to 6 meters in size, but even his muscles began to turn black. He looked full of strength. Moreover, the strength, speed, and defense seemed to be higher, at least exceeding the basic attributes of the third-level psychic. With the blessing of body shape, the defense power has increased at least several times. I even doubt that the muscles on this huge zombie can't even be penetrated by bullets. In the end, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "These superpowers are no match for him." Sure enough, as soon as Liu Yang finished speaking, a figure was punched out by the devourer. Lin Wanner shouted, "The third child." The strongman who was beaten away was Lin Wanner's loyal follower, the third child. He was also the person who was threatened by Liu Yang before. The devourer's speed and power are much stronger than theirs. Even if they can use their powers to survive for a while, they will be caught up sooner or later. This third child was finally caught up and beaten away by the devourer because he was mentally exhausted and physically exhausted. This punch directly broke the third brother's liver and gallbladder, and he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He flew dozens of meters away and finally lay on the ground motionless. The devourer jumped after him, then picked up the third brother's body and swallowed it directly into its mouth. Roar! After eating the corpse of another psychic, the devourer's strength seemed to be replenished, and he seemed even more excited. Seeing that the third brother was not only beaten to death, but even his body was not left, Lin Wanner was furious and kept shouting. "Old 3. Damn zombies. I'm going to kill all of you, all of you." Although she didn't have any special feelings for the third brother, they were companions who had been through thick and thin together. No one would be able to accept watching their companions being eaten by zombies. After hearing Lin Wanner scream, the devourer was also attracted by her. He instantly moved his huge body and rushed towards Lin Wanner. Seeing this scene, Wu Jingying shouted, "Wanner, be careful." Then he rushed directly to Lin Wanner, ready to block the attack for her. The huge devourer rushed over at an extremely fast speed like a small mountain. Just the terrifying kinetic energy alone was as terrifying as being hit by a train, not to mention that the opponent could swing his fists. Although Wu Jingying is a psychic on the yellow list, she definitely cannot withstand this terrifying attack. "Big sister. Be careful." A young psychic stood in front of Wu Jingying. He is Wu Jingying's admirer and follower. He is also the only psychic who jumped off the wall with Wu Jingying. Boom. A loud noise. The young psychic was knocked away instantly. He took this irresistible blow for Wu Jingying. Wu Jingying yelled, "Xiao Fei. Damn devourer. I'm going to kill you." Then she rushed directly towards the devourer and slashed at the devourer with a knife. Who knew that the devourer just waved his hand lightly and knocked Wu Jingying away? It's like swatting a fly. Boom. She fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enduring the severe pain in her chest, she could no longer stand up. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wanner was also knocked away. Both of them fell to the ground, spitting blood. The devourer first threw the corpse of the young psychic into its mouth, and then walked step by step towards Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying, who were lying on the ground. When other psychics saw this scene, they all stood in front of the two of them. "Sister Wanner, Sister Jingying, run! We'll cover your retreat. This devourer is too strong. We are no match for him. We can only delay him for a while. Go back to your base quickly. Crack, crack, crack. Before the psychic could finish his words, he was caught by the devourer. As the devourer clenched his hands tightly, his bones cracked and broke into pieces. Blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils. Finally, the devourer lifted him up high, held him over his head, then tilted his head back, opened his huge mouth, and squeezed hard with his hands. Baji. Countless blood flowed out from between the devourer's fingers and fell into his big mouth. Just squeeze out some fresh superpower juice. Fresh mutant juice fell into the devourer's mouth. An expression of excitement appeared on the devourer's face. Roar. He couldn't help but screaming, and his ugly face became even more distorted. After drinking the juice, the devourer threw the remaining residue on his hand into his mouth, without wasting anything. No wonder this devourer grows so fast. If every child is like him, not picky about food and not wasteful, I guess every one of them would grow up to be tall and strong. Seeing this scene, everyone's face showed a look of despair. At this moment, even Wu Jingying began to regret. Maybe seeing the devourer for a moment like that should have been the decision to flee, rather than coming out to fight it. Wu Jingying had personally witnessed a top expert on the Earth ranking fighting against a 10-meter class devourer. It's a pity that her strength is too low and she can't see the difference between them. 2 of the 5 masters on the floor were killed by the devourer. They were only on the yellow list, and were ranked low on the list. How could they be the opponents of the devourer? She originally thought that the 5-meter level devourer was not that strong and could be defeated, but now it seems that she was overthinking. With the strength of their Xuantia base, even if they mobilized all their psychics, it would be considered good enough if they could kill a 3-meter level devourer. Regret, despair, as if being in hell. In just less than 10 minutes of fighting, 3 psychics were eaten. At this moment, the remaining Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner were seriously injured and had no ability to fight. The only 2 men and 1 woman who were not injured were not very strong. With their strength, there is no way they can be a match for the devourer. At this time, Wu Jingying had lost all hope, and the other psychics around her were so frightened that they were trembling with fear and had lost all the will to fight. Originally, Lu Yang wanted to see how big this huge zombie would eventually grow. But if I don't take action now, the 3 female psychics in this base will be eaten. This won't do. Those 3 female superpowers are the ones he'll be looking to have children with next. Maybe it can bring me 3 superpowers. So Lu Yang couldn't sit still anymore. He transformed into a black shadow and joined the battlefield directly at a speed that was 4 times the speed of sound. Boom. A loud noise. Lu Yang stood in front of the devourer. The huge shock wave frightened the psychics, and for a moment they even thought that a bomb had exploded. After seeing the black figure clearly, Lin Wanner was even more surprised and couldn't help but yelled, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Wu Jingying showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Do you know each other?" "Wanner, when did you get to know such a powerful friend?" Lin Wanner said helplessly, "It's good to be friends. In fact, we are all his captives. He only let us go to help the base first because he saw the base being attacked by zombies. But I didn't expect that even if I joined the base, I would still be no match for these zombies." Hearing Lin Wanner say this, Wu Jingying's face immediately showed a vigilant expression, and said to Lu Yang, "So, you are not here to help us, but to take advantage of us." At this time, they were all severely injured by the devourer and were very weak. If Lu Yang took advantage of the situation, they would have no choice but to watch Lu Yang ravage them without even the strength to resist. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "If I want to get into your situation, do I need to take advantage of you? So don't worry, I'm here to help you deal with this behemoth." After hearing Lu Yang's words, Wu Jingying finally felt relieved and said, "The devourer is very powerful, you have to be careful. All of us combined are no match for him. Even if you are stronger than us, you may not be able to defeat him. If you really want to help us, maybe you can help us escape more successfully." They didn't see how Lu Yang got here. They just saw a black shadow flash before their eyes, and then Lu Yang fell from the sky. In terms of speed alone, Lu Yang seems to be faster than the devourer. Could it be that he is someone with special abilities in terms of speed? However, it is useless if you only enhance the speed because the devourer's defense rate is very high. They didn't think Lu Yang was a match for the devourer. But for someone with the ability of speed, this ability can be used for escaping without any problems. As long as you are faster than the devourer, you can run away. After hearing what Wu Jingying said, Lu Yang said, so this guy is called devourer. He'll take you guys away. Even if you can escape, can the base behind you escape? By then, won't everyone in your base be devoured by this devourer? Wu Jingying showed an embarrassment on her face, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, although I also want to protect the survivors in the base, I don't have the strength to do so. Naturally, it is more important to protect myself and the people around me first. People are supposed to be selfish, especially in the last days. Within the scope of her ability, Wu Jingying can protect the ordinary survivors in the base, but the enemy's strength is beyond her ability, so she can only protect herself first. Things like sacrificing for the greater good will never happen in the end times. Even though as the leader of a base, abandoning the base was a difficult choice, Wu Jingying did not hesitate too much. After hearing what Wu Jingying said, Lu Yang smiled and said, you don't even want the base anymore. It seems like you are not competent as the leader of the base. How about we make a deal? I will save you all, and you will give me the 3 female superpowers and your base. After hearing these words, Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and another female psychic's faces instantly turned red. Each of these 3 people is a peerless beauty. They are admired not only by the leadership but also by countless people in the base. He is a dog who flatters Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, and is even willing to give his life for them. The 2 psychics who were just eaten by the devourer were their loyal dogs who died to protect them. So when they heard Lu Yang's words at this moment, they certainly knew what Lu Yang was thinking. Giving myself to Lu Yang, doesn't that mean I want to be Lu Yang's woman? This guy actually said such obscene words openly, it really makes people angry and embarrassed. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner both refused in unison, impossible, what are you thinking? Lu Yang said, what are you thinking about? Ladies, you don't want to be eaten by the devourer without leaving any residue, right? You don't want to live in fear every day, do you? If you give yourself to me and become my woman, you can just enjoy that and not suffer any hardship. Besides, Lin Wanner, you should know my strength. Even if I want to force you, can you resist? Lin Wanner recalled how more than a dozen of them were captured instantly by Lu Yang. She is the one who understands Lu Yang's strength best. It was exactly as Lu Yang said. Even if Lu Yang wanted to force them, they could not resist. Because all the people here combined are probably no match for Lu Yang. Not to mention that she and Wu Jingying, the strongest people in the base, had been seriously injured and had no power to resist. They both knew it. Lin Wanner said, I know you are very strong, but you may not be a match for this devourer. You should deal with the devourer first and then talk about other things. Wu Jingying also said, that's right, your life safety is not guaranteed yet, and you are thinking about such despicable things. Now is not the time to think with your lower body. Lu Yang smiled and said, from what you 2 mean, as long as I can defeat this devourer, you will agree to my proposal, right? Wu Jingying said, so what if you agree? Can you really defeat the devourer by yourself? After eating a few mutants, he has become 7 meters tall. As time goes by, he will become stronger and stronger, and then we will all die. Lu Yang said, just agree. Next, I will show you how the strong fight. You must watch carefully, there is only one devourer, and I can only perform once. At this time, the devourer had already eaten the killed dog. He turned his attention to Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and others. When he saw Lu Yang standing in front of Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, he immediately showed an angry expression. After the devourer had knocked Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying away, he saw that they had no ability to resist, so he did not continue to attack them, but instead started to eat the corpse of Wu Jingying's dog. Unexpectedly, after enjoying the corpse of that dog, he saw a new young man dressed in black standing in front of his prey. This was simply a challenge to his authority. Roar! The devourer roared angrily at Lu Yang. A violent gust of wind blew out of its bloody mouth, raising the dust into the air. Lu Yang couldn't help but cover his nose, this guy is so arrogant. At this time, the devourer had already rushed towards Lu Yang at an extremely fast speed. With every step he took, the ground seemed to shake violently. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, who were lying on the ground, showed fear on their faces and said to Lu Yang, be careful. the opponent is very strong. He is very fast and powerful. He can kill a mutant with just one punch. Take us away now, there is still time. Lu Yang looked at the devourer, which seemed to be moving in slow motion, with a puzzled expression on his face. You call this thing fast? After saying that, Lu Yang jumped up and kicked the devourer in the chest. Wu Jingying shouted at the side, it's useless. His muscles have a high defense power, even a knife can't cut through it, and you actually used your feet. But she hadn't finished speaking yet. Boom. There was a loud bang, as if a violent shock wave appeared in the air. The figure of the devourer was kicked hundreds of meters away like a huge cannonball, and smashed heavily on the tall buildings in the distance, smashing them into pieces. Ah! Before Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner could finish their words, their mouths opened wide and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. At the beginning, they used knives to cut at the devourer, but found that they couldn't even cut through the opponent's muscles, let alone hurt the opponent's vital parts. The punches and kicks were more like hitting stones. The opponent's muscles can be said to be as hard as iron. After being surprised, Wu Jingying said, that devourer is over 7 meters tall. A 7-meter tall devourer must weigh over a ton. This 1-ton devourer was kicked hundreds of meters away. How powerful was that kick? Wanner, who on earth is this young man you met? Wu Jingying had seen a strong man on the Earth list fighting with a devourer before. Even 2 of the strongest people on the Earth list were sacrificed. And this young man was able to kick the devourer hundreds of meters away by himself. Doesn't that mean that this young man's strength is at least at the top of the Earth ranking, or even at the heaven ranking? It's so scary. How could they encounter such a powerful psychic in such a small place? Lin Wanner was also confused and said, how would I know? We were originally planning to go to the supermarket to search for food, but we didn't expect to run into him just as he was coming out of the supermarket. We were subdued by him after just one encounter. We never saw his true strength at all. At this time, Lu Yang had already rushed towards the ruins. The devourer with a sunken chest was seen in the ruins. At this moment, the devourer vomited black blood, and his entire chest had turned into a deep pit. His internal organs had already been shattered. Only zombies can still survive. If it were humans, they would have been dead long ago. Lu Yang walked towards the devourer and kicked a football at his giant head. Boom. There was another loud bang, and the devourer was kicked high into the air in an instant. It landed not far from Wu Jingying and others. Seeing the devourer, whose head had been kicked to pieces and was completely dead, lying in front of them, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. A 7-meter level devourer was killed with just 2 kicks. You didn't use your superpowers, you just kicked him to death. Is this guy still human? Those steel-like muscles that even bullets can't penetrate can be blasted apart by a kick. Are his legs more powerful than bullets? If his legs are so powerful and his lower body is so stable, then if we become his women, we will be killed by him, right? Even if we are superpowers, we can't bear it. At this time, Lu Yang also landed in front of Wu Jingying and others again, and said to them with a smile, I have avenged you for your licking of dogs. From now on, you must keep your promise and give me yourselves and your base. Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and another psychic named Chen Zi all blushed. This guy. I originally thought that the devourer he killed would say something passionate, but I didn't expect that he would still be stuck on that matter. The few remaining psychics on the wall led the survivors and saw what Lu Yang did, and excitement instantly appeared on their faces. Originally they thought that Big Sister and Sister Wanner were no match for the devourer and were about to be killed, but they didn't expect that a peerless strongman would suddenly appear. With one kick, he sent the devourer flying hundreds of meters away. Then he kicked him back with another kick. This was simply a show that made their faces and scalps numb. Seeing that the devourer had fallen to the ground, they all started shouting excitedly, awesome! The devourer is killed. We are saved. Brothers, come on. Drive all those zombies away. Just hold on and wait for Big Sister and Sister Wanner to come back. Everyone hold on. Lu Yang killed the devourer, and this act seemed like a shot of adrenaline, making all the survivors excited. They kept resisting the attacks of the shedders. It's a pity that they now have too few psychics left. No matter how high their morale is, they can't make up for the gap in strength. Many molters are about to break through the defense of the wall. Lu Yang looked at Wu Jingying and said, "Hurry up and make a decision, or your base will be breached." Wu Jingying blushed and said, "I know. Hurry up and kill all the zombies. It should have been done a long time ago." Lu Yang smiled, then flew high into the sky, overlooking all the zombies on the ground. Wu Jingying opened her mouth wide and said, "He can actually fly. What kind of supernatural power did this guy awaken?" Lin Wanner also smiled bitterly and said, "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? At first, I thought about bringing him back to the base and killing him together. Now that I think about it, I was so naive." Then they saw an even more shocking scene. An ice sword instantly condensed in Lu Yang's hand. Then, "Call out." The ice sword turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards the zombies on the ground at supersonic speed. The zombies didn't even have time to react and were instantly shot in the head by the ice sword. The ice sword pierced the zombies' heads one after another. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of zombies were shot in the head. Wu Jingying and others were stunned. Kill enemies with a sword? Isn't this something that only appears in novels about cultivating immortals? Isn't the speed of killing zombies too fast? Even the shed skinners have no power to resist. He doesn't even have to do anything, he can kill zombies with just a thought. What kind of natural-born zombie killer is this? After flying for more than a minute, the ice sword killed all the zombies within Lu Yang's sight. Finally it returned to Lu Yang and hovered in front of Lu Yang. The sword was covered with black blood. But even after killing thousands of zombies, this ice sword is still as sharp as before. As soon as Lu Yang thought of it, the ice sword instantly dissipated, turning into countless ice crystals and dissipating in the sky. At this time, deafening cheers rang out in the survivors' base. When the people in the base saw that all the zombies were dead, the tension finally dissipated, and everyone collapsed to the ground as if they had lost all their energy. They were fully prepared for the zombie attack, and under the effect of adrenaline, they remained in an excited state. Seeing that the danger had been lifted at this moment, everyone seemed to collapse. Lu Yang flew in the air and came to the sky above the survivors' base. When those people saw Lu Yang coming, they immediately began to show excitement again. I couldn't help but yelled, "It was the young man in black in the sky who killed the zombies. Yeah, he killed all the zombies, including the devourers. Why can he fly? Could it be that he is the savior sent by God to save us? If it weren't for him, we would have all been eaten by the devourer, right? He saved the lives of everyone in our entire base. Long live the savior." They looked at Lu Yang in the sky, their eyes filled with excitement and even piety. Some survivors even felt their knees go weak and they just knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Yang. Because they all understood that if it weren't for the appearance of Lu Yang, the devourer alone would be an existence that no one could deal with. Once the base is breached, their families, parents, children, and lovers will all be eaten alive. It was the appearance of Lu Yang that brought them hope in their despair. This is an existence that is more admirable than God. More and more survivors fell to their knees. Except for those few people with special abilities. Lu Yang looked down from above and said in a voice full of majesty, "I killed the powerful devourer, the shedder that attacked your base, and the 2 level 3 zombies that led them, saving you from the dire situation. Your leader said that this base should be handed over to me for management. Who agrees and who disagrees?" Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Has the big sister already handed over the management of this base to this young man? Ordinary survivors didn't feel any difference. After all, they don't care much about who the leader of the base is, and some people have not even seen what the big sister of the base looks like so far. After all, people with special abilities are high and mighty beings, and even if they meet them, they dare only look at them from afar. But the remaining few psychics didn't think so. This guy is taking advantage of the situation, right? How could Big Sister hand over the base to him? One of the psychics said, "Should we resist?" The other 2 psychics replied, "Resist. Do you think we are his match?" They have seen Lu Yang dealing with the devourer before. A ruthless man who can kick a devourer to death with just 2 kicks, a strong man who can walk in the air and kill enemies with a sword. Can these little Karamis resist? Another supernatural person said, Besides, our eldest sister didn't express any objection, so why should we object? Hearing this, those psychics all nodded. Yes, yes, even the big sister has no objection. Maybe this guy is the big sister's good friend. Maybe he is even the big sister's boyfriend. We are all family, so it doesn't matter who is in charge of the base. It's just a couple's business. Why are outsiders like them objecting to it? Seeing that no one had any objections, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Very good, since no one objects, from today on, I, Lu Yang, will be the boss of this base. I will customize new rules in this base, and I can assure you that you will have more benefits and live better than before." Then Lu Yang changed the subject and his voice became cold. "But let me be frank. Everyone must abide by the rules I set. Otherwise, there will only be one outcome, and that is death." This cold tone made everyone tremble. Bang. The remaining 3 psychics were ultimately unable to withstand the threat of this biting cold. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground. They didn't know how they ended up kneeling down without realizing it, but when they tried to stand up, their sore knees prevented them from doing so. Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying, who were lying on the ground in the distance, looked at what Lu Yang did with helpless expressions on their faces. Wu Jingying said, "This guy even asked me to give him the base. It's obviously a forced marriage." Lin Wanner said, "This guy is really domineering. This domineering attitude has a kind of temperament that makes people admire him, and even makes people think he is very handsome." Wu Jingying rolled her eyes at Lin Wanner and said, "You little slut, are you going to get horny at this time? Are you falling for me?" Lin Wanner said, "Don't you think he is handsome? Tell me honestly, is he handsome or not?" Wu Jingying blushed. "He is handsome indeed, but he stole my base." Chen Zi next to him suddenly said, "Wait, did you notice? He just said his name is Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Don't you think this name is familiar?" Wu Jingying also came back to her senses instantly, with an even more surprised expression on her face. Lu Yang. Could it be Lu Yang who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking? It's actually him. I didn't expect him to be so young, it really surprises me. Lin Wanner showed a surprised expression and said, "Oh my god. Number 1 on the heavenly ranking. The one who won glory for the country and trampled on Ikari Yamada of the little Japanese empire." Chen Zi said, "No wonder he is so strong. He is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Number 1 among all the superpowers. No one in the world is as powerful as him. It seems that the Devourer's death was not unjust." The 3 women looked at Lu Yang in the sky with admiration in their eyes. Although they had never seen Lu Yang before, his name was well known on the heavenly ranking. They even wondered who the number 1 on the heavenly ranking was, and even wondered if one must have 3 heads and 6 arms to be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Now he actually saw Lu Yang, who was number 1 on the heavenly ranking, appear in front of him. It was completely beyond their expectations. They didn't expect that someone so young, so handsome, had such powerful and elegant supernatural powers. It's completely different from the one you imagine. Instead, he looks like an ordinary young man, but he has powerful energy in his body. He can kill enemies by flying his sword in the air. This method is simple and direct, and it's really cool. Even the look Wu Jingying gave Lu Yang began to be filled with an indescribable complexity. The look in Wu Jingying's eyes. Lin Wanner, who was standing next to her, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It was clearly she who met Lu Yang first, and at that time Lu Yang even asked them to stay and go with him. But now that they have arrived at the base, it seems that Wu Jingying is also interested in Lu Yang. If that happens, wouldn't Wu Jingying, the big sister, get there first? Lin Wanner suddenly felt a little depressed. If I had known that this young man was Lu Yang, who was number 1 on the heavenly ranking, I would have put up a fight and would have just opened my legs and gotten close to him. It's too small because your vision is too small. In the last days, a woman who can become number 1 on the heavenly ranking must have found a strong enough thigh to hold on to, and it can even be a capital for her to show off. It's as exciting as marrying a handsome prince in ancient times. The moment I saw Lu Yang, I felt that the young man had a unique aura. If he was not an enemy, I would not be unwilling to have something happen to him. It turns out that the other party is a super powerful person who ranks first on the heavenly ranking. No wonder there is such a domineering feeling. Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying are both masters of the yellow list who have passed the stone tablet test. It is precisely because they have been on the list that they know how perverted the masters on the heavenly ranking are, especially the number one on the heavenly ranking, who is the most perverted of the perverts. Lin Wanner said, "Z, hurry up, help me up, I want to go back to the base." They were the first ones to meet Lu Yang. Now I must hurry back to the base and make my presence felt in front of Lu Yang. Otherwise, wouldn't Wu Jingying have gotten there first? After all, Wu Jingying is the big sister of this base. She is not only strong, but also very beautiful. She is on par with herself, which makes her even more powerful. Maybe Lu Yang will like her more. Lin Wanner doesn't want to give up this opportunity to curry favor with someone so powerful. How many people may never see the number one on the heavenly ranking in their entire life? This may be the only chance in my life, I must seize it tightly. Okay, Sister Wanner. Chen Zi nodded quickly and helped Lin Wanner up. She saw the expression on Lin Wanner's face. How could she not know what Lin Wanner was thinking? She was thinking the same thing. Chen Zi and Lin Wanner were the first to meet Lu Yang, and they couldn't be overtaken by other sluts in the base. Besides, if I don't take the initiative, I won't have any advantage at all. In terms of strength, Chen Zi cannot compare with Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying. Chen Zi, apart from those slender and white legs as long as chopsticks, that slender waist that can be held in one hand but has obvious abs, that tall and plump figure, and those facial features that are more delicate than those of female stars, you are absolutely useless. Oh yes, having no good points is also an advantage. Apart from these few advantages, I have almost no advantages compared to others, so I must be more proactive. She supported Lin Wanner and hurried to the base. Seeing the corpses of zombies with heads shot off along the way, I felt even more emotional. The molters have extremely strong defenses. Even if their weapons hit the opponent's body, it is difficult to break through the defense and they can easily get stuck in the opponent's muscles. However, Lu Yang's flying sword took more than a minute to blow the heads off all the shedders. The gap between people is simply too huge. After seeing the fights between truly strong men, they realized how primitive their own fights were. It's like others are fighting with rifles while you are still fighting with stones and sticks. Seeing Lin Wanner and Chen Zi walking towards the base, Wu Jingying was unwilling to be left behind and said to the psychic next to her, "Old Five, help me in quickly. I want to go back to the base." "Okay, big sister." The survivor quickly helped Wu Jingying up, and the two walked towards the base together. Although he was a male mutant, after seeing Lu Yang's fighting style and Lu Yang's handsome figure in the air, he had already been conquered by Lu Yang's domineering aura. At this moment, he also wanted to enter the base and see this peerless strongman with his own eyes. It would be even better if he could get an autograph. Just as Lin Wan, Wu Jingying, and others rushed back to the base, Lu Yang had already finished showing off in the sky and slowly landed on the ground. Inside the base, everyone was still kneeling on the ground. They looked up at Lu Yang, their eyes filled with excitement. This was the super strongman who saved them from danger and killed all the zombies. He is simply a savior. The key point is that this savior is so handsome, so young, and so elegant. He is really young and promising. Many of the women had infatuated expressions on their faces. Looking at them, Lu Yang's eyes were sparkling with stars and he even began to drool with desire. At this time, Wu Jingying and the others had already obtained the forbidden area. Lu Yang came back with them empty-handed, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. "I didn't expect you guys to be able to walk despite being so badly injured. It seems like you guys are really strong." After hearing Lu Yang's words and being praised by the other party, Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner were still a little happy. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang immediately said, "With this ability, I guess I won't have to sit in confinement after giving birth." Upon hearing this, their faces instantly turned red, angry, and shy. What's going on in this guy's train of thought? You were talking about strength 1 second, but how come you are talking about having children the next? Is having a baby the only thing on his mind? But they also had some expectations in their hearts. Lu Yang actually mentioned having children. Does that mean Lu Yang wants to have children with them? Doesn't that mean that the number one on the heavenly ranking is interested in me? This is such a surprise. Seeing the two of them blushing and not talking, Lu Yang asked again. I just said that I have the final say in this base. You are the two most powerful women in this base. Do you have any opinions? Lin Wanner blushed and said, Zi and I are just your captives. You can do whatever you want to us. Of course, we have no objection. Just ask Sister Jingying. After saying this, she almost buried her head in her chest. An extremely shy expression appeared on his face. Wu Jingying was shocked when she saw this scene. Lin Wanner used to be the second in command in the base, and she was a strong woman by nature. When had she ever shown such a little girl's attitude? What else is there to say? Lu Yang can do whatever he wants to her. It's really disgusting and corny. I really don't know how she can say such shameless words. She had the nerve to say that. I was almost embarrassed to hear it. Lu Yang looked at Wu Jingying. Asked, do you have any comments? Seeing Lu Yang's eyes, Wu Jingying's face turned red like an apple, and she showed a shy expression, and then she cleared her throat tactically, ahem. Her voice rose an octave and she said. When you saved the base, I promised you that if you saved me and the base, I would give myself to you. Since I have given myself to you and have become yours, how could I have any objection? Do whatever you want to me, do whatever you want in this base, you are the master here. Ah. Before Lu Yang could be surprised when he heard Wu Jingying say that, Jing Wanner had already opened her mouth wide, completely stunned. Do whatever you want to her. Coupled with her blushing and shy expression, is this really something the big sister of the base could say? Is this still human language? Which men can withstand the temptation of such a peerless beauty? Even experienced veterans cannot withstand such a test. The survivors in other bases widened their eyes. They also didn't expect that the big sister would actually say that the other party could do whatever they wanted in the base and do whatever they wanted to her. After all, Wu Jingying used to be like a goddess in this base, an unattainable existence. Even those with special powers looked up to Wu Jingying and were full of admiration. For ordinary survivors, let alone talking to her, even if they could just see her from a distance, it would be like celebrating the new year in advance. But now, such a high-handed girl actually said to Lu Yang in public that she allowed him to do whatever he wanted with her. This is such a contrast. As expected, an ordinary person's goddess is just a docile little white rabbit in front of a real strongman, allowing the strongman to manipulate and ravage her. They looked at Lu Yang with not only admiration but also envy in their eyes. Is this the world of the strong? Is this the life of a strong person? Is this the goddess attitude towards the strong? Woo, your life, my dream. So envious. Give me a one-day strong experience card, and I'll be willing to die. Lu Yang was also a little surprised after hearing Wu Jingying's words. He didn't expect the other party to say such submissive words. It seems that these people are really impressed by me. He touched Wu Jingying's head and said with satisfaction, very good. I didn't expect you to be so aware. How many people are there in your base? Wu Jingying said, there are more than 1,000 survivors, among which there were originally 10 people with special abilities, but after this battle, 3 have been lost. There are only 7 left. Lu Yang nodded. There are now 7 people with special abilities left, of which Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi account for 3. The remaining 4 are male survivors. However, their strength is average, basically the same as Scar Rat, Lao Wang, and others. I'll customize some new rules for you. So Lu Yang told these people the rules of other bases as well. After hearing Lu Yang's new rules, everyone started cheering again. Because Lu Yang's new rules not only reduced the resources they had to hand in by half, but also provided them with 50 kilograms of potato seeds. This is simply the behavior of a true saint. It will benefit the entire base. They never expected that Lu Yang was not only so powerful, but also so kind to the people in the base. He is simply a natural-born leader. Not to mention that Wu Jingying took the initiative to give the base to Lu Yang, just the conditions he proposed were enough to make everyone in the base obey unconditionally. After all, in the end times, everyone works hard for resources, even at the cost of their lives. But the new rules proposed by Lu Yang enable them to develop sustainably. Able to be self-sufficient. This simply changed their way of survival in the apocalypse and opened up a whole new path for them. It was like lighting a beacon of hope for them in the darkness. If Liu Yang were in ancient times, his behavior would at least deserve a bronze statue and be recorded in history. Everyone was cheering in gratitude to Liu Yang. Long live Liu Yang, long live Liu Yang. You are our savior. It would be great if you could come to our base earlier. Not only is he extremely powerful, he can easily kill thousands of zombies. He's even so kind to us survivors. He's like a saint on earth. It's really reassuring to follow Master Liu Yang. As long as Master Liu Yang is at our base, we will definitely become stronger and stronger. A beautiful survivor yelled, Master Liu Yang, I want to give birth to a child for you. Another beautiful girl said, Master Liu Yang, please favor me, as long as you can let me accompany you for one night. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. Seeing that the other person was only in his teens, Liu Yang's face changed instantly, and he quickly said, Little beauty, don't talk nonsense. You are still young and don't understand many things. Wait until you grow up. After enjoying everyone's cheers and admiration, Liu Yang said to Wu Jingying and the others, Do you know why you can't beat those zombies? Wu Jingying didn't expect Liu Yang to ask this. She hesitated for a moment and said, Because we are too weak. Lin Wanner said, The Devourer's defense is too strong. His black muscles are as hard as stone. Our weapons can't penetrate them at all. Even with the bonus of superpowers, we can't break through his defense. This is the root cause of our failure. Chen Zi said, Even the muscles of ordinary molters are very thick, and it takes a cut to the vital parts to cause damage, not to mention the 6 or 7 meter tall devourer. In the final analysis, we are too weak. We are not like you who can kill the enemy with your sword and blow their heads off instantly. Everyone attributed the failure to their lack of strength. Seeing how self-aware they were, Liu Yang encouraged them. In fact, your strength is not bad, it has surpassed many ordinary psychics. It's a pity that you don't have a good piece of equipment, so you fought so badly. Wu Jingying shook her head and said helplessly, In the end times, it's good enough to have a machete. How can you choose? Their weapons were all found when searching for resources. Unless they saved money and stockpiled weapons in peacetime, even if they were psychics, they could only search for fruit knives, machetes, kitchen knives, and the like. How can anyone be like Liu Yang, who can create things out of thin air? As soon as Liu Yang thought about it, a long ice knife appeared in his hand instantly. He took the ice skates and stabbed the concrete wall. Brush! The ice knife instantly pierced through the hard wall, as if it was piercing into soft tofu, and the whole knife was directly immersed in it. Only the handle was left outside. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanner and others were shocked. They were stunned and stood there. How could this weapon made of ice be so sharp? Isn't ice the most fragile? That was a concrete wall that was more than 10 centimeters thick. Even bullets could hardly penetrate it. But Liu Yang was able to penetrate it effortlessly with a weapon made of ice. What kind of 1,000-year-old ice is that? It's too strong, right? Everyone present looked at the weapon in Liu Yang's hand with envy. If I were given this weapon, wouldn't killing zombies be as easy as mowing the grass? Shedding skin, very thick muscles. No matter how thick your muscles are, can they be thicker than a concrete wall? If I had this weapon, I could cut your broken devourer in half with one strike. As expected, a strongman like Lord Liu Yang can only be worthy of such a powerful weapon. This kind of weapon would be priceless even in peacetime, let alone in the end times. In the end times, when battles can break out at any time, the value is inestimable. After all, having such a perfect weapon in an emergency can completely turn the tide of battle and save your life. Liu Yang said, Look, if you have this weapon, then even if it's a devourer, you can probably kill it easily. By the way, your strength should be able to enter the yellow list, right? Didn't you get the stone tablet reward? At the beginning, Zhang Jingyu's brother Zhang Jinglin was just a master on the yellow list, but he obtained a black light sword. Although the sword is not as strong as the ice sword, it is enough to cut the devourer in half. Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying's strength should be able to enter the yellow list now. Didn't they get any rewards? Liu Yang was also very curious. Wu Jingying said, We are indeed on the yellow list. I am ranked over 500th on the yellow list, and Wanner is ranked over 800th. but the rewards we received were not weapons. Can we get weapons and other equipment as rewards from the stone tablet? Hearing what the other party said, it was Liu Yang's turn to be surprised. He asked, "You didn't get any equipment, then what did you get?" Zhang Jinglin got the black light sword, and Liu Yang also got the dark cloak. These are all equipment. What exactly did Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying get? Wu Jingying said, "I got a bottle of enhancement potion. After drinking it, my basic strength increased by about 5. Lin Wanner said, "I got a pet pastoral dog named Wang Cai. But he is very smart, much smarter than ordinary dogs, and can understand human language. So there are such weird things as stone tablet rewards. Does it mean that getting something depends entirely on luck? Get a dog. It's a pity that he could give such a reward. Japan is already short of food, and now they have to keep a pet. This is simply making things worse. However, the weight of a pastoral dog should be able to reach 30 to 40 kilograms. If that doesn't work, just consider it as a reward from the stone tablet of 30 to 40 kilograms of dog meat, which should taste delicious. It seems that I was very lucky to have obtained the dark cloak." Liu Yang said, "Forget it, don't worry about it, I'll give you this weapon." As he said that, he handed the ice skate directly to Wu Jingying. Wu Jingying's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. "Give it to me." "Really? Are you really giving it to me? Such a powerful weapon must be very rare, maybe there is only one in the world. Are you just going to give it to me like this?" At this moment, Wu Jingying even wondered if Liu Yang was her destined Prince Charming. He was even willing to give her such a noble weapon. Could it be that he liked her very much too? Generous men are so handsome. This weapon is unique, not to mention in the end times, even in peacetime. At this moment, Wu Jingying made up her mind that she must follow Liu Yang well in this life and become his most loyal woman. Seeing the other party so excited, Liu Yang felt a little embarrassed and said, "It's not that precious." After he finished speaking, he moved his mind again, and 3 identical weapons appeared in his hands. Wu Jingying was stunned. She originally thought that there was only one such precious and powerful weapon, but she didn't expect Liu Yang to directly buy a wholesale of weapons. "No way, brother, you should have told me you had so much. You made me so excited. Now it seems that I am short-sighted and have never seen a big scene." Liu Yang didn't notice the awkward expression on Wu Jingying's face, but said to Lin Wanner, "This one is for you." "Ah. I have one too. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Liu Yang, you are so nice." Lin Wanner's face suddenly showed an excited expression. She originally thought that only Wu Jingying had the privilege to possess such a powerful weapon, but she didn't expect that she had one too. This is awesome. Liu Yang really treats everyone equally. Then Liu Yang looked at Chen Ziyi and said, "This one is yours." Chen Ziyi was suddenly excited. She said in disbelief, "Me too." Chen Ziyi's strength was originally lower than Lin Wanner and Wu Jing, and she couldn't even make it onto the yellow list. I didn't expect that even though I was so weak, Liu Yang still equipped me with a weapon. This is really touching. Chen Ziyi's eyes were a little red, with tears welling up in them, and the look she gave Liu Yang was full of admiration. She made up her mind that since her strength was not as strong as her other 2 sisters, but Liu Yang treated her equally, she must work hard in bed in the future to serve Liu Yang more comfortably. Liu Yang still has one last ice sword left in his hand. When the remaining 4 male survivors saw this scene, they all showed hopeful expressions on their faces. "This last one won't be for one of the 4 of us, right? In that case, who can be the lucky one?" Each of them became nervous instantly, feeling their heartbeats quicken, their breathing become rapid, and even their throats begin to feel dry and uncomfortable. If I could get a weapon like this, I hope my strength would double. Even when facing the devourer, we are not without the ability to fight. They even thought in their hearts that if Liu Yang could give them this weapon, they would be willing to work like a slave, a horse, a cat, or a dog. However, Liu Yang's actions surprised them, because he did not give the weapon to anyone, but directly threw the weapon and instantly stuck it into the tallest building of the base. The ice sword shone brightly under the sunlight, flashing a terrifying cold light. Liu Yang said, "I will place this weapon in your base. When necessary, any of you can pull it out and defend this base." Looking at the frost sword shining with cold light, It was inserted into the tallest building of their base. The 4 remaining male survivors all showed excitement on their faces. When necessary, everyone can draw their sword and fight against the enemy. Doesn't that mean that each of us has the opportunity to use this great sword? That's awesome. That is a rare and peerless magical weapon. Whoever gets hold of that weapon will have 100 more confidence in combat. Even when facing a powerful enemy, I feel that I have the strength to fight. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. The 4 psychics knelt down on the ground and thanked Liu Yang. In their opinion, this ice sword is an extremely precious weapon. Liu Yang's ability to place it in the base for them to use is simply a huge gift to them. Of course, they could hardly imagine that Liu Yang could easily make countless such powerful weapons. At this time, Liu Yang said to Wu Jingying and others, "Okay, things here are almost done, you can follow me." He planned to take Wu Jingying and 3 other psychics directly back to his villa area. Wu Jingying, with a hesitant expression on their faces, said, "Although I also want to go back with you, this base has already lost several psychics and its strength has been greatly reduced. If the 3 of us leave again, I'm afraid the strength of the base will be even weaker. If there is a zombie invasion, they may find it difficult to resist." Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will control a zombie to guard the gate. I can get the zombie's vision, and I will know everything that happens here from thousands of miles away. If there is another powerful zombie invasion, I will handle it myself." Not to mention that Liu Yang's flying speed has reached more than 4 times the speed of sound. Even if this base is threatened, he can arrive within 1 minute. What's more, his freezing skill has a control distance of more than 100 kilometers. Wu Jingying said, "No matter how strong you are, you will not be free sometimes. What if you are taking a shit and this place is suddenly invaded by zombies? You can't rush over right away, right?" Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang couldn't help laughing. This woman has a big imagination. Zombies invade while you're taking a shit. Ha ha ha. Why didn't you tell me that this place was invaded by zombies while I was playing cards with a woman? Can't get out of the state immediately and come here? Wu Jingying looked at Liu Yang's smiling expression and said with some doubt, "What are you laughing at? Doesn't what I said make sense? No matter how strong you are, no matter how fast you are, you can't pay attention here all the time. You always have to eat, bathe, poop, and sleep with women, right?" Liu Yang touched her head and said, "That's why I left a zombie here to guard the door and an ice sword here. The zombie can provide me with vision. Then I can control the ice sword to attack the zombies. Even if I am 100 miles away, I don't have to come here in person. I can kill them with just a thought." Ah. My God, there is such a thing. Wu Jingying and others were stunned when they heard Liu Yang say this. Even though he is hundreds of miles away, he can fly his sword and kill the enemy just by using the zombies he controls to provide vision. Oh my goodness. Is this ability too strong? If that's the case, with Liu Yang's big sword here to keep things under control, they don't have to panic even if more zombies come to invade. They had seen how fast Liu Yang killed the enemies. That ice sword can fly at supersonic speed, and every time it passes by a zombie, it can immediately blow the zombie's head off. It only takes a few minutes to kill more than 1,000 zombies. No wonder Liu Yang dared to speak so confidently. It turns out that the other party has such a miraculous operation. He truly deserves to be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Liu Yang looked at their shocked expressions and said with a smile, "Can you come back to my villa with me now? Because from now on, you are all mine." Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi blushed and nodded, saying in a shy voice, "Yes, yes, I know." Very good. Then Liu Yang said to Xiao Wu, the strongest male superpower in the base, "From now on, you and the other 3 psychics will have the final say in this survivor base. You will be the leader and run this base according to the rules I set. If there is any danger, I will deal with it. In addition, you should place the beautiful young female survivors in a separate building, ensure their food supply, and keep them safe from danger. I will provide their food." The young superpower Xiao Wu immediately said, "No problem, Boss Liu Yang, don't worry. I will make sure this base runs well. I will definitely not let you down." At this time, Liu Yang had already become a godlike existence in the hearts of these psychics. Their admiration for Liu Yang reached its peak when Liu Yang killed zombies with his flying sword. All the gratitude for saving them from the despair of the zombie siege turned into admiration for Liu Yang. At this moment, in the hearts of everyone in this base, Liu Yang is a being nobler than God. Looking at the other person's sincere eyes, Liu Yang nodded with relief. Then he went to the base's warehouse and put down enough potatoes for planting and rewards, and also put down a lot of food for the beautiful girls. After all, these beautiful girls are Liu Yang's backup targets for having children. When the 30 beauties in Liu Yang's villa area have grown into branches, it will start to select new beauties in this villa. They must be taken care of and not put in any danger. After doing all this, Liu Yang said to Wu Jingying and the others, "It's time to go back with me now." "But how do we go back? We can't fly." Wu Jingying and others said helplessly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Liu Yang waved his hand, and an ice sled was formed instantly. Wu Jingying, Lin Wan'er, and others were stunned when they saw the crystal-clear ice car. What a fine, beautiful car. As if it were made of diamonds. It is even more exquisite than Cinderella's crystal shoes. But can this car be driven? Please get in. I'll take you there. Liu Yang said. Oh, the three women nodded subconsciously and then got into the car. Immediately afterwards, the ice sled took off into the air just like Liu Yang, and then began to rush towards the villa area at more than 4 times the speed of sound. A deafening sonic boom appeared in the sky for a few seconds. Only the ice car built by Liu Yang using his eternal ice can withstand such high supersonic speeds. In less than a minute, Liu Yang had returned to the villa area with the ice car, but when he landed in the villa area, the handsome crystal-clear car attracted the attention of all the girls. He Yusher and others immediately came out and looked at the car from a distance, observing it with envious expressions on their faces. What a beautiful car. It's 100 times more beautiful than the most luxurious car I've ever seen. Zhao Lina said, the people in the car are even prettier. And each of them is so elegant, and they are obviously supernatural beings. Where did Liu Yang kidnap 3 supernatural beings? Su Xiao said, damn it, why haven't we awakened yet? I also want to awaken my superpowers. There was a somewhat resentful expression on her face as she spoke. Su Xiao used to be a big star. She originally thought that she had some advantages among Liu Yang's women. After all, the status of a big star is beyond the reach of many people. But now Liu Yang brings back more and more women, from all kinds of professions, and even many of them are people with special powers. The supernatural beings in the apocalypse are much more advanced than the stars in peacetime. She also wanted to awaken her superpowers. Why was her luck so bad? She still hadn't awakened yet. It was really frustrating. Chen Dan said, what's the point of awakening superpowers? We are both pregnant now, can we ignore our health and run directly to Liu Yang's room? I have awakened my special powers, and other than my physical fitness being enhanced, I don't feel any difference. Zhou Kiki said, that's right, in Liu Yang's eyes, it doesn't matter whether one has superpowers or not, because he is so strong. Ordinary superpower users are no different from ordinary people in his eyes. Even if we haven't awakened, Liu Yang hasn't treated us unfairly, right? Zhang Jingyu said, I have indeed never treated him unfairly, but I still feel bad that I haven't awakened. My brother is obviously a superpower, so why didn't I inherit this gene? It's really hard to understand. Wang Siki said, I don't care. If I don't want to awaken, then I won't awaken. Anyway, my life is pretty good now. We are carefree. Compared to other people's apocalyptic lives, we are already very lucky. If Liu Yang hadn't appeared, I might have died a long time ago. After hearing what Wang Siki said, all the girls nodded. Indeed, although some of them have not yet awakened their special powers, it is already a rare opportunity to live such a carefree life in the end times. People should not demand too much and should learn to be content. Compared to those who were eaten by zombies and trapped in the room and starved to death, they are much luckier. At this time, Wu Jingying's people also discovered He Yusher and the others. They didn't expect that there were so many peerless beauties living in this villa area. But if you think about it, it actually makes sense. After all, Liu Yang is a man who can't stop talking about having children, so it's normal for him to have many girls around him. They even suspected that other survivors were searching for food just to stay alive. Maybe Lu Yang is searching for beautiful women every day. Lu Yang also saw He Yushi and others who were talking, so he waved to them. When everyone saw Lu Yang waving, they hurried over and surrounded Lu Yang like stars surrounding the moon. He Yushi said, "Lu Yang, where did you go to search for supplies? And you brought back 3 such beautiful sisters." Baihu said, "The 3 sisters should all be superpowers, right? The 3 of you can organize a superpower base, and now you are all brought back by Lu Yang. Did Lu Yang destroy your base?" It was only then that Wu Jingying discovered that Baihu was also a psychic. There were also 2 other psychics in the crowd, Taozi and Qin Dan, who also caught her attention. Especially when she saw Taozi, her heart couldn't help but tremble. This is definitely a very powerful psychic. Although he has not reached Lu Yang's level, he is much stronger than those psychics on the yellow list. At least he is one of the top masters on the Xian list. Wu Jingying's people originally thought that Lu Yang's base was full of pretty faces, but they didn't expect that there were 3 female psychics. Now these new people with special abilities no longer have the capital to be arrogant. Lu Yang said, "Let me introduce to you, these 3 are the new female psychics I brought back. They are Wu Jingying, Lin Wan'er, and Chen Zi." Hearing Lu Yang's words, the girls all smiled warmly. He Yushi said with a smile, "Hello, my name is He Yushi. Welcome to join our big family in the villa area. We all get along well, and we will be sisters from now on." Zhao Lina said, "Yes, we are all easy to talk to, and we have similar interests and hobbies. For example, we all love Lu Yang, ha 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 ha." Zhao Lina just made a joke and started laughing first. Then Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others also laughed. Zhou Kiki also added directly, especially Lu Yang's 16-4 scale. "It's simply irresistible, ha 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 ha." Wu Jingying's people didn't understand why they were funny, but as newcomers, they could only laugh along awkwardly. However, when they looked at this group of beautiful women who were laughing and seemed heartless, although they didn't understand why they were funny, they looked like they should be easy to get along with. The girls introduced their names one by one. Then Qin Dan said, "Let's go, it's time to make lunch, let's go back to the villa together. There are new sisters here today, so we need to make a hearty lunch." When He Yushi heard this, she became very happy and said, that's great, I can eat delicious food." Zhao Lina seemed to have thought of something and said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, a few days ago, when Yushi and I were walking by the river, we discovered that there were fish in the river inside our villa area. And they were big fish. I think you can take a fishing rod and go fishing, maybe you can catch some fresh fish to improve our meals." He Yushi said, "That's right. We all saw it yesterday. Those fish jumped out of the water. They were so big. But you shouldn't need to fish, you're flying so fast, just fly over and grab them before they can react. There are big fish." Lu Yang was a little surprised after hearing what He Yushi and Zhao Lina said. There is indeed a river running through their villa area. After all, the main feature of a luxurious villa area is that it is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery. Moreover, this river is the largest river in their Donghai city and is directly connected to the East China Sea. But he had never heard that there were big fish in the river in this villa area before. Could it be a mutant fish? Lu Yang suddenly became alert. If there are indeed mutated fish, he will go check it out, but he must not make it a threat to the people in the villa area. Lu Yang said to everyone, "Okay, I'll go check out the big fish in the river, and if there really are any, I'll catch one and bring it back to improve your meals. Although I have collected a lot of frozen meat, fish and seafood in the supermarket freezer, they are frozen after all and cannot be compared with fresh ones." He Yushi, Zhao Lina and others nodded quickly, "Yeah." So the girls returned to the villa and started to prepare cooking. Lu Yang then walked to the riverside of the villa. As soon as Lu Yang arrived at the river, he found that the originally calm river water had indeed become agitated. There were many black shadows moving quickly under the water. From time to time, 1 or 2 big fish would jump out of the water, and then fall heavily into the water, creating a big splash. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was a little surprised. Are the fish resources in this river so good? If fishermen see this, even if they are hundreds of kilometers away, they will probably rush over to cast their rods. Even the zombies on the road will not be able to stop them. Of course he also saw that all this was definitely not normal. Because in the past peacetime, although there were fish in this river, there were definitely not so many of them, and they were so big. Liu Yang's mind moved slightly. An ice needle was instantly launched, and a fish turned up its white belly and floated to the surface of the water. Liu Yang wrapped the fish in ice and brought it back to himself. Looking at the fish's corpse, Liu Yang murmured. It's a sturgeon, and it's quite large, weighing at least several dozen kilograms, but it looks relatively normal, not like a mutant. This fish usually lives in the ocean and will return to freshwater areas to spawn, but now is not the spawning season. Look at them swimming so fast and so anxiously. It doesn't look like they are laying eggs. Instead, it looks like they are in danger and are running away in panic. Is there any danger downstream of this river? I have to go and take a look. Liu Yang then made a decision, flew directly onto the river, and began to fly downstream along the river. He was flying in the sky, but the fish in the water were swimming in the opposite direction of him. Liu Yang flew directly along the river for minutes, covering a distance of dozens of kilometers. Finally, about 10 kilometers away from the estuary, Liu Yang saw other creatures appear on the water surface. These creatures are preying on the sturgeons. No wonder these sturgeons keep swimming upstream. What is that thing? It's completely black and swimming very fast in the water, faster than a sturgeon. It looks like a human, but its skin is dark and its teeth are sharp, like shark teeth. Could it be a mutated zombie? Has it gained the ability to swim? While Liu Yang was thinking, the mutated creatures also discovered Liu Yang. Brush. A javelin turned into a black shadow and flew directly out of the water, heading straight for Liu Yang's face. Wow, you can use weapons. Liu Yang was even more surprised. Although the javelin was moving very fast, it was like slow motion to Liu Yang. He grabbed the javelin with his hand and threw it with his backhand. The javelin instantly flew towards the opponent at a faster speed. Brush. Puff. The sharp javelin instantly pierced the opponent's shoulder. The guy let out a scream, then dived into the water, slapped his tail on the water surface, and disappeared from Liu Yang's sight. When Liu Yang saw the other party's huge black tail, he was even more surprised. Is this a mermaid? Why is she so different from the legendary mermaid and so ugly? When the other companions of the mutant creature saw that one of their companions was injured, they immediately threw javelins at Liu Yang even more frantically. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen javelins flew directly towards Liu Yang. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been turned into a hedgehog long ago, but unfortunately Liu Yang is not an ordinary person. He moved his mind slightly, and a huge ice shield appeared in front of him. Bite. Ding ding ding. The javelins hit the ice shield with a metallic collision sound, and then all the javelins were bounced off and fell into the water. The hard ice shield cannot be penetrated by this kind of ordinary javelin, and it is impossible to even leave a trace on it. When the creatures saw how strong Liu Yang was, they immediately gave up their attacks and turned around to escape. They dived into the water. Do you want to do the same thing again? I let you run away the first time because I didn't know your abilities. Don't even think about it the second time. With a glance from Liu Yang, more than a dozen ice needles were instantly fired out, but the moment they hit their bodies, they did not pierce them, but instantly turned into a stream of cold air, wrapping them up, freezing them, and turning them into ice sculptures. A dozen mutated mermaids floated to the surface of the water. Liu Yang waved his hand, and they were brought ashore wrapped in ice. Liu Yang carefully observed these mutated mermaids. They have dark skin, with human skin on the upper body and black scales on the lower body. Their tails look strong and powerful, no wonder they can swim so fast in the water. These dozen or so mutant mermaids include both male and female. The mermaids even have breasts like humans, but unfortunately each of them looks ugly, with bared teeth. Their thin lips cannot cover their sharp shark-like teeth, and their mouths look disgusting and terrifying. Even Liu Yang, whose genes were enhanced, didn't dare to have any bold ideas about this mouth. But then again, who would have any idea about a fish? If someone wants to catch a fish, how can he be called a human? Just as Liu Yang was thinking, one of the mutated mermaids actually spoke. Who are you? Damn human. How dare you attack our black mermaid tribe? We will never let you go. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang was shocked and asked. Oh. You can talk. What are you? Black fish. Are there white fish? The Black Mermaid said, White mermaids. What a bunch of trash. We black mermaids are the orthodox mermaids. Let us go quickly, otherwise, you will bear the wrath of our Black Mermaid clan. Lu Yang sneered and said, Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me? I'll give you one last chance. Tell me some information about your Black Merman tribe. Maybe I can let you go if I'm in a good mood. The black fish was not frightened by Lu Yang, but said, Damn human, do you think it is still the same as before? You humans won't be able to jump around for much longer. You still dare to threaten me. You are courting death. Bang. Before it could finish its words, Lu Yang had already shot it in the head with an ice needle. Captain. Captain. How dare you kill our captain? The other black mermaids were shocked when they saw this scene and shouted immediately. Looking at the captain who had been shot in the head, the other black mermen were shocked. They never expected that this human would be so decisive. He killed the fish without saying a word. Lu Yang looked at the shocked expressions of the black mermaids and knew that his intimidation was enough, so he said to the other black mermaids. Your captain dared to threaten me, so he died. Now I will ask you questions, and I hope you can answer them truthfully, otherwise he will be your fate. You're dreaming. We won't surrender. If you dare to kill our captain, we, the black mermaids, will not let you go. Even if we die, you won't have an easy life. You don't even know what race you've provoked. We, the black mermen, are an ancient race that has existed for thousands of years. The elders of our race are much stronger than you, so let's see how you die when the time comes. Lu Yang frowned. I didn't expect that this group of ugly guys would still be buried. It seems there is no need to keep them any longer. Although there are female black mermaids, they are too ugly and Lu Yang can't bring himself to touch them. Lu Yang gave a look. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen black mermen were shot in the head in an instant. Finally, only the last black female mermaid was left. The female black mermaid said, How dare you kill our captain and all the other mermaids? Damn you. You have become the enemy of us black mermaids. You are dead. Even if she was the only one left, she would not give in. But Lu Yang doesn't care about her. He simply extended 2 fingers and walked towards her. The remaining female black mermaid panicked when she saw Lu Yang holding out 2 fingers. What do you want to do? Even if you forcefully ravage me, I will not yield to you. Lu Yang knew that the other party had wrong ideas, and said contemptuously, You wish. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You are as black as a ghost. Even if you are naked, how can I have any interest in a black ghost like you? Although Lu Yang did like women, they were beautiful women. Who would like something so black? The black fish said, You discriminate against black people. You also discriminate against fish, you are racist. Pa. Lu Yang slapped the black mermaid in the face, knocking her to the ground. Several of her sharp shark-like teeth were knocked out. Lu Yang cursed. It's fine if a beautiful woman fights with me, but you dare to fight with a fish. Don't you know that my deliberate punches are specifically for women? The black mermaid's face was so swollen that it finally didn't dare to speak. Lu Yang placed his finger directly on the opponent's forehead and cast the soul chain. This was the first time he used soul chains on a creature other than humans, and he didn't know if it would work. He received the reminder 5 minutes later. Congratulations host, the soul chain was successfully cast. At this time, the black merman's eyes had completely changed. It seemed that Lu Yang no longer had the anger and fear he had at the beginning, but had become completely submissive. Lu Yang said to her, Tell me some information about your black merman tribe. Okay, sir. The female black mermaid nodded, and then began to tell Lu Yang. We mermaids are an ancient race. We are divided into black mermaids and white mermaids. We have existed for thousands of years. In peacetime, we usually hide in deep water and try to stay away from humans. Because from ancient times to the present, humans have regarded us as monsters, and once we are discovered, we will be killed. Although our physical strength is much stronger than that of humans, our technology and weapons cannot compare to those of humans. After all, no matter how strong the body is, it cannot withstand human destroyers, aircraft carriers, and nuclear submarines. So our living space has been compressed. But now that the apocalypse has broken out and the human population has drastically decreased, we no longer need to hide. We were just catching sturgeons, and we didn't expect you to show up. Lu Yang asked, among the mermaids, there are white mermaids and black mermaids. Then what is the difference between white mermaids and you? The black fish said, the skin of the white fish is even whiter, and their upper body is exactly the same as that of humans. There is no difference. They don't have sharp teeth and claws like us, and they look more like humans. In the eyes of the black mermaids, the white mermaids are impure mermaids. The black mermaids and the white mermaids are irreconcilable. Moreover, the black mermaids have just captured the princess of the white mermaids. After hearing her words, Lu Yang was a little confused. You are all mermaids, why do you want to be so irreconcilable? And why did you capture the princess of the white mermaid tribe? Are you jealous of her beauty? Black fish are indeed ugly. Although their upper bodies are human-like, the details are completely different from those of humans. Their noses are flat like gorillas, their teeth are sharp like sharks, their pupils are vertical, like those of cold-blooded animals, their faces are covered with wrinkles, and there are protruding bone spurs on both cheeks. It is totally inconsistent with human aesthetics. The black fish said, I don't know why black fish and white fish are hostile. Because this is how we were taught since we were young. We only know that white fish are enemies. As for the reason for capturing the white mermaid princess, it was of course to get the other half of the map to the underground palace treasure. Treasure in the underground palace? Lu Yang was shocked again after hearing the words of the black mermaid. The black mermaid continued, yes, the treasure of the legendary mermaid underground palace can only be found by obtaining a map, but the map has been divided into two halves, one half is in the hands of the black mermaid, and the other half is in the hands of the white mermaid. Therefore, taking advantage of the outbreak of the apocalypse, humans can no longer continue to influence the ocean. Now is the best opportunity to find treasure. Once we obtain the mermaid treasure, we can revive the mermaid tribe and become the most powerful race in the world. After hearing what the black mermaid said, Lu Yang became excited. Can a mermaid treasure directly revitalize the mermaid clan and make them the most powerful race? I don't know if these mermaids have been brainwashed or if the legend is true. If it is true, how many good things would be inside the treasure? Wouldn't it be great if I could own these things? Lu Yang made a decision in his heart. I must get the treasure map of this mermaid palace. As long as the treasure map is in your hands, no one else can get the treasure, and the things in it will be yours sooner or later. Lu Yang said to the black merman, take me to your hiding place. The black mermaid said, my lord, the black mermaid tribe's base camp is in the sea. You are a human, I'm afraid you can't breathe in the water. In the sea? But I want to get the treasure map. Lu Yang showed an embarrassed expression. Lu Yang was indeed very tempted by the treasure in the underground palace of the mermaid clan. But although his basic attributes are dozens of times higher than those of ordinary people, he does not have the ability to breathe underwater. If I were to go into the sea, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to move freely. The black mermaid said, I can try to help you, sir, steal the black mermaid's half of the treasure map, but the white mermaid's half of the treasure map has not appeared yet. The black mermaid is still interrogating the white mermaid princess, and there is no result yet. After thinking for a while, Lu Yang simply started to deduce the future. The mermaids are an unknown race, and Lu Yang has never been to their base camp. He doesn't know what dangers they will encounter, so before taking action, Lu Yang must deduce and find the optimal solution. My lord, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. The black merman you injured may have returned to the base camp by now. By then, your information may be exposed, and you may face revenge from the black merman tribe. At the same time, they will be more vigilant. The female black mermaid saw Lu Yang was in a daze and couldn't help but speak. Lu Yang was in a daze for a minute. He had deduced the future direction 3 times in his mind and finally found the best way. He pulled his thoughts back from the deduction, and a confident expression appeared on his face. He said, okay, I know what to do next. Take me to the base camp of the Black Mermaid tribe. During the deduction, Lu Yang knew the location of the Black Merman's base camp, and also knew the strength of the Black Merman. Even the strongest mermaid warrior among them has basic attributes that are only 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary person, and he doesn't even have any special powers. However, in the water, even those with special abilities would probably not be their match. The water is the mermaids' home turf, and it greatly increases their strength. However, for Lu Yang, they were still too weak. As long as he entered the base camp, he could massacre the entire Black Merman clan in less than half an hour. They have even found the location of half of the Black Mermaid clan's treasure map. At the same time, Lu Yang was also deducing and found the best way to get into the water. Fighting underwater, Lu Yang was not panicked at all. The Black Merman said worriedly, "My lord, are you really going? If humans don't have warships and submarines, they can't be a match for the mermaids." Lu Yang said confidently, "I am not an ordinary person. Just do as I say." "Okay." The Black Merman nodded, then went down the river and began to swim towards the sea. Lu Yang flew in the air and followed her. In fact, Lu Yang already knew the location of the Black Merman's base camp. The reason why he let this captured Black Merman lead the way was simply because this Black Merman was still useful. Soon after swimming for more than 10 kilometers, the Black Merman entered the sea. After swimming for a few more kilometers, they came to a small island. The cave under the island is the base camp of the Black Merman tribe. The space of this base camp is not small. The entire island seems to be empty and has various intricate caves. It can almost be regarded as an underwater town. The Black Mermaid said, "My lord, this is it. How about you wait here for me and I will go down to steal the treasure map?" Lu Yang shook his head, "No, I'll go down with you." After saying that, Lu Yang's whole body began to be wrapped by ice, as if he was an ice submarine. This cylindrical submarine had a diameter of 2 meters and a length of about 5 meters. That is to say, the volume of this submarine is approximately 3.14 times 1 superscript 2 times 5 equals 15.7 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter of air can provide enough air for a person to breathe for about 2 hours. This means that Lu Yang in this submarine can breathe for at least 30 hours. And Lu Yang can directly control the ice sword in the air in the submarine and attack the enemies outside. For Lu Yang, even in the sea, his strength is not weakened at all. The Black Mermaid was stunned by what she saw Lu Yang did. She didn't expect Lu Yang to be so strong. "I just said that without submarines and battleships, humans are no match for mermaids, and yet you suddenly turned into an ice submarine out of thin air. This operation is really awesome." With a loud bang, Lu Yang's frozen submarine was launched into the water, causing a huge wave on the sea surface. After entering the water, Lu Yang's submarine began to swim forward rapidly like a cannonball. The speed was many times faster than that of a military submarine. Even the speed of a torpedo is less than 100 kilometers per hour. And Lu Yang can control his frozen submarine to run at a speed of thousands of kilometers per hour. But Lu Yang didn't do that. He was afraid that the captured Black Merman could not keep up, so he maintained the same speed as the Black Merman. However, Lu Yang also discovered the difference between manipulating ice cubes in water and in the air. To achieve the same speed, more mental energy is required. This may be because the resistance in water is much greater than in air. But Lu Yang's mental power at this time has reached dozens of times that of an ordinary person. What he lacks the least now is mental power. Just as Lu Yang and the female Black Merman were heading to the Black Merman base camp, the injured male Black Merman had also returned to the base camp. The other mermaids in the base camp were surprised to see him injured and asked, "Old Seven, what happened to you? How did your shoulder get hurt?" Lao Chi covered his wound and said with a painful look on his face, "We were originally hunting sturgeons, but suddenly we encountered a human. I wanted to sneak attack him with a javelin, but I didn't expect his strength to be so strong that he pierced me with his javelin instead. Then the captain and his men were all caught, so I quickly ran back to report the news." After hearing what Lao Chi said, the Black Mermaids were all surprised. How is this possible? Could it be that the enemy still has high-tech weapons in the end times? In terms of physical strength alone, our mermaid clan is superior to humans. Lao Chi said, "That guy is not an ordinary human, he can fly. And it seems that he can directly manipulate ice. We are no match for him." The Black Fish said, "So strong. We must report to the elders immediately and come up with a solution as soon as possible." Wait, you were injured and fled back to the tribe, you won't be tracked by the enemy, right? Lao Chi shook his head and said, no, they were busy dealing with the captain and his men, so I ran away secretly. It's impossible for them to track me down. That's good, let's go see the elder together. These black mermaids took Lao Chi with them and walked towards the residence of the black mermaid elder. Then they told the black mermaid elder about the situation. The skinny black mermaid elder, with wrinkles all over his face and a long white beard on his chin, showed an angry expression after hearing Lao Chi's description and said, "Foolish humans, how dare you become enemies with our black mermaid tribe? It won't be long before they are destroyed. As long as I find out the whereabouts of that half of the treasure map from the white mermaid princess, our black mermaid tribe will rise. Now, everyone should try to hunt in the deep sea, not deep in inland rivers, and try to stay away from humans." After hearing what the black mermaid elder said, Lao Chi immediately showed an unwilling expression on his face. He said, "Elder, this won't do. Our captain Blackstone has been captured by the enemy. Are we just going to leave him alone? We have to rescue Captain Blackstone." After hearing what Old Seven said, the black mermaid elder said helplessly, "Right now, our black merman tribe is not strong enough, but it is not yet time for us to confront humans head-on. Moreover, Blackstone was captured, which shows that he is not strong enough. If we want to blame someone, we should blame him for being too weak. We can't blame anyone else. Once we are captured by humans and brought ashore, we can't even use half of our strength. How can we save our companions? The mermaids have basically no fighting power on the shore. Although they can walk upright relying on their two-tail fins, they walk crookedly and extremely slowly, and are unable to exert any fighting power at all. But are we just going to give up on Captain Blackstone like this?" Lao Chi was still unwilling. "That can't be helped. Our top priority now is to obtain the other half of the treasure map. As long as we obtain the treasure of the mermaid palace, all the white mermaids will die, and all humans will be finished. We, the Black Fish tribe, will rule the world," said the Black Fish elder, with a very spicy expression on his face. Hearing the words of the black mermaid elder, Old Seven had no choice but to nod his head. "Okay. Then I will definitely catch this hateful human and torture him to death." However, the seventh brother had just finished speaking. The gate of the Black Fish tribe was burst open with a loud bang. Liu Yang's frozen submarine was like a cannonball. The gate of the Black Mermaid tribe was like a thin film in front of this cannonball. It shattered into pieces with just a random hit. All the black fish heard the deafening sound. They were all startled. The elder showed a serious expression on his face and asked, "What's going on? Old Seven, could it be that the enemy followed your whereabouts and came here?" Lao Chi immediately denied it. "Impossible, how could he catch up with me? I swam all the way here, and I swam very fast. He couldn't see my route at all, unless Captain Blackstone and the others betrayed us." A strong black mermaid heard what Lao Chi said and immediately showed an angry expression, pointing at Lao Chi and cursing. "Bullshit. We black mermaids will never submit to humans. What's more, Haishi is my cousin. How could I not know what kind of person he is? Lao Chi, you deserter, if you slander our family again, I will make you pay." After being scolded, Lao Chi immediately showed a frightened expression. He stammered, "I'm just guessing, don't be angry, Brother Black Diamond. I'm not targeting Captain Blackstone. It's possible that it's not the captain, but another team member." "Humph." The strong Black Diamond made a contemptuous sound through his nose and then ignored Lao Chi. Another black merman said, "Everyone, stop arguing. Let's go and see who it is. How dare they attack our gate? What if it's just a lost whale that just happened to bump into the gate? Yes, now is not the time for internal strife. Let's go and take a look at the situation first." The elder nodded and said, "Well, gather all the warriors of the tribe and go take a look together." So, under the leadership of the elder of the Black Mermaid tribe, all the mermaid warriors began to rush towards the gate. After a while, he came face to face with Liu Yang, who was invading inside. As for the female black mermaid captured by Liu Yang, she has now been split into two groups and ordered by Liu Yang to do other things. The moment he saw Liu Yang, an expression of horror appeared on Lao Chi's face. He called out in a trembling voice, "It's you. He never expected that Liu Yang would catch up with him at such a fast speed, and how did the other party get a submarine? When we first met, the other side didn't have a submarine. Moreover, this submarine is very different from ordinary human submarines. It is transparent and does not have any machinery inside. How does it work? Looking at the wound on the other person's shoulder, Liu Yang also recognized him. He smiled and said, "You are the only enemy who managed to escape from my hands. Very good. Soon you will be able to go underground and brag about your glorious deeds to your companions." Lao Chi yelled, "Damn you! What did you do to Captain Blackstone and the others? They are all dead, but you will be able to see him soon." The Black Mermaid Elder asked, "Seventh brother, is this the guy who attacked you?" "Yes, Elder." The seventh Elder nodded and said. The nearly 100-year-old Black Mermaid Elder looked at Liu Yang with a solemn expression on his face. This young human was able to take down a group of black fish predators and find his base camp in such a short time. This strength should definitely not be underestimated. Now that the Black Merman has captured the princess of the White Merman tribe, they will soon be able to find out the whereabouts of the other half of the treasure map. They cannot fail at this critical moment. They don't want to provoke such a powerful human enemy. Then, the Black Mermaid Elder said, "My human friend, we, the Black Merman tribe, have no grudge against you, so why make things so awkward? I believe that what happened before was just a misunderstanding. We will not pursue the fact that you killed one of our squad members. Let's just keep our distance. What do you say?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "No problem. Hand over your half of the treasure map, and hand over the white men and the princess to me, and we can keep our distance." "What?" The Black Mermaid Elder showed a surprised expression on his face after hearing Liu Yang's words. How does this guy know about the mermaid tribe's treasure map? How did he know that the White Mermaid Princess was in the hands of our Black Mermaid clan? The seventh brother said again, "Damn it. It turned out that the team members betrayed us and told them all the secrets of our clan. Black Diamond, you still dare to say that your cousin Black Stone is fine?" Black Diamond gritted his teeth and said, "Even if the other party knew, the secret of our group was definitely not told by my cousin, maybe it was told by other members. There are more than a dozen people in the team. If one of them betrays us, the other party will know all the information. How could it be my cousin?" The Elder of the Black Mermaid said, "Stop arguing. Since the other party's goal is the treasure map, there is nothing to say. Prepare for a fight. Go ahead. Either this human dies today, or our Black Mermaid clan will be destroyed." The elders of the Black Mermaid clan gave up the idea of negotiating with Liu Yang after understanding his intentions. After all, that is the treasure map of the Mermaid Palace. How could they possibly give up the future of the Black Mermaid tribe to humans? At the order of the Black Mermaid Elder, all the black fish threw their javelins. I don't know what method these mermaids used to throw the javelins so quickly and powerfully underwater, just like throwing them in the air. With such a powerful javelin shot, they could probably hunt even whales. It's a pity that the person they met was Liu Yang. Those javelins hit Liu Yang's ice submarine and couldn't move forward an inch. The smooth ice surface left no trace. The elders of the Black Mermaid clan were stunned when they saw this scene. I couldn't help but say, how is this possible? Even if it is a steel submarine made by human technology, our javelins can leave marks. Is the ice submarine made by this guy stronger than steel? The hardness of this frozen submarine has long been beyond their understanding. However, as an ancient tribe of mermaids, they have more than just javelins as weapons. The leader of the Black Mermaids shouted to the other mermaids, "Use that." "But Elder, if we use that, it will be too powerful and might even collapse our cave." The Black Mermaid Elder said firmly, "You can't worry about so many things now. Listen to me. This human is very strong and it's not that easy to deal with. Even if this base is destroyed, we must kill him. As long as we find the mermaid treasure, we can rebuild our home." "Okay." The other Black Mermaids nodded, and then started to go to the warehouse to take out new javelins. The head of this javelin is much larger. It is not a sharp head, but more like a hammer. When those black fish shot the javelin at Liu Yang, boom. With a loud bang, the gun tip exploded instantly, causing a violent impact in the water, and the entire Black Merman cave base shook violently. Even the black fishes that were hundreds of meters away were blown away. However, when the bubbles dissipated, Liu Yang's submarine was still intact. How is this possible? What is that submarine made of? Ordinary ice can't be that hard. It's actually intact under the fierce attack of the explosive javelin. The Black Mermaid Elder was stunned. They once used explosive javelins to take out a destroyer. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of the explosive javelin is even comparable to that of a torpedo. That guy's ice submarine has higher defense than a destroyer. Increase the firepower, don't be stingy, shoot out all the explosive javelins. Yes. Elder. Those black fish immediately threw out all the javelins in their hands. Boom. Boom boom boom. The mermaid cave in the sea shook violently in an instant, rocks began to fall, and even the small island shook violently, and all the creatures on the island were panicked. Even all the fish within a dozen kilometers were blown dizzy and their bellies turned up. However, when the bubbles dissipated, Liu Yang's submarine was still intact. Continue the bombing, ordered the Blackfish Elder. A young blackfish replied, Elder, we have run out of explosive javelins. What? A shocked expression appeared on the face of the Black Mermaid Elder. At this time, the female Black Merman who was controlled by Liu Yang with the soul chain had returned to Liu Yang with the White Merman Princess and half of the map of the Black Merman clan. He said to Liu Yang respectfully, Sir, this is what you wanted. Liu Yang instantly wrapped the Mermaid Princess and the map in ice, protecting her. At this time, the Elder of the Black Merman saw this scene and was furious. You actually betrayed our Black Merman tribe. You actually stole our map for a human. And you even handed over the princess we captured to someone else. You deserve to die. Black Diamond said, I said my cousin Black Stone would never betray the tribe. It turns out that it was you, a damned fellow, who betrayed us. You betrayed our tribe, you must die. The Black Mermaid Elder pointed his cane at the female Black Mermaid and shouted, Water Dragon attack. A huge water dragon instantly condensed in the sea water and crashed directly into the Black Merman. Boom. There was a loud bang. The female Black Mermaid was knocked dozens of meters away in an instant. Her entire chest was dented. She spat out a mouthful of blood and finally closed her eyes and lost her life completely. The Black Mermaid Elder, seeing that the female Black Mermaid was killed instantly by him, seemed to be full of confidence and said to Liu Yang, Don't even think about running away. Liu Yang sneered, Run. The reason why I didn't attack you is that I was afraid that I was too strong and would scare you away. I was afraid that you would fight to the death and destroy the Mermaid Princess and the map. Now that the map and the Mermaid Princess are in my hands, your death is imminent. Bold madman. Water Dragon attack. The Black Merman Elder pointed at Liu Yang. A water dragon several tens of meters long instantly rushed towards Liu Yang. However, when the water dragon hit Liu Yang's frozen submarine, the entire water dragon instantly dissipated, while the submarine was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the Elder was shocked. How is this possible? That is my most powerful secret technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal-clear ice sword had taken shape in front of Liu Yang's submarine. Afterwards, call out. The ice sword flew at a high speed and ruthlessly harvested the black fish. Boom. With a loud bang, the Black Merman Elder was shot in the head instantly. Seeing this scene, the other black mermaids were terrified. The Elder was killed. How is this possible? Oh no. Run. Even the elders are no match for the other party. We have no ability to resist at all. Get out of here. However, no matter how fast they swam, they could never compare to Liu Yang's ice sword. Boom. Boom boom boom. In less than 3 minutes, all the black fish were shot in the head. Seeing that all the black mermaids had been killed, Liu Yang began to control the submarine and the mermaid princess to surface together. Back on the ground, Liu Yang rubbed his aching forehead. Building a frozen submarine and going into the sea is indeed a good idea, but it also consumes a huge amount of mental energy. After all, there is a huge difference between a frozen submarine and a real submarine. A real submarine controls the amount of water entering the submarine to control sinking or buoyancy. Liu Yang's submarine, whether it is the ice used to make the submarine or the air inside, is much lighter than water. If he wants to sink, he can only rely on mental control. The submarine can hold 15 cubic meters of air to supply Liu Yang with breathing, which means it has at least 15 cubic meters of displacement, or 15 tons of buoyancy. 15 tons of force must be applied to make the submarine sink into the water. These 15 tons of force were all resisted by using his freezing ability. Therefore, it consumes a huge amount of his mental energy. Even though Liu Yang's mental strength has reached dozens of times that of an ordinary person, he still cannot withstand such intense consumption. Mermaid. After Liu Yang recovered his mental strength on the shore, he began to focus his attention on the mermaid princess. This mermaid princess is very beautiful. Her upper body is almost no different from that of a human. She is even more beautiful than ordinary humans. This mermaid princess has very delicate facial features and long, flowing wet hair, which adds to her temptation. At the same time, compared with the black mermaid, this white mermaid princess is wearing clothes. From this point of view, the white mermaid seems to be more civilized than the black mermaid. Her skin is more tender and smoother than humans, as if water could be squeezed out of it. A pair of proud and majestic breasts are much larger than those of ordinary people. She also has a huge fish tail. The scales on the tail are blue and look very shiny and textured. After comparing it with the black mermaid, Liu Yang found the white mermaid very pleasing to the eye. Just like what was said in the movie Tang Bohu, beautiful women always need green leaves to set them off. This white fish is now made more beautiful by the black fish. Liu Yang was moved by what he saw. Just now he said that any normal person would not have any thoughts about a fish. Now it seems that I was wrong. The reason why I have no opinion on the black mermaid is simply because she is too ugly. If it looks beautiful, it can be a fish or a worm. It is no wonder that there were stories of sirens confusing sailors during the Age of Discovery. If it were true that a group of crew members had been drifting on the sea for several months and had not even seen a woman for several months, they would probably think that a sow was pretty. And if a very beautiful mermaid princess appeared at this time, wouldn't they be completely fascinated by her? It is said that sailors in the age of exploration would raise female goats to meet their needs. This is how the legendary succubus got her goat horns on her head. I don't know if it's true or not. Those crew members don't even mind a female goat. So in Liu Yang's opinion, even though the other party is a fish, it doesn't seem to be a problem. At this moment, the mermaid princess's blue eyes were filled with fear. On the shore, mermaids have absolutely no sense of security. Their movements became slow and awkward, not as agile and graceful as in the water. Seeing Liu Yang staring at her, the mermaid princess showed a panicked expression on her face, and asked tremblingly, "What do you want to do?" Liu Yang also came back to his senses from admiring the beautiful appearance of the mermaid princess. He remembered his business. So he said to the mermaid princess, "I need the other half of the treasure map." After saying that, he shook his hand and showed the half of the treasure map he had stolen from the Black Merman tribe. He only needs to get the half of the White Mermaid. The treasure map will be complete. By then, all the treasures in the legendary Mermaid Underground Palace will belong to him, Liu Yang. The mermaid princess showed a firm expression on her face and said, "No, it's impossible. Even if you kill me, I will not give you the treasure map. That is the secret of our mermaid clan and our mermaid clan's property. How can I give it to you humans?" Liu Yang shook his head. It seemed that there was no way to ask the question. But don't panic, he still has the soul chain. Liu Yang stretched out 2 fingers and walked towards the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess looked at Liu Yang and walked towards her with 2 fingers extended. She was completely panicked and said in a trembling voice, You, what are you doing? Although my upper body looks like a human, I am a fish, not a human. Don't come over here, there is no result between different species. I don't want it, I don't want it. Liu Yang ignored her yelling and put his finger on her forehead. When the mermaid princess saw this scene, she was stunned. Ah. So it's not that kind of thing. Her face showed an expression of relief and loss. However, she always had a bad feeling when Liu Yang's fingers were touching her forehead. She shook her head, trying to shake off Liu Yang's hand. However, Liu Yang sternly warned him, "Don't move. Otherwise, I will make you into a grilled fish tonight." After hearing what Lu Yang said, the mermaid princess was immediately frightened. She stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Cook it into grilled fish. It's really scary to think about it. 5 minutes later, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. "Congratulations, host, the soul chain has been activated successfully. The mermaid princess has become your most loyal servant." At this time, the mermaid princess's eyes when she looked at Lu Yang had completely changed. Lu Yang asked her again, "Hand over your half of the treasure map of the mermaid underground palace." The mermaid princess replied, "My lord, the treasure map of half of the mermaid palace has been integrated into my body by my father. I can't give it to you like this." Lu Yang said, "You can't give it to me. Then how did you see this map? It already exists in my mind, and I can only share it with you through the most intimate behavior. Then this map will appear in your mind." After saying that, the mermaid princess blushed and lowered her head. "Ah, this." Lu Yang was a little confused. "Is it fate that forces me to catch this fish? Don't get me wrong, I really don't want to try out the feeling of being a mermaid, I really just want the map." "Sir, do you want to get the map now?" "I'm ready. Come on, I want it." The mermaid princess licked her charming red lips and said to Lu Yang. After saying this, her pretty face turned even redder. This mermaid princess used to be a high and mighty being among the mermaids. Ordinary mermaids didn't even dare to look at her. This was also the first time she confessed her love to a man and even invited him. At this moment, she had been completely conquered by Lu Yang's soul chains. She had already regarded Lu Yang as her master whom she must obey. If I could have a romantic experience with Lu Yang, it would be something I would love to have. Lu Yang was looking at the other person's beautiful face, flawless white skin, and sexy and plump upper body, and was hesitating in his heart. If you only look at her upper body, she is indeed a stunning beauty. But the lower body is a fish tail. Can this be the same as humans? Is that really possible? The mermaid princess seemed to see what Lu Yang was thinking, and said in a charming voice, "Of course, sir, the body structure of us mermaids is actually similar to that of humans, except for the difference in the tail and legs. Come on, come on." Listening to the other person's soft and seductive voice, Lu Yang felt like his bones were going to soften. This little slut is just like the legendary seductive mermaid. Which man can resist such temptation? However, Lu Yang looked around and realized that they were on a small island. Although there was no one else on the island, it was still a bit inappropriate in broad daylight, right? The mermaid princess seemed to see what Lu Yang was thinking, and she said, "My lord, you can build a submarine like the one we just made, fill it half with water, then we can get into the submarine and sink it into the sea. This way I can swim in the submarine, you have half the space to breathe air, and it is very private and atmospheric underwater, and you won't feel awkward." Underwater? Lu Yang was stunned. Yeah, mermaids move underwater. So he waved his hand, and a submarine appeared in front of him. He controlled the submarine to enter the sea and filled it with 1 meter of sea water. Then he entered the submarine with the mermaid princess, and then controlled the submarine to sink into the sea. Entering the deep sea, the mermaid princess swam around Lu Yang in the submarine. The two chatted underwater, and Lu Yang asked some questions about the mermaid tribe. However, it seems that Luo Lian doesn't know much about the mermaid princess. After all, she is not the patriarch, she is too young, and she has not been exposed to many things. Regarding the questions asked by Lu Yang, she told Lu Yang everything she knew, and there was nothing she could do about what she didn't know. But what is certain is that the other half of the treasure map is indeed in her mind, and it can only be obtained in that way. At this time, Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to be your girlfriend. Gained a new superpower, like a fish in water. Congratulations to the host for completing 30 consecutive kills and getting an extra reward, a superpower advancement scroll. Seeing this system prompt, Lu Yang was overjoyed. The ability of genetic enhancement is really powerful. You know, the gap between humans and mermaids is really huge. Who could have imagined that humans and fish could be united? Can it even give birth to the fruit of love? But Lu Yang did it. This is the horror of genetic enhancement. At the same time, it also further confirmed Lu Yang's guess that his heart was moved. Even mermaids are possible, and female zombies are definitely possible too. Then Lu Yang focused his attention on the new superpower. He checked the description of this ability. Name of supernatural power, like a fish in water. Superpower level, level 1. Effect of the ability, the host can breathe freely in the water like a fish, allowing you to enter the water and become truly like a fish in water. This special ability is exactly what Lu Yang needs at this moment. Anyone who wants to explore the treasures of the Mermaid Empire will probably have to go into the water many times in the future. However, using an ice submarine will consume too much mental energy, and air must be ensured for breathing, so mental energy must be used to resist buoyancy. If the Mermaid Palace is too deep, Lu Yang may not be able to hold on for long no matter how much mental strength he has. So with the ability to take advantage of the situation, there is no need to freeze the submarine. It will be more helpful for him to search for treasure. At this time, Lu Yang said to the mermaid princess who was already exhausted and floating on the water, "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Lorian," the mermaid princess replied. Lu Yang nodded and said, "Very good, Luolian, tell me where the map is." The mermaid princess Lorian said, "My lord, check your mind. Just concentrate and imagine a map, and you can see it." Lu Yang nodded, and then did as Luolian said. When he concentrated on imagining a map, a virtual map really appeared in his mind. In this way, the map of the mermaid treasure was finally completed. However, the treasure map is very complicated, and it would be difficult to find the treasure in a short time. Lu Yang plans to return to the villa area first. After settling things in the villa area, he will devote himself to finding the treasure. After checking the goods, Lu Yang said to the mermaid princess Luolian, "Very good, Luolian, it's time to go back to my base camp." "Sir, I walk very slowly without water," Luolian said a little uneasily. As a mermaid, on the shore, she can breathe with her lungs, but she can only walk with difficulty using her tail fin, and her steps are crooked. "I feel so tired after walking just a few hundred meters. How can I possibly travel for a long time? How long will it take to get back to the base camp with Lu Yang? What should I do if I waste adults' time?" The mermaid princess Luolian feels that she cannot hold Lord Lu Yang back. After hearing what the mermaid princess said, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, just stay in the submarine." After he finished speaking, he moved his mind slightly, and the submarine flew high into the sky. The mermaid princess was terrified as she watched herself rising higher and higher. "Ah, how come I'm flying? Sir, are you controlling this?" "Of course, you not only fly high, but also fast." After saying that, Lu Yang directly controlled the submarine and flew towards the villa area at 4 times the speed of sound. In less than a minute, they were back in the villa area. The crystal-clear submarine stopped in front of Lu Yang's villa. He Yushir and others heard the noise and came out one after another. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lu Yang placed a transparent frozen submarine at the door of the villa, and there was a mermaid inside the submarine. They all gathered around and looked at the mermaid inside with great curiosity. In order to make it easier for everyone to meet, Lu Yang waved his hand and the frozen submarine turned into a square swimming pool. Now they can observe the mermaid up close. He Yushir showed a surprised expression on her face. "Oh my god, isn't this the legendary mermaid? She is so beautiful. Her tail is so long, longer than teacher Zhao Yuding's legs. Others have beautiful legs and feet, but she has a beautiful tail." Zhao Lina said, "Lu Yang, what's going on? Didn't you go to the river to catch fresh fish to improve our meals? How did you make a mermaid? Can mermaids be eaten?" Chen Dan said, "The upper body is human, how can we eat it? We can only eat the lower body at most. I can cook braised fish tail." The big star Su Shao said, "I can help you scrape the fish scales." Zhou Kiki, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Wang Siki, and others also said quickly, "I can help too." Listening to what everyone said, the mermaid princess Luolian showed a look of fear on her face, and quickly said, "Hello everyone, I am the mermaid princess Luolian, my meat is not delicious." Ah. He Yushir and others were shocked. They originally thought that Lu Yang had caught this mermaid for fun. I didn't expect that the other party was actually an intelligent creature and could even speak. This immediately scared them. Chen Dan was even more confused. Just now he said he wanted to use the fish tail to make braised fish. Who knew that he was intelligent, just like a human being? Oh my god, so embarrassing. At this moment, Lu Yang also said, "This is the mermaid princess Luo Lian. She will join our villa next time, but she is not here to fight for food. Everyone should get along well in the future." When they heard this one day, everyone showed a surprised expression on their faces. This. Everyone can understand that Lu Yang is a hot-blooded man who keeps saving beautiful women in the apocalypse. But now you are no longer satisfied with ordinary beauties and have even begun to extend your reach to other species. After all, the implication of joining Lu Yang's villa is that you have become Lu Yang's person. This mermaid. Have you become Lu Yang's person? So stimulating. Everyone looked at Lu Yang with strange eyes, and Lu Yang felt a little embarrassed being stared at by everyone. Originally, he thought that the 30th killer was one of the 3 psychics including Wu Jingying. Who knows that the world is unpredictable? He wanted to catch a fish, but he caught a mermaid instead. And by some strange coincidence, he had a big fight with the mermaid. But you really can't blame me. Even Master Fahai couldn't help it, so how could an ordinary person like me bear it? Lu Yang thought about it and realized that Wu Jingying and 3 other female psychics were still queuing up, waiting for his favor. There are 30 beautiful girls in the villa next door who were brought back from the number 1 survivor base, and they are also looking forward to Lu Yang bringing down rain and dew. Well, I really can't figure it out. There is no one to share this kind of thing with. It is really frustrating. Ahem. Lu Yang cleared his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere, then took out a sturgeon from the dark space and said, "This is the fish caught in the river. Chen Dan, you can see how to cook it." When Chen Dan saw the fish Lu Yang had released, her eyes lit up immediately. Such a big, thick, and long fish. It must be delicious. Sisters, help us carry it into the kitchen and start cooking. Oh okay Sister Chen Dan. I'm going to. The women entered the kitchen carrying dozens of kilograms of fish. Lu Yang said to the mermaid princess Luo Lian, "There is a swimming pool on the 3rd floor of the villa. You can live on the 3rd floor. As for meals, you should be able to eat cooked food, right?" Lu Yang has seen the scene of mermaids hunting. If sturgeon is their food, but they live in water, how should they cook it? So they should usually be eaten raw, right? Unexpectedly, the mermaid princess, Lorian, said, "We are used to it. We also eat cooked food." Lu Yang was a little surprised. "How do you eat cooked food in the water?" The mermaid princess replied, "We have fuel that can burn in water. The explosive harpoons of the Black Merman tribe are made of this fuel. The fuel burning in the water is so powerful. It seems that when I have time, I have to go to the sea again and collect these fuels." Lu Yang showed a thoughtful expression. He had also seen the explosive javelins of the Black Mermaid tribe, and they were indeed very powerful. If it weren't for the eternal freezing, an ordinary submarine probably wouldn't be able to withstand such an explosion. Moreover, the opponent's explosive javelin's tip is not very big, only the size of a hammer, but it has such a great explosive power. It can be seen that the calorie content of this kind of fuel must be very high, and it is probably no different from the explosives used in missiles. With such high heat, if used for burning, a small piece might burn for a long time. The mermaid princess nodded and said, "Yes, there is a fuel mine in our sea. I will take you there when the time comes." After listening to what Lorian said, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that this mermaid princess was so sensible. It seems that the soul chain is indeed powerful. As long as you succeed, the other party will obey you unconditionally, consider you, and put your interests first in everything. Okay, come up to the villa now. After we finish eating, you can go swimming in the swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Lu Yang said to Luo Lian. Yes, sir. Lorian nodded happily, then jumped out of the frozen pool. She walked awkwardly with her 2 tail fins, just like the heroine in Stephen Chow's The Mermaid movie. Walking into the living room of the villa, the mermaid princess Loli sat quietly beside the dining table. Lu Yang was also sitting nearby, while the other women were busy in the kitchen, chatting as they worked. He Yusher said, "Sisters, do you think Lu Yang and the mermaid princess have done that?" I'm really curious, what does the mermaid princess look like? Can she really have sex with humans? Zhao Lina also said, I find it strange too. The mermaid princess' lower body is a tail. So do you think she poops at the back or at the front? Chen Dan said, that's a legendary creature. Who has ever seen one before? The big star Su Xiao said, could it be that the mermaid princess doesn't need to poop at all? After all, she is a legendary creature, and we can't use common sense to figure it out. Zhang Jingyu said, what I am more curious about is, can mermaid princesses and humans have children? There should be reproductive isolation between different species, right? For example, cats and dogs can never have children. Lina, you are a top student, tell me about it. Wang Siki was also very curious and asked, yes, I want to know too. All the girls said, Lina, quickly use your knowledge to explain it to us. Seeing the expectant gaze, Zhao Lina had no choice but to say, normally speaking, it should be impossible, but can Lu Yang figure him out with normal thinking? Who knows what special powers that guy has? We were all hit by his every shot. That is not something that ordinary people can do. So I think it's the mermaid princess, maybe she already exists now. Ah. That's impossible. He Yusher's eyes widened. Chen Dan also said, I also think it's impossible. Already have it. Then Lu Yang can hit the target every time against people, but can he also hit the target every time against fish? Zhao Lina said, it's not impossible. After all, that guy has several superpowers, and no one knows about it until now. I strongly suspect that he has the powerful superpower of giving birth to children. As Zhao Lina spoke, a determined expression appeared on her face. I almost died in Lu Yang's bed. Zhao Lina was convinced that Lu Yang was definitely different from the men described in the biology book. In him, biology and physics no longer exist. Therefore, he is definitely a super pervert with multiple superpowers. The famous star Su Xiao said, if he is so awesome, is he still a human being? Then from now on, all females, no matter what kind of animal they are, will have to avoid Lu Yang, otherwise they will get pregnant by accident and not even know it. He Yusher laughed loudly after hearing what Su Xiao said, ha ha ha. Books used to say that planets are the mothers of mankind. According to what you said, aren't planets in danger in front of Lu Yang? Su Xiao said, it's hard to say. Maybe Lu Yang can give birth to a second moon. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, Sister Su Xiao, your imagination is too wild. Although Lu Yang is very strong and powerful to us, to the planet, isn't he even a thorn in our side? Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. I can't hold back when I think of the scene of Lu Yang and Xing Xing doing that. Others are pony pulling a big cart, but Lu Yang is an ant pulling an elephant. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. This kind of people laughed loudly in the kitchen, and the whole kitchen was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi all seemed a little dull. After all, they had just joined the villa and had not had any substantial relationship with Lu Yang. They did not understand how powerful Lu Yang was, and they had no common topics to discuss with these people. They even felt confused by some referential words. For example, a level 16 big maniac. What the king of hams? They simply couldn't understand. The three of them looked at each other and saw the sense of crisis in each other's eyes. It seems that I need to have more in-depth communication with Lu Yang as soon as possible before I can integrate into this group. The joyful atmosphere in the kitchen could even be heard by Lu Yang and the mermaid princess Luo Lian, who were sitting in the dining room. Luo Lian showed a puzzled expression on her face, and said to Lu Yang, Master Lu Yang, the women in your villa area seem to get along very well, and they are all very happy. Of course. After all, they can live a carefree life in my villa area. Even in the end times, their lives are no different from the previous peacetime times. What's more, they have a boyfriend as handsome and powerful as me. How can they not be happy? Lu Yang said with a somewhat smug expression on his face. If he knew that the reason why everyone in the kitchen was laughing so happily was because they were discussing things between him and the planet, he would probably give them a thumbs up and admire the imagination of these women. Soon the dishes from the kitchen were brought out one by one. Braised fish fillets, chopped pepper fish head, steamed fish tail, fish sashimi, and freshly stewed fishbone soup. Every dish exudes an enticing aroma. The mermaid princess Lorien was stunned when she saw the dishes one by one, and couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. It turns out that human food is so diverse and delicious. It's amazing that a fish can be eaten in so many ways. Chen Dan said, "Sister, if it tastes good, eat more. What did you mermaids eat before?" The mermaid princess Lorien said a little embarrassedly. "We used to eat cod, but we only cooked it in hot water. Then just eat it directly. No ingredients, no cooking method. Compared to the food on the table, it is so far inferior. It is almost the same as pig food." Chen Dan said with a smile, "If you like to eat, then eat more. I will cook more delicious food for you. If you want to learn, I can also teach you how to cook. Then you can cook delicious food for yourself." Lorien was overjoyed to hear this, and quickly nodded and said, "Thank you, Sister Chen Dan. It would be great if you could teach me how to cook." Everyone ate happily at the table. At this time, He Yusher rolled her eyes and made a suggestion to everyone. "Now that we've had enough, let's go to the swimming pool on the 3rd floor and take a swim to digest the food. We can also take a look at how mermaids swim. What do you think?" As soon as Zhao Lina heard what He Yusher said, she knew what she was thinking. So she quickly nodded and said, okay, I think this is a great suggestion. I also want to go swimming, so let's go together. Didn't Lu Yang bring back a lot of bikinis from the supermarket last time? Let's put them on together and pick one for Luo Lian too." The big star Su Xiao also agreed, "I think this is a good idea. I also want to swim. Besides, everyone is already pregnant. In a few months, I'm afraid that the belly will get bigger and the figure will be out of shape. Wearing a bikini will not look good. Everyone should take this opportunity to wear one." After saying that, he winked at He Yusher and Zhao Lina. Who doesn't want to see what a mermaid princess body looks like? They really want to know what the difference is between mermaids and humans. So we have to trick Luo Lian into changing clothes and wearing a bikini. Zhang Jingyu said, "Sister Su Xiao is right. Let's put on bikinis before our bellies get bigger." Wang Siki said, let's go now, let's go change clothes together." Even Zhao Yuding said, "Swimming with mermaids is really exciting. Come on, let's change our clothes. Lorien, come with us." As they talked, everyone enthusiastically pulled Luo Lian and Lu Yang and wanted to go upstairs. Seeing the girls so enthusiastic, Lu Yang couldn't refuse and just nodded. Seeing that Lu Yang nodded, Luo Lian naturally had no objection. After all, at this moment, she already regarded Lu Yang as her master. As long as Lu Yang asked her to do something, she would do it, even if it meant cutting a knife or frying it in a frying pan. Soon everyone went to change their clothes. Lu Yang collected a lot of clothes from the supermarket, and he handed all the women's clothes to these women. There are various styles among them. At this moment, they are choosing bikinis. Soon everyone picked out suitable clothes and put them on, and then started to choose for the mermaid princess Lorien. Everyone was surrounding Lorien and giving her advice. He took a set of clothes and walked towards Lorien, saying, "Sister, this set of clothes is great. I think it suits you very well. She doesn't want to wear this." Luo Lian's face turned red with embarrassment. Zhao Lina said, "Oh, so you are shy, that's okay, then change to this one is not transparent. You don't have to be shy." As he spoke, he handed over a swimsuit. When Luo Lian saw it, her face turned even redder, like a monkey's butt. But I don't have any feet, I can't wear it at all, I am a tail." "Oh, it was my fault for not thinking it through." Zhao Lina nodded and started searching again. At this time, the famous star Su Xiao came over and said to the mermaid princess Luo Lian, "Sister, don't listen to them. They are deliberately using those fancy clothes to embarrass you. I have the simplest and most plain clothes here. You can wear them. You're welcome." Luo Lian heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She finally had a normal older sister. She was so happy and finally relieved. She asked, "Sister Su Xiao, where are the simple clothes you mentioned?" "It's right here." Su Xiao said. "Where is it? Where is it? I can't see it." Luo Lian said. Lydia Su smiled mysteriously, opened his palm, and said with an evil look on his face, "It's in my hand." Everyone looked over curiously. Finally, the mermaid princess Lorian had to start changing her clothes. He Yushir and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. What they were most curious about was how the mermaid's body was different from that of a human. Now that they finally saw a mermaid taking off her clothes, of course they had to watch every detail carefully. The girls surrounded the mermaid princess, looking just like a group of interns watching a patient. Just imagine this. When you go to the hospital to get your penis done and a group of female interns are watching you, how embarrassing it is. The mermaid princess Lorian was very embarrassed at this moment. But the people around me are all girls, and I am a girl too, so it's embarrassing, but I still have to change my clothes. The mermaid princess gritted her teeth and took off her clothes. Seeing this scene, Yushir's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Wow, what a great figure. I didn't expect the mermaid princess's upper body to be no different from that of a human, and even better than that of a human. The proportions are so perfect, and the skin is so good." Zhao Lina said, "It's probably because she lives in water all year round. Her skin is so soft and white. Not to mention men, even I want to touch and pinch it." Su Xiao said, "As expected of a mermaid, her skin looks like it's made of water, so tender. I wish I could have skin like this." Chen Dan said, "The key is that she is still so plump, her waist is still so thin, there is not a trace of fat on her body, her figure is really great." Wang Siki said, "Look, the mermaid's position is right here. The mystery has finally been solved, and our curiosity has been satisfied." All the girls nodded in agreement. That's amazing. This body is truly a masterpiece of nature. She is truly a mermaid princess. Soon the mermaid princess also changed into a simple swimsuit, and everyone swam together in the swimming pool. Lu Yang was also in the swimming pool. I guess this is what the top second-generation rich people in the past felt like when they went out to play on the sea on a yacht with a bunch of beautiful women, right? Is this the happiness that the rich used to have? This is a situation that ordinary people cannot even dream of. Lu Yang never dared to even imagine such a scene before. But I didn't expect that such a scene would happen right next to me at this moment. As for those rich second generations in the past peaceful times, they have either turned into zombies or starved to death. It really reflects the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. However, except for the three newcomers, Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi, everyone else is already pregnant. Lu Yang didn't dare to do anything out of line to them again. There is also an inflatable bed floating on the water in the swimming pool. After everyone is tired of swimming, they lie on the inflatable bed, eat snacks, drink beverages, and chat. Everyone has a happy expression on their face. Lu Yang felt very relieved seeing everyone so relaxed and happy. In the end times, it is a real pleasure to be able to return to the villa's swimming pool in the afternoon to swim, chat with friends, and have afternoon tea together. While Lu Yang was enjoying his life, on the other side, the three psychics from the small Japanese empire, including Nakata, whom he sent out, had also found their headquarters. Nakata and three other psychics have been trapped by Lu Yang's soul chains. Lu Yang asked them to leave so that they could find the headquarters. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at the location of the headquarters. The headquarters of the Little Sun Empire is composed of 5 members from the heavenly ranking. Seeing Nakata and the others at this moment, they all showed some disdain on their faces and asked, "Nakata, what are you doing back here? Where is your captain Taozi?" Nakata knelt on the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face, and said to one of the charming women, "Captain Sakura, Captain Momoko died in battle. When we were searching for Lu Yang, we accidentally ran into him head-on and a fierce battle ensued. Captain Taozi helped us to cover our retreat, which allowed us to escape and pass on the information. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to escape." Upon hearing what Nakata said, the eyes of the Tianbang members instantly lit up, especially the female Captain Sakura, who showed an excited expression on her face and asked quickly, "You fought against the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. How strong was he?" As for Taozi's life or death, they don't care at all. They came to the Shenlong Empire in search of the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. In addition to completing the mission as the president of the Little Sun Empire, they also had another important purpose, which was to fight and compete with Liu Yang, the number one on the heavenly ranking. As masters on the heavenly ranking, they are eager to fight against real masters. Nakata said, he was very strong. All of us combined were no match for him. He killed Inoue in one blow, so we all fled separately. Captain Tauzi stayed behind to stop the enemy in order to buy us some time, but he was killed by the enemy after only a few minutes of delay. Sakura showed a scornful smile on her face. Can Tauzi delay for a few minutes? It seems that this number one on the heavenly ranking is not very strong. Tell me where he is. It's time to complete our mission. Another heavenly ranking expert said, yes, we must hurry up. We have discovered that people from the White Eagle Empire have also sneaked in here. We can't let them get there first. Nakata was stunned and said, people from the White Eagle Empire are here too. Sakura said, of course. When our Lord Rishang Yamada was number one on the heavenly ranking, the White Eagle Empire, the Barbarian Bear Empire, the Dragon Empire, and even the small Asen Empire, all had masters sneak into our small Rishang Empire. Now that Liu Yang has become the number one on the list, it is naturally his turn to attract the attention of others. In fact, there are already countless spies active among the major countries in peacetime. They all knew it, but they just didn't say it openly. Every major power is already a rival in peacetime. At the end of the world, this competitive relationship will certainly not change. It's just that in addition to the technological competition, economic competition, and military power competition in peacetime, there is an additional competition among people with special abilities. In the end times, people with special powers are the strongest military force. No one knows how powerful a number one on the heavenly ranking will become if he is allowed to continue developing. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is smallest during infancy. No matter how talented you are, what can you do when you are 1 year old? Therefore, he must be strangled in infancy. Otherwise, as time goes by and as he grows, the gap will become bigger and bigger, and in the end it will be impossible to handle. So they both wanted to strangle each other in the cradle. For example, when Higami Yamada was ranked first on the heavenly ranking, he was also the target of many countries. The only difference is that now the target has changed to that guy named Liu Yang. As Sakura said this, she winked at her men, who carried a man out of the next room and threw him in front of Nakata. When he saw this person, Nakata was surprised. The girl had blonde hair and blue eyes, and was obviously from the White Eagle Empire. She was a young woman, and very beautiful. However, it was only her face that was beautiful. Because her body had long been in tatters, her limbs were broken, and only some pipes and wires connected together were left, hanging on her body. At the same time, her chest was bare, with a big hole, and no internal organs inside. It was all machinery. What is this? Nakata asked in surprise. Sakura said, the mechanically modified people of the White Eagle Empire. An ordinary person can reach the strength of a second-level psychic after mechanical modification. If these mechanically modified humans were deployed in wars during peacetime, they would probably have a huge impact on the war and turn the tide of victory. To be able to make such a transformation just 1 month after the apocalypse, I'm afraid they had already experimented with it in peacetime. I'm afraid it has not been made public just because of ethical issues. Now that we are in the end times, there is no need to care about ethics or international condemnation. The trump cards of these great powers are really surprising. Nakata asked in surprise, you have already encountered the White Eagle Empire's team and fought with them. Sakura nodded, that's right. These guys looked down on the Dragon Empire so much that they only sent a Earth-ranking mutant to lead the team, plus a few mechanical cyborgs, and it turned into an exploration team. Their strength is so poor, it's really funny. After we deal with Liu Yang, who is number one on the heavenly ranking, we will look for fighter planes from the White Eagle Empire, and then we can just steal an F-35 and bring it back. Even in the end times, high-tech fighter jets are still extremely rare. Another psychic asked, what about our fighter planes? Sakura said, other people can't bloom. Are you stupid? Oh, the man was scolded by Sakura, touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sakura ignored that person and asked Nakata. Do you still remember the location of that fellow Liu Yang? I will start sending signals to gather all the search teams. Then you will lead us there and we will encircle and destroy him together. I remember. Nakata nodded repeatedly. This was the sentence he was waiting for. When the time comes, he will ask Taijuan to come this way, and then bring Sakura and others into Liu Yang's ambush circle. Then Liu Yang can wipe them out at once. Sakura nodded and said to another person, send a signal immediately to the other 13 teams and tell them to assemble here before the end of tomorrow. Nakata was a little confused when he heard this and asked, 13 teams? Aren't there 19 teams? Even if we remove ours, there are still 18 left. Sakura sneered and said, do you really think that the superpowers of the Dragon Empire are trash? After these days, 5 teams have been wiped out. Including your team, there are 6. But it doesn't matter, you search teams are a bunch of trash, all of you are just trash from the Earth ranking, you are here to be cannon fodder, it's okay. 19 search teams entered the Dragon Empire, but after just over half a month, 5 of them had been killed. The 6th one had also lost Tauzi and Nakata, leaving only 3 people to escape. It is basically in a semi-waste state. It has to be said that the psychics of the Dragon Empire are indeed very powerful. With the strength of the search team, once they encounter the regular superpower troops of the Dragon Empire, they will basically not return. Moreover, those teams that were killed must have exposed a lot of information about the little Japanese empire. They will become more and more dangerous, so they must hurry up to kill Liu Yang and then escape back to the little Japanese empire as soon as possible. Sakura said, tell me where he is so we can make a plan. Tingyun, give him the map of this area and let him point out the location. Yes, Captain. Tingyun said, taking out a map and placing it in front of Nakata. Nakata checked it and pointed out a location, this is probably it. Sakura drew on the map with a pen, estimated the distance, and then said to everyone. It's more than 60 kilometers, and the roads are blocked. We can't drive. It will take a whole day to walk there. We set out in the morning and try to get there before the sun sets. After roughly formulating a plan, Sakura said to Nakata, the next step is to wait for the team to assemble. There is nothing for you to do here. You should go down and rest first. Nakata originally wanted to continue listening to their battle plan so that Liu Yang could respond in advance, but he didn't expect the other party to directly order him to leave. He could only nod reluctantly and said, okay, Captain. After saying that, they left the room reluctantly. After seeing Captain Sakura send Nakata away, Fujimo next to him showed a puzzled expression. He asked Sakura directly, why did the Captain-sama call him away? Wouldn't it be possible to make a better plan if we keep it and ask Liu Yang for more information? After all, they have fought with Liu Yang before. Even if they didn't make him use his true strength, they have at least seen his abilities, right? Sakura sneered, haha, I am the captain, I know all the information of every team member. Nakata's strength is indeed not that good, but he has a very determined heart. Oh. A determined heart. Tengyun showed a puzzled expression on his face. What does sending him away have to do with being firm or not? Sakura continued, he has a very determined heart to be a licker. His love for Momoko is known to the entire team, so how could I not know? As a loyal licker, do you think he would come back to inform us after Tauzi was killed by Liu Yang? Tengyun said puzzledly, but didn't he cry miserably just now? Inghua shook her head, if I was killed by Liu Yang, what would you do? Tengyun didn't even think about it and blurted out angrily, I will never forgive him and I will tear him into pieces. Sakura smiled and said, see, it's over now. A licking dog. How can a licking dog have a brain? Tengyun looked embarrassed and said, Sakura-sama is right. I am too stupid. Sakura shook her head, I hate dog licking the most in my life. Don't lick me anymore, understand? Hey. Tengyun stood up straight and said, Master Sakura is right. I will only lick you secretly from now on. I will try my best to never let Master Sakura feel like he is being licked. Alas. Sakura shook her head helplessly and continued. According to his character, he will not come back to inform us. Instead, he will ignore the difference in strength and go straight to kill Liu Yang to avenge his goddess. Tengyun touched his head and said, Captain Sakura is right. He is also Sakura's loyal bootlicker, how could he not know what Nakata is thinking? It's just that the people involved were confused and didn't react immediately. After hearing what Sakura said, he finally understood that Zhongting's behavior was very abnormal. It's completely different from the behavior of a dog licker. Do lickers have no brains? How could he come back to report the news? So he is no longer a qualified bootlicker. It's really a disgrace to our dog-licking community. Another heavenly ranking psychic asked, Captain Sakura, if what you said is true, then this guy Nakata has already defected to the enemy. Sakura shook her head again. It's not necessarily that he surrendered, but I guess the other party threatened him with peach to force him to surrender. After all, as a bootlicker, he is probably capable of betraying the empire just to lick a woman. What do you think, Tingyun? Tingyun nodded. Yes, the captain is right. The captain is so good at predicting things, he is really excellent. Another heavenly ranking expert asked in confusion, but that's not right. Even if Lu Yang can use Taozi to threaten Zhong Tian and betray the empire, what about the other two people? It's impossible that those two people are also Taozi's loyal lickers, right? Tingyun said unhappily, why are you questioning Captain Sakura? Do you think our captain has not considered this? You really are. Before Tingyun finished speaking, Sakura said, I really didn't think about it. What you said does not seem right. Even if Nakata is Momoko's bootlicker, the other two should not be. Even if Lu Yang wanted to threaten me, he probably couldn't do it. Tingyun was suddenly embarrassed. The psychic who was confronted by him looked at him with an expression as if he was a clown. After struggling for a while, Sakura shook her head again. Forget it, I won't struggle with it anymore. However, one thing is certain, there must be something wrong with Nakata, and there must be something wrong with the information he gave. Maybe he will lead us into a trap. After hearing what Inghua said, Tingyun showed a worried expression on his face and said, what should we do? How about we just not go? Knowing that it's a trap set by the other party, do we still want to fall into it? Inghua said, this opportunity is rare. Only Lu Yang, who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking, can simultaneously instigate 3 powerful people from our little Sun Empire to rebel. Even I can't do such a thing. So this may be our closest chance to the top of the heavenly ranking. We can't give up. Tingyun said, but this is a trap. What if Sakura-sama is in danger? Sakura said, don't lick me. I'm the strongest one among all the people here. Do you still need to worry about me? Tingyun quickly said, yes. Captain Sakura is right. I overestimated my own abilities. Sakura shook her head and continued to ask, next, let's continue to make a plan based on the premise that he has already set a trap. In this way, our chances of winning will still increase. Moreover, we have 13 search teams that can serve as cannon fodder to test out the opponent's traps and even their strength. We have such a large numerical advantage that we won't necessarily lose. Next, I will talk about the battle plan, and you can also give useful suggestions. Afterwards, Sakura and his comrades made a plan in the room. On the other side, Nakata and his 2 teammates discussed in the room. Nakata spoke first. That bitch Sakura actually sent us away in the end. She might have already suspected us. How despicable. Another person said, I think so too. Don't fail to complete Master Lu Yang's mission. Another said, should we tell Master Lu Yang? Lu Yang sent a level 3 zombie to work with them. Now they are hiding in an abandoned building less than 2 kilometers away from here. He can know everything here through the level 3 zombie. If Nakata and the others want to convey information to Lu Yang, they just need to talk to the 3rd level zombie. Nakata shook his head, it's getting late now, maybe Lord Lu Yang is enjoying himself with Captain Taozi. It's best not to disturb him. Moreover, the information we received is just suspicion, not certain. Let's see the situation first. Nakata, who was locked up by soul chains, did everything for Lu Yang's sake. Even though Taozi used to be his goddess, he didn't have any other emotions when he saw Taozi with Lu Yang. He was just worried that Taozi's skills were not good enough and she couldn't serve Lu Yang well. After listening to what Nakata said, the other 2 felt that it made sense, so they nodded. The next day. Early in the morning, Lu Yang received news from the level 3 zombies in Nakata. Nakata told Lu Yang all the news, including that Captain Sakura had assembled other teams and that he might have begun to doubt them. After hearing the news, Lu Yang looked somewhat surprised. Lu Yang murmured to himself. After just one conversation, the other party has already begun to doubt Nakata and his team. As expected of a heavenly ranking psychic, it seems that he has some talent. Moreover, I heard from Nakata that their captain is called Sakura, and she is a female psychic who is in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Very good, even I am beginning to look forward to it. I hope they can gather together quickly, attack me, and fall into my trap. As for her suspicion of Nakata and the others, that doesn't matter. Only those who are not strong enough need to resort to conspiracy, while those who are truly strong enough only need to use open conspiracy. Even if they knew there was a ghost, they still had to come. Even if they don't come, I already know their location and can go find them myself. No matter what, the initiative is in my hands. They are just lambs to be slaughtered. Then we will wipe them out in one fell swoop, control them to invade back to the little Japanese empire, and try to control them to assassinate the ruler of the little Japanese empire. If we can really succeed, we will make a fortune. Thinking of this, a happy expression appeared on Liu Yang's face. Soon, we will be able to capture a few more masters of the Japanese empire and use them as targets for expanding our own branches. Maybe then you can gain powerful superpowers. It's so delicious. Liu Yang didn't worry about these things for now. It would probably take the other side quite a while to wait for all the teams to assemble. After all, their team has been scattered all over the place. Wait until they have gathered together, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Today, the most urgent task is to choose one person from Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi to start a new family. I just don't know who to pick. Liu Yang stretched his waist, then got up and washed. The mermaid princess Lorian came and, after getting along with everyone at the pool party, has completely integrated into this big group. Although she is not human. However, He Yushur, Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others did not reject her at all. It was just a band-aid trick used on her at the beginning. And the one who feasted his eyes that time was Liu Yang. Liu Yang hopes that this routine will happen more often. After getting up and washing up, Liu Yang went downstairs directly. At this time, the mermaid princess Luo Lian had also arrived downstairs. Although she lives on the 3rd floor where there is a swimming pool, she still likes to go to the 1st floor to play with everyone as soon as she wakes up. I was in the kitchen learning how to cook with Chen Dan early in the morning. It is obvious that this mermaid princess is very interested in cooking. Especially obsessed with cooking fish. It seems that ordinary fish in the sea are indeed the main food of the mermaids. As soon as they saw Liu Yang coming downstairs, every one of them showed a warm smile on their face. He Yushur came over directly, took Liu Yang's hand and said with a smile. Hey, hey. Our idol is finally awake. It was unexpected that he didn't turn over the cards last night. Look, you brought 3 sisters back, but you didn't show any favor to them. They are starting to have wild thoughts. As he spoke, he signaled Wu Jingying and others with his eyes. Wu Jingying and the others didn't expect that He Yushur would say such cheesy words directly, saying nothing about favor or not. So shy. The 3 of them blushed immediately, lowered their heads, and avoided looking at Liu Yang. In fact, He Yushur did express what they were thinking. Originally, when they were brought back by Liu Yang, they thought that they would be outnumbered 1-3 by Liu Yang that night. But who knew that Liu Yang simply ignored them? Didn't even talk to them much. I didn't give them any hints or even mention it when I went to bed at night. It makes them feel helpless. It was obvious that they deliberately chose extremely sexy bikinis at the pool party, just to show off their figures and arouse Liu Yang's desire. But who knows? It has no effect at all. Liu Yang even looked at the mermaid Luo Lian a little more. Although they don't want to admit it, they are indeed no match for a fish. This made these 3 beauties start to doubt their own charm. Looking at the shy and embarrassed expressions of the 3 girls, Liu Yang also said awkwardly, definitely tonight, definitely tonight. The reason why he didn't call Wu Jingying and the others into the room last night was simply because he had already completed a branching relationship with the mermaid princess during the day and didn't want to waste the opportunity to have more children. After all, the killing streak of spreading out branches and leaves is based on days, not the number of times. Besides, a man needs to know how to be moderate and to take things slow. Once a day is enough, how many more do you want? By that time, others will have already been willing but unable to do what they want before they reach middle age. When Wu Jingying and others nearby heard Lu Yang say that tonight would be the night, their faces were immediately filled with shyness and anticipation. Then they looked at each other, full of vigilance again. Based on their interactions and conversations with He Yushi and the others over this period of time, they also understood that Lu Yang doesn't like being alone with more than one person. This means that at most only one person can go upstairs to Lu Yang's room tonight. Who among those three should go first? Wu Jingying looked at the other two people who had expressions of determination on their faces, and hinted to them with her expression, "I am the big sister in the base, you guys don't think of competing with me, right?" Lin Wanner showed an expression of not admitting defeat, "I am the first person to meet Lu Yang, so don't argue with me." Chen Zi looked at the other two people and revealed a look of unwillingness to admit defeat, "Although you two are stronger than me, in terms of body shape and appearance, I am not afraid of you. I have to be the first one to go upstairs." Lu Yang was unaware of their open and secret struggles, but was sitting at the dining table eating a delicious breakfast. The mermaid Princess Lorian, who was sitting opposite, had a hopeful expression on her face. Seeing Lu Yang eating with relish, she was also very happy. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Master Lu Yang, how is it? Is it delicious? This is the first time I made breakfast." Lu Yang nodded and said, It's really good and delicious. It seems that Luo Lian you have a talent for cooking." As he spoke, Lu Yang touched the mermaid princess's head. Luo Lian's face showed a well-behaved expression. Just after Lu Yang finished breakfast, a group of uninvited guests came outside the villa area. However, they did not force their way in. Instead, they said to the zombie security guard at the door in a condescending tone, "Open the door. This is a survivor base, right? Routine inspection. Open the door." Lu Yang, who had just finished breakfast in the villa, frowned when he heard this. "Who dares to be so arrogant? You dare to shout like this outside your own villa area?" But judging from their appearance, they all seemed to be people with special abilities. And the strength should be quite strong. No wonder, they all look so awesome. Lu Yang took a look. There were 4 people on the other side, one of whom was a woman. The woman can be taken to the villa area. As for the 3 men, it would be a good idea to let them go to base number 1 or number 2 to serve as 3 thugs. So Lu Yang began to deduce. After all, he was facing 4 people with unknown superpowers, and Lu Yang didn't want to fail miserably, so he simply used his deductive power. The deduction begins. Lu Yang went out directly and came to the outside of the villa area. When those people saw Lu Yang coming out, serious expressions appeared on their faces, and their initial arrogance also subsided a little. Because they saw that Lu Yang was quite strong. Although this guy looks young, the cloak behind him is dark and fluttering in the wind. Although he looks handsome, he is too ostentatious. In the end times, does this guy think he is a hero? Wearing a cape to show off? However, although the other party is pretending to be awesome, it seems that he is quite strong. So, the woman in the lead said directly to Lu Yang, "Hey! Are you the person in charge of this base? We are the official psychics of the Dragon Empire's submersible dragon force. Here are our credentials. Now we need to enter your base. Check the situation inside and see if there are any survivors of abuse. Please cooperate." As members of the Qianlong force, the official force of the Shenlong Empire, each of them is very powerful, and each of them has the unique pride of a superpower. Therefore, after seeing Lu Yang, they did not use any polite words, but spoke directly to Lu Yang in an imperative tone. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "The official superpower unit of the Dragon Empire, the Sub-Dragon unit. I have never heard of this unit before. When the apocalypse broke out and everyone was in disaster and struggling to survive, where were you? Why don't you come to help with the disaster? Why don't you come to help the survivors? Now that the survivor base has been developed, have you come out to check it out? Are you trying to reap the fruits of someone else's victory? In addition, this villa area is my private area, I refuse you entry." Lu Yang had never heard of the official superpower army of the Dragon Empire before. Besides, when the apocalypse broke out, no official troops were seen coming out to maintain stability. But now he wants to inspect his own base. It's already the end of the world, so Liu Yang certainly won't agree. Oh, you mean you don't want to cooperate with our sub-dragon force? Have you thought about the consequences? A big man narrowed his eyes, a fierce look appeared in his eyes, and his tone was even threatening. He originally thought that this would scare Liu Yang, but he didn't expect Liu Yang's face to turn cold instantly, and his tone also became several degrees colder, and he said to the other party. Have you ever thought about the consequences of messing with me? Huh. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze 8 degrees. The big man had a fierce look on his face and wanted to attack Liu Yang. However, he did not expect that his words seemed to touch the other party's reverse scale. Hearing the other party's naked and cold threat, the big man actually felt a sense of fear at that moment, as if his back was cold. Although the big man was not clear about the other party's strength, the other party's confidence and momentum were definitely not something that ordinary people could possess. The scene fell silent for a moment. After several seconds, the beautiful woman in the lead laughed awkwardly, breaking the silence. My handsome man, please don't misunderstand me. We are not threatening you or anything. After the apocalypse, our Qianlong army actually did a lot to help the survivors. The reason we want to enter your base to check is because we are afraid that some survivors may be abused. We have encountered many bases where the guys treated the other survivors like livestock, eating their meat and drinking their blood. Those people are even more terrifying than zombies. Of course I'm not talking about you. It's not targeting you. If your base didn't have this problem, you wouldn't be afraid to check, right? If you are strong enough, we can even invite you to join our Qianlong army and become one of us. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the absence of legal constraints has indeed magnified the evil nature of human beings infinitely. Some people were already extremely vicious criminals in peacetime, but after the apocalypse broke out, they became people with special powers due to good luck. They are simply aiding and abetting the evil. The survivors held captive in their base are living in a living hell on earth. Women are abused and raped every day. As for men, they are only fit to do hard labor or even become food. One of their hidden dragon teams has already rescued several survivor bases. When they encounter those tyrannical base leaders, they will directly arrest those people and then send people to manage that base. Liu Yang's base is the most powerful base they have ever passed. The 50-meter-high frozen wall is as hard as iron and is definitely not something that ordinary people can build. This also shows how powerful the leader of this base is. One can even see that the supernatural power of the leader of this base is most likely the power of freezing. Even if it took a month to build such a large wall, the daily quantity would still be very large. This is enough to show how powerful the freezing ability of the person who built this wall is. So they gave Liu Yang enough face and even extended an olive branch to him, using the huge benefit of joining the Qianlong force to negotiate with Liu Yang. However, for ordinary people with special abilities, joining the potential force might be a huge benefit, but for Liu Yang, it is really disdainful. Shouldn't I be the king of the mountain? Why do you have to join some bullshit Qianlong? What benefit can that broken latent dragon bring me? Liu Yang will never be inferior to others. With the system, he will become the strongest in the world sooner or later. Is it still necessary to join Qianlong? So he sneered and said to the woman, I think you are pretty, with a good figure and a big butt. You seem very suitable for having children. If you let me test your skills again and see if they are strong enough, I might make an exception and let you join my survivor base and become my woman. Upon hearing these words, the 3 male psychics showed angry expressions on their faces. He pointed at Liu Yang and started cursing. You are so arrogant, how dare you say such words to our captain? Do you really think our Qianlong troops are easy to mess with? Do you know how powerful our Qianlong troops are? The Dragon Empire, our Qianlong force is the most powerful organization of superpowers. He gave you the opportunity to join our organization because he thinks highly of you. How dare you speak rudely to our captain? You are courting death. Another big man also said, Boy, you are really looking for death. There are many strong people in our Qianlong army. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have some strength. In a small place like this, maybe you are very powerful and the psychics around you are no match for you, but once you rise to the official organization, you are just a little karami. I hope you can understand what it means that there are always people better than you. Today we will teach you a lesson and let you see the gap between people. The three of them looked at each other and rushed directly towards Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang just gave a look. Buzz. 3 sharp ice needles hovered in front of the foreheads of the 3 people. The 3 big men felt the biting coldness on their foreheads and stopped instantly. Their whole bodies trembled and goosebumps began to appear. Almost died. Just now, if they hadn't stopped in an emergency, they would have hit that ice needle. With the sharpness of that ice needle, they believed that it would definitely pierce their heads. As masters in the Qianlong army, they are all Earth-ranked psychics. The leading female psychic is even one of the top 100 masters on the Earth-ranked list. This configuration was very powerful, and they thought they could sweep all civilian survivor bases. But I didn't expect to hit a wall with Lu Yang. Just a glance and he was subdued by the other party. They knew that if the other party wanted to, the ice needle would pierce their heads with just a thought. The female captain also showed a shocked expression at that moment, and then she showed an awkward smile and said to Lu Yang, "Handsome guy, don't be so angry. Why don't we just talk it out peacefully? We are all from the Dragon Empire, there is no need to fight each other. You may not know this yet, but at this moment, the supernatural beings from other countries are already secretly surging in the Dragon Empire. Our Qianlong troops have already killed 2 psychic troops from the Little Sun Empire, so we should unite to face the outside world." "That's not what you said just now. Didn't you say I was looking for death?" Lu Yang walked towards the 2 men step by step, and then, "Pa." He slapped the big man on the face and said, "Come on, teach me a lesson." The big man gritted his teeth, and finally could only smile ingratiatingly and said, "Brother, it's just a joke." Lu Yang looked at the other man again and slapped him as well. Bang. "You said you wanted to show me the gap between us, right? Now tell me, how big is the gap between us?" The guy was so swollen from being beaten, but he could only say in a flattering way, "There is a world of difference. Big brother, you are the sky, and we are the earth." Lu Yang walked towards the 3rd man and slapped him again. Bang. The men smiled and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely." Seeing that these 3 guys were so aware of the situation, Lu Yang did not make things difficult for them, but walked towards the woman. He reached out and pinched the other's smooth chin, looking at her sexy red lips. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly found that a mini dagger was against his neck. The dagger seemed to appear out of thin air, hovering in the air like his ice needle. At that moment, Lu Yang even thought that the other party also had the ability to control, but the other party was controlling metal. But then, the air began to speak, "Let go of your stinky hands, otherwise, I will cut your neck in the next second." It was the voice of a young woman, and Lu Yang could even feel the sweet fragrance of her breath. "She is right beside me." Lu Yang came back to his senses instantly. Could it be the ability of invisibility? This knife hanging in the air is actually held in the opponent's hand. Lu Yang didn't expect that there was an invisible person around him. Moreover, the other party must have received special training, as he didn't even emit any breath. It seems that the official organization of the Dragon Empire does have some strength. This guy's skills are really amazing when used for assassination. However, Lu Yang sneered, "Haha, you can try it." As he said this, he used 2 fingers to pinch the female captain's smooth face like he was pinching a baby's face, and pinched her face out of shape. "Damn it." The other party's angry voice came from the air, and then the other party pushed the small dagger hard, wanting to make Lu Yang bleed a little, in order to threaten Lu Yang. But I didn't expect. Bite. The moment the dagger touched Lu Yang's skin, there was a sound of metal collision. Lu Yang's neck was completely intact. Not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even a trace of it. How is this possible? Are you made of iron? So hard. The other party's surprised voice came from the air. Immediately following. Ka. The ice spread up along the ground, and in an instant, a transparent human-shaped ice sculpture appeared in front of Lu Yang. The ice wrapped around the opponent's body, but the opponent was invisible and looked like a hollow ice sculpture. And Lu Yang finally saw the general outline of the other party. He was about 1.65 meters tall and was completely naked. It can be seen that the opponent's body can be made invisible, but the clothes cannot be made invisible. So no clothes. She has a very thin waist, a very majestic and eye-catching chest, a high and straight nose, and very delicate facial features. The most surprising thing is that she has an extremely incredible waist-to-hip ratio. At first glance, she is a good woman who can give birth to a son. And judging from the voice, the other person should be less than 20 years old, a beautiful transparent girl. Lu Yang showed a very interested expression on his face and said, "Transparent woman, interesting. But now, you are completely exposed." The other party said angrily, "What a shame. Why are you so tough? My knife can't hurt you. This is unscientific." Lu Yang smiled and said, "I have even tougher methods, I'll let you experience them when the time comes." "I don't want to, you damn guy, I can't move. Let me go quickly, you pervert." The frozen transparent girl was completely unable to move. Lu Yang chuckled and said, "Ha ha, the 5 of you came to my door and directly invaded my base, and you still have the nerve to call me a pervert and say that I am hateful. Your lives are in my hands now. Beg me, maybe I can let you go." The female captain asked, "Schwerer, what's the situation inside the base?" The transparent girl said, "They are all women, dozens of them. All of them are extremely beautiful. There is no man except him. This guy is a pervert." "Ah." The female captain showed a shocked expression and asked again, "He locked up all these beautiful girls, tortured them every day, and treated them as slaves?" The transparent girl Lin Schwer said, "That's not the case. Those women were talking and laughing inside, having a lot of fun." "Ah, this." The female captain Tong Bingjie was suddenly speechless. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lu Yang realized that this transparent girl had sneaked in while he had the door open. Fortunately, this is just a deduction. It turned out that it was the right choice to deduce it myself first. Lin Schwer reference picture. At this time, all 5 psychics had been subdued by Lu Yang. The female captain, who was in the lead, had an awkward smile on her face. "I really didn't expect this handsome guy to be so powerful. With your strength, there's no need for you to do anything like abusing the survivors. After all, ordinary zombies are no match for you. You won't have to worry about collecting food, so you won't be short of food, and naturally you won't attack the weak. I apologize for my recklessness just now. Now, as the captain of the Qianlong force, I sincerely invite you to join our Qianlong force. With your strength, you can at least become a captain. You can manage hundreds of superpowers. You will be highly valued by the Dragon Empire, and you will receive generous rewards. In the future, you will even have the most powerful superpower organization in the Dragon Empire, the Qianlong organization, as your backer. Everyone who sees you will have to respect you. Captain of the Qianlong force, this is a coveted position. You should know that those who can enter the Qianlong army are all powerful psychics, or at least have a ranking on the stone tablet. The minimum entry requirement is to be ranked within the top 1,000 on the yellow list. And that's just the peripheral members. Only the masters on the Earth list can be called core members. The 5-member team led by Tong Bingjie is composed of core members. To become a team leader, one must at least rank high on the local list. To become a squadron leader, you must be at least ranked within the top 100 on the Earth ranking. To be the captain, only those with special abilities who are ranked within the top 1,000 on the heavenly ranking are eligible to run for the position. In other words, at this time, the female captain Tong Bingjie has already tacitly regarded Lu Yang as a master on the heavenly ranking. Originally, Tong Bingjie thought that this was her trump card. Using the captain of the Qianlong force as a lure was an offer that no one could resist. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang just said calmly, "Captain. Is he very powerful? How many leaders are above your captain?" Tong Bingjie was immediately alerted after hearing Lu Yang's words. She thought that the other party had been persuaded by her, and quickly replied, "There are only the captain and the commander. It can be said that they are second to none and above 10,000 people." Lu Yang immediately laughed and said, "Haha, so the captain is so bad. How much do you despise me to say such things? Even if you give me the position of commander, I still won't look down on you, let alone the crappy captain." When Tong Bingjie heard Lu Yang's words, the happy expression on her face suddenly froze. This guy is so arrogant. He actually looks down on the position of captain and doesn't even want the position of commander. A big man next to him said, "Brother, you don't know our Qianlong army yet, right? In the Shenlong Empire, our Qianlong army is the most powerful troop of superpowers. You don't know how powerful our Qianlong is. How could you say such insulting words to us Qianlong? No matter how strong you are, do you think your abilities can resist an entire official superpower organization? Moreover, the entire Shenlong Empire is now in turmoil, and many foreign supernatural beings have invaded. No matter how high and strong the walls of your base are, it is difficult to resist the powerful supernatural beings. When the time comes, you will be alone and helpless. Let's see what you will do. So by joining our Qianlong organization, you will have the greatest backing. Brother, I advise you to think carefully and don't be too arrogant. Moreover, each of us has military satellite communication equipment. Our location has long been transmitted back to the headquarters. Your base has been exposed. If you really kill us, I'm afraid our organization will continue to cause trouble for you." Lu Yang said with a smile, "You don't need to say too much. I don't know anything about the Qianlong organization, and I don't need to find any backers, but I can advise you. Why don't you join my base? I have 3 bases for superpowers. I can assign 1 base to each of you 3 men to manage. Isn't that much better than being a soldier in the Qianlong army? And I will be your backer in the future. For example, if I am your backer, who dares not to give you face? As for you 2 girls, you can stay with me, isn't that wonderful?" Ah. Tong Bingjie was speechless for a moment after hearing Lu Yang's words. She never thought that after she extended an olive branch to Lu Yang would return the favor and treat her in her own way. Following him, men can manage a base, and women can be his women. This condition. It is indeed very attractive to ordinary people with special abilities. However, for the people of Qianlong organization, managing an ordinary base is certainly not something they look down upon. Moreover, once you join the Qianlong organization, you must never betray or quit. Once a hidden dragon, always a hidden dragon. Forget it, it seems you still have concerns. Anyway, there is nothing to do. I will take you to my villa first. As he said that, Lu Yang began to control them directly. His feet left the ground, floating in the air, and drifted towards the villa. Originally, when they were subdued, Lu Yang could have directly locked them up with soul chains. However, the other party was from the Qianlong organization. Although Lu Yang had never heard of this organization before, he seemed to know from them that this organization seemed to be quite powerful. If these 5 people were left in the villa area, I'm afraid this organization would not let it go. Lu Yang didn't want to provoke too many enemies for the time being. Moreover, Lu Yang was in the process of simulation at this time, so he wanted to see what they would think after entering the base. The faces of the 5 people floating in the air were filled with shock. This guy is so strong. As people with other powers, they could imagine that the reason Lu Yang was able to make them float in the air was because he used his freezing power to control the ice covering their bodies. But how much mental strength does it take to control 5 adults weighing hundreds of pounds at the same time? There are people with supernatural powers in their Qianlong organization, but most of them can only control small things, and it consumes a lot of mental energy, so they can only control for a short time. Others have a spoon of mental power, but Lu Yang has a sea of mental power. Tong Bingjie's face showed an even more determined look. This guy is very strong. If he can really be absorbed into the Qianlong organization, he can bring great help to the organization. I must continue to find ways to convince him later. And just after Lu Yang and these people floated into the villa area. Soon, Lu Yang led them into the villa area. Only then did everyone see the difference between the villa area and other survivors' bases. When He Yushir and others saw Lu Yang coming back with 5 frozen people floating in the air, they immediately surrounded him out of curiosity. They all said to Lu Yang, where did you get these ice cubes? And what is the transparent thing? Zhao Lina said, the transparent one looks like a beautiful woman. Where did you get this beautiful woman's mold? He Yushir also pointed at the transparent ice sculpture and said, Lu Yang, you are really good at playing. You even started to use ice to make a mold. You are really perverted. You won't do something evil to this ice sculpture, right? Oh. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Su Xiao said, She looks like a super beauty. Where did you get this inverted mask? Who is she? Listening to Su Zhao's words, the others also cast curious glances. However, the mold caster made an angry voice, "You are the mold casters. I am a human being, I am a human being. It's just because I am invisible. Damn it. Ah. Invisible person. Oh my god. There is such a supernatural power. If this were given to a pervert, with this ability, wouldn't he be able to see all the beauties in the world? It's terrible. Lu Yang, where did you find these weird people?" However, Tong Bingjie, who was standing next to them, had already grasped the key points after listening to the words of these beautiful women. She was so shocked that she finally asked Lu Yang, they call you Lu Yang. Aren't you the Lu Yang who is ranked first on the heavenly ranking as written on the stone tablet? The transparent girl Lin Shuer also came back to her senses. Yeah, your name is Lu Yang. It can't really be you, right? A big man also showed a shocked expression, and then said excitedly, "Number 1 on the heavenly ranking. We actually fought against the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Damn. This slap mark on my face is full of gold." The second big man said, "It's worth dying to fight against the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. This mission was so exciting." Another big man also said, "I actually scolded him just now. Damn it. This is the genius Lu Yang who brought glory to the country and trampled the Japanese Empire under his feet." The commander said it. "No matter what the cost, we must find him and bring him into the Qianlong organization. We actually found him. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to be promoted to captain, I'm going to be promoted to captain. Ha 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 ha." The big man was so excited that his face showed an expression that was even happier than when he heard that his wife had given birth to a big fat son. These days, the Qianlong organization was fully mobilized, divided into small teams to carry out tasks in various parts of the Shenlong Empire. The primary task was not to inspect the surviving bases, but to see where Lu Yang was. We must find Lu Yang before the Flying Eagle organization. Saving those survivors who were treated roughly was just a side job for them. Now that Lu Yang has been found by their team, the next step is for them to return to the organization and wait for promotion and wealth. So how could they not be excited? Moreover, they even fought with Lu Yang at the beginning. Even though it was a one-sided beating, after returning to the Qianlong organization, at least I could brag about it to other people in the organization for several years. When he is old and dying, lying on the hospital bed, he will tell his descendants again, "I once fought with the number 1 on the heavenly list." Seeing how excited they were, Lu Yang was a little confused. He said, "What's wrong? I'm Lu Yang, is there anything strange about that? Am I so strong that I shouldn't be number 1 on the heavenly ranking?" Tong Bingjie said excitedly, "It's what you deserve. It's absolutely what you deserve. Lu Yang, I sincerely apologize to you for our rudeness just now. Sorry. Join our Qianlong organization. You can ask for any conditions you want. Our commander said that no matter what the cost, we must find you and absorb you into our organization. It would be a shame for a rare talent like you not to join us." Lu Yang said without hesitation, "I refuse." Tong Bingjie said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can ask for any conditions you want. We can discuss something. Brother, our entire organization worships you to death. The big guys above have specifically asked for you to join. As long as you join our organization, you can have whatever you want. Behind our Qianlong organization is the Yi family, a family of warriors. The power of the warrior family is beyond our imagination. As long as you join, you will definitely be recognized by the Qianlong organization, and even be valued by the Yi family." Lu Yang shook his head, "I don't need to be reused by anyone, on the contrary, I can reuse you, how about it? As long as you join my base, the conditions I proposed at the beginning will remain unchanged. Besides, you all know now that I am number 1 on the heavenly ranking. If you follow me, you will definitely have a bright future." Tong Bingjie understood after listening to Lu Yang's words. A genius like Lu Yang would not want to be inferior to others. So if you talk about being reused or something like that, the other party won't be tempted at all. But it doesn't matter, as long as we find Lu Yang, everything else will be easy. The conditions are completely negotiable. Tong Bingjie said, the warrior families with ancient heritage are different from us supernatural beings. If there is a difference, it is that we are like commoners who won a lottery of 5 million and suddenly became nouveau riche without any foundation. But they are a top family with hundreds of billions of assets. Their background and qualifications are beyond our imagination. You are indeed a genius among the supernatural beings, but I am afraid you are still incomparable with the warrior family. When you have time, you can go to the headquarters of our Qianlong organization to play and see those big guys. Then you will understand. We will not force you to join. Also, if someone from the Flying Eagle organization comes to you, just don't listen to them. That organization has no future and cannot be compared with us. Flying Eagle organization. Lu Yang was a little curious. Tong Bingjie said, there is another superpower organization in the Shenlong Empire, but their strength is not as strong as our Qianlong. They are also looking for you and hope you will join them. It doesn't matter if you don't join us now, we can discuss the conditions slowly, but please don't join them first. If you really want to join the organization, then our Qianlong organization should be the first one to consider. Tong Bingjie was the first to find Lu Yang, and she didn't want to be intercepted by the people from the Flying Eagle organization. Lu Yang said, no matter what organization it is, I will never join it. But you, I ask you again, will you join my base? The two big men looked at each other and saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes, but they finally shook their heads and said to Lu Yang, although our entire organization admires you very much, once you are a member of the Submarine Dragon Force, you will always be a member of the Submarine Dragon Force. We will not leave the organization just like that. All right. Lu Yang waved his hand, and the ice on their bodies thawed instantly, then you 3 men can go. You 2 women can stay and be my women. What do you think? Lu Yang said as he looked at Tong Bingjie and the transparent Lin Shuer. The 2 female psychics are both strong ones in the Qianlong army. He is the backbone of this elite team. Now, after hearing Lu Yang's proposal, they actually felt a little moved. But soon, they suppressed their momentary excitement. They are the elites of the Qianlong organization. How could they betray the organization just for a man? Tong Bingjie continued to persuade, Lu Yang, we know that you are very strong, and we also know that you are a genius, so you are arrogant. But now is the end of the world, and the world is full of threats. We don't want a genius like you to die here. Joining our Qianlong organization is the safest choice, and it is also the one that will make you stronger the fastest. You have to know that now the superpowers from various countries have poured in. We killed 2 infiltration teams from the Japanese Empire. They are very powerful. And their purpose in coming here is to kill you. If they find your location, they won't try to persuade you like we did. They will just get rid of you at all costs. No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything alone. Come join us. They originally wanted to use the invasion of foreign superpowers to make Lu Yang feel a sense of crisis and join the Qianlong organization. Unexpectedly, after hearing what he said, Lu Yang did not show any worry. Instead, he called out to the person behind him, Taozi, come here. Taozi in the crowd heard the voice and hurried over obediently. She said to Lu Yang in her broken Chinese, Sir, what do you want me to do? Not only is her voice gentle, but the submissive expression on her face makes her look like a maid. When they heard the other party's accent, Tong Bingjie and others were stunned for a moment. Isn't this the supernatural being from the Little Sun Empire? She has actually been conquered by Lu Yang. Impossible. Every person in the Japanese Empire has been brainwashed by imperialism, and they will never betray the empire. After they fought with the psychics from the Little Sun Empire, they couldn't even capture them. After reaching a desperate situation, the people of the Little Sun Empire would rather commit suicide than be captured. Those were a bunch of crazy guys. But such a group of crazy guys are now calling Lu Yang master with a humble look. This is so sci-fi. Even Lu Cixin wouldn't dare to write this kind of plot. Seeing the other party's shocked expression, Lu Yang was very satisfied and said, This is what you said, the supernatural person who invaded from the little Japanese empire. Apart from sending me a beautiful woman who can give birth to a child, what other threat can it bring to me? I hope there will be more foreign supernatural beings like this who are beautiful, fair-skinned, and have nice bodies. Okay. Tong Bingjie had nothing to say. I originally wanted to use the appearance of a foreign psychic to make Lu Yang feel a sense of crisis, but now it seems that I was overthinking. People treat these foreign people with special abilities as women who have come thousands of miles to be sent to them. They don't have any sense of crisis at all. They simply enjoy it and wish there were more of them. Lu Yang felt a little bored, waved his hand and said, "All right, we are all from the Dragon Empire, so I will give your official Qianlong organization some face. Since you are unwilling to join my organization, then just leave and don't bother me again. Otherwise, I won't be so easy to talk to next time like I was this time." Lu Yang paused for a moment, then his voice became 8 degrees colder and he continued. "Next time, I will treat you as invaders, and my methods against invaders are very tough." Tong Bingjie and the other 4 heard the deep threat in Lu Yang's words. They understood that Lu Yang was definitely not just talking. If they dared to force their way to their door again next time, they might really be killed by Lu Yang. The reason why Lu Yang did not force the soul chains on them was because he did not want to get himself into unnecessary trouble too early. Moreover, he still has Wu Jingying's 3 superpowers who have not yet grown up, and there are 30 beautiful girls selected from base number 1 waiting for him to enjoy them in the villa next to him. News has also come from Nakata that the team of superpowers of the Little Sun Empire will be able to assemble soon. Even if there is only 1 female psychic in each team of the Little Japanese Empire, there are at least a dozen female psychics from the Little Japanese Empire waiting to be captured. To put it bluntly, Lu Yang has no shortage of women at this time, nor does he lack women with superpowers. There is no need to take the risk of attacking members of the official supernatural organization of the Dragon Empire. Of course, this time I warned them, if they dare to come again next time, then Lu Yang won't be polite. Since you don't want to accept my toast, why should I care whether you are an official organization of the Dragon Empire? However, Tong Bingjie's eyes turned after hearing Lu Yang's words, as if she had thought of something, and she said to the others, "I have decided to stay and join Lu Yang's base. You guys go back to the organization." Ah. Hearing their captain Tong Bingjie say this, everyone showed shocked expressions on their faces and stood there with their mouths wide open. She is the captain of this elite team. He is the focus of training by the Qianlong organization. The elite among the elites. He actually decided to join Lu Yang without hesitation. Even if Lu Yang is number 1 on the heavenly ranking, a genius boy, a genius who can trample the Japanese empire under his feet, he is just a young man. How can he compare with the entire Qianlong organization? Or is it that Captain Tong has been attracted by the other party's handsomeness and has been fascinated by him? Is this man really so attractive? Seeing that Tong Bingjie had decided not to leave, Lin Shuer also said, "Since Sister Tong is not leaving, I have decided to stay too." Ah. The 3 big men were stunned again. Is Lin Shuer like this too? Oh my god. What kind of charm does this man have? How could he be so charming to 2 girls that they even left the Hidden Dragon organization? Tong Bingjie ignored the shocked expressions of the 2 men and said directly to them, "You can go back to the organization and tell the captain that we stayed here voluntarily and were not forced by Lu Yang. In addition, we will continue to work hard to persuade Lu Yang to join Qianlong. If Lu Yang proposes conditions and is willing to join, I will contact you." After hearing what Tong Bingjie said, the 3 big men suddenly realized. As expected of Captain Tong, this is sacrificing the small self to achieve the big self. In order to pull Lu Yang into Qianlong, did she even sell her body? This is a beauty trap for Lu Yang. Several people immediately began to show expressions of awe. They looked at Tong Bingjie with admiration, and finally gritted their teeth and said, "Okay, Captain Tong. We will definitely make it clear to the captain." Seeing the 2 women who stayed behind, Lu Yang of course understood what they were thinking. Weren't they just trying to continue to convince him? However, as a strong person, how could his mentality be so easily shaken? Beauty trap. The art of the great harem. Then I will show you the reverse harem technique. Use my king of ham to completely conquer these 2 people. Lu Yang said to the 2 of them, "You 2 have decided to stay. Do you know what that means?" Tong Bingjie nodded and said, "I know, I just want to be your woman." Although she is already a team leader in the Qianlong organization and has experience that many people do not have. However, she has never found a boyfriend before. After all, she is just a 20-year-old girl. Now that she herself had said such words as Lu Yang's woman, she still felt very shy. What about you? Lu Yang asked the transparent girl. A somewhat arrogant voice came from the other party in the air. I know. Anyway, I will do whatever Sister Tong does. Very good, since you all already understand, then I don't need to say more. Lu Yang also nodded with satisfaction. He has never tried to do anything with a transparent man. This guy's body is transparent, but the things on her body are not transparent. Her mini dagger should be hidden inside her body at ordinary times so that she can approach the enemy silently. If held in the hand, the enemy will see a knife floating in the air. I don't know where she is hiding. Discussing with a transparent woman. It's really amazing to think about it. So, Lu Yang ended this deduction. My thoughts returned to reality. The 4 psychics from the Qianlong organization were at the door of the villa at this time, and Lu Yang walked straight over. He opened the door. The other party said to Lu Yang, "We are the official superpower organization of the Qianlong Empire, the superpowers of the Qianlong organization, and we are now conducting a routine inspection of your base. Please cooperate." Lu Yang stretched out his big hand and grabbed the air in front of him. I instantly caught a soft spot. Ah! A young girl screamed in the air. There was shock and shyness in the scream. The other 4 psychics' eyes widened instantly. Shock. Shocking beyond words. Lin Shuer possesses the ability of transparency, and has undergone professional training, so she will definitely not make any sound. Not even a trace of breath. Even if they knew that Lin Shuer was around, as long as Lin Shuer entered that stealth state, even her teammates couldn't sense Lin Shuer's presence. How does this young man in front of you feel? They never expected that the transparent Lin Shuer would be caught just when she was about to sneak into the opponent's base while the other party opened the door. So they were ready to attack and besiege Lu Yang, but they didn't expect Lu Yang to wave his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The ice instantly spread throughout their bodies, freezing everyone. The leader Tong Bingjie showed a shocked expression again. How could all of them be controlled after just one encounter? The gap in strength is really too big. Could it be that the other party is a person with special abilities on the heavenly ranking? She said to Lu Yang, "Little brother, we are from the official superpower organization, the Qianlong organization. Are you sure you want to be our enemy?" Lu Yang said, "I am Lu Yang, the number 1 Lu Yang on the heavenly ranking. I will not join your organization. No need to waste time. Just get straight to the point. You 2 women can stay and be my women, and you 3 men can leave." Ah! The 5 people opened their mouths wide. There were expressions of extreme shock on their faces, and they all stood there in a daze, like a fool. Is this guy Lu Yang, who ranks first on the heavenly ranking? How did he know that we wanted to recruit him into the Qianlong organization? Did he always know that the Qianlong organization was looking for him? Wrong. He couldn't possibly know. The reason why he knew we wanted to win him over might just be because he had been won over by others before. For example, the Flying Eagle organization. Maybe the Flying Eagle organization found him before us, but he just rejected us. A sense of urgency emerged in their hearts. If the Flying Eagle organization really captures Lu Yang, then our Qianlong organization will suffer a huge loss. Tong Bingjie said, "Okay, I am willing to stay and be your woman. You go back and report to the organization that we are here voluntarily, and we will find a way to convince Lu Yang to join Qianlong." Lin Shuer also said, "Sister Tong is willing to stay, so am I." The 3 male psychics understood Tong Bingjie's thoughts. He looked at Tong Bingjie with admiration. Then he nodded and left. Lu Yang successfully brought back 2 female psychics from the Qianlong organization and returned to the villa. In the villa, Yusher's people saw that Lu Yang brought back 2 more peerless beauties. They all showed curious expressions and gathered around. Lu Yang gave them a brief introduction, and then called the 2 newcomers, Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer, into his room. Seeing this scene, Yusher's eyes lit up immediately. What's going on? Calling both of them into the room. Are they going to start playing landlord? Su Xiao also said, "I don't know, Lu Yang has never done this before." Zhao Lina also said, Let's go over and listen to see if there are any strange noises. So the girls also ran upstairs and surrounded Liu Yang's door. In the room, Liu Yang said to Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer, "Since you have decided to stay in my base and become my women, I will ask you some questions next. I hope you can answer them truthfully." Tong Bingjie nodded and said, "Don't worry, our Qianlong organization is absolutely sincere. Even Shuer and I are willing to hand over our bodies to you directly. Don't you understand our sincerity? Just ask whatever you want, I will tell you everything I know." Tong Bingjie still remembers what the commander said at the time. At all costs, Liu Yang must be recruited into the Qianlong organization. Use coercion, inducement, or even seduction, whatever method you use will do. Therefore, if revealing some information about the Qianlong organization can make Liu Yang change his mind about the organization, or even make him join the organization, then there is nothing wrong with that. Liu Yang said, "Tell me about the warrior family. I am already number 1 in the superpower family. As for the others, there is nothing I need to know. What I am most curious about now is the warriors. What advantages do they have over the superpower families?" As for people with special abilities, Liu Yang no longer wanted to know too much about them. He himself is number 1 on the heavenly ranking, and he learned from Momoko that the previous number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Hikami Yamada, had only passed the 10th level test on the stone tablet. "I have only passed the 100th level, which is not even the upper limit." In other words, apart from himself, other psychics are basically weaklings. Liu Yang even thought that with his current strength, he could probably defeat all the superpowers in the world combined. Therefore, people with special abilities are no longer within Liu Yang's consideration. What he wants to know more is the kind of strong person he does not understand. For example, the warriors of the Dragon Empire and the ninjas of the Sun Empire. As for the White Eagle Empire, the Barbarian Bear Empire and other empires, Liu Yang didn't know whether they had any hidden cards. However, as an old and powerful country, they probably have many cards up their sleeves. Tong Bingjie nodded and said, "Okay. I'll tell you what I know about warrior families. Warrior families have always existed in the Dragon Emperor, but ordinary people can't get in touch with them. Warriors are much stronger than psychics. In peacetime, they would never appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Compared with ordinary people, they seem to be from another world. At the same time, they cannot enter the stone tablet test like psychics. But now that it is the end of the world, it is time for these hermit masters to come out and maintain stability. Our Qianlong organization is backed by the warrior family, the Yi family." Liu Yang asked, "Yi family? How powerful is this Yi family?" Tong Bingjie said, "I don't know how powerful the warrior family is, but I have heard that the warrior family's power is complex and has spread throughout the Qianlong Empire. It is said that even the richest man in the Qianlong Empire is nothing more than a dog in front of the warrior family, and can be crushed to death with just one finger. Because the real wealth and real resources are actually in the hands of the warrior family. The richest men in the empire can be killed by just one finger." This surprised Liu Yang a little, but not to the point of being shocked. After all, the richest man in the open is just the richest man, and he has no other strength except being rich. And the bodyguard that can be bought with money will definitely not be the strongest. Therefore, the richest people actually do not have much ability in peacetime. Compared with those in power, there is still a long way to go. Liu Yang asked again, "How strong is that warrior? Have you seen it?" Tong Bingjie nodded and said, "I have only seen apprentice warriors. The strength of apprentice warriors is no less than that of Earth-ranking psychics. What they use is not psychics, but powerful warrior skills. An apprentice warrior already has the strength of a Earth-rank supernatural being." This surprised Liu Yang. He then asked, "What are the ones above the apprentice warriors?" Tong Bingjie said, "Warriors are divided into apprentice warriors, formal warriors, advanced warriors, elite warriors, master warriors, and grandmaster warriors. I have only seen apprentice warriors, I have never seen others, but it is said that warriors have the strength to surpass the supernatural powers on the heavenly ranking. The strength of the higher-level warriors, master warriors, and grandmaster warriors is unimaginable." After hearing Tong Bingjie's words, Liu Yang was even more surprised. Being a heavenly ranking psychic is already the limit for ordinary psychics, but even so, can they only reach the level of an entry-level formal warrior? Wouldn't it be possible for those who are above high-level warriors to instantly kill those with special abilities on the heavenly ranking? No wonder Tong Bingjie said at the beginning that people with special abilities were nothing in front of warriors. However, I am not an ordinary person with superpowers on the heavenly ranking. Lu Yang can even kill other people with special abilities on the heavenly ranking instantly. After realizing how powerful the warrior family was, Lu Yang began to feel a sense of urgency. It seems that although his strength is almost invincible to those with special abilities, it is probably not yet at that level for warrior families and clans. At the same time, the ninja family of the Little Sun Empire seems to be comparable to the warrior family of the Dragon Empire and correspond to each other. Therefore, his strength is probably not yet invincible to the ninja family. It seems that the plan to destroy the Japanese Empire will have to be postponed for a while. But it is estimated that it will be enough in a month or two. In 2 months, he could make 60 kills in a row, and his strength at least doubled. By then, even if the warrior was a master, I would be able to kill him with one hand. After all, there is no upper limit to your own system. After all, there is a limit to a warrior's practice. Tong Bingjie compared people with special abilities to nouveau riche who won $5 million, but this analogy was not correct for Lu Yang. Other people with special abilities may be nouveau riche who have won 5 million, but Lu Yang is the owner of a money-printing machine. As long as there is a woman with whom he has children, he can increase his strength infinitely, which is like owning a money-printing machine and being able to print money infinitely. What can your warrior family use to compete with me? After getting the information he wanted, Lu Yang said to Tong Bingjie, "Okay, I already know it. Next, you can go out first, Lin Shuer, you stay." Upon hearing this, a surprised and somewhat nervous voice came from the air. "Huh? I stay? Why should I stay?" From the beginning, Lin Shuer didn't say a word. She was a transparent little cutie in the air, just like real air. But I didn't expect that at the last moment, Lu Yang actually asked Sister Tong to leave and asked himself to stay. What was he planning to do? You're not going to do that kind of thing. I don't want it. I've never had a boyfriend. Lu Yang said, "What? Of course I am doing what I should do. You said you would be my woman, you are not just lying to me, right? I have very strong methods to deal with those who deceive me. Or are all you Qianlong organization scammers? That's not the case. You are not allowed to talk about Qianlong like that. Just stay, it's no big deal. Sister Tong, you can go now." Lin Shuer's unyielding voice was heard in the air. Tong Bingjie nodded and said, "Shuer, hold on. It will be over in a few minutes. I will cheer you on in my heart." After saying that, she went out directly. Lu Yang walked towards Lin Shuer and said with a smirk on his face, "Today we are going to see what kind of scene it is when someone appears and disappears all of a sudden." Since Lin Shuer was in invisible state and naked, Lu Yang even skipped the step of taking off clothes. When he put his arm around Lin Shuer's slender waist, he could feel her whole body tremble instantly. However, she still said stubbornly, "Come on. I'm not afraid of you. I want to see how powerful you are." Outside the door. As soon as Tong Bingjie opened the door, she found that there were more than a dozen girls outside the door, listening to the noise inside. When they saw me coming out, those women all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. He Yusher said, "Hey, why did you come out? What's going on? Aren't you two together?" Tong Bingjie said, "What are you talking about? How powerful can a hot-blooded young man be? I think he will surrender in a few minutes." The girls all had amused expressions on their faces. Yes, you are right. Don't leave, listen to how your transparent companion begs for mercy later. Is it really that powerful? Tong Bingjie showed an expression of disbelief. Zhao Lina smiled and said, "What we say is useless. You will know when you hear it yourself. Hee, don't be scared to death when the time comes." He Yusher also smiled evilly and said, "Hee, tremble helplessly under Lu Yang's 416 gale." At this moment, only Lin Shuer and Lu Yang were left in the room. With his keen insight, Lu Yang naturally knew that there were girls outside his door. But it doesn't matter, those are my women. It's boring enough in the villa area, and eavesdropping is one of their few hobbies. Lu Yang would never stop such things. Isn't it just chatting with Lin Shuer every day? It's not like they talk about something shameful. In the room, Lu Yang said to Lin Shuer, remove your invisibility skill and let me see what you look like. Otherwise, I always feel like I'm speaking to the air. Lin Shuer's helpless voice came from the air. She said, I can't remove this ability. I can only remain invisible. Lu Yang was stunned. It can't be removed. You mean, you can only be invisible forever? That's too miserable. Then you can never wear clothes. This is equivalent to a passive skill. Lin Shuer said, I only take off my clothes when I am on a mission. I usually wear clothes. Lu Yang said, isn't that like a ghost, with only an empty set of clothes walking around? Lin Shuer said, about the same, but my companions already know my ability, so they won't be too surprised. Lu Yang added, when you threatened me just now, you took out a knife. You were naked. Where do you usually hide this knife? Lin Shuer said somewhat embarrassedly and angrily. This dagger of mine is a retractable spring dagger. Normally, when it is retracted, it will become a small one. I just hold it in my mouth when I'm on a mission. Hearing the other party's somewhat panicked tone, Lu Yang knew that if Lin Shuer had not been invisible at this moment, her little face would have turned red like a cute apple. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yang showed an expression of I see. Then Lu Yang asked Lin Shuer, are you willing to be my woman? Lin Shuer nodded. Congratulations, host, I have detected that the other party has agreed to be your girlfriend. You have successfully obtained a new ability, Rage. Frenzy, Level 1. After using this ability, all your basic attributes will be increased by 50. Duration, 10 minutes. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was very happy. He finally got a new superpower. Originally, Lu Yang's basic attributes were already dozens of times higher than those of ordinary people. If it were to be increased by 50, it would be simply a huge improvement. Although the duration is only 10 minutes, Lu Yang believes that as the level of this ability increases, the duration will continue to increase. When encountering a powerful enemy, this skill will give Lu Yang a turning point in the battle. Of course, Lu Yang can't use it at all now. After all, up to now, Lu Yang has not encountered an enemy who can make him use his full strength. After thinking, Lu Yang also began to lie down on the bed to rest. Outside the door, you saw that he and Lin Shuer didn't say anything else, so they started to disperse. Tong Bingjie had a complicated expression on her face. Whether the Qianlong organization can gain a foothold in Lu Yang's villa area depends on Lin Shuer's performance. As long as we can capture Lu Yang's heart, we can persuade him to join Qianlong. Harmonious deletion. Lu Yang saw that Lin Shuer had woken up, so he came over and took out a set of JK uniforms from the space and threw them on the bed, saying, please put on this set of clothes. You don't need to wear it like before. Don't stay invisible anymore. Although I can sense your presence, it's not convenient for others to communicate with you in the villa. Lin Shuer has been invisible all the time, basically like air. Lu Yang can feel her, but ordinary people like He Yushi and Zhao Lina can't. Getting along with her is probably no different from getting along with a ghost. So, Lu Yang threw out a set of clothes for him to put on, so that even if he couldn't see her, at least he could see a set of clothes. Okay. Lin Shuer said, picked up the clothes and put them on. It was quickly put on, and a walking JK uniform appeared in the room. The two of them went out and went downstairs. At this moment, Chen Dan and others were already busy in the kitchen, starting to prepare dinner. Seeing Lu Yang and Lin Shuer come out, the girls all came over to greet them with smiles. He Yushi was the first to speak. Wow, Lu Yang, you finally woke up. I didn't expect you to become stronger now, awesome. Su Xiao said, yes, you are now unable to withstand even the superpowers, let alone ordinary people like us. If we meet you now, we will probably be doomed. Wang Siki said, wow, this sister's ability is so magical. She turned invisible directly and now turned into a walking uniform. Sister, can't you remove the invisibility? In response to Wang Siki's question, Lin Shuer replied, my ability cannot be removed. I can only remain invisible. Wang Siki said, that's such a pity, you should be pretty. If you stay invisible all the time, it will be a waste of your beautiful appearance. Wang Feifei said, Lu Yang, You were chatting with her while she was invisible just now. What was going on? The white fox also laughed. Ha ha ha. It looks like he's attacking the air. It's funny just thinking about it. Ha ha ha. The other women also laughed. The transparent Lin Shuer's face turned red. Fortunately, no one else can see her expression, otherwise, she would be so embarrassed. I didn't expect that everything that happened between Lu Yang and I in the room was heard by these people. I was so embarrassed. Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi next to them were all shocked. As people with special abilities on the yellow list, they could tell at a glance that Lin Shuer and Tong Bingjie were extremely powerful. At least he is a master on the Earth list. I don't know how many levels stronger than them. By the time we get in, won't we be doomed? I'm so scared. Exercise. You must exercise, and you must exercise in a targeted way. Lin Wanner, Chen Zi, and Wu Jingying looked at each other and made up their minds. Start training your legs and butt tonight. At the dinner table, everyone was eating happily. I have to say that Chen Dan's cooking skills are very good. The dishes became more and more delicious, even Lu Yang was very satisfied. And because he had just experienced a big battle, he was really hungry, so he ate 3 big bowls of white rice. After dinner, Lu Yang returned to his room and began to think about tomorrow's plans. He murmured to himself on the bed. Now, it will take some time for the small Japanese Empire's troops to squeeze in. It will take some time to catch them all in one fell swoop. There is nothing to do tomorrow, so let's continue to search for supplies. After defeating the psychic troops of the Little Sun Empire, we can start looking for the treasure of the Mermaid Palace. I am very curious about how powerful the treasure is that can allow the mermaids to rule the world. After a good and satisfying sleep, Lu Yang got up the next day, stretched, and then started to go downstairs. Chen Dan and the others had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for Lu Yang to come down and eat. Lu Yang likes this feeling very much. As soon as you wake up, someone will prepare breakfast. When you go out to look for supplies, someone will prepare lunch or dinner when you come back. He had never experienced this before in peacetime. Sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, Tong Bingjie on the opposite side looked at Lu Yang with something strange in her eyes. When she thought about the possibility of having a big fight with Lu Yang tonight, she felt scared. Especially when I think of Lin Shuer's screams and pleas for mercy yesterday. If I climbed onto Lu Yang's bed today, I wouldn't make that kind of noise, right? Don't do that kind of thing. How shameful. Especially the girls living in this villa, they are all extremely gossipy. When Lu Yang was doing it to me inside, maybe they would block the door and eavesdrop like they did yesterday. Didn't they hear all my screams? Ah. So shameful. As she thought about it, Tong Bingjie's face turned red as a ripe apple, as if she had a fever. Lu Yang noticed something was wrong and asked, Tong Bingjie, what are you doing? Your face is so red so early in the morning. Do you have a fever? Ah. Tong Bingjie didn't expect Lu Yang to notice her. She was immediately startled and said quickly, it's okay, it's okay. I don't have a fever. I just feel a little hot. Well, as long as you're okay, I'll give you a thorough checkup tonight. Lu Yang said casually. Unexpectedly, these words frightened Tong Bingjie so much that her whole body trembled. I don't want a physical examination or anything like that. Are you checking or torturing me? I listened outside the door for more than 4 hours yesterday, how could I not know? After dinner, Lu Yang went out to look for supplies. The dark space has never been full until now. Moreover, Lu Yang's search range for materials is getting larger and larger. The city he is in has long been plundered, and now he can only go to other cities. Fortunately, Lu Yang's flying speed has exceeded 4 times the speed of sound, so even if he goes to other cities, it will only take a few minutes. After leaving the villa, Lu Yang took off directly on the spot and arrived in Jiangcheng, which is next to Donghai City, in just a few minutes. Lu Yang was not familiar with Jiangcheng, so he had to slowly look for large shopping malls and supermarkets. Now that the apocalypse has been going on for a month, most of the fresh food in the mall has gone bad. However, rice, beans, and packaged foods can still be harvested. It would be even better if we could find a few more female psychics. Soon, Lu Yang found a large supermarket. So he walked straight in. After entering, I found that there were more than a dozen shedders in the large supermarket. There were no ordinary zombies, only a third-level zombie leading these shedders. However, there were a lot of skeletons on the ground. Hundreds of them. It is obvious that the zombies ate hundreds of their own kind, just like raising goo, and eventually became these dozen or so shedders. One of the ordinary zombies evolved to level 3 and gained the ability to command other zombies, so he was not eaten and did not turn into a molting zombie. They even knew how to ambush in secret, and when Lu Yang walked into the supermarket, they would attack instantly. Lu Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these zombies would have tactics. It is obvious that they rely on this supermarket to attract survivors to come in and search for supplies, and then ambush in secret and kill all the survivors who come in. It is estimated that quite a few survivors have been ambushed and killed by them. But unfortunately, this time they met Lu Yang. When a molting creature pounced towards Lu Yang, an ice sword had already condensed in the air and shot directly at the opponent. Boom. With a loud noise, the shedder was instantly shot in the head. Immediately following. Call out. The ice sword began to fly at a high speed, constantly shuttling between the zombies. After a few seconds, all the shedders fell to the ground. The third-level zombies turned around and fled when they saw this scene. Unfortunately, before Lu Yang could even think about it, the ice sword had already flown at a high speed, shooting straight at the opponent's head. Boom. The third-level zombies also suffered in the northwest. After clearing out the supermarket, Lu Yang began to plunder the supermarket. I found a lot of rice, beans, and some packaged foods. Lu Yang even took away clothes, condiments, kitchen supplies and the like, and took away everything he could. After collecting the items, Lu Yang started to search the next supermarket. Soon, Lu Yang searched 3 supermarkets. In total, several hundred tons of rice and beans were obtained. When he came out of the third supermarket and was about to go to the next supermarket, he suddenly found 5 survivors in front of him, rushing at a high speed. Judging from the other party's speed, he doesn't look like an ordinary survivor. He must be a powerful psychic at least. And they all have blonde hair. Foreign superpowers? Lu Yang instantly perked up. He flew directly in front of the opponent and landed on the ground with a bang. After landing, I saw that they were all blonde and blue-eyed. Among them were 2 women and 3 men. The women were beautiful, and 2 of them looked like dolls. The 3 men were also very burly, and they were obviously the psychics of the White Eagle Empire. When those psychics saw Lu Yang fall to the ground, they were also instantly frightened. However, after seeing that there was only one person on the other side, they began to show some contempt, and one of them asked in broken Chinese, "Hey, who are you? How dare you block our way? Are you looking for death?" Hee hee. Lu Yang sneered with narrowed eyes, and then... brush. A cold current instantly swept towards the other party. The next second, the 5 White Eagle Empire's superpowers had turned into ice sculptures. Ah. What is this? I can't move. Damn it. This guy is an ice attribute mutant, he's very powerful. Lu Yang walked towards the other party step by step. Pa. He slapped the men who spoke at the beginning in the face. The man was slapped in the face by Lu Yang, but he didn't change his expression. This surprised Lu Yang a little. This guy's defense is pretty strong. Lu Yang said. You come to our Shenlong Empire and dare to show off in front of me. Now I ask you, are you from the White Eagle Empire? What are you doing here? The men showed an angry expression and shouted, damn it. How dare you attack our people from the White Eagle Empire? Are you tired of living? Lu Yang shook his head, and an ice sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed the men in the chest. Brush. The ice sword instantly fell into the opponent's chest. Crack, crack, crack. The other person's body made crackling sounds, as if the electricity was short-circuiting. Lu Yang was stunned. This guy is not a normal person. He swung the ice sword with force, instantly breaking open the opponent's stomach, revealing all the mechanical parts inside. Lu Yang showed an expression of great interest on his face and said, Good fellow, you are actually a mechanical cyborg. After Lu Yang cut open the belly of this male mechanical man, he found that his body was completely mechanical. The only human part was his brain. Even his head was made of steel. There was an energy tube on the head that was connected to the energy liquid in his chest. These energy liquids can supply the energy needed by the entire body, including maintaining the nutrition of the brain and driving the entire body to function. This small can of energy liquid actually possesses such powerful energy. It is obvious that this should be the special new energy newly discovered by the White Eagle Empire. It is estimated that the energy density is dozens of times that of gasoline. Apart from his brain, even this guy's skin is artificial. It's not real skin at all. No wonder his face was not hurt after I slapped him. Fortunately, Lu Yang's body is dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary psychic was so defenseless and slapped the opponent's iron head, the opponent might be fine, but his hand might be broken. Lu Yang sighed. This technology is at least as high as 3 or 4 floors. There is a saying that goes, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. As the largest country in peacetime, the White Eagle Empire is indeed rich and willful. All it takes is an ordinary person's brain to be transformed into a cyborg with the strength of a second-level mutant. This kind of modified human can be mass-produced. You can have as many as you want as long as you have the resources to invest in it. But those with superpowers need to mutate themselves. The number is too small and they are too precious. It would be a pity to use them as cannon fodder. In this case, the White Eagle Empire is probably still the best even in the end times. Brush. Brush. Lu Yang instantly chopped off the hands and feet of the 2 male modified humans. There was a look of pain on both of their faces. Apparently, the brains of mechanically modified humans still have the sense of pain. Even this kind of pain nerve has been connected to the mechanical body, because the sense of pain allows them to react when they are attacked. Otherwise, if they have no sense of pain, wouldn't they not even know they were attacked from behind? However, it is estimated that this pain is only 1/10 of that of ordinary people. He then swapped the heads of the 2 male cyborgs. I discovered that the other person could still control a body that did not belong to him. Wow. If this is done this way, as long as the brain is not damaged, even if the body is damaged, you can directly replace the body. Pretty awesome. Lu Yang sighed. Then he took off the other person's clothes and pants. Observed each other carefully. I discovered that a mechanically modified human was actually equipped with that artificial thing. And it's bigger and stronger than ordinary ones. Almost catching up with Lu Yang. Is this thing useful? Lu Yang took out the ice sword curiously and chopped it down directly. Ah. The male cyborg screamed in pain. I actually have feelings. Isn't this just for decoration? If men have feelings, do women have them too? Lu Yang's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he fixed his gaze on the 2 delicate-looking women. Since they are mechanically modified humans, their faces are specially designed by experts and absolutely conform to the golden ratio and ergonomics. It can be said that they are all beauties among beauties. Lu Yang pondered in his heart. If their thing works, then I have a bold idea. Someone once said, only sissies like women, real men should play with robots. The bodies of female mechanically modified people are specially designed by experts, and they are probably enough to make people feel extremely happy. Maybe there are various other functions. I guess few men can withstand it. After all, how can an ordinary woman's body be compared with a design that has cost trillions of dollars and has been painstakingly designed by thousands of top industry experts? Lu Yang was constantly studying the bodies of these robots, and the expressions on the faces of the 5 robots changed from disdain at first to fear. Although their bodies are mechanically modified, their brains are still human brains, and their thoughts are also human thoughts. Lu Yang's strength has exceeded their imagination. After just one encounter, the opponent's ice ability froze them to the point of being unable to move, and without saying a word, the opponent ripped them open and broke their limbs, which instantly stunned these robots. At this time, Lu Yang asked the other party, now can you tell me the purpose of your coming here? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your body is mechanically modified. Everyone's brain has an area that controls pain. Just imagine if my ice needle directly stimulates the pain area in your brain, you will feel like you are living a life worse than death. Bah. Our heads are made of a special high-hardness alloy, they are indestructible. They are on a completely different level from the metal used to make our bodies. Even if you can destroy our bodies, don't even think about destroying our brains. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Lu Yang shook his head and picked up the ice sword and stabbed it into the opponent's head. Brush. The ice sword pierced directly. Ah. The cyborg let out a scream and eventually lost his voice. The so-called high-hardness special alloy is softer than tofu in front of Lu Yang's eternal freezing. After all, the black sword at that time could pierce through the special stainless steel safe house that was more than 10 centimeters thick. The eternal freeze is countless times stronger than the black light sword. Isn't it easy to pierce through a cyborg's head? The other two male cyborgs nearby were shocked. Oh my god. What on earth is this guy's weapon? Impossible. Our high-hardness alloy heads can't even withstand armor-piercing bullets. I used my forehead to withstand Barrett a few days ago. How could the opponent's sword possibly penetrate it? The remaining two male cyborgs were really scared. Lu Yang's strength has long exceeded their understanding. It is simply unimaginable that cold weapons can penetrate special alloys with high hardness. They have already been tested before leaving the factory. The human skull made of a special high-hardness alloy can withstand 10 tons of pressure from a compressor without deformation, and can withstand 14.5 mm armor-piercing discarding sabot bullets without being penetrated. This strength has surpassed armored vehicles. And the other party just poked it lightly with the ice sword and it pierced through. This guy's strength is too terrifying. Lu Yang looked at the two men and said, I guess you two won't tell me if I ask you. I'm too lazy to ask you. I'll kill you later. After saying that, he looked directly at the two female cyborgs. He stretched out 2 fingers and walked towards the other person. Mechanical transformation human reference picture. Lu Yang thought that his soul chain should be launched directly at the brain. Since the opponent's brain is still a human brain, the soul chain should still be effective even if their body is a mechanically modified person. So he planned to use these 2 female cyborgs to test whether his soul chains were useful to them. Seeing Lu Yang coming over with 2 fingers raised, the 2 women showed disdain on their faces. Haha. You stupid guy actually want to make a robot. Come on, I'll pinch all your fingers off. That part of theirs has been specially modified and is very powerful, so they are not afraid of Lu Yang's 2 fingers. But Lu Yang ignored her and put his finger on her forehead. Huh. The foreigner with blonde hair, blue eyes, and delicate features showed a surprised expression. She also didn't know what Lu Yang's purpose was. However, 5 minutes later, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the soul chain. At the same time, the woman's eyes had completely changed. Seeing that Lu Yang had become extremely submissive, she would agree to any request from Lu Yang. She said to Lu Yang in a gentle voice, Sir, Lucy is at your service. The remaining female robot nearby was stunned when she heard this. They are all mechanically modified humans and they must never betray the organization. Once they betray the organization, they will lose the source of energy liquid and will eventually die. Even most of the mechanically modified humans came from the end of the world where they were left with nowhere to go and were deceived and modified by the authorities in the name of human evolution. But once the transformation is successful, you will no longer have the thought of betrayal. Because when the energy liquid is almost consumed, your brain will become slower and slower, you will feel your memory disappearing bit by bit, and you will clearly know that you are slowly dying. At that time, the fear of death will occupy your brain. In order to replenish energy liquid, the mechanical cyborgs will never betray the White Eagle Empire. What did you do to Lucy? Lillian asked in surprise. Lu Yang smiled and said, You will know soon, why bother asking again? After saying that, he also stretched out 2 fingers and walked towards the other person. Seeing that Lu Yang had set his sights on herself, the female robot was immediately terrified. No, no. Don't come over here, I don't want to be controlled by you. Without the energy liquid, we will definitely die. I don't want it. Lu Yang didn't care how the other party begged for mercy, he just put his finger on it. 5 minutes later, He once again received a prompt from the system: "Congratulations to the host for successfully performing the soul chain." The look in the robot's eyes instantly became extremely obedient, and he said to Lu Yang, "Sir, Lillian is at your service. Hear this." Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Now that I have conquered both female mechanical modified beings, I will bring them back to the villa and find an opportunity to test out my bold idea." At this time, Lu Yang still had a question in his mind. That is, I don't know whether this female cyborg has the ability to reproduce. It would be awesome if female cyborgs could have children and have branches. Lu Yang shook his head and suppressed this thought. Look at the last one, a male cyborg who has lost his limbs and vital artificial parts. The man was startled when he saw Lu Yang looking at him. He saw with his own eyes that his two female companions were controlled by each other. The other party's two fingers were like the hands of the devil, making people sink and unable to resist. He yelled, "Don't come over here. I don't want to be controlled by you, you." Bang. Before he could finish his words, he was hit on the head by an ice needle. Lu Yang said to the corpse, "You are a man, why should I control you? You are really overthinking it." Lucy said, "Sir, you can collect the energy fluids from these three corpses and give them to us for replacement." "Yeah." Lu Yang nodded, and directly dug out the cans of energy liquid from the chests of the three corpses and put them into his own dark space. Then he unfrozen the two people and asked the two female robots, "How often do you need to replenish your energy liquid?" Lucy said, "If there is no fighting and it is just daily activities, a can of energy liquid can last for 3 months. If there is a fierce battle, it may only last for less than a month." Lu Yang said, "Okay, then with these 3 bottles of energy liquid, each of you can last for half a year. Besides, there should be more than just your team invading the Dragon Empire, right?" Lucy said to Lu Yang, "Well, we have 10 teams, a total of 50 people. But now there are only 35 left. Basically, each team consists of psychics and mechanical cyborgs. Our team was reorganized from 2 damaged teams. The psychics have died in the battle, so there are only 5 of us mechanical cyborgs left. Already lost 15. Lu Yang was a little surprised. Lucy nodded and said, "Yes, the Dragon Empire is full of powerful people, and invaders from other empires are also surging in secret. In short, there are threats everywhere. We, the mechanical cyborgs, are still a little behind the superpowers at the top of the rankings." Lu Yang continued to ask, "Among the remaining 35 people, how many are mechanically modified people? How many are people with special abilities? What is the purpose of coming here?" Lucy replied, "The main team is composed of 5 heavenly ranking psychics, and the remaining teams are led by earthly ranking psychics. The configuration is basically 1 earthly ranking psychic with 4 cyborgs. Apart from the 5 of us, there are 30 people left, including 5 people on the heavenly ranking and 5 people on the earthly ranking, plus 20 mechanically modified humans. The purpose of coming here is to find Lu Yang, who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Kill him." After listening to Lucy's words, Lu Yang roughly understood the strength of the White Eagle Empire's invasion. It seems that compared with the small Japanese empire, they are still a bit stingy. The search team of the Japanese empire consists of only 5 Earth-ranking experts. The White Eagle Empire's search team was actually just a top expert on the Earth list and 4 mechanical cyborgs. Is this configuration meant to be funny? It seems that their main force is still the 5 people with special abilities on the heavenly ranking. The other teams are just cannon fodder." At this time, Lillian next to him said, "Sir, every mechanical modified person has a location, and the life data will be transmitted to the headquarters in real time. When they lose their lives, the headquarters will also receive the news. This means that the headquarters already knows about the battle here. I suggest that we leave as soon as possible." Lu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. You should have a way to contact the headquarters, right? Tell your headquarters that Lu Yang was found here. Ask them to gather here quickly." Lucy nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Lillian beside him showed a puzzled expression and asked Lu Yang, "Sir, are you really Lu Yang who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking?" Lu Yang nodded, "It's me." The 2 girls' eyes widened instantly and they said, "You are actually Lu Yang. No wonder the 5 of us didn't have any power to resist you." Liu Yang smiled and said, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that your team is too weak. Even if you didn't meet me or the team from the Dragon Empire, you would still be killed. The strength of this White Eagle Empire team is far inferior to that of Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer's team. I guess Tong Bingjie's Qianlong team won't have to put in much effort to kill Lucy and the others." Lucy and Lillian said in agreement, "Yes, that's right, the arrogant White Eagle Empire really underestimates the Dragon Empire. Lord Liu Yang, you probably don't know this yet, but the president of the White Eagle Empire is already over 80 years old, and is even incontinent." They were wearing adult diapers during the meeting. It was so funny. Ha ha ha. The two girls said this and burst into laughter. It even amused Liu Yang, who was standing next to him. "I've heard rumors before that the president of the White British Empire wears diapers, but I didn't expect that the rumor is actually true." Lucy then sent all the coordinates and false information here back to the headquarters. The headquarters could see that 3 male mutants were dead. Plus Lucy's information. They will definitely believe that Liu Yang is really here, and then gather all their fighting forces to come here to find Liu Yang. By then, Liu Yang will be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. After Lucy had done all that, Liu Yang took Lucy and Lillian away, but he did not forget his main purpose today. Encountering these invaders from the White Eagle Empire was just a small episode. His most important goal was to search for supplies. So he took Lucy and Lillian and continued looking for the next supermarket. Soon the three of them arrived at the door of the next supermarket. Lucy and Lillian said to Liu Yang, "Sir, let's go in and clean up the zombies first. Please wait a moment before coming in." Liu Yang shook his head, "Let's go together. There are probably hundreds of zombies in there. If you fight, it will consume your energy. But to me, those hundreds of zombies are just garbage that can be dealt with in less than a minute." "Okay, Master Liu Yang." Lucy and Lillian nodded and had to follow Liu Yang. As soon as we entered the supermarket, we saw hundreds of zombies inside. Liu Yang began to control the flying sword to fly at high speed, shooting the zombies in the heads one by one. This series of operations stunned the two mechanically modified girls next to them. The two of them stared with their eyes wide open, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "My God, Master Liu Yang is so strong. If Lord Liu Yang used this trick on us, we wouldn't even be able to see what he looked like before we were killed. I feel like there is no one in the entire White Eagle Empire who can be compared to Lord Liu Yang. I think Lord Liu Yang can even carry out a decapitation operation and kill the president of the White Eagle Empire in front of everyone in the White Eagle Empire. Indeed, Lord Liu Yang is absolutely unstoppable." Liu Yang ignored the boasting of the two mechanically modified women. After all, they have been trapped by their soul chains. Even if they just saw a fart, they can probably think of 100 ways to flatter them. Liu Yang started to search the supermarket directly. After ransacking one supermarket, he took the two women to the next supermarket. After looting 5 supermarkets in total, Liu Yang was finally satisfied. He said to the two cyborgs, "Very good, today's work is done. It's time to go back. You are cyborgs. Even at supersonic speed, you should be able to withstand it, right? The only advantage of mechanical cyborgs is that they have stronger bodies than humans. Their bodies are made of steel, so supersonic speed should be a piece of cake for them. In that case, when flying with these two people, there would be no need to go through the trouble of building a freezing aircraft." Lucy and Lillian said, "It's okay, Master Liu Yang. We can handle any faster speed." "Good." Liu Yang nodded, then flew directly into the sky holding a female robot in one hand. A few minutes later, they returned to the villa area. After returning to the villa area, He Yusher's people saw Liu Yang bringing 2 women, and immediately surrounded him curiously. When they saw clearly that the 2 women were blonde and blue-eyed white people, they were even more surprised. Good job. This Liu Yang can not only bring back women from the little Japanese empire, but even big horses from the White Eagle Empire. I have to say, Liu Yang's taste is really inclusive. Liu Yang saw He Yusher and the others and introduced them. "You just happen to be here. This is Lucy and Lillian. They are mechanical cyborgs from the White Eagle Empire. I met them and they have become my people now." After hearing this, everyone around He Yusher was stunned. These two white people with golden flowers, blue eyes and delicate looks are actually not just ordinary foreign horses. Even a woman transformed by a machine. Could it be that Liu Yang's hobby is no longer limited to ordinary humans, but has even begun to target robots? Zhao Lina asked curiously, what have they modified? They look no different from ordinary humans, and even their skin looks very delicate and smooth, with the texture of real human skin. Could it be that they only modified their bones? He Yusher also said, yes, they look no different from real people, and their movements are also very smooth, no different from real people, not like the robots in the movies, with a strong mechanical feel. Lydia Su smiled evilly and said, isn't it just the part that is modified to please men? Ah. The girls opened their mouths, not reacting for a moment. When they realized what was happening, they all looked shy and said, Su Xiao, you are so mean. How evil. Only the part that pleases men. Did they add some special functions? Who knows? We have to let Liu Yang try it first to find out. Seeing that the women were getting more and more confused as they discussed, Liu Yang quickly said, they are mechanically modified. Apart from having human brains, all other parts of their production are replaced by machines. It's not just like what you said, that they have only modified the parts that please men. Zhao Lina was stunned and said, the whole body is replaced by machinery. Wouldn't the whole body be very stiff? Lucy blushed and said, that's not the case. Our skin and bionic muscles are no different from real people. They don't feel very stiff. On the contrary, they feel very good. Lillian also said, in peacetime, our bodies were originally designed as robot maids, and everything on our bodies was designed to please the master, so it is very humane. It was only after the apocalypse that they began to transform into mechanical warriors. The original AI bionic chips were replaced with real human brains. As a top student, Zhao Lina was also surprised when she heard Lillian's words. It sounds so high-tech. I didn't expect that humans can already put their brains into robots. It feels like something out of a science fiction story. Lucy said, the president of the White Eagle Empire is planning to put his brain into a robot in the near future, because his body is getting older and less useful. The White Eagle Empire believed from the beginning that mechanical ascension was the ultimate path for human evolution. Listening to the words of the two mechanical cyborgs, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They never imagined that the White Eagle Empire had already developed such amazing technology. Flesh and blood are weak, but machines can ascend. If they were really transformed like this, perhaps their lifespan could be extended several times. After all, it is said that the lifespan of the human brain is much longer than that of other organs. What surprised Liu Yang the most was what Lucy said. Even the president of the White Eagle Empire was going to be replaced by a mechanical transformation. If Lao Deng were replaced with mechanical transformation, maybe he could really change his fate and live a few decades longer. If mechanical transformation is so magical, then wouldn't the high-ranking officials of the White Eagle Empire all switch to mechanical transformation in the end? Let these idiots find a way to prolong people's lives. Liu Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he returned to the villa. Liu Yang said to Lucy and Lillian, you two cyborgs don't need to eat, so just find a room and stay there. I'll go get something to eat first. Yes, okay, Lord Liu Yang. Lucy and the others nodded, and then found a room in the villa to stay in. Liu Yang came to the restaurant and had dinner with the girls. After a whole morning of searching, Liu Yang found supplies in 6 supermarkets and successfully brought back 2 mechanically modified women. Now it was time for lunch. All the girls at the dinner table looked at Liu Yang with curiosity and inquiry. He Yusher was the first to speak, asking, Liu Yang, what's the difference between those 2 mechanically modified women and real people? Can they be used for that? Liu Yang said, it should work, but I haven't tried it yet. Let's try it tonight. Zhao Lina said, they seem to be no different from real people, but I don't know if they are actually realistic. Liu Yang thought about it and realized that the thing of the male psychic was no different from the real thing. The female one was probably the same. He said, I will try it tonight and find out. Then I will tell you. To be honest, Liu Yang was very curious. I don't know what it feels like to use this mechanical woman. Tang Mengting also said, you hit every one of us with one shot, and the mermaid princess might have been hit as well. Now you have met two mechanical modified people, and you can finally miss the target. Ha ha ha. I don't believe you can make a robot pregnant. After Tang Mengting finished speaking, the other women also laughed when they heard this. Lu Yang seems to have always succeeded in his first try. Will he finally be able to clear his record after encountering a mechanical cyborg this time? Lu Yang smiled confidently and said, that may not be the case. Maybe I can still keep my record. The body structure of a mechanically modified human has been replaced with machines and artificial muscles. But since the other party already has that organ, maybe he still retains his fertility. As long as the opponent retains this ability, Lu Yang is sure to hit the target in one try. After all, the ability to hit the target every time is a skill granted by the system. It will definitely not fail. Chen Dan said, you are bragging, you can make a robot pregnant. Robots don't have reproductive systems. Zhao Lina touched her chin and said, not necessarily. If their technology is advanced enough to put a brain on a robot, then it doesn't seem difficult to equip the robot with a reproductive system. Su Xiao showed a shocked expression and said, ah. Can it really be done? Then what do we need women for? They can mechanically transform people's appearance and make them as beautiful as they want. In addition, they can even give birth to children, so can't they completely replace women? Tang Mengting also said, yes, yes. If robots can give birth to children, what else can women do? The white fox smiled and said, who told you that the meaning of women's existence is to give birth to children? If you define yourself by the value of giving birth to children, then you will definitely be replaced. Women can also use their strength to prove their value. Zhao Lina shook her head and said, as early as the peacetime, the White Eagle Empire had already started research in this area. A guy named Max had long wanted to launch an AI robot maid. However, robot maids do not threaten the status of women. Tang Mengting said, why not a threat? Look at the two robots Lu Yang brought back. They are so beautiful, and they don't get sick, they don't get old, they don't need to eat, and they don't even need to poop. The most they do is leak some oil. She is just like a fairy. Compared with her, ordinary women have no advantages at all. If he also had the ability to have children, he would be a perfect substitute for women. Chen Dan said, maybe their appearance can also be changed. Anyway, it's just artificial skin that can be completely replaced. If you get tired of one face, you can change it to another one. Su Xiao said, even your body shape can be changed. If you want to be fatter, you can be fatter. If you want to be thinner, you can be thinner. If you want to be bigger, you can be bigger. If you want to be smaller, you can be smaller. It can even accept your personal customization. If you think about it this way, it can allow men to customize their dream goddess. Wang Siki said, height, figure, personality, voice, can all be customized. If you think about it this way, the advantages of mechanical transformation are really huge. Zhou Kiki said, plus you can have children. It's over, all women will be replaced. Zhao Lina shook her head and said, that may not be the case. Even in peacetime, if you want to buy such a high-tech AI smart maid, it will cost millions, which is not something that ordinary people can afford. Therefore, the emergence of intelligent maids will not affect the vast majority of ordinary people. The second generation of rich people who can easily spend millions to buy a toy robot will not lack women. Even if they don't have maids, they will go to the club every day to have young models. Isn't it easy for rich people to change women? So even if it's a maid, they just play with her for fun. Besides, where there are maids, there are male servants. Similarly, male robots can be customized to be extremely handsome, with as much muscle as you want, as big and long as you want, and as strong as you want. It can even transform into a pile driver and reach frequencies unimaginable to humans. That's real, it can make a woman take off directly. Therefore, the emergence of robots is fair to both men and women. In fact, the real use of her robot is that a normal wealthy couple can add a robot maid, who can do housework and even give birth to children on behalf of the hostess. All they need is reproductive cells from both the man and the woman. In this way, the hostess can be spared the hardship of pregnancy and childbirth, and can also help take care of the child after it is born, completely liberating the hostess. If you think about it this way, do you find that robot maids seem to be more beneficial to women? After listening to what Zhao Lina said, the girls felt that it made sense. Mechanically modified humans have the ability to reproduce, doesn't that just liberate women? But they still have questions. Wang Feifei asked, since everything that human women can do can also be done by cyborgs, why do we still need to marry a wife? Zhao Lina thought for a while and said, a mechanically modified person will never grow old, and her mentality will never change. She will never quarrel with you, never argue with you, and will always just accept it. Compared with humans, she is still a little different. Perhaps only the woman who grows old with you can truly understand you and make you feel the true meaning of life. Everyone listened to Zhao Lina's philosophical words. Although they didn't quite understand what she said, they felt that it made a lot of sense. Just imagine this. If you don't have a wife, but only have a robot maid, when you are 80 years old and all your teeth have fallen out and you can't walk, you will be even more powerless in bed, but the maid will still be young, beautiful, and full of energy. Will you feel useless by then? The best option would be to find a wife to grow old together. When the body has completely aged and has experienced the human life from childhood to old age, then transfer the brain to the body of a mechanically cyborg, and experience the life of a mechanically cyborg together all over again. Maybe this is the best experience in life. After dinner, Lu Yang went straight back to his room and called Lucy to his room. Today he will give it a try to see exactly how this mechanical cyborg is better than humans. Lucy entered Lu Yang's room. The women gathered around and pricked up their ears at the door. You sure said, Lu Yang is really going to start moving that robot. Zhao Lina said, this is the first time I've seen a man and a female robot dating and learning from each other. As everyone talked, they all had evil smiles on their faces and couldn't help laughing. Tong Bingjie next to her was full of nervousness. She had heard of it. This guy Lu Yang is getting stronger every day. Maybe he is much stronger now than when he fought with Lin Shuer. If even the robots can't withstand his torment, then when it's his turn, won't he be torn apart? So scary. Her face was filled with worry. Her purpose of coming here was just to get close to Lu Yang and persuade him to join the Qianlong organization. I don't want to die on Lu Yang's bed because of this. Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Chen Zi beside them all looked even more worried. They were not worried that they would be killed by Lu Yang. It would be fine if there were only Lu Yang in this villa area, full of beauties, but he also brings new beauties every day. The three of them have been here for a few days and have not had any nourishment yet. If this continues, won't we be forgotten? Although Lin Shuer and her daughter Bingjie came later, Lin Shuer had already been favored. The next one is probably Tong Bingjie. Moreover, Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer are both strong ones on the Earth list, and their strength is merely on the yellow list. I am definitely no match for them in terms of strength, and I don't have any advantage in appearance. If this continues, won't they just become three ordinary women buried in the dust? So when the three of them looked at each other, they could see their concern for each other. They have seen Lu Yang fighting, they really like Lu Yang, they admire Lu Yang, and they really want to climb into Lu Yang's bed. What a pity there is no chance. Now 2 more mechanical humans have arrived. This one day will take at least 2 days. Including Tong Bingjie, it's 3 days. And no new beauties must arrive within these 3 days. Otherwise, if a new beauty arrives during this period, she might be ranked ahead of you. Oh, it's so difficult. As a super beauty, she had countless fans before. But who would have thought that after arriving at Lu Yang's villa area, she would become just like everyone else and didn't even have a chance to be favored by him? Isn't Lu Yang too popular? The women outside the room had mixed thoughts. Lu Yang in the room started chatting with Lucy. This was the first time that Lu Yang encountered a woman who had been mechanically transformed. It was the first time that Lu Yang did that with a robot, and he felt a little awkward. Lu Yang asked Lucy, "Lucy, did you mechanical people leave to have children?" Lucy answered seriously, "Yes, Master Lu Yang. Having children is standard for us." Lu Yang was a little surprised and said, "So amazing, is technology so advanced now?" "Yes, Lord Lu Yang." Lucy nodded and said. After hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Afterwards, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to volunteer to be your girlfriend and obtaining a system reward. All your basic attributes will be increased by 50 points. After receiving this prompt, Liu Yang's eyes lit up. It turns out that mechanical cyborgs are no different from people with special powers. This technology is amazing. Liu Yang made up his mind. When the time comes, we have to go to the White Eagle Empire and seize the technology of mechanical transformation of humans. This technique is very useful to me. Because the robot agreed to be his woman, he would also receive a reward. Just now, the robot demonstrated the overclocking technology and its various performances to Liu Yang. This put a bit of overload on his body. Overclocking can improve their physical fitness by up to 50. However, overclocking puts a huge strain on the human part of their brain. Therefore, after each overclocking, they will be weak for a long time. Tong Bingjie was dumbfounded. Liu Yang was too amazing. Even a robot could be charmed by him and agree to be his girlfriend. I really don't understand what kind of charm he has to be able to do such a thing. The mechanical man seems to have become a little fangirl in front of Liu Yang. Tong Bingjie said to the JK uniform floating in the air, "Shuer, come to my room, I want to ask you a question. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle." Lin Shuer has already had a battle with Liu Yang, so he needs to get as much information as possible from Lin Shuer so that he can be prepared. I, Tong Bingjie, never fight a war without preparation. Okay, Sister Tong. Lin Shuer, who had a transparent body but was wearing a JK uniform, nodded and said. When He Yusher and others heard that there was no movement in Liu Yang's room, they began to go downstairs. While walking and chatting, He Yusher said, "This is the first time I've seen such high-tech machines. Their movements are so agile, it's amazing." Zhao Lina said, "For the first time, I found that robots seem to be no different from humans. These robots have been transformed so thoroughly. They are so amazing. They are much better than ordinary women like us." Those women who had not awakened their superpowers nodded and expressed their strong agreement. Mechanically modified humans are so similar to humans, and they have several times the physical fitness of humans, which is indeed a great advantage for humans. Lucy went to take a cold shower and cool down with the water. Liu Yang lay on the bed, ready to sleep. Just now, he fully observed the various mechanical structures and hidden abilities of the mechanical cyborgs, which made him fully understand how great the advantages of mechanical cyborgs are over humans. Liu Yang also felt a little tired. Liu Yang fell into a deep sleep on the bed, and when he woke up, it was already the next morning. After getting up in the morning and stretching, Liu Yang washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast. At this moment, Chen Dan and others were still busy in the kitchen, among them there was also a mechanically modified person, Lillian. Even the mechanical humans couldn't help but learn Chen Dan's cooking skills. After breakfast, Liu Yang prepared to continue searching for supplies today. After all, whether it is the troops of the Little Sun Empire or the troops of the White Eagle Empire, it takes a certain amount of time to assemble. Although he had deliberately given out a false location, it might take several days for the other party to find him and fall into his trap. During these days, Liu Yang doesn't want to be idle. Harmonious deletion. After breakfast, Liu Yang was originally planning to go look for supplies, but he did not expect that a group of uninvited guests would come to base number 2. 2 women and 3 men, 5 superpowered people, were standing at the door and shouting at the level 3 zombies guarding the door. "Hello, we are members of the Eagle Organization, the official superpower organization of the Dragon Empire. Please cooperate with us in the inspection." Lin Dong heard the voice and came out with a few confidants. When the superpowers saw Lin Dong, they immediately showed serious expressions on their faces and said in a commanding tone, "Open the door. The Flying Eagle Organization is inspecting the base." Lin Dong was a little confused and said to them, "Flying Eagle Organization? I haven't heard of it. This is our private base. Without the order from our boss, no other psychics can be allowed in." Hearing Lin Dong's words, one of the young male superpowers from the Flying Eagle Organization immediately showed an angry expression and said arrogantly, "What? Boy, do you know who you are talking to? We are the Flying Eagle Organization. The official superpower organization of the Dragon Empire, do you understand? I think there is something fishy going on in your base, so you don't dare let us in. And do you think this several-meter-high wall can stop us?" Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Lin Dong's face turned cold. What? You want to force your way in? I say, you'd better think about it first. The boss of our base is not someone you can easily mess with. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the other party laughed instantly. He laughed extremely arrogantly and wildly. The male superpower said directly to Lin Dong. Ha ha ha. Isn't your boss someone who can be easily messed with? Who do you think you are as a mere civilian survivor base? Do you know how powerful our Flying Eagle organization is? It would only take a few clicks to destroy a base like yours. And you don't think you can stop us, do you? I am a supernatural person ranked over 500th on the Earth ranking. What ranking are you on? You can't even be on the ranking, right? Who are you to dare to speak to me, Yang Gaofeng, like this? Lin Dong was not afraid after hearing what the other party said. If it was a supernatural person who was ranked above 500 on the Earth list in the past, he would indeed be able to intimidate him. But now. Hee. The boss of their base, Liu Yang, is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Number 1, do you understand? The gold content is the best in the world. Is it possible for a person with special abilities on the Earth list to challenge it? Lin Dong glanced at the third-level zombie who was sitting next to him, wearing a suit and tie, meticulously dressed, and wearing sunglasses. A level 3 zombie was discovered, looking directly at these psychics. Lin Dong immediately felt relieved. Brother Liu Yang is looking at this place. Then what am I afraid of? If I don't confront these arrogant guys directly, I will be doing an injustice to Brother Liu Yang who is so awesome. Lin Dong shouted directly at the other side, stop talking to me here. Anyway, this base belongs to our private base. No one can come in without the order of our boss. If you dare to force your way in, you will be the enemy of our base. When our boss gets angry, don't blame me for not reminding you. When Yang Gaofeng heard Lin Dong's words, he immediately laughed and said, is your boss angry? Do you know that I am very angry now? How dare you talk to our Flying Eagle organization like this? Are you tired of living? He kicked the iron gate of the survivor base. Boom. There was a loud bang. The cast iron gate was kicked to the point of being shaky. The strength of the second-level Earth list psychic is evident. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's eyes widened. I wondered why the boss hadn't come yet. If he didn't come, I couldn't stand it anymore. But he still pretended to be calm on his face. He shouted at the other person, how dare you kick my door? Wait a minute, our boss will come and break your legs. How dare you threaten me? Yang Gaofeng raised his foot again, ready to kick the door again. The first kick has already made this solid iron door shaky, and the second kick will definitely kick the door away. However, the moment he raised his foot, a black shadow was flying over in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom. There was a loud bang. A handsome figure dressed in black with a cape fluttering behind him appeared in front of everyone. Lin Dong instantly perked up when he saw this scene. An excited expression appeared on his face. He shouted to Liu Yang, boss. You're here. These people are trying to break into the base. Liu Yang nodded to him. Liu Yang was very satisfied with Lin Dong's performance just now. Even when facing a strongman on the Earth list, he did not show any fear. As a younger brother, I did not bring shame to him as the boss. Being Liu Yang's younger brother means that you can look down on everyone except Liu Yang. It's the same even when facing strong ones from the Earth ranking or even the Heaven ranking. This is the confidence that Liu Yang gives to his younger brothers. When the people from the Flying Eagle organization saw Liu Yang, they immediately showed a look of vigilance on their faces. Yang Gaofeng said to Liu Yang, are you the boss of this base? Did you tell your brothers to ignore our Flying Eagle organization? However, Liu Yang didn't waste time talking to them. He flashed in front of Yang Gaofeng at a speed invisible to the naked eye and slapped him in the face. Bang. Yang Gaofeng was instantly knocked flying. After flying for more than 10 meters, he crashed heavily into a house in the distance. Boom. A hole was smashed into the solid concrete wall. Yang Gaofeng also spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened with anger, he pointed at Liu Yang and said in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I want you dead. You still dare to shout. Lu Yang dodged and rushed over again, stepping on his chest. Boom. Puff. Yang Gaofeng spat out blood again. When his four companions saw this scene, they immediately rushed towards Lu Yang. However, ka. The fierce cold air rushed towards them, instantly freezing them into ice sculptures. The 5 Earth-ranked psychics were subdued by Lu Yang in an instant. At this time, the 5 people looked at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. In Yang Gaofeng's eyes, besides fear, there was also deep anger. He is the only son of the Yang family. Even the commander of the Flying Eagle organization respected Yang Gaofeng very much and did not dare to interact with him as a superior. But now, he was actually beaten by a civilian psychic. And he was beaten so badly. This is simply an insult to Yang Gaofeng. He said to Lu Yang, "You are dead. You are dead. I am Yang Gaofeng. If you dare to hit me, you are dead. Not even Jesus can save you, I say." Another female superpower said, "My handsome man, we are just doing a routine check. We don't want to be your enemy. There is no need to be so drastic, right? We have reported our itinerary to the authorities. If we lose our whereabouts here, the Flying Eagle organization will not let go of your base." Lu Yang sneered after hearing what the other party said. He said, "Is the Flying Eagle organization very powerful? How does it compare to the Hidden Dragon organization?" Hearing this, the female psychic was stunned for a moment. She said, "Qianlong organization. You actually know Qianlong. Could it be that Qianlong organization sent people to guard this base? Are you a Qianlong member?" After hearing this, the other psychics also showed expressions of surprise. The strength Lu Yang displayed was at least that of a level 3 heavenly ranking psychic. If the other party is an elite sent by the Qianlong organization, then it makes sense. The female psychic said, "Brother, the Hidden Dragon organization and the Flying Eagle organization are both major official organizations of the Dragon Empire. Now that foreign psychics have invaded, we can't waste time on each other. We must cooperate." "What cooperation? So what about the Qianlong organization? If they dare to hit me, I will kill them." Yang Gaofeng shouted beside him. As the only son of the Yang family and also the future heir of the Yang family, he has never been beaten by anyone in his life. Now that he was beaten so badly by Lu Yang, even if the opponent was a member of the Qianlong organization, he had to kill him to relieve his hatred. "Gao Feng, stop talking. The organization will compensate you when the time comes. Now I am the captain, so listen to me," the female psychic said to Yang Gaofeng. "I don't listen to you. You are not the one being beaten. When has my Yang family ever been bullied like this? If it weren't for our Yang family, would your Flying Eagle organization be able to gain the support of the warrior family, the Shao family? It was your commander who asked me to join the Flying Eagle organization." Yang Gaofeng cursed directly at the female captain. The female captain's face turned red immediately after being scolded by Yang Gaofeng, and she showed an aggrieved expression on her face, but she did not dare to refute. The Yang family is more powerful than the Flying Eagle organization. Even their commander had to give the Yang family a lot of face. As a team leader, how dare she offend Yang Gaofeng? Seeing that the other party dared to threaten him, Lu Yang immediately walked over and kicked the other party directly in the stomach. Woo! Yang Gaofeng felt as if his internal organs were shattered by the kick. He opened his mouth in so much pain that he made a whimpering sound and could not utter a word. Lu Yang pointed at Yang Gaofeng and said, "Who are you, the Yang family? How dare you threaten me? I am not a member of the Qianlong organization. The reason I know about the Qianlong organization is because the people of the Qianlong organization asked me to join. I am Lu Yang, the number 1 Lu Yang on the heavenly ranking. All the survivor bases within 100 miles are mine, so don't cause any trouble around here in the future. Otherwise, this guy will be your fate." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Lu Yang. He is Lu Yang. Lu Yang, number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Lu Yang who trampled the Japanese Empire under his feet. The commander said that he would bring Lu Yang back to the Flying Eagle organization at any cost. No wonder he is so strong. The one who is number one on the heavenly ranking should be this strong. That way it all makes sense. Lu Yang, right. Number one on the heavenly ranking, right. I'll remember you. If you mess with our Yang family, you'll die even if you're number one on the heavenly ranking. Yang Gaofeng said viciously. Boom. Lu Yang kicked him in the stomach again. Ah. Yang Gaofeng screamed again, holding his stomach. He felt like his stomach was about to burst, and his intestines seemed to be tangled together, making him feel like he was dying. Compared to the Qianlong organization, you are very rude, and I am very unhappy. So let it be, I won't embarrass you, the three of you, go away. Don't show up in front of me again. Otherwise, next time it won't just be a matter of teaching you a lesson. As for you two girls, you are pretty and have good figures, just stay and have children for me. Lu Yang said calmly. Ah. The two female psychics opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Stay and give birth to his child. How can this guy be so shameless? He said it so calmly, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. Doesn't he know that this is very embarrassing for girls? Although he is very capable and handsome, it is a bit too fast to ask someone to give birth to a child for him. At least give people some preparation. The faces of the two female psychics turned red instantly. The female captain, Chen Yuan, said to Lu Yang, you are indeed very strong. I believe you are the number one Lu Yang on the heavenly ranking. We, the Flying Eagle organization, have been looking for you. We hope you can join us. As long as you can join us, we can meet all your requirements. Lu Yang shook his head and said, the Qianlong organization also told me the same thing, and even their female captain has stayed in my villa. Every night he tries every possible way to please me and convince me using all his knowledge. How about you come back to my base camp with me and compete with her to see who has better skills? Ah. The female captain of Qianlong organization has gone back with you. Chen Yuan showed a surprised expression. At the same time, a sense of urgency arose in her heart. Lu Yang, who is ranked first on the heavenly ranking, cannot be pulled over by the Qianlong organization. Otherwise, their Flying Eagle organization will never be able to surpass the Qianlong organization. Find Lu Yang and let him join, this is the death order issued by the commander of their Flying Eagle organization. I'll stay. I'll go back with you. Chen Yuan gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and said to Lu Yang. If I don't seize the opportunity to go back with Lu Yang this time, I'm afraid Lu Yang will be taken away by the Qianlong organization. As long as she can get Lu Yang into the Flying Eagle organization, she would be willing to stay and be Lu Yang's woman. Because Lu Yang is a genius among geniuses, and he is also so handsome. How many women dream of having a date like him? There is no disadvantage in being Lu Yang's woman. If we can complete the tasks assigned by the organization in this way, it would be a huge profit. Another woman also said, then I'll stay too. This woman's name is Qin Shuolian. She doesn't think completing the task is important. But the moment she saw Lu Yang and knew his identity, she was already deeply fascinated by this powerful man. Forget about the mission or anything like that, I just want to be his woman now. I want to have a deep conversation with him. The two male psychics said, Captain. Shuolian, you. Chen Yuan said, stop talking, take Yang Gaofeng back to the organization. Explain the situation to the commander. We will try our best to persuade Lu Yang to join the Flying Eagle organization. The two psychics nodded and said to Chen Yuan, okay, Captain, take care. After saying that, he helped Yang Gaofeng, who had fallen to the ground, up and prepared to leave. I won't leave. I, Yang Gaofeng, have grown up so big. No one dares to hit me, whoa. Yang Gaofeng wanted to shout again, but his mouth was covered. The male psychic whispered. Brother Yang, stop talking. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. None of us can beat him now. If you really piss him off, if he kills you, no one of us can stop him. Don't seek death and hurt us. Lu Yang took Chen Yuan and Qin Shuolian and flew back to the villa area. The two male psychics took the seriously injured Yang Gaofeng back to the Flying Eagle organization. When Lu Yang and the two women landed in the villa area, the two women were stunned. It was their first time to experience the feeling of flying so fast. The overload feeling brought by the supersonic speed has made them still a little dazed. At the same time they were filled with shock. The abilities displayed by this guy Liu Yang are really too strong. Not only does he have extremely powerful freezing abilities, he even has such powerful flying abilities. What exactly is his special ability? Could it be that he is the only one with 2 superpowers? If that is the case, then Liu Yang is even more precious. We must bring this special person who ranks first on the heavenly ranking and possesses 2 superpowers back to the Flying Eagle organization. At this time, Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer had also walked out of the villa. When they saw Qin Yuanyuan and Qin Shuilian, both of them widened their eyes. I couldn't help but say, Flying Eagle Organization, South District, Captain of the 8th Team, Qin Yuanyuan. Qin Yuanyuan also saw Tong Bingjie and said, Qianlong Organization, South District, Captain of the 10th Team, Tong Bingjie. They are all team leaders of the superpower organization in the South District. Although they do not belong to the same organization, they have communicated with each other from time to time. Although the Flying Eagle and the Hidden Dragon compete with each other, they also cooperate with each other. If they encounter danger in the end times, they will help each other. Even Tong Bingjie and Qin Yuanyuan have cooperated to carry out tasks together several times. Once, their 2 teams worked together to kill a small team of infiltrating psychics from the Japanese Empire. So they were very familiar with each other, and now when they saw each other in Liu Yang's villa area, they both showed shocked expressions. At the same time, they both saw the sense of crisis in each other's eyes. Tong Bingjie thought, damn it, it seems that what Liu Yang said was right, he is very popular. Not only did he come to the villa area to persuade Liu Yang to join the Qianlong organization, but he didn't expect that people from the Feiying organization also came. And they came so quickly. But fortunately we have the advantage of being new. Moreover, Shuer has already had that kind of relationship with Liu Yang. Even if Liu Yang is doing it for Shuer's sake, he should consider Qianlong as the first person, right? But this is still unstable. If I want to be more stable, I will take the initiative to climb onto Liu Yang's bed tonight and try to take Liu Yang down first. We can't let this slut Qin Yuanyuan get there first. Qin Yuanyuan on the opposite side also looked wary. She also thought in her heart, damn it, Liu Yang was right, he didn't lie to us, the people from Qianlong organization have already arrived. We have already been overtaken by these people, so we must work harder from now on. However, facing Tong Bingjie, I don't have much advantage in terms of appearance or strength. If I want to leave a deeper impression on Liu Yang, I can only learn more skills to make Liu Yang more comfortable. I will have a good discussion with Shuilian tonight, and we will hone our skills together, so that Liu Yang can't stop. I must beat these 2 guys, Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer. Liu Yang was a little surprised to see that both parties knew each other, and asked, so you 2 know each other? Tong Bingjie said, we are all captains of the superpower unit in the Southern District, so how could we not know each other? The areas where we usually carry out missions overlap, so we often run into each other. However, compared with our Hidden Dragon organization, their Flying Eagle organization is still a little inferior. Qin Yuanyuan refused to admit defeat and said, no way. How is our Flying Eagle organization worse than the Hidden Dragon organization? Although our Flying Eagle organization was established later than the Hidden Dragon organization, sooner or later our Flying Eagle organization will catch up. Tong Bingjie smiled disdainfully and said, does your Flying Eagle organization have any top 5 warriors on the heavenly ranking? Our Qianlong Zhou Xingqian is ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking. Does your Flying Eagle organization have the support of a warrior family? Our Hidden Dragon organization is backed by the Yi family. Behind your Flying Eagle organization is the Yang family, and behind the Yang family is the warrior family, the Xiao family. There is a huge gap in between. How can you compare with us? Qin Yuanyuan was speechless after being scolded by Tong Bingjie, and her face turned red. I could only point at Tong Bingjie and say, you are so abominable. Humph. Tong Bingjie showed a smug expression on her face. You still want to compete with our Qianlong organization? Hee hee. Can you beat me? Liu Yang next to him was speechless. It seems that Feiying and Qianlong are really just as the legend says. They are competitors and they always quarrel with each other when they meet. Liu Yang introduced them to everyone. These two are the superpowers from the Flying Eagle organization. This one is Qin Shuilian, and this one is Qin Yuan. Let's get along well from now on. No matter which organization you were from before, now that you have entered my villa area, you are all the same. In Liu Yang's opinion, it doesn't matter which organization it is, and he doesn't care which warrior family is behind the organization. Any woman who can have children with you is a good woman. Liu Yang doesn't care about anything else. After entering the villa area, Liu Yang directly brought Qin Shuilian and Qin Yuan into the room. He asked them, "You two have decided to stay and be my women, right? Next, don't do anything that is detrimental to this villa area, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel." They are all supernatural beings from the Dragon Empire and are not enemies. Liu Yang does not want to use soul chains to directly control them. Soul chains are more suitable for use on enemies. However, if these people do anything detrimental to the villa area, Liu Yang doesn't care whether you are a hidden dragon or a flying eagle, and those who should be killed will be killed on the spot. Qin Shuilian and Qin Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, don't worry, since we have decided to stay, we will certainly not do anything that is disadvantageous to you. Besides, our Flying Eagle organization is very sincere and wants to invite you to join our organization. We are all superpowered people from the Dragon Empire. Now that foreign superpowered people have invaded the Dragon Empire, we should unite. How can we fight each other?" Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "However, since you beat Yang Gaofeng, I think he will hate you. Although Yang Gaofeng's strength is not that great, he is the only son of the Yang family. The strength of the Yang family should not be underestimated. I think he will find a way to retaliate against you." Liu Yang asked, "Yang family? Why? Are they very powerful? Are they also a warrior family?" "That's not the case, but behind the Yang family is the Shao family, and the Shao family is a warrior family," Qin Yuan said. Liu Yang showed an indifferent expression and sneered, "Haha, it turns out he is a dog from the warrior family. How dare a dog bark at me? Beating him is too light." Qin Yuan reference picture. Qin Yuan said, "He may not dare to attack you, but he can still deal with your bases. As long as he does something bad in secret, he can cause considerable damage to your bases. It is easy to guard against a gentleman, but it is difficult to guard against a villain. If you ask me, you should go back to the Flying Eagle organization with us and talk to our commander. That way, you can fully understand our organization, and then maybe you will want to join us. As long as you talk to our commander, he will definitely come forward to help you resolve the conflict with the Yang family. Although you are not afraid of them, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. You can't always be distracted and pay attention to the Yang family to see if they will attack your base, right?" After hearing what Qin Yuan said, Liu Yang frowned. If this so-called Yang family really attacked their own base like Qin Yuan said, it would really cause trouble for themselves. Or why not just destroy the Yang family first? It's just a family of lackeys clinging to the warrior family. With Liu Yang's current strength, he can crush the Yang family with just one finger. As for Qin Yuan's suggestion, should the commander of the Flying Eagle organization be asked to come forward and resolve the issue? Liu Yang thought it was unnecessary. It's just an ordinary family. Do I need to owe this so-called commander a favor? Overthinking. If the Yang family really dares to go against me, they will be dead soon. However, her suggestion to visit the Flying Eagle organization first is a good choice. Going to this so-called Flying Eagle organization to show my strength can also intimidate these people who come back and forth to my villa area to bother me whenever they have nothing to do. Moreover, there are two peerless beauties, Qin Yuan and Qin Shuilian, in one team. There must be many beauties like this in the Flying Eagle organization. If I go there, it wouldn't be too much to bring back dozens of beauties, right? And they are all supernatural beings. Used to expand your expenses, rewards are definitely indispensable. Thinking of this, Liu Yang made up his mind to visit the Flying Eagle organization tomorrow. To intimidate the so-called Yang family, and at the same time bring back some beautiful women with special abilities. The Flying Eagle organization wants to recruit itself. Then I will poach all the beauties from the Flying Eagle organization and see who will recruit whom. Although Liu Yang had already decided in his mind to visit the Flying Eagle organization, he certainly couldn't say that to Chen Yuan. So he said, I can consider your suggestion. As for whether I will go or not, it depends on your performance tonight. As he said that, he walked straight towards Chen Yuan, put one arm around her slender waist and pinched her smooth face with the other. Chen Yuan's face suddenly turned red, and at the same time her body trembled and began to tremble slightly. The two of them were facing each other so close that she could even feel Liu Yang's breathing clearly. At the same time, Liu Yang's angular and resolute face completely caught her attention. I have to say, he is indeed a handsome man. If this wasn't the first day I met him, but we had been together for a while, maybe I would really fall in love with him. But we just met, I'm so shy. This was the first time that Chen Yuan had such close contact with a man. Their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. A wonderful feeling rose from the bottom of Chen Yuan's heart, making her breathing quicken and her chest even begin to rise and fall. She clenched her fists, feeling a little nervous. Being 10 centimeters apart is already so stressful, wouldn't it be even more stressful if the distance becomes negative? Oh, how shameful. However, they remembered what the commander had said to them, and decided to use any means, including coercion, inducement, and even seduction, to lure Liu Yang into the Flying Eagle organization. Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, I must seize it. Chen Yuan bit her delicate lips and said, I know. Although I have never experienced this before, I will definitely work hard today and serve you well. After saying this, her face turned even redder, just like a ripe apple. Very good. You are very aware, I am very satisfied, then I will see your performance next. Liu Yang was very happy as he did not expect that Chen Yuan would be so sensible. Unlike Lin Shuer, who was a tsundere character from beginning to end, and even when she was begging for mercy in bed, she still maintained a dignified attitude. Chen Yuan said to Qin Shuelian with a red face, Shuelian, you go out first. Although she had made up her mind to serve Liu Yang well and try to get Liu Yang to go back with her to the Flying Eagle organization for a talk, she would still feel embarrassed if her companions were watching her. How embarrassing it is to be watched by others while doing that. Ah. Oh. Chen Shuelian nodded belatedly, then opened the door and walked out. As soon as I went out, I found that the door was surrounded by people. He Yusher smiled and said, Lina. You lose. I said it must be Chen Yuan, but you insisted that Liu Yang would choose Chen Shuelian first. Now you know you were wrong. Zhao Lina showed an unwilling expression and said, damn it. It's obviously Chen Shuelian's breasts that are fuller, but Liu Yang didn't choose her. It's totally unscientific. The white fox said quietly, who said Liu Yang likes girls with plump breasts? Humph. Zhao Yuding said, maybe it's because Chen Yuan's legs are longer and straighter. Zhang Jingyu said, it seems that Yuding with beautiful legs is very experienced. Listening to everyone's discussion, Chen Shuelian's face turned red instantly. She also didn't expect that there would be so many women surrounding Liu Yang's door. Even Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer from the Qianlong organization were present. Could it be that these people have heard that Captain Yuan wanted to bring Liu Yang to the Flying Eagle organization for a talk on the condition that Liu Yang would be well served? I guess these two people will learn our methods by then. The people in the Qianlong organization are really despicable. Tong Bingjie really thought so in her heart. She never thought that these little sluts from the Flying Eagle organization would be so shameless. He directly told Liu Yang that he would serve him well and asked him to exchange it for Liu Yang's opportunity to join Flying Eagle. Aren't they too open? Although Tong Bingjie and Lin Shuer arrived at Liu Yang's villa area earlier, they were still unable to relax and even acted a little arrogant. I feel that doing that with Liu Yang is a very embarrassing and repulsive thing. But now, after seeing what Chen Yuan did, Tong Bingjie finally realized that she had been completely wrong before. Liu Yang, who ranks first on the heavenly ranking, has no shortage of women. How many people want to climb onto his bed but can't, and you still dare to act so arrogantly? Aren't you seeking death? I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. When the opportunity is gone, don't cry. Soon, an indescribable sound was heard in the room, and He Yusher's people outside the door began to prick up their ears again. But this time, the more they listened, the more they felt something was wrong. He couldn't even help but frown, looking like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What are they talking about in the room? Tong Bingjie was a little scared at first, but now she was no longer nervous when she saw Qin Yuanyuan and Lu Yang chatting so harmoniously. Look how normal Qin Yuanyuan is. She is not afraid of Lu Yang at all. Su Xiao said, the newcomer Qin Yuanyuan is not afraid of Lu Yang. Wang Feifei also said, it's not normal, it's totally not normal. What ability does Qin Yuanyuan have? How can she be so calm? Zhao Lina touched her chin and said, I strongly suspect that Qin Yuanyuan's ability has greatly improved her strength. How dare a mortal like her say that? Bai Hu said to Tong Bingjie, Bingjie, you knew Qin Yuanyuan and the others before, right? Do you know what her ability is? Tong Bingjie shook her head, I'm not sure. Although I have carried out missions with him, the two teams acted separately, and I have never actually seen her use her superpowers. But she is one of the top 10 superpower users on the Earth ranking, much stronger than me, so I think her superpowers won't be too weak. The girls shook their heads and said, forget it, forget it. When she comes out of Lu Yang's room, we will ask her what ability she used to be so calm and composed. Finally, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the other party to be your girlfriend voluntarily, and obtaining a 1-level increase in the level of your freezing ability. Lu Yang was a little disappointed when he received this reminder. The opponent is such a powerful psychic, but he didn't gain any new superpowers. It seems that having children with people with superpowers doesn't guarantee you'll gain new superpowers. It's just a chance. But if it's with ordinary survivors, then there is no chance at all. Lu Yang and Qin Yuanyuan asked her about her abilities and asked her to demonstrate them. He found that Qin Yuanyuan's body was growing slowly and continuously. By the end, Qin Yuanyuan's height had exceeded 5 meters. She turned into a giantess with beautiful proportions and snow-white skin. This reminded Lu Yang of the Hachiya lady he had seen before. The bed under her was like a small stool. Later on, Lu Yang couldn't even reach her even when he stood on tiptoe. He could only use his freezing ability to float in the air so that he could communicate with her normally. Fortunately, I can fly, otherwise I would not be able to deal with this giant. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan was breathing heavily and said to Lu Yang in a broken voice. Lu Yang, this is my special ability. Is your special ability to grow bigger? Lu Yang asked, looking at Qin Yuanyuan's giant body. At this time, one of Qin Yuanyuan's thighs was bigger than Lu Yang's entire body. Qin Yuanyuan said. Yes, this is my ability. I only use it when I have to fight. And normally I can only double my size at most. This 5-meter form is already my limit. My strength will also increase as my body size increases. My power, speed, and physical strength will all increase. The only thing consumed is my mental energy. Fighting in giant form will consume a huge amount of my mental energy and it will not last too long. But luckily I was passive just now, so I was able to maintain my ability for so long. Lu Yang asked in surprise, does the increase in size also mean an increase in strength? In other words, how many times will your size increase? How many times will your strength and speed also increase? Qin Yuanyuan said, it can't be improved that much, because the strength can keep up, but the speed will become more cumbersome and slow, and if used in combat, it won't last long. Lu Yang nodded. 2. Qin Yuanyuan's 5-meter height is at least 10 times greater than usual. If her strength and speed are also 10 times greater than usual, what will happen? So strength, speed, and size are not positively correlated. However, for people with special abilities, such powerful strength is already very rare. It's a pity that her powerful basic attributes were obtained at the cost of supernatural powers and cannot last long. At the same time, there is also one less ability that can be used for combat. There are pros and cons, I guess. Already harmonized. Lu Yang looked at Qin Yuanyuan, who was 5 meters tall and had a giant figure, and found that although her body had grown larger, her skin was still delicate and white, and felt extremely soft and smooth to the touch, which doubled his happiness. He asked Qin Yuanyuan, now that the battle is over, can you cancel this giant state? Qin Yuanyuan blushed and said, although the battle is over, I am still in an excited state. Thinking back to the feeling just now, my heart is still beating fast. I am afraid that I cannot end the ability. I can only wait for it to calm down and then disappear on its own. Seeing that the other person had taken up the entire bed with his seat, Lu Yang had no choice but to decide whether to take a rest here or not. He had no choice but to open the door and go out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw women surrounding it. Unexpectedly, it was He Yushur and the others who were all blocking the door and eavesdropping. When they saw Lu Yang coming out, all the women showed somewhat embarrassed expressions on their faces. Although these women knew that Lu Yang would definitely notice them eavesdropping, they all kept it to themselves. They still felt a little embarrassed to be exposed face to face like this. What surprised them the most was that in the past it was always women who came out of Lu Yang's room, but who could have thought that this time it was Lu Yang who came out of the room on his own initiative. This Qin Yuan is really amazing. Is it even so powerful that Lu Yang has given up resting in the room? Could it be that Lu Yang has already finished, but one party is still not satisfied and still wants more? Lu Yang didn't even dare to stay in the room. Lu Yang felt a little embarrassed looking at the girls. He said to He Yushur, "Go to your room and rest today." Ah. He Yushur was stunned. What's going on? Is Lu Yang so scared by Qin Yuan that he has to hide in my room? Everyone looked at He Yushur with envy on their faces. Lu Yang had never spent the night in a girl's room before. Now he actually chose to go to He Yushur's room. This is the first time ever. Especially Tong Bingjie, Wu Jingying, Chen Zi, Lin Wan'er, as well as Huang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin, the doctors and nurses, none of them have been favored by Lu Yang. I originally thought that when Lu Yang came out of the room today, he would choose one of them, but I didn't expect that the person he chose was not one of them, but He Yushur. Does this He Yushur have a special place in Lu Yang's heart? Lu Yang didn't care about everyone's looks. He went straight into He Yushur's room, lay on the bed and began to rest. Getting up and fighting with Qin Yuan, a woman with a giant mentality, was indeed very exhausting. Especially this guy, not only did he not beg for mercy, he also kept asking for it, which made Lu Yang more competitive and he kept increasing his attack speed. In the end, he was unable to make the other party beg for mercy, which made Lu Yang very depressed. Lu Yang fell asleep as soon as he arrived at He Yushur's room. He Yushur lay next to Lu Yang with a happy look on her face. She is the only one in this villa area who can have a second fight with Lu Yang, so a second fight with Lu Yang is a very dangerous thing, but He Yushur is also very satisfied and happy. And now Lu Yang actually took the initiative to sleep in his own room, which makes people so happy. Looking at Lu Yang's handsome face with clear edges and corners, He Yushur couldn't help but feel overjoyed and kissed Lu Yang on the cheek. Lu Yang said, "Yushur, what do you want to do? Don't bring trouble upon yourself." He Yushur said with a smile, "You just fought for 5 hours, and you were scared by Qin Yuan and could only hide in my bed. I don't believe you are capable of a second fight." Lu Yang smiled and said, "If you weren't pregnant, I would have made you obedient tonight. I slept in He Yushur's room for one night." The next morning, Lu Yang stretched, washed up, and then went to have breakfast. At this time, Qin Yuan had returned to her original shape. No longer in giant form. She also helped the people in the kitchen and was obviously trying hard to integrate into the group. Seeing Lu Yang coming out, Qin Yuan was a little shy and her face turned red. She said to Lu Yang, "I'm so sorry for taking up your bed last night." Lu Yang nodded and said casually, "It's okay, there are many rooms in the villa anyway. But the quality of your clothes is really good, even better than the Hulk's pants." Lu Yang looked at Qin Yun, who was wearing a set of loose clothes, and finally understood why her clothes were different from those of others. Other psychics usually dress very smartly when performing missions, usually tight, specially made uniforms. Qin Yuan, however, was wearing a loose, sporty outfit and did not look like she was on a mission. After the opponent turned into a giant, Lu Yang realized that this set of clothes was probably designed to deal with her transformation into a giant without damaging the clothes. I have to say, the material of this dress is really amazing. Even cooler than the Hulk's underpants. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Qin Yuan's face turned even redder. It was so embarrassing to be forced into the strongest Titan form on the bed. Her form was used for fighting, who knew it was used for that kind of thing? Zhao Lina said to Lu Yang, were you not in good shape yesterday? You were forced by Qin Yuanyuan to sleep in He Yushi's room. Tang Mingting also said, yes, I have never seen you being forced out of your room before. Su Xiao said, how about making some wolfberries to drink? What were these women thinking? The reason why I didn't sleep in my own room was because my bed was occupied by Qin Yuanyuan, okay. For a 5-meter-tall female giant, the small bed was like a bench under her butt. Where can I sleep? But he did not refute, but said, I haven't heard of any men who can stand for 5 hours and eat wolfberries. You are so arrogant. Is there anyone who wants to come into my room and feel how powerful I am now? Upon hearing this, the women immediately stopped talking. When they met Lu Yang at that time, they were almost killed in just over an hour. Now Lu Yang has become so much stronger. If they go to find Lu Yang again, won't they really die? I'm so scared. Seeing that they didn't dare to speak, Lu Yang showed a smug expression. These women still think they are weak, right? After you give birth to your children, watch me score again, let you feel my power again, and get pregnant again. After breakfast, Qin Yuanyuan blushed and said to Lu Yang, can we go to the Flying Eagle organization together today? Lu Yang nodded and said, no problem. It's just in time for me to go meet the so-called Yang family. So after breakfast, Lu Yang took Qin Yuanyuan out directly. He said to Qin Yuanyuan, where is the headquarters of your Flying Eagle organization? Go directly to your headquarters. Qin Yuanyuan said, it's in Suqing, not far from here, only about 200 kilometers. We always use helicopters to travel when we carry out missions. Our team has a helicopter, but it is probably being driven back to the headquarters by the 3 male team members now. It's okay. I'm much faster than a helicopter. Lu Yang's mind moved slightly and he created a huge hollow ice ball. He said to Qin Yuanyuan, go in. I'm afraid the speed may be too fast and you may not be able to bear it. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan remembered Lu Yang's swift attack yesterday, which almost made her ascend to heaven, and her face suddenly turned red. It's really unbearable. Even in her giant form yesterday, she almost collapsed. Okay. Qin Yuanyuan nodded with a red face, and then walked into the ice hockey. Lu Yang sealed the entrance to the ice hockey again. Then he flew at high speed in the air with the ice ball, flying towards Sioux City more than 200 kilometers away. A few minutes later, Lu Yang had successfully arrived in Sioux City, and under the guidance of Qin Yuanyuan, he came to the headquarters of the Flying Eagle organization. The headquarters of the Flying Eagle organization is located in a mountainous area outside of Sioux City. When Lu Yang landed with the ice hockey on the training ground of the Flying Eagle organization, everyone was shocked. The psychics from the Flying Eagle official organization looked at each other in shock. After a few seconds, they became alert and surrounded Lu Yang. However, after they saw Qin Yuanyuan, their alert expressions turned into surprise. Captain Qin Yuanyuan. Captain, what's going on with you? Who is this handsome guy in black? Did you bring back a new superpower? The 2 male team members originally teamed with Qin Yuanyuan also gathered around. They didn't expect Captain Yuanyuan to be so powerful. They persuaded Lu Yang to come back the next day. Both of them had surprised expressions on their faces, and they said directly to Qin Yuanyuan, Captain, you're back. You're back in just 1 day. And they brought him back too. Captain, our team has done a great job this time. We have already reported yesterday's incident to the commander, and he said that you did the right thing. I didn't expect you to bring the person back today. The commander's judgment was right. We are rich, really rich this time. Bringing the number 1 on the heavenly ranking back to the Flying Eagle organization is a great achievement. It can definitely be called a special merit. Maybe every member of their team can be promoted. Ordinary team members were promoted to team leaders, and team leader Qin Yuanyuan was directly promoted to squadron leader. Qin Yuanyuan walked out of the ice ball and said to everyone, I don't have time to explain to you now. I need to see the commander. Where is the commander? A male team member quickly said, in the office. I'll take you there. Qin Yuanyuan nodded. So the 2 male team members and Lu Yang started walking towards the office of the commander of the Flying Eagle organization. Looking at the backs of these people leaving, the other psychics of the Flying Eagle organization began to talk about it. Brothers, do you know what's going on? Why is Chen Yuanyuan's team so excited? Who is that young man in black? Who knows? He's quite good at showing off. Falling from the sky. I guess he's awakened the ability to fly. This ability can only be used to escape, it's useless in battle. I guess at most he is just a supernatural being ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, and it is not certain whether he can even enter the top 1,000. I don't know what he is pretending to be. A few days ago, Chen Yuanyuan didn't come back, but 3 members of her team did. Yang Gaofeng was beaten half to death. Could it be that he met this young man? How is that possible? Young Master Yang is the heir of the Yang family. If this guy really beat young Master Yang like that, would he still dare to come to our Flying Eagle organization? Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? I think Chen Yuanyuan will be punished this time. Young Master Yang came to the Flying Eagle organization to get some experience, not to carry out a real mission. As a team leader, she is definitely responsible for young Master Yang being beaten like that. Yeah, after this incident, I think her position as team leader is no longer secure. It seems like the members of his team are very respectful to the young man in black. Is that person really that strong? A female superpower said, I don't know if he's strong or not, but he's pretty handsome. Another female superpower also licked her lips and said, yes, not only is he handsome, but he's also very charming. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. If not, would he mind finding one? If so, would he mind changing it? If he doesn't want to change, would he mind having one more? The third female superpower said, he is indeed handsome. I am willing to warm his bed. Listening to what these women said, the other male psychics showed expressions of contempt on their faces. They said, don't you guys ovulate right here? Are you unable to walk when you see a handsome guy? The female superpowers said in unison, what do you care? You ugly people certainly don't know how attractive handsome guys are. If you don't act quickly, someone will snatch him away soon. The male psychic was speechless for a moment after being confronted. Sure enough, whether in peacetime or the end of the world, everything depends on appearance. On the way, Chen Yuanyuan asked the 2 team members, where is Yang Gaofeng? The other party replied, as soon as that guy came back, he complained to the commander, saying that he was beaten by a superpower, and wanted our Flying Eagle organization to send a few more people to help him get revenge. Originally, our commander agreed immediately because he was the heir of the Yang family. We immediately told the commander that it was Lu Yang, who was number 1 on the heavenly ranking, who beat Yang Gaofeng like this, and the commander immediately changed his mind. We told Yang Gaofeng to calm down and that our Flying Eagle organization could give him some compensation, but Yang Gaofeng was not willing to accept it. He flew back to Yangqing by helicopter overnight. Chen Yuanyuan said, Yangqing. That's the Yang family's base camp. Did that guy go back to Yangqing to get reinforcements? The member said, I guess so, but our commander said that he has urgently negotiated with the head of the Yang family and explained the situation here. Now you have brought Lu Yang back. As long as Lu Yang is willing to join our Flying Eagle organization, this matter should be resolved as long as our commander has a good talk with the Yang family. Lu Yang was listening to their conversation from the side with a sneer on his face. Should it be settled? Still want to talk nicely. Lu Yang came here today to settle this matter. He doesn't care whether it is discussed or not. If the Yang family really wants to deal with me, they are seeking death. Just a family of lackeys. It's destroyed, it's destroyed. When the time comes, all the men in the Yang family will be killed, and the women will be brought back to the villa to start families. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Soon, under the leadership of Chen Yuanyuan and 2 team members, Lu Yang and his team arrived at the office of Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle organization. At this time, Commander Zhang was processing documents in the office. When he saw Chen Yuanyuan walk in with a handsome man with firm features and steady steps, his eyes lit up instantly, and his wrinkled face seemed to be filled with brilliance at that moment. He looks so handsome in this black suit, and he has the aura of a strong man. This man must be Lu Yang, who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Good. Okay. Yuanyuan is such an amazing little girl. Only 1 day later, Liu Yang was brought back. Chen Yuan said to Commander Zhang, "Commander, I'm back. This is Liu Yang, #1 on the heavenly ranking." Liu Yang didn't say anything but just nodded to Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang had indeed stood up from his seat excitedly, and rushed towards Liu Yang with an excited look on his face. When he got in front of Liu Yang, he directly grabbed Liu Yang's hand and held it tightly. "Great! Great! It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect that young friend Liu Yang is already #1 on the heavenly ranking at such a young age. Not only is he handsome, but he is also domineering, fully demonstrating the style of a strongman of our Shenlong Empire. That little Japanese empire's Higami Yamada hasn't even been around for a few days, and you've stepped on him. What a pleasure. I'm so happy." In the past, I was still wondering who was #1 on the heavenly ranking and how strong one had to be #1. But after seeing you for the first time, I felt that you should be #1 on the heavenly ranking. Ha ha ha. Little friend Liu Yang, are you here to join our Flying Eagle organization? Liu Yang calmly pulled his hand away from Commander Zhang's enthusiasm, and then said, "Commander Zhang, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to join you, but to solve some problems." Ah. The excitement on Commander Zhang's face dimmed instantly, and then he asked, "Little friend Liu Yang, what are you here to solve? Just tell me, and I will do my best to help you." Liu Yang's tone became serious, a little cold, but unquestionable. He said, "Two things need to be solved. First, the area around Jiangqing is under my management. From now on, your Flying Eagle organization should stop sending people to harass me in my base. Second, I was the one who beat Yang Gaofeng. I heard that he wanted to take revenge on me and my base. Today I am here to resolve this matter once and for all." Commander Zhang thought for a while and said, "Friend Liu Yang, many foreign supernatural beings have infiltrated our Shenlong Empire. We have already discovered the Little Sun Empire, the White Eagle Empire, and the Barbarian Bear Empire. And from what they said, they are here for you, and they want to get rid of you. No matter how strong you are, you alone cannot compete with the superpowers of the 3 major countries. For your safety, I suggest you join our Flying Eagle organization, and we will do our best to protect you. As for the Yang family's affairs, I will take care of them. I have some friendship with their head of the family. As long as you join our Flying Eagle organization, I will give him Yang Gaofeng some compensation, and this matter will be over." Liu Yang waved his hand and said, "You still don't understand what I mean. I want to solve this matter myself, not ask you for help. As for invaders from other countries, it doesn't matter. I can even tell them my coordinates. I will kill one if they come one by one, and I will kill a group if they come in a group. I observed your members when I came to the Flying Eagle organization. To be honest, your strength is very weak. You can even say that there is not a single capable fighter." After hearing what Liu Yang said, Commander Zhang took a breath. What an arrogant young man. However, as the #1 on the heavenly ranking, he does have the capital to be arrogant, and if he is not aggressive, can he be called a youngster? However, no matter how arrogant you are, being too confident in your own strength is not a good thing. After all, it is only the early days of the apocalypse, and the highest powered person they have discovered is only level 3. Even though Liu Yang is #1 on the heavenly ranking, he is extremely talented. But before you grow up, you still can't be arrogant. Someone as arrogant as Liu Yang is likely to attract unimaginable enemies, so Commander Zhang plans to give Liu Yang a little official organizational shock to polish the young man's spirit. He needs to know that although he is #1 on the heavenly ranking, his strength is not that far behind others. If he encounters a warrior, he is likely to be beaten by him. Commander Zhang said to Liu Yang, "It seems that young friend Liu Yang is very confident." Liu Yang smiled and said, "I can't help it. My strength is here and I can't afford to be unconfident." Commander Zhang also smiled and said, "Okay. Very good. Since you are so confident, I will let the superpowers in our Flying Eagle organization compete with you. Of course, you are #1 on the heavenly ranking, and no one can beat you in a one-on-one fight. You even think that you are invincible and that even if foreign superpowers unite, they cannot be your match. The superpowers in our Flying Eagle organization all carry out missions in groups of 5, so, 5 to 1, you have no objection, right?" After all, if you don't join the organization, you are destined to fight with fewer people against more people in the future. Lu Yang said, "Of course I have no objection." Commander Zhang's eyes turned and he said, "Okay. Since it's a competition, then you don't mind adding some stakes, right?" Lu Yang said, "No problem." Commander Zhang smiled even more and said, "Then I'll make a bet. If our 5-member team wins, you'll join our Flying Eagle organization. If you win, tell me what you want." Seeing the other party's triumphant smile, Lu Yang didn't care and said, "It's very simple. If I lose, I must join you. If you lose, then the person I defeat must join my base of psychics. Isn't this fair?" Commander Zhang was immediately delighted and said quickly, "Fair, very fair. It's settled then. I'll gather my men now to compete with you. Yuan, take little friend Lu Yang to the reception room next door to rest for a while." Looking at his hurried look, it seemed as if he was afraid that Lu Yang would go back on his word. "Yes, Commander." Chen Yuan nodded, then took Lu Yang to the reception room next door. Commander Zhang said to the other 2 psychics, "Gather everyone immediately and tell them to prepare to compete with the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Tell them to be fully alert and win for me. No matter which team wins, there will be a huge reward." "Yes, Commander." The 2 male psychics also left. There was no one around. Commander Zhang could no longer hold back. His old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha. Although Lu Yang, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, is very powerful, he is still too young after all. He is too young and competitive, and he actually agreed to my bet so easily. This time, I will lock him up tightly in the Flying Eagle organization. In Commander Zhang's opinion, although Lu Yang is number 1 on the heavenly ranking, he is still a young man after all, and he has only recently become a psychic and has not yet fully developed. No matter how strong his psychic powers are, they cannot be to the point of being invincible. There are several members of the heavenly ranking team in the Flying Eagle organization. All 5 members were heavenly ranking psychics. There was a top team, and even the 5 heavenly ranking members were all top 50 heavenly ranking psychics. The abilities of these team members complement each other, and combining them is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 5. In his opinion, Lu Yang was completely tricked by him.